Chapter 501, The Pain is Joyful. Young brat, the bird master, I found you. The flame imaginary bird suddenly appears above the fog, is seething with excitement, the torrential roaring. Flame, incarnation roaring flame lion, dignified wild, was in a thundering rage, plunged Jiang Yi. Are you also living? Jiang Yi startled, realizing danger in an instant. Consciousness into the sea, nautical mile beast mark large expanse of illumination, but is not releases the fierce tiger lion, but is several hundred winged insects and fire bees, but also having mystical powers, butterfly. Weight, etc., dense and numerous, the golden light is fierce, shoots up to the sky. Completely, connects the detonation. Do not block the flame imaginary bird, but conceals his position, disturbs the flame imaginary bird. The lion of flame imaginary bird incarnation, aggressive manic, treads the roaring flame to arrive, the front surface broke the saint flame of heading on. Jiang Yi taking this opportunity, dashes about wildly speedily, inspires the pair of wings, the oblique incidence expansive sky. Can young brat, you be inescapable? The flame imaginary bird falls to the ground loudly, sends out vast roaring. Probably true lion roar secret technique, the sound wave is enormous, and powerful, shakes the vault of heaven, the space flood lifts heavy objects the heavy mighty waves. The Jiang Yi sad and shrill pitiful yell, the headache wants to crack, the whole body, saint flame almost collapses, but his clenching teeth, goes all out. To wield the pair of wings, runs away toward the distant place. Roar roar roar. The flame imaginary bird incarnation giant bird, flutters to soar, the roaring flame strong winds hell, the momentum is quite vast. Really is Jiang Yi. Desolately, they rush to the high place, looks out the distant place. Pursues. Desolate studies under the space ring to release a heaven bird of hidden. Although only has a fifth age, has to be equivalent to the spirit origin realm. Ninth heavenly layer powerful boundary. The heaven bird spreads the wings more than 50 meters, boils fierce thunder. Tide, soars to the heaven sticks out suddenly, glare dazzling, thunderous. Vault of heaven. Desolately and the others soar one after another, falls on the heaven bird. Steadily, as charges into the distant place. This clever bird's speed is really fast. Jiang Yi is wielding the pair of wings, the speed promotes the pinnacle. Actually does not cast off the following flame imaginary bird. Little thing, treats hands tide seizes, the bird master I do not catch you not. To give up today. The falcon of flame imaginary bird incarnation is in hot pursuit, the roaring flame of boiling is getting more and more flaming, looks. From afar, probably a meteorite, is dragging 100 meters flame, is howling. The passing over gently and swiftly expansive sky. Jiang Yi observes closely, the front that mountain, does not evade does not hide, hit directly. Bang! The summit avalanche, the mountain sways, the crushed stone mixes saint flame. Everywhere to sprinkle. Jiang Yi distressed surges, with crushed stone crash forest. Lying trough. Did oneself kill? Is this would rather die than surrender? Good unyielding man. Man. The flame imaginary bird gawked, to the end the dive, curls up the dreadful. Roaring flame, caught up with Jiang Yi. Managed your life, father eats. However, the flame imaginary bird is very sly, has not thrown directly, but condensed a lot of fireballs, bang of blotting out the sky to Jiang Yi, total. Explosion. Bang. Fireball large expanse of blasting open, is astonishing amount, shockwave. That forms the terrifying, raises the astonishing heat wave. The Jiang Yi stimulation armor, the flame of hard anti-blasting open, flings. 9 sovereigns, to refine a day of cauldron, toward the flame imaginary bird. Haha, exploded the dizzy. You threw early. The flame imaginary bird avoids rapidly, delimits the making a debut curve. Refining up a day of cauldron to scrape past with 9 sovereigns, dashes, 2. Jiang Yi. Its whole body roaring flame turns wells up, the incarnation became. The roaring flame lion opens the house great mouth, swallowed. When life and death, the bronze tower glare on Jiang Yi neck flashes, 50 meters ghost surface centipede suddenly appears. Too big. Too suddenly. The overwhelming power roaring flame lion stared the big eye, the front surface was swallowing 78 meters. The ghost surface centipede hard tail held straightly in its throat. The roaring flame lion is angry, extravagant mouth fiercely closed, the bloody water scatters, cuts by biting forcefully. Jiang Yi takes away the remaining parts decisively, after dashing about wildly. Several, shoots up to the sky. Uses the trick. Can't you accept fate honestly? The lion big mouth chews. Refining up the flesh, puts out skin armor, treads the roaring flame, to shoot. Up to the sky, to continue to capture Jiang Yi. Wait. Jiang Yi stops in the midair, fierce respite. The beforehand fireball. Group explosion cannot kill him, was actually a way from the armor to shake. Injures the internal organs. The roaring flame lion dashes about wildly to roar. You're this stupid bird. You had not discovered that what the body does have is not right? That is the ghost surface centipede. Flesh has the violent poisonousness. Can make your intestines put on the stomach to be rotten, soul ablation. Jiang Yi points at the flame imaginary bird to shout loudly. The roaring flame lion hurries to stop. You stick to play tricks. Can the ghost surface centipede in the underground several kilometers place, you dig it? You understood unexpectedly, ghost surface centipede, that was too good. Jiang Yi turns out from bronze inside the tower also remains more than 40 meters. Ghost surface centipedes, made an effort to shake shaking, received. Had the response? Responded. Birdmaster half monster half spirit, without 5 main internal organs, entrails. The flame imaginary bird returns to the original appearance, except for fuzzy form, simply probably group ebullition hot lake. Originally mindless, but you have the soul. You are virulent. Do you understand the ghost surface centipede? After its skin armor melts. Effective adding to the fun. Although you spat, but should also melt. Bastard, the grandfather I fought you. The flame imaginary bird anger howls. Wait. I have the antidote. Did not bring quickly. I give you antidote, you leave pursue me again. Deal? To result in beautiful. That dies together. Come, first kills me, you find the place to wait for death. Again. The Jiang Yi dispersing roaring flame, falls to the below tattered rocky mountain on. The flame imaginary bird stared Jiang Yi wickedly, the body is really having the feeling of difference. But the so-called half-monster half-spirit, has the spirit clan unique control, has the powerful physique of monster clan. It has the bone not to have the meat to be mindless, but can change to the spirit strength, can condense the physical body, is not does not exist, is the alternative way exists. Antidote. In a big hurry quickly. Antidote. The flame imaginary bird could not bear. The whole body roaring flame starts. The fierce surges, uncontrolled return body skeleton, but also the severe pain is hard to endure, the stimulation from soul is also getting more and more intense. Jiang Yi shrugs, I do not have the antidote, but I can refine the antidote. You help me look for the medicinal herb, I help you refine The flame imaginary bird looks angrily at Jiang Yi. Do you play me? Who makes you probably eat me? Jiang Yi has not seized the chance to kill it. Is the hope can bring to go out it. This type of half-monster half-spirit evil. Spirit was too rare, if can surrender, has big using. You. I, do not look quickly, found a point early extrication pain. Little thing you, if dares. The flame imaginary bird looks down under. Suddenly oneself. Had the response? Jiang Yi could not bear happily. Your bastard. Hurries, quick. The flame imaginary bird wanted insanely. The body was very obviously painful, some part was very unexpectedly excited. Pill Sovereign provided the antidote formula in the Jiang Yi consciousness. Into the sea, nautical mile, 12 wash the bone flowers, 300 liveliness fruits. 100 bloodstone grass, 200 star anise profound agropyron cristata, and 9 purple soul child lotuses. Jiang Yi, according to the formula of Pill Sovereign, said in turn outward. Slow point, the bird master brain is not slowly easy to use. Do I write down to you? Writes. Writes quickly. Well. You not only can speak the logical expression, but can also be literate? You manage me, hurry up. Jiang Yi writes down more than 30 medicinal herbs with the animal skin, gives. The flame imaginary bird. Do not run far. The bird master comes back quickly. The flame imaginary bird. Brings the animal skin to leave hurriedly. After Jiang Yi and other flame imaginary birds disappear, sneaks in the jungle. Rapidly, to continue to seek for his chance. Here from genuine holy mountain, only then about the 1,000 li, 500 kilometers. Sounds very far, but distant place palatial holy mountain was too huge, stands. Has a close at hand feeling here. Here trees are thick and lush, the previous kilometer high palatial big tree. Finds it everywhere, lets fall the innumerable twig rattan, probably a big mountain is common. Before them, certain rocky mountains seem tiny. However, here beast of prey quantity also gradually increases, the aura of many terrifying fill the air in the jungle. Jiang Yi has to slow the tempo, discreet is seeking for the spirit fruit. What is that? Jiang Yi hears a strange sound suddenly, looks around the cautious drill too. Thick lay a tangly forward. A shocking scene appears at present. Chapter 502, appears the sage fruit. A plump giant strange tree is coiling around more than a several hundred meters high rocky mountain. The strange tree by the astonishing amount of sturdy rattan windings, the appearance seems like azure vine old dragon to be common, on many rattan is. Also blooming the bright red indigo, the twinkle strange fan up. The rocky mountain is swaying fiercely, collapses the to split open seam. Unceasingly, the sound seems like at the wail. The strange tree twists fiercely, constantly strengthens the strength, but also flings the rattan, sneaks in the rocky mountain collapse open / start. Crack, is strengthening inside strength. Swallows mountain tree. Sets up the monster one, the vine is tenacious. Herculean, uses the mountain as the food. This monster tree destructiveness is extremely strong, the ordinary time. Swallows the rocky mountain, if detects the underground having mystical powers. Lineage / vein, will drill underground, preys on the spirit lineage / vein. Pill Sovereign by the Jiang Yi soul, is observing outside situation. Here strange thing are really many. Jiang Yi retreats quietly, to continue to seek forward. Just as him said that here, strange thing are truly many. The strange evil spirits of massive hearing something never heard of before. Find it everywhere. For example, the gigantic beautiful monster flower, is in full bloom in the crown of standing tall and erect, is preying on the bird of prey of space. For example, the great elephants of 3 heads can control 3 different energies, appearing and disappearing in groups, is encircling and hunting. The lion fierce tiger. For example, the calf ant can go out of everything, may become vulnerable. The imposing manner. Jiangyi even discovered a mysterious spirit spring, but there is occupying monsters of an a half person of snakes, fills the air aura that startled is palpitating. Well, does there have the person? Jiangyi discovers a hazy halo in a covert cave. At first sight, some probably people lower the head to sit in meditation in. Inside, Jiangyi condenses the spirit strength stimulation eyes, gradually completely understood the darkness. A human form spirit fruit? The Jiangyi astonished light language, that unexpectedly is the fruit of human form, probably Saint Buddha is ordinary, all over the body white jade. Solemn and respectful tranquil, to continue to bloom the marvelous halo. You first wait. Let me search. The soul of Pil Sovereign red attaches to the Jiangyi soul, observe too. Outside. Is the sage fruit? Also is really the sage fruit. Names with the sage? What effect does it have? Jiangyi is surprised, looked. Reason that names with the sage, because place that only then the sage berries, may after the remote years, is born a sage fruit. Does below have the sage? Jiangyi changes countenance. Sages, above nirvana boundary, close to existence of God. Possibly is burying the remains of sage, possibly is the blood that the sage sprinkles, the possibility has. However, so long as was born the sage fruit. Explained that the sage of burying disappeared thoroughly. The sage fruit is. The remains leaves a world final energy. Pil Sovereign has endless emotion, eternal holy mountain was too marvelous. If okay, he really hopes that Jiangyi can live here 35 years. Effect? Jiangyi anticipated. What must look at following burying is anything, must look at the energy. Strong and weak of leaving behind. Some can the strong skeleton, some be able to expand the meridians, some can stimulate the bloodlines, under some even leave behind the law of special inheritance, in brief left behind related with the sage of burying. No matter what, the air/chi of inside sage to you, is the absolute chance, can stimulate your bloodline strength, the induction to awaken the strength of inheritance. This thing not possible without owner, inside to have very fearful evil spirit. To defend. Jiangyi anticipated, is anxious. In cave pitch dark, probably is deep, but, does not have the specially intense monster chi probably. Early period of sage fruit breeds in the underground sage remains, after takes shape completely, will sprout through the soil the ground rapidly, and releases the marvelous energy, attracts these to have powerful bloodlines. Human of monster beast or special spirit mark. If this sage fruit just appeared, perhaps has not attracted the protector. But if came out for a long time, in the cave surely was Peacock Qilin that rank. Pil Sovereign this time reminded Jiangyi, has not urged him to leave directly. It is not the place that all sages bury, will present the sage fruit, the probability is small, since met, must strive. Moreover, according to the personality of this boy, so long as discovered the treasure of wanting, will definitely find the way to act, even if no opportunity should still create the opportunity. Jiangyi hesitates with saying, you said, the adding to the fun water of ghost surface centipede, the effect is very strong? A drop can make me toss about for 10 days and 10 nights. If I skin armor of really strange surface, centipede melts completely, can affect inside monster beast? Is Pil Sovereign speechless, owes this boy to think? Jiang Yi closely examines. Has the effect? How don't the seniors speak? You made me say anything. Effect. I am suggested that you add to the fun with the girl, has not made you damage. The monster beast. Gives a try the effect. Wait. What's wrong? You did not fear that makes an effort excessively fiercely, did it come out to damage you? I hide as far as possible waits for it to move restlessly to clash to vent, I hold the sage fruit to run. Jiang Yi more is more feasible. If inside is really Peacock Qilin, that kind of terrifying monster, the common method is very difficult to stimulate, even if stimulates, still angry seeking. Intruder. On the contrary is the toxicant, can easily stimulate, but can also make the monster beast lose the reason, dashes about wildly everywhere. So long as he finds certainly the opportunity, can take away secretly. Thinks Pil Sovereign is very helpless, which this is means, simply is. Deliberately creating trouble. Jiang Yi retreats quietly, runs up to inside and outside 30, after determining the surrounding security, takes out also remains more than 40 meters ghost. Surface centipedes, digs up to draw cautiously the flesh, admits the bronze. Tower, the release Saint Flame melts skin armor. Pil Sovereign sighed in the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile. Actually no longer stop. Jiang Yi burnt carefully for a half hour, melted the golden liquid skin armor. Completely. The golden liquid volatility is very strong, Jiang Yi has to turn very quiet. Takes in the bronze tower them, made a cloth sack with inside animal bones. Animal skin. The animal skin cloth sack of grinding pan size, installed 8 bags fully. Jiang Yi grins secretly, a drop can be tossed about by oneself, these 8 bags throw, perhaps is the real peacock, dry. Young animal. The bird master came back. The flame imaginary bird drops from the clouds, is looking angrily at Jiang Yi. How do you run are so far? The grandfather, I am sensitive to the flame. But could also not find you especially. All-round athlete too? Jiang Yi selects the eyebrow, suffices quickly. Gives you, hurried to give the bird the master eye to refine. The flame imaginary bird throws the ground the massive spirit grass spirit. Fruits, hurries to fly by far. Its present whole body pain, seems like to the body from the bone must fester general, the soul is scalding hot. What is most embarrassed is that anything adding to the fun effect, making it wish one could to scratch the head female bird dissolute in the pain. No. 10 chapters of 8 insufficient. No. Also manages him the bird. Is live online. Reached an agreement, I give you antidote, do we write off? Jiang Yi offers a sacrifice to 9 sovereigns, to refine a day of cauldron, not anxiously not. Busy is putting the medicinal herbs toward inside. Writes off, you actually a bit faster. Means what he says? Bird master, I have the dignity bird. Naturally means what he says. Hurry up. Otherwise the bird master I make you now. Jiang Yi chuckle too, under the direction of Pil Sovereign, start to refine the antidote. The flame imaginary bird jumps in the distant place, is crisp and in. The painful, sad and shrill, scream the full despair and ashamed and resentful. Good? Did I call your grandfather is not good? Grandfather, saves me quickly. We really rode off. Hurry up, I must unable to shoulder. When the body of flame imaginary bird whole body must start to fester, finally. Starts to beg for mercy, to Jiang Yi. Waits again for 5 minutes. Jiang Yi not anxiously not busy refinement. 5 minutes? Good. I can endure. I can resist. Who? Now? 5 minutes to? Speech. The flame imaginary bird bang the sound lies there, in the eye socket starts. The oozing of blood. After 5 minutes. Was okay, then. Jiangyi takes out elixir, throws to the flame imaginary bird. Of distant place conveniently. The flame imaginary bird raises the tone to clash, swallows, lies hurries to. We're fine there. The antidote enters the body to be cool, is cleaning up the violent poisonousness of spread rapidly, is suppressing in the mind the ashamed and resentful thought that making it unable to bear, send out recites lightly. We rode off, do not follow again I. Jiangyi sneaked in the virgin forest, arrived in front of the cave dozens li. 0.5 kilometers away, approaches cautiously. The cave is very peaceful, without sound, not monster chi, only then dark ink. Darkness. Jiangyi investigates repeatedly vary for a long time, did not determine and know. Exceptionally, bold proceeds, finally stops to the front 100 meters. Places, his intense turning very quiet breath, slowly takes out the beast. Leather bag from bronze inside the tower. The cave does not have the sound, even / including Cho's / point does not have. Monster chi. Doesn't inside have the monster beast? Does the monster beast hide is very deep? Jiangyi deeply raises the tone, careful, unties the beast leather bag. Are you doing? The flame imaginary bird drops from the clouds suddenly. The Jiangyi whole body trembles, almost sits there. Chapter 503, sent noisily greatly. Shut up. Do not be restless. Did you restore quickly? Jiangyi hurries to suppress the flame imaginary bird. Recovers was similar, is under also hot. Well. In that has the person? The flame imaginary bird lifts Jiangyi, observes closely the front cave. You get out of the way quickly, inside has the powerful monster beast. Fart. That is the human form spirit fruit. Inside has the protection beast. Gives me peacefully. How don't you walk? The flame imaginary bird restraining flame, turns into. The marsh tit, falls to the Jiangyi shoulder on, thief is looking front. The human form spirit fruit, this is first sight. I am preparing to walk. You felt that the bird master is silly? What that inside of your bag? Installs? Among us, did not ride off, you walked quickly. Does not walk. Equal division. Puts down your head, walks quickly. You, if this attitude, I may probably torch toward inside. If by some chance. Awakened inside ghost. Jiangyi does not have the means with it, proceeded several steps, all came. Out the liquid and beast leather bag, but actually, sprinkles cave entrance, but. Also is emboldening toward inside but actually. The flame imaginary bird turns very quiet, what thing is this, the toxicant? This is the ghost surface centipede skin, Jialian adding to the fun medicine. Jiangyi, toward inside fan, slowly retreat. The flame imaginary bird stares the big eye, surprised looks at Jiangyi, so. Many? You must do, stimulates inside ghost with this medicine? Huh. Cannot. Look, you're very show. Walks quickly. The Jiangyi vigilant retreat 2 steps, turn around to run, more runs is. Quicker, finally scurries about in the jungle crazily. The liquid evaporates quickly, turns into the rich fragrance, flutters in the jungle, spreads toward the cave. However, has not waited for the medicine air / chi to stimulate to the beast of prey of cave deep place, share of thunder tide drops from the clouds, blasts. Open the jungle, fell cave front not far away. Should nearby this. Desolately following the induction of law aim, arrived here. I-7 vertical, they jump down from the heaven bird, is observing the jungle with rapt attention. He should seek for the chance everywhere. Here left holy mountain to be very near, the chance were many, the danger were more, was careful. We look are not the means that best is to make chaotic, stimulates Jiang Yi. Well, what flavor, is quite fragrant. A dynasty female made an effort to smelling, the rich fragrance seeped. The nasal cavity, a comfortable warm overflowing full whole body, the feeling. I was brighter, the whole world was happy. I7 vertical, they deeply raise the tone, at present bright, good special. Fragrance. What spirit fruit does here have? Desolately jumps down, deeply attracted several one after another. The wonderful feeling makes her whole body exude hot intent, has a not being able to say happy feeling. Desolately could not bear attract several, the eye exuded the bright light, the consciousness somewhat was absent-minded, the feeling whole person was happy. Good strange feeling. Should have what treasure. Their unceasing sorption fragrance, really has a being infatuated feeling. Looks quickly. There. Desolate master is pointing at beyond 100 meters suddenly the covert cave. That inside has the thing to exude the bright light. Is that a person? It is not, is the human form spirit fruit. What this is, who has seen? The people are excited, will really have the so marvelous spirit fruit. Is. Smelling the flavor, comfortable happy, if can eat, decides however will have. The effect. Do not move heedlessly, the special spirit fruit often has the unusual animals. Protection. Here approaches holy mountain, if really has the unusual animals. Is very definitely powerful. Desolately is warning the people, actually a whole body heat, heart, exudes. One to let her unbelievable sound suddenly. This sudden wonderful sound, probably invisible violent medicine introduction. Immediately aroused desolate master I7 vertical and other drug. Efficacies in human body. Some person of cheeks flood red, some people recited lightly make noise. The atmosphere immediately becomes ambiguous. Their vision rocks, the pupil enlarges, understands suddenly this so-called happy feeling was anything. However, the drug efficacy starts to manifest suddenly, has probably an evil fire to scurry about in the whole body, their bodies of stimulation boiling hot, the breathing rapidly, the vision is blurred. In the mind appears various bad and bold ideas. The I7 vertical and other men look burningly to desolately and other females, especially notices these special and sensitive spots. The boiling hot heat flow whole body gallops, the violent hope turns in the chest cavity wells up. They have a parched mouth, the eye is getting more and more bright. One type manic feels like must control them. The desolately 5 female similar pain are hard to endure, cannot help but looks to nearby man, an unquenchable impulsion is turning at heart wells up. Is stimulating their reason. Some people awaken, want to control, but Jiang Yi sprinkled their medicine. Were too many, is shattering their nerve, the ignition has never had the raging fire. In having human controlled, cannot trig must plunge the opposite party in some people to start to stroke itself, some people to untie the subtle time of close directly, the cave deep place spreads low and deep shouting, suddenly. Is also violent, instantly, the crushed stone dust and fog turns wells up, is filled with the cave, in the fierce stir spews out. The terrifying that startled palpitates is spooky, with surging jungle. Gives me to sober, runs. Desolately awakens, is enduring the dry and hot and uncomfortable feeling. Yelled sharply, the whole body roaring flame turns wells up, changes to the pair of wings, to shoot up to the sky. Damn. I7 vertical, they make an effort to clench teeth, brace oneself, follows. To charge into the upper air, but is looking at the front desolately mon meow. Physique, that wishes one could to throw to well up the strong feeling that she swallows whole again. Bears to me. Desolate master releases, to puncture bright thunder tide and behind, submerged. I-7 vertical them. The thunder and lightning rips open the body, the taking away pain, is stimulating their spirit forcefully. The heaven bird catches them, runs away to the upper air rapidly. They hurry to sit down, want to transfer the spirit strength, inspects the physical state, finally the intense fluctuation of mood, instead intensified. The proliferation of drug efficacy. The heaven bird just flew to the upper air, conducted the back 11 people of unexpectedly emanation ashamed and resentful sounds as if by prior agreement. Had the dynasty lovable girl softly there, the vision was blurred, the breathing rapidly, almost must lose the reason. Desolately sends out the scream of grief and indignation, oneself solemn. Dynasty princess, unexpectedly revealed such embarrassed appearance, before the official. Takes calm elixir quickly desolate master forces himself not to see the surrounding girls, but the eyeball actually stucks probably general, cannot bear at their graceful body rapid tours, more looks more moves restlessly. More looks is more absent-minded, the heart evil fire whistling scurries about, probably wants the incarnation beast of prey momentarily, throws to devastate ruthlessly. The I-7 vertical hurry to take out elixir, swallows to refine, but the I cannot bear, burningly is staring at the girls, including desolately. Some person of wills are not firm, suddenly holds nearby girl foot, must drag. Uncouthly. The girl first is absent-minded, hope, but then awakens, is calling out. Pitifully sad and shrill struggling, go away. Goes away to me. Roar. Roaring and following forest is getting more and more violent, more and more manic, such as thunder Chelsea mountain torrent, surging hills. The surrounding area in dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, the mountain sways, the forest. Lodging, night/lodge bird is startled to fly, the momentum is astonishing. Still stops in dashing about wildly, Jiangyi immediately, rises the front big tree, the hands and feet uses, to directly soar the crown, is away from the cover the branches and leaves, to look into the distance, to the distant place. The flame imaginary bird also concentrates all one's attention on, thief. Looking around. What ghost can be? Roar. Roar roar roar. The roar like the thunder, is getting more and more terrifying, is trembling. With fear the thick forest. Cave deep place air wave surges, monster chi enormous and powerful, spreads the depressed footsteps. Every one step falls as everything may become vulnerable, as if the big dragon dashes about wildly, scared. Jiangyi is away from dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, away, to grin secretly, what evil spirit is this must draw out. Even/including Yuan, the heaven bird circles in the upper air, what evil spirit is startled to carry over so the momentum. Shortly, wicked beast crashes the cave, comes to the jungle. The monster chi. Ebullition, to turns in all directions wells up, the land crack propagation. The crushed stone flies upwards, the sturdy old tree rises straight from the ground, scene terrifying. However. Who is? Which family/home bear child? Father special certainly fine. Who runs to give the father the common people's mood medicine? Hits the cave unexpectedly is individual, has hair disheveled the living person. His forehead glare ebullition, the whole body is surging the monster chi of terrifying, monster chi galloping turns wells up, such as river Sihai, inside. Presents 5 completely different beast shades unexpectedly. Has the giant ape to beat the chest, the roaring vault of heaven. Has the lion to tread the crack mountains, roars 10,000 forests. Has the profound eagle to cry the howling expansive sky, startled absorbs 10,000 bird. Has a Sheikah to tread the tide, breaks river lie high. Has the land dragon to have the abyss, billowing monster chi, command land king of beasts. Chapter 504, The 100 Years Ago People. Jiangyi raises the cold air, but actually, unbelievable is looking at the front. Does Eternal Holy Mountain really have the living person? The flame imaginary bird frightened shrinks the neck. Eternal Holy Mountain has certainly human race. Otherwise, you think we're my language from this study? But he how in this? Human race that where comes? Here is not. Jiangyi awakens suddenly, shock looks at the flame imaginary bird, previous. Opening Eternal Holy Mountain time, did some people choose to stay here? Opens Holy Mountain each time, some people cling to here spirit treasure and chance, misses the opportunity of leaving. In the beginning, these people live. Are about 35 years will prey on by the beast of prey, until lying trough. He observed closely you. He came. The flame imaginary bird was startled the whole body hair to explode, could not attend to Jiangyi, leapt violently the flame, shot up to the sky, goes crazy runs away toward the distant place. The Jiangyi whole body chill, happen to runs away, actually feels more than 30 inside and outside clearly, the eye that a pair is exuding the red light. Was away from the cover the forest to observe closely him. Bear child, you give my elderly man to prescribe medicine unexpectedly. Goes too far. Inside and outside 30 the male long hair, chaotic dance, the blasting open ground, shoots up to the sky, is seething with excitement dreadfully monster. Chi, fills the air kills the prestige shockingly, pounces upon suddenly toward Jiangyi. I said that you cannot act unreasonably, Pil Sovereign felt that heading on. Terrifying impact in the Jiangyi consciousness, into the sea, nautical mile. Jiangyi scalp tingles, inspires the pair of wings, the oblique incidents. Expansive sky. Jiangyi? The heaven bird conducts the back, desolately, and the others. Simultaneous/uniform call out an alarm, first recognized. Does this bastard prescribe medicine? Where he comes such evil and cruel thing? Simply domestic animal. Desolate master and the others were in an uncontrollable rage, but also thinks. That is influence that the spirit fruit has, unexpectedly, is the toxicant. But, their mood one excited, the whole body blood stream speeds up, that. Committing suicide by fire eclipse bone wonderful feeling sweeps across again. Including desolately, both feet one soft, sits there directly, sends out to. Be overwhelmed with emotion recited lightly. Desolate master and the others. Stare instantaneously, burning is staring at them, by this wonderful sound. Exciting manic excited. Then, 5 girl, completely collapse scream. They are not the princess are the expensive/noble females, was to let the person pays homage to the dream that in the dynasty made one adore the sweetheart, how could to have had the so ashamed action? Jiangyi, I must kill you. Killed you. 5 girls went wild to call out, despised that domestic animal. Do not shout. Elixir of many peaceful mind, completely with, together with. The I7 vertical anchors shout, first stands firm the mood to be important, otherwise he really must unable to control itself to dig up. Desolately. Bang. Spooky dreadful, such as the rivers and streams gallop, resemble the vastness. To have the rough seas, is away from then submerges Jiangyi very much. Jiangyi shivers all over the body, the blood adverse current, the crack blowout, is calling out pitifully the crash forest. The male long hair chaotic dance, drops from the clouds, in the eyes that the Anger stares the crawling full blood threads, does not wait to bump into Jiang Yi, is only that aura made Jiang Yi feel like must break to pieces. Bastard who loses the ancient place. Father has warned you, do not annoy me. The man raise the fist, takes the Jiang Yi head, under the anger, must rumble. To kill directly. What loses ancient, I do not lose ancient, I am no return holy land. The Jiang Yi fright yelled, the reassignment spirit strength, must stimulate the peacock plume feather of throat place forcefully. The men stop the fist fiercely, but fierce monster chi and fresh breeze. Brutally raises to fly Jiang Yi, pounds the front Soxanri directly. Jiang Yi suppresses the plume feather that almost awakens forcefully. Distressed crawls, has not waited to come to a stop, the blood turns to well. Up, sits there layer on layer / heavily, the whole body bone broke to pieces. Most probably. This man was too strong. The man flood red eyes observed closely, Jiang Yi, what you said that no return. Holy land? Southern no return holy land? Eternal holy mountain, opened? Jiang Yi fierce respite, mouthful blood, just opened. The male possible deep sleep is too long, the consciousness is somewhat absent-minded, was possibly stimulated the spirit by the toxicant, is somewhat chaotic. He made an effort to shake the head, said, how south you will holy land come to this eternal holy mountain? We were invited by Western Lord 50 holy land, entering eternal holy mountain is informed and experienced. Jiang Yi, toward the mouth stopper. Elixir, is supplementing the courage vigor, is recuperating the injury. Why 50 did Holy Land invite you? The male eyes circle stares, the fine glow twinkle, passes sends out the powerful imposing manner. The Southern Holy Land Alliance made some troubles, 50 Holy Land is invited to subside in the past. Afterward the 50 enlightened ruler invited these people to come to eternal holy mountain to be informed and experienced. Together. Jiang Yi recuperates the courage vigor, is condensing the spirit. Strength, prepares again, plume feather mark seal of exciting throat place at any time. Many years. The men gradually dispersed the manic imposing manner, the sound was tranquiller. What? From previous eternal holy mountain opening, in the past many years. Said that was more than 120 years. 100, more than 20 years, man is absent-minded, unknowingly, has passed unexpectedly so many years. Senior, are you previous time stay behind? Jiang Yi is probing asking. The men observe closely, Jiang Yi, does your boy bring the toxicant along? Did the Holy Land Juniors reduce to your despicable degree? Jiang Yi does not know whether to laugh or cry, you listen to me to explain. I was on the road, picked the corpse of ghost surface centipede, refined the liquid medicines, was used to tidy up, has been capturing my flame imaginary bird. Never expected that, discovered the sage fruit, felt that impossibly has. The monster beast, sprinkles the liquid medicines, wants to stimulate the monster beast, then I seize the chance to pick up a bargain. I really do not know is a living person, will otherwise not use this thing. The male vision concentrates, do you know the sage fruit? I am the refine the pill of immortality master. Jiang Yi said, hurries the initiative apology, embarrassed the senior, I admitted mistakes, I apologized. The men knit the brows, said, who is the 50 Holy Land enlightened ruler? I only know that he is an enlightened ruler, does not know the name. How many people did they come? 10 people, what leading is spirit essence 9th heavenly layer Shin next. Fall, but the core is eldest son, Su, clear, of enlightened ruler. The people are good, is in Holy Land rare youth outstanding. Jiang Yi, carefully, is observing the expression of man, Senior, are you 50? Holy Land person? The men wave saying, you can walk. Senior, just matter, but also please forgive. Jiangyi asked for mercy too. Retreat. More than 120 years? After Man and other Jiangyi vanished, Long sighed lightly, the time really passed quickly. 50 descendants, since arrived, Mai the elder should also prepare the gift. Reception. My this whole life was destroyed, can make a contribution to 50 Holy Land. Calculates that died content. The men exhale the tone, turns around to move toward the cave of distant place. There is the place that he stays, not only there is a sage fruit, but also stored up other treasure. In these years, the good thing that looks for from eternal holy mountain. Naturally, the sage fruit is most precious, did not compare eternal spirit. Difference many. However, shortly, in the jungle spreads male angry roaring suddenly, my sage fruit. The young brat goes too far. Jiangyi is dashing about wildly, after hearing roaring of distant place, the complexion in the jungle changes. Flame imaginary bird? Did this clever bird circle? Jiangyi understands immediately, deciding, was the flame imaginary bird talks. With the man while him, circles a circle, to enter that cave, stole away the sage fruit. Chapter 505, You're My. At this moment, the flame imaginary bird incarnation, Flamingo, raises violently the flame, runs away in the holy mountain direction, occasionally. Will then look around, thief in the eye is glittering the exciting ray. The imposing manner of that man was too terrifying, can run runs far, cannot be held. Clever bird. You will pick up a bargain actually. Jiangyi rushes to the sky, looks into the distance everywhere, but has not waited for the discovery flame imaginary bird, saw the cloud layer deep place. That only huge heaven bird unexpectedly. Jiangyi. Your domestic animal. Desolately sees Jiangyi of distant place, is agitated, the collapse. Screened. Finally just one excited, the heat wave upwells, the whole body becomes tender, ashamed and resentful weak getting down. Jiangyi, you shameless hooligan. Domestic animal that is not concerned about face. You die like a dog. The day of dynasty, the arrogant female's grief and indignation screamed, but uncomfortable sat down exhausted, the consciousness was absent-minded, the body was weak. Is shouting me? This group of women are sick. Jiangyi knits the brows slightly, turns head to leave, to continue to hunt down the flame imaginary bird. Must before that is only clever the bird to eat. The sage fruit seizes. Pursues. Had the dynasty powerhouse to angrily rebuke. Desolate master, said angrily, what pursues to pursue? We now is this situation, pursuing court's death? Jiangyi, that bastard actually brings the toxicant along, definitely is not the good thing. They are poisoned now completely, move do not dare to move heedlessly, let alone hit. Consequence that throws, definitely is no matter what it butchers. Male actually indifferent, if the girl were humiliated, decides will degenerate into the laughingstock, became the shame of dynasty. First finds the place to dispel the poison. Desolately felt oneself were about unable to support, really received enough. With the bad feeling that this group of men mixed up. She only wants to find a peaceful place now, slowly the cleaning up sentiment is poisonous. The heaven bird started violent thunder tide, the passing over gently, and swiftly cloud layer, charged into the jungle of distant place. The flame imaginary bird escapes from more than 300 li, 0.5 kilometers, restrains the flame, hid in the covert canyon crack. Here was almost safe. This spirit fruit, what thing can let that strong fellow protection? Unexpectedly. He first tastes the flavor. The flame imaginary bird determined after periphery does not have the danger. Flings the sage entire to swallow down. However, it underestimated the energy of this spirit fruit seriously. The sage fruit receives the roaring flame, to swallow, to refine, immediately. Releases the violent energy. Probably a Holy Spirit regains consciousness, starts violently the energy. Raging tide, submerges the flame imaginary bird instantaneously. The flame imaginary bird pain called out pitifully, the roaring flame. Ebullition was violently common to out of control, has curled the canyon. Crack, from the top of kilometer turbulently, straight Guanyin Day. The flame imaginary bird felt oneself must scorch. As flame spirit body, if we're burnt by the fire, is big of slippery world. Check simply. However, it the uncontrolled combustion, is burning to the soul from the bone. Now. The whole body roaring flame rebellion, is getting more and more violent. Uncontrolled turning lion, roaring canyon, turns into the spirit butterfly. The fluttering surges, then turns into the great eagle, spreads the wings, too. Fly high, again is the wicked flood dragon, mixes the roaring flame, finally. Turns into the flamingo, the vicious tendencies are torrential. Transforms between the main bodies and 5 monster beasts, back and forth. Pooh. The flame imaginary bird spouts the sage fruit difficultly, restores the original appearance, the startled difficulty, decides visits it. What thing is this? Such high pulse energy. The flame imaginary bird shook the body, the eye exuded to explain the light. Suddenly, swallows down. Bang. The roaring flame surges, is filled with the canyon, following the cliff. Direct link cliff, charges into the upper air. The flame imaginary bird's sad and shrill pitiful yell, is very painful, soon. Starts the radical transformation between the main bodies and lion birds of prey. The beast roar, bird cry, resounds through the canyon. The flame imaginary bird has not put out the sage fruit again, instead is transferring the roaring flame, refining up in the body full power. The sage fruit ray is fierce, the energy of release is getting stronger and stronger, is attacking the mortal body of flame imaginary bird, is stimulating the soul. Its pain is more stimulated. Because mortal body and powerful, the soul is sublimating. When incarnation lion becomes really taller and stronger. The body, sharp claws and hair, appeared completely, turned into the true roaring flame lion. Moreover, in the consciousness unexpectedly also awakened the strength of exclusive inheritance. When incarnation spirit butterfly and great eagle, similarly starts to change completely, and awakens the strength of inheritance. Only the situation of flamingo and wicked flood dragon is special, at that time obtained several bones by luck, can transform the appearance. Even so, the flamingo and wicked flood dragon of incarnation becomes more real. Pooh. The flame imaginary bird cannot shoulder, spat, although pain, but the excited whole body shivers. This feeling was too wonderful. After slow for a while, the flame imaginary bird opens mouth to swallow. So moves back and forth 13 times. The sage fruit consumes 2/3. The boundary of flame imaginary bird broke through the twofold day one after another. The images of 5 kinds of beast of prey are more real, almost cannot see any change trace. Those who make the flame imaginary bird excited is, its bloodline sublimated. Exactly said that realized the long-awaited transformation. Its true body turned into 2 beads. A spirit bead seals the magnanimous energy. A blood bead surges the rushing courage vigor. This is the bead of its life. So long as they were not ruined, no matter it suffers the big wound, does not calculate any injury. Too crisp. The bird master, I must work as the overlord. The flame imaginary bird exciting long and loud cry, the roaring flame rises. Suddenly, melts the canyon the stone wall, forms the magma to roll down. Clever bird. Jiangyi rushes in the canyon, the angrily rebuking flame imaginary bird. Hands over the sage fruit. The flame imaginary bird defends the sage fruit immediately, vigilant Jiang. To result in beautiful. This is the bird master I plays with one's life to attain. Jiangyi is angry, who plays with one's life? Is I plays with one's life in front. The flame imaginary bird disdains, you attract the attention in front. Few idle talk, you give me either I tell that old fogey now, was you. Stole away the sage fruit. Do you dare to threaten me? You did not fear that I ate you. You try. Stops up your mouth centipede meat. Do not raise the centipede meat to me. The flame imaginary bird eyeball. Transferred the revolutions, said, bird master I am not the mindless person. This anything sage fruit really has your merit. Like this, we use in turn. How in turn? A person puts the mouth, including a while, who cannot bear spit, changes one. Are you disgusting? I also dislike you to be disgusting. The bird master I am the pure spirit. Body, your mouth is the saliva. Jiangyi knits the brows, puts out a hand, brings. I first, flame imaginary bird open mouth, to the sage fruit throw. Isn't concerned about face? Jiangyi hurries to seize, forces in the mouth. Hee. The flame imaginary bird has not snatched, observing closely, Jiangyi. That the whole face smiles badly. Only can contain a while by its flame. Physique each time, this boy should quick spit. The sage fruit only remained 1/3, but should be the part of most core. After being once turn it to contain, insist stubbornly, refining up. Thoroughly. Is defending to me. Under the Jiangyi clothing / taking the sage fruit, stimulates great dazzling. Heavenly scripture, refining up forcefully. The Holy Spirit that the sage fruit regains consciousness, probably, blooms. Immediately the strange saint prestige, along with violent energy tied. Jiangyi knows that this is anything, therefore was ready, but underestimated. Inside energy. The sea of Qi is torrential, the spirit strength impact meridians, change to. The golden light saint flame, the ebullition canyon. The Jiangyi whole body seems like must burn thoroughly general, is very painful, almost must spit the sage fruit, but is well tenacious in his will. Resists forcefully, steady revolution, great dazzling heavenly scripture, forms. To swallow the vortex, is covering the sage fruit. The energy that the aura of Holy Spirit rushes, spreads in the Jiangyi whole body, probably mighty current of galloping, violently to astonishing degree. If not the physique is special, there is a whole wide world to fight the Zhou. Protection, Jiangyi at this moment resists hardly, is very likely to ruin the body. Well? Shouldered? The flame imaginary bird accident / surprise worries, the spirit fruit remaining. Parts very possible are better essence, has more secrets. Jiangyi clenches the teeth stubbornly, the whole body was fired the golden color, probably the melting is ordinary, but resists forcefully. Cannot again the cheap, this clever bird. Spits. Spits quickly. Do not support by hard and stubborn effort, in a big hurry quickly. Your this child is so gruff. This energy was too terrifying, will support to explode you. We take your time. The flame imaginary bird flew into a rage, wishes one could to push aside the mouth of Jiangyi, pulls out forcefully. Chapter 506, 8 Bands the Saint Day Secret Art. Jiangyi Revolution, Great Dazzling Heavenly Scripture, refining up to melt the sage fruit forcefully. Sage fruit, the air/chi of Holy Spirit, is quite special. This transcendence life and death boundary, exceeded the extraordinary strength of nirvana boundary. Has the astonishing influence in the body of Jiangyi spirit origin realm. The aura of transcending the mortal world, is nourishing the Jiangyi flesh. Soul, is nourishing spirit essence in sea of qi. The spirit strength sea expands fiercely, the range rises suddenly, the interior also appears the special saint light, is consolidating the sea of qi. Space. The consciousness sea rough seas are torrential, pure brightness, is more powerful, bathed probably the saint light including inside beast mark, scent. Out chilly roaring. The heart rushes the beat, strong powerful, is attacking the whole body blood. Vessel, closely twines the residents, to have the meridians. The Jiangyi whole body ballooning, is very painful, suppresses the sage fruit. Stubbornly. Young brat, spits. This I. Reaching an agreement comes in turn? You act. Shamelessly. The bird master I must feel stifled. The flame imaginary bird flies round around Jiangyi, must unable to bear. Roar. Jiangyi raises the head suddenly, sends out beast of prey horse roaring, the whole body roaring flame instantly rebellion, compared with imposing manner. Powerful several times that before boiled. The golden light saint flame has curled the canyon, the direct impact clouds. A vermilion bird ominous prestige surging world. Lying trough. The flame imaginary bird complexion drastic change, the fright. Retrocedes. What aura is this? The Jiangyi whole body skeleton flip-flop the chaotic sound, the body like. The great waves fluctuating surges, starts comprehensive beast unexpectedly. The pair of wings inspires to strike, gold/metal feather, about launch 89 meters. Both hands both arms distortion, the calcaneum wing has complete blending. Turns into the wing of true vermilion bird, can cut to extinguish the myriad things, cuts down the thunder. The both legs muscle texture is clearly discernible, the claw is sharp, the cold light overflows. The vermilion bird of claw heart place wrestles mark. Seal of day of technique actually to regain consciousness on own initiative. Continuous is deriving the air/chi of Holy Spirit, fills the air killing. Prestige, that startled palpitates. The Jiangyi vertebra delays, presents the magnificent tail feathers. The head skeleton twists, turns into the head of vermilion bird. Jiangyi in the pain tyrannical crying hells, changes to the vermilion bird. Shape completely. Bang. The mountain's explosion sound, the vitality surges. The vault of heaven shivers all over, big you wail. The Jiangyi whole body covers the golden hot feather, flutters to strike the day, leaves behind the astonishing space crack. The pair of eyes golden light twinkle, such as 9 days of tribulation light. Must completely understand that endless vault of heaven, various God. Battlefields. Spirit essence awakens comprehensively, the shape changes completely, under the continued stimulation of sage fruit, reappears the prestige of vermilion. Bird finally. Do I drop an ancestor, the vermilion bird? The flame imaginary bird fright screamed, the whole body roaring flame. Uncontrolled surges, almost knelt down. What did I special see? Vermilion bird. The ancestors of 10,000 bird. One of antiquity divine ancestors. Is this illusion? Does the vermilion bird shape possibly appear on human race? Meanwhile, is seeking for the sage fruit the man also to rush to the vault of heaven crazily, separates is staring at that dignified firebird that spatially spreads the wings to strike the day. Vermilion bird? Flamingo? No. That is not the flamingo. That is the vermilion bird. 10,000 Monster Genealogies, Day Bird Page 1, Vermilion Bird. He the ancestors in eternal holy mountain has seen. The impression was too profound. Did this child awaken vermilion bird spirit mark? Is this must cloud over? Does no return Holy Land know? 50 Does Holy Land know? This is the luck of the world. Holy Land is the calamity of Holy Land. If this makes the royalty know, how could it not be? Must tear up the Holy Land. Agreement takes no return. Holy Land. Jiangyi, comprehensive awakening vermilion bird spirit mark, the boundary. Breaks through 8 heavy days strongly, goes directly to 9th heavenly layer, then attacks 9 heavy summits. Unequaled sublimation. Far ultra initially the stimulation of several drops of God blood. An intense bloodline strength erupts in the whole body, the vermilion bird. Secret technique of anticipation regains consciousness again. The vermilion bird turns over to the Yuan technique. Can swallow to accept the world 10,000 fires, can the pressure myriad things fire spirit. Can make the myriad things turn over to the Yuan, can repeat 10,000 hot principles. If Jiangyi can awaken the true extinguishing world to burn a day of flame in the future, then can above the Ling 10,000 fires, the command myriad things fire spirit. Even can other spirit strength, force counter to turn into pure fire origin force, uses for him. For example, the true vermilion bird divine ancestors can make 10,000 Li, 0.5 kilometers, Jianghai turn into the boundless sea of fire in a flash, can let the strong Tao law that various God releases, reverses the roaring flame, for oneself uses, to show the prestige of 10,000 fire. Jiangyi shocks wild with joy. Worthily is the vermilion bird divine ancestors, the bloodline's inheritance. That awakens each time has the shocking invincible might, has the incomparable, overbearing imposing manner. Although Jiangyi now has not achieved to extinguish the level that the world burns a day of flame, but awakens in spirit origin realm ahead of time, then means that he can swallow other flame officially, and can have the suppression to other flame spirit mark, but can also in the same level resistance, the offensive of enemy, evolve the roaring flame. However, in Jiangyi also immerses during his wild with joy, in the consciousness sea. Emerges intense radiance, sparkles marvelous ancient Chinese characters 8. Ban the Saint Day secret art. Jiangyi feels with rapt attention, the swift and fierce vision, twinkle rocks. Is this Saint Law? How to have such Saint Law? Jiangyi shock, even turns over to the Yuan technique more shocking than the awakening vermilion bird. Let alone after his rebirth, has not seen such martial law, in the consciousness that the previous generation hands down from generation to generation does not have similar memory. This set of Saint Law might exceed the Saint Law level very much. Saint Day? Victory Day. 8 Bound the Saint Day secret art. The mystery is, whenever spans the boundary level time, will precipitate independently, and in later, as growth. Whenever stimulates when needed forcefully, this will integrate the whole body. Enhances a time of battle efficiency. Is just like nascent spirit realm 9th heavenly layer to spirit origin realm. Spans that comprehensive transformation and marvelous sublimation, through 8 will ban the Saint Day secret art, condenses one independently self dash. Sinks to the sea of Qi. Then, self dash with this me, the growth continues to grow, the promotion in aspects. Although cannot be separated from the body to fight, can actually integrate the body when needed, the promotion battle efficiency. Span of nascent spirit realm to spirit origin realm, 4 first bands. Span of spirit origin realm to soul boundary, 4 second bands. The span of soul boundary to life and death boundary, for third bands. Ex analogia, 9 big boundaries, 8 precipitations, condense 8. Self dash. For 8 ban, the Saint Day secret art. In other words, if can precipitate 8 times, finally the strength will promote 8 times. 8 times. Is this remarkable enhancement? Let alone 8 times, 2 times of 3 times, are even terrorist enough. Jiang Yi forgot the pain that the sage fruit brings, immerses in the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile continues to feel. This is which sage studies? Handed down from generation to generation from era? Saint Day? Victory Day? War Day? Go against heaven's will. Jiang Yi more is the feeling more shocks, only hated itself unable to obtain. Ahead of time, missed nascent spirit realm to the spirit origin realm. Precipitation opportunity. To him, 8 ban went to its 1. However, has not missed forthcoming spirit origin realm fortunately to the transformation of soul boundary. So long as succeeds, he during soul boundary, any need time enhances a time of battle efficiency. 1 time. He has been able to show disdain for the world Saint Mark, if can sublimate. 1 time, by enemy 2, enemies 3, even jumps the ranks can independently. A war. Jiang Yi awakens suddenly, lowers the head looked, on the following canyon. Cliff is standing unexpectedly a man, before is, the man in cave. The men have hair disheveled, the imposing manner is wild, exudes the eye of red light to open the eyes to stare at Jiang Yi stubbornly. Jiang Yi hurries to refine finally that sage fruit, restrained the vermilion bird monster body, re-enters the person, gets down from the upper air. Sage fruit is the flame imaginary bird steals. I do not know him. Friend, completely. The flame imaginary bird shows the whites of the eyes. By the discomfort that the imposing manner of man presses, this little while has shouted abuse. The male whole body is filling the hot-tempered and terrifying aura, the thunder and lightning I observes closely. Jiang Yi, what your is spirit? Mark? Firebird. What class firebird? Had not made clear. Are you vermilion bird? Cracking a joke, I am only the Saint Mark. You are the vermilion bird. Senior, you made a mistake. Who does also know? I do not know. Male eye ground cold light for the first time presently, boy, speaks the truth. To me, otherwise I announce eternal holy mountain now. You guess, what consequence will present? Jiang Yi hesitates over and over, the forced smile said, also asked the senior. To keep secret, in return, if I can grow, in the future 50 Holy Land has. Difficult, must vigorously, but was. Really vermilion bird? Although men some guess, but said from front youngster. Mouth, was unassuageable, the swift and fierce look, became complex. Sage fruit, even if I owe you, in the future will use other more precious. Spirit treasure, presents 50 Holy Land. Jiang Yi hurries to say. Certainly certain. The flame imaginary bird nods inside, for fear that this man vitality, / angry, gave to pat it broken. The male facial expression is cold, the vision has been staring at Jiang Yi. The sage fruit is most valuable spirit treasure, that his for 100 years. Collect, prepares to the 50 Holy Land descendants. Finally by these 2 fellow disasters. But is startled unexpectedly a vermilion bird. He cannot actually be angry. The men stare at Jiang Yi for a very long time, disperses the imposing manner. Is incapable of shaking the head. I could not leave here, could not live. Many years, outside matter does not manage. Since the sage peel you ate, is predestined friends with you. Jiang Yi relaxes secretly, thanks senior helps. You do not owe me, you owe 50 Holy Land. The men looked at Jiang Yi. Finally, soars to leave. Walked? Walked? Flame imaginary bird thief, shaking the eyeball, sits down. Exhausted there. Chapter 507, loses ancient. Jiang Yi was also very accidental/surprised, went ahead, the sage fruit had not investigated. The 50 Holy Land person is really good. Did you eat? Without remaining? The flame imaginary bird leaps the body. All ate. You are really ruthless. Others get together to work, oneself eat the meat, at least keeps a bone to the companion, you are the mouth soup do not give. Did you eat the meat before? Oh, others are the stingy person do not lift a finger to help, you simply do not have the wool. Where does your study? I asked you, in your mind had to present martial law? Martial law? What martial law? You swallowed so many, what obtained? Bloodlines. You're also awakening martial law? You're unexpectedly also awakening martial law. You, flame imaginary bird lower jaw, suddenly weak imposing manner, a little dreads front this fellow. Your bloodlines how? My bloodlines transformation. If swallowed, what roaring flame class monster? Beast again, could plunder its complete strength. I can also transform in the monster body spirit bodies completely, did not change the time also having mystical powers body of monster body, to remain. Like before, changed to spirit body time also had the monster body shape. The flame imaginary bird raises excitedly, this is it until now the strong capability that anticipates. Jiang Yi asked suddenly, is interested in leaving with me? Although this bird the conduct issue, is the strength truly is a little strong, not only the spirit body monster body naturally transforms, but can also change the body to become the different monster beast shapes truly. In the future someday, if feeds his several years with own blood, this fellow can. Bird Master I several years ago also wants to leave, has pressed the boundary. The result eternal spirit is not being in full bloom, finally cannot hold. Breakthrough. Finally, the Bird Master I just did not break through for a half year, the eternal spirit was in full bloom unexpectedly. The flame imaginary bird raises aggrievedly. You now what boundary? Before soul boundary first heavenly layer, now, third heavenly layer. Do you want to leave? Haven't you understood my words? I could not leave. I can lead you to leave. Do you blow flamboyant? If you do not have the egg to entrain, has not ascended the sky. My this tower is very mysterious, can hide to go in you, and isolates the aura. Take seriously? Flame imaginary bird at present one bright. You must mix with me. A flame imaginary bird eyeball revolution, flings the wing to applaud with. Jiang Yi, deal. Is so happy? That natural, the bird master works is always decisive. The flame imaginary bird essence, the outside world affirmation danger, its physique is also special, cannot do well as grasped, when fights the slave. Front this boy unexpectedly is vermilion bird spirit mark, in the future, the achievement will be definitely extraordinary, with his right. Moreover, the fellow who plays with the sentiment medicine, really suited its appetite. Now says we're losing ancient is? Jiang Yi soars to leave, in order to avoid the air/chi, a beforehand vermilion bird, brings in the peacock. Where before speaking is coming. The flame imaginary bird follows close on behind, eternal holy mountain. Monster beast quantity are many, over 6 entirely succeed is retaining the primitive bloodlines, spirit origin realm human, if not the familiar situation, lives 3 in May/5 months, but over a half year, must die. Without doubt. You must know, powerful spirit mark also makes up regarding the monster beast. Greatly, particularly Holy Spirit mark. Therefore from ancient to present, whenever the eternal holy mountain seal was stranded, the person here almost does not have living the hope. Until more than 7,000 years ago, because eternal spirit unknown cause after putting short January/1 month suddenly on the wane, causes eternal holy mountain to close ahead of time. Over 200 human were stranded here. Makes many people go crazy desperately, makes many people unite. After the 3-year survival, majority died, but 17 people insist, the person are not many, is actually some powerful Saint Marks. They are stationed in the eternal holy mountain deep place, withdrawing back. Common life, common growth. Originally was anticipating can insist for 100 years, waits for eternal holy mountain to open the time again, with outside report safe and secure. Sends back own descendant. Finally, after that eternal spirit is accidentally on the wane, as many as 800 years. Has not been in full bloom again. 800 years, first that group of people passed away, living was multiplies the people after dozens generations, they have forgotten the ancestor status. Regarded itself eternal Mount Athos's people, lived in the holy mountain. Following special mystical place, was called to lose their ancient. 800 years later, after eternal holy mountain opens again, they have not related with outside, instead observed closely human of rushing. Does not hunt directly, but after his other holy mountain closed, too. Trapped/sleepy person, 2 choices here. First, was killed. Second, to eliminate remembers, goes to them. The flame imaginary bird remembered the man of beforehand cave, the man has not gone for shelter to lose ancient, actually will live now, but also as powerful as this degree. Simply is the miracle. Jiangyi is very accidental/surprised, eternal holy mountain is actually living such a group of forgotten people. They survived here in 700, but also gathered the been stranded disciple unceasingly? Right, the eternal holy mountain closure, the somewhat greedy person each time walks is not prompt, finally was stranded here. These been stranded person, the talent is good. That is natural, loses ancient, can gather 2 to 3 new Saint Marks each time. But they are the Saint Mark descendant, but also has the eternal holy mountain. Exceptional superiority, the strength develops the present to be terrifying. Besides several overlord wicked beasts, they almost dominated. Haven't they sent 4? He. Speaking of that they, usually that what, is not that what. You understand that or what not, you're what? Rubbish, said the key point. They soon will be in full bloom the beforehand 10 years in the eternal spirit. 20 years, crazy, the made person trains full power, after the eternal spirit is in full bloom, chooses some elites to let out. From all sides several thousand years, I suspected they had constructed the mysterious influence outside, and good that very develops. The group of people who let out every 100 years, are equivalent to the fresh blood, but can also bring powerful spirit treasure, as well as powerful unusual animals. The flame imaginary bird catches up with Jiangyi, lowers the sound, these also has time, I also met couple days ago. Strongest 2 named Lan Nua and Lan Yin, the talent is strong. Jiangyi nods slowly, if so, they are very likely to create the secret organization outside, moreover, is very powerful. At least royal rank. Even as ascends a height, to get a broad view of 100 clan battlefields. Sovereign to say. Jiangyi considers is only evading the peacock, has not actually noticed. Shortly after he leaves, in the distant place canyon being correct, monster Different red light puts quietly, is feeling the air/chi of residual vermilion. Bird carefully. Inside and outside 300. Jiangyi slows the tempo slightly, falls to a palatial summit, you must leave. Having thing that wants to carry off? My Gujia widowed bird, there is nothing to miss. I meant that here does have the treasure that what hidden? Left, but did not. Come back again, can carry off, should not be impolite. The treasure of hidden, I think. Ordinary fruit spirit treasure, must make even in larges. Also really has. Flame imaginary bird at present one bright, thought of a place. Special what has? Follows me. The flame imaginary bird accelerates immediately, brings Jiangyi far away. From the summit, speeds along toward the distant place. Hey! Saving was troublesome. This clever bird definitely has anything big goods. Jiangyi follows immediately. However, after several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, the Jiangyi feeling is not suddenly right. This motion position, how is rushing to peacock there? Is this goes? You must play in a big way, there has me to feel in a big way. Shocks. Absolutely. And the flame imaginary bird thief smiles, I can guarantee. From ancient to present, no one discovers there. That is the secret that I stumble upon. Is far? Proceeded more than 300 li, 0.5 kilometers, to arrive. Does determination only need more than 300 li, 0.5 kilometers? Naturally determined, what you do fear. More than 300 li, 0.5 kilometers, can also accept. Jiangyi follows the flame. Imaginary bird, so long as can maintain the distance of 1000 li, 500 kilometers. With peacock there, should have no major problem. Chapter 508, Antiquity Taboo. You observe toward below. The flame imaginary bird brings Jiangyi to circle. In the upper air, is overlooking lush jungle under 10,000 meters. What observes? Jiangyi is strange, what does here have to distinguish with other places? Observes 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, range the mountain trend, you have not misunderstood, is 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. Observes that two Great Lakes again. The flame imaginary bird circles in the upper air, in the look is difficult to cover excitedly. Jiangyi avoids the fog of fluctuating, carefully observes the hills. Appearance of the mountain fluctuate, spreads across, does not have the rule. The lake somewhat is actually special, a taking the form of scorching sun. Spreads the trace that to periphery revolves, takes the form of one time. Crescent moon, is not regular. What saw? No. You look following my direction. The flame imaginary bird is pointing at the front mountain, shifts following the appearance of the mountain slowly. Has not seen anything. Displays you to imagine. This Kujiyama resembles, does not seem like 9 big dragons, pestered in one? Big dragon? Entanglement? Your this was also too forced. The years of eternal holy mountain were too glorious, mostly mountain massif. Because the special reason presents the avalanche and wrong crack, you imagine. Them, returns to original state. Like? You said that, but also somewhat resembles. But this also. What is a bit like. You look at 2 lakes again, like the solarine. Moon/month? Do not look at the present outline, you use the imagination. You said that directly following has anything. Before is very long, some people notice here situation, and fantasized has. 9 dragons pays respects heaven, livelihood same splendor the appearance. Then according to law deduces a core, there. The flame imaginary bird refers to several of distant place had crashed. Obviously the mountain, to continue to say. Before that 5 mountains, is not this, but is palatial tall and straight. Probably the giant guard is the same, is guarding a canyon. Below of canyon is a law core is. Most started is the Lord of Losing discovered here, and crashed 5 mountains. Forcefully, dug out a huge palace below. At that time also caused the stir of. Entire eternal holy mountain, Chilan Peacock Tiampun came. In palace is tens of thousands of skeletons, all was the antiquity giant. Beast, black tortoise, Kuanping, gluttony weight, / etc., phoenix, and big dragon. Although the years are glorious, but in the remains of many monster beast also. Remains monster chi slightly. These skeletons caused to be dozens tangled warfare in eternal holy mountain. Let's massive beast of prey, because in skeleton transformed the bloodlines. Monster chi. Before that was 3,000 matter, the present palace has left uncultivated, inside. Bone stubble did not have. The flame imaginary bird hits the thick fog, charges into that 5 mountains. Of distant place. Jiangyi follows close on behind, what did not have, do you also lead me to? Do? Hee hee. The bird master, I have the new discovery, follows quickly. The guarantee. Makes you be startled. The flame imaginary bird urged Jiangyi excitedly, directly soared the mountain. 5 mountains overlook from 10,000 meters upper airfield are huge, can feel their broadness. Luxuriant forest submergence the mountain of fluctuating, certain old trees. Are tall and straight, many trees sturdy, great large, the twig lets fall, just. Like the curtain arrange / cloth, the ground thick fallen leaf is 78 meters. Fully, is hiding the massive spirit fruit old medicines. The Jiangyi, following flame imaginary bird organizes the jump in the chaotic. Twigs, is seeking, for the deep valley entrance. Beyond more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers. One group of youth men and women are ambushing cautiously in the hidden place. Concentrates all one's attention on, anxious looks at that stretch of forest. Land 300 meters away. There seems like with the surroundings woods is not different, peaceful moist. Lush thick. Old tree static occupying of several vicissitudes there, let fall a lot of branches, hangs all over the moss vine. A sunlight across the crown, throws down the hazy light beam, casts light upon beautiful, that only to be fresh. There. But that piece seems like that very ordinary place, makes that group of men and women 300 meters away anxiously, to suffocating. They are not outside Holy Land disciple, but loses ancient place Lan Nua Lan. Een and the others. 10,000 spirit blood trees. Is 10,000 spirit blood trees. Lan Nua is anxious and excited, in the bright eye pupil is rocking. Inconceivable none. Is standing a fresh and tender young tree in several old trees, trunk and branches fishy smell red like blood, for twigs are tall and slender, the delicate rhizome has not gripped an underground, but is stepping on the withered leaf pile. What is most mysterious is top of the tree the spirit fruit of that bright red desire drop. At first sight, probably steadily villain of head. Young tree probably also very intelligent, being out of sorts is looking at the distant place. That is 10,000 spirit blood trees. Will not be wrong. Lan Een and the others were exchanging the exciting vision, the nod, gave the confirmation, slowly. Before 3,000, lost ancient, then ancestor once in this mountain forest. Underground discovered Trasher Palace, inside is burying the innumerable monster beast remains. Including the big dragon phoenix even was black tortoise and other antiquity. Giant beasts. Trasher Palace, guardian, is a vigorous huge blood color strange tree. Put together eternal holy mountain all top monster beasts, depending on one's effort. Blood unexpectedly, killed rivers of blood, are filled with sufferers. According to the record, that blood tree almost all extinguished eternal holy mountain top monster overlord Lord. That tree is 10,000 spirit blood trees. Derives the bloodlines remains of myriad monster beasts in Trushur Palace. Berry, super war tree that is born. It may be called the difficult adversary of Monster Clan, most terrifying Monster Clan predator. So long as it has absorbed the similar monster beast bloodlines, can evolve to suppress the great power of that bloodlines in the body. For example, if it has absorbed Divine Dragon, can hunt World Dragon Clan, if has absorbed the Vermilion Bird, can prey on Trillion Bird clans, if absorbs Black Tortoise, can kill the Sea, take Sea Clan, 10,000 Yahweh, to be eaten. The Monster Clan bloodlines that it absorbs are more or stronger, it is then more powerful, until is unapproachable. It once was the nightmare of Era Monster Clan. It once caused Trillion monster clans to encircle jointly with Samsara. Supernatural power thorough seal. No one has thought 10,000 spirit blood trees appear in eternal holy mountain unexpectedly. Under was the seed that the antiquity left behind, glowed the life under the peculiar circumstance, the master in burying that palace resurrected 10,000 spirit blood trees by the special capability. This no one knows. However, its great strength made the monster clan of eternal holy mountain feel the intense threat. Finally, after joined up completely, 10,000 spirit blood tree killing. Exactly said, 10,000 spirit blood trees have not died, had not been suppressed, but changes to itself, the endless monster blood release at the final moment, Incarnadine eternal holy mountain 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. Mountain range. Some people have said that this is 10,000 spirit blood trees is killed by weapons, is an alternative rebirth. In the future, if the blood color young tree, the top of the head blood fruit, appears again, and enters Trushur Palace, or stares at Trushur Palace in the distant place, can recognize 10,000 spirit blood trees resurrecting. After that in 3000, various monster clans, and lost ancient look around, have not discovered the top of the head blood fruit again the young tree. This is the legend. This is the ancient record. How Lan Nua has not thought that when she will soon leave eternal holy mountain, will meet the 10,000 spirit blood trees of rebirth. Unexpectedly. This is the heaven gives her gracious gift simply. Holds it. Must hold it. Lan Nua hints to the people, prepares to approach forward. The people nod mutually, deeply after raising the tone, turns very quiet. Again, controls the spirit strength and meridians to be mobile, approaches cautiously forward. This type may be called taboo, the thing of going against heaven's will. Since met, cannot let off absolutely. 10,000 spirit blood trees have very high spirit wisdom, probably. Looking out distant place. There is the deep valley direction that 5 mountains surround and protect, there is the place that once protected. Lanine worries to proceed, does not step on a deadwood, carefully. Whole body. One stiff, the forehead seeps out the cold sweat, anxious as looking at the 10,000 spirit blood trees of distant place. Lan Nua and the others shrink, the body immediately, hides behind big tree. 10,000 spirit blood trees, get back one's composure leisurely, the above blood red fruit seems like the head to turn around, looks at the surrounding woods. Lanine, their hearts, mentioned the throat. Once ran away in fear 10,000 spirit blood trees, wanted to find it in the boundless rain forest again, was no different looks for a needle in a haystack. After they must approach to certain distance, can initiate surrounds and captures. 10,000 spirit blood trees have a look everywhere, has not discovered. Exceptionally, turning the head continues to look at the distant place. Who? Continue. 100 meters. Must to 100 meters in. Lanin relaxes slightly, hints to the people, to continue to surround. Forward. However. At this time, the distant place heard to shout loudly suddenly. Haha, front. In front. Before Bird Master me, prepares, when the life and death boundary comes again. Without thinking came back quickly. You're following Bird Master, this time gained in a big way. The flame imaginary bird cries out strangely excitedly, alternates in the jungle speedily, the flame is steaming, to slash clashes toward 10,000 spirit. Blood tree here. Chapter 509, One a Water World. Axe. Lan Nua their complexion big change, can ignore the hidden, all comes. Plunges the 10,000 spirit blood trees of distant place. However, 10,000 spirit blood trees are frightened, first step sneaks in. The jungle, without a trace of disappearance. In this lush virgin forest, can easily hide as the 10,000 spirit blood. Trees of tree monster. Damn. Damn. Was poor. Is fierce the lawning anger to the appearance. 10,000 spirit blood trees must catch shortly. If can obtain 10,000 spirit blood trees, they do not want Titan Python. Even, does not want the peacock, anything. The clansmen who lose the ancient place are startled in same place, vanished? Did 10,000 spirit blood trees sneak off from them helplessly? Well. Also met. The flame imaginary bird was very surprised bumped into. Unexpectedly here person who lost the ancient place. You come to here to do. Who makes you come? Has the youth clansman eyes too? Blush, angrily rebuking flame imaginary bird. The damn clever bird, does not come early late, came at this time. Intentional? This saying said that when here becomes you to lose ancient, the bird master I have not been able to come. Flame imaginary bird arrogant raised the head. The bloodlines transformed, the boundary promotion, it did not fear this group of boys. You can come to here, but you come is not the time. Lan Nua is also very regrettable, so long as proceeds to approach 10 meters again, enters in. 100 meters, almost can make a move. Oh. 10,000 spirit blood trees. If can bring to arrive at outside, uses outside monster beast to feed, 10,000 spirit blood trees will make the entire dark blue profound mainland. Shock. Northern Heaven's royalty, the Revelation sovereign said that will estimate them God strength. But these rookies can also rely on 10,000 spirit blood trees. Receives the God to cultivate with emphasis, even as the attendants of old. Ancestor. A flame imaginary bird eyeball revolution, said suddenly, what do you grasp? Here? You have entered the fish of net to run away, in fear us, you must be responsible for. Lanin annoyed is staring at the flame imaginary bird. Hee, I most am responsible for Lan Nua treasure label. The flame imaginary bird is winking to beautiful Lan Nua, but also coquettish, blew a whistling. Holds it. Lan Nua hints to the people. 10,000 spirit blood trees ran. With this clever bird compensation. I advised politely you to think again, bird master, but now soul boundary. Third heavenly layer. Flame imaginary bird, proudly reminder they, but words. Although said, the look is very vigilant. The fellow who this crowd of preparations leave definitely brings very horrifying weapon along, if hits, who is weak, is really uncertain. Didn't you return first heavenly layer couple days ago? Lan Yin then discovered the flame imaginary bird aura strengthen. You also said that that is several days ago. Bird master my having God-given wisdom. The flame imaginary bird is just about to show off. Front. Lan Nuo lifts the hand suddenly, the slender fingertip is forward certain, flings drop of clear water drop. The water drop is glittering and translucent carving, pure clear, reflects the forest beautiful scene, is producing an inverted image, the blue sky, lithe. Wonderful, clear spirit, harmless. However, is the world scene that this reflects, actually flew to hit a target. Inconceivable in the water drop arrived at inside by the info clerk. Bang! In the surrounding area a kilometer jungle of crashes loudly, turned into the dust instantaneously. The vault of heaven is dim, the fog dissipates, as if changes to the black hole. The water drop speed rises suddenly, the power and influence fright, depending on the strength of mountains and rivers, the air/chi of the world, takes the flame imaginary bird. A water world. Unbelievable evolution. The stirring violence strikes. The flame imaginary bird is still opening mouth to show off, water drop already. But instantly, entered the mouth. With frigid explosion, the head of flame imaginary bird, half body, at the scene scrap. It cannot die. Dispersing, surrounds. Lan Nuo, beautiful pupil twinkle none, commanded that the people form the encirclement ring, the delicate hands flutter, a piece of jade mirror flings to the upper air. This was prepared to seize the treasure of 10,000 spirit blood trees a moment ago, now, serving, clever bird. The jade mirror soars, radiance blooms, dazzling blazing, passes the world. Instantaneous photo. Light. The next quarter, the jade mirror across the sky, the inverted image head/left. The flame imaginary bird tattered appearance. Little mother the sun, were you also the soul boundary? Conceals is deep enough. The flame imaginary bird must meet again immediately the body, actually. Suddenly discovered. In any event stimulates to movement the blood bead, the courage vigor is hard. The meeting again mortal body, was imprisoned probably in the space of solidification. Empty day mirror? The lying trough, how the lord of losing, gave you it. The flame imaginary bird is shocking, that is can twist the reality kills. Fearfully. Once screens your appearance, can completely control you, including your body and soul. In the jade mirror presents anything to change, you in reality will present anything to change. In jade mirror, motionless, you did not move. In the jade mirror died, you died. Lost ancient kills this type unexpectedly strangely gave Lan Nuo. Leaves with me? Lan Nuo flies fast, if the startled great wild goose soars. Must grasp to the empty day mirror, controls the flame imaginary bird. At this time, the form dropped from the clouds together like lightning, the speed to the pinnacle, then fell quickly suddenly near a man radical. That person of pupil condenses, responded as extremely quick, turned around. Instantly, in the hand the heavy black blade leapt the fierce blade air/chi. Such as the thunder and lightning twinkle, divided to cut outrageously. Jiangyi falls to the ground to set out, lifts the hand interception, in the passing clouds and flowing water, completely obviously the verve potential. Clang. Ear-spitting thundering, the black blade stops accordingly. Jiangyi gripped the blade edge with the palm, directly, the arm crazy strength. Erupted, grabs the blade edge to raise instantaneously. The men are unexpected, was raised distressedly draws back. Jiangyi acts like the electricity, nape of the neck, that seized the man. Who? The people awaken, turns around suddenly. Put it. Jiangyi seizes the neck of man, the steely finger, being in bed body, seizes firmly the artery and neck vertebra. Men pinched straight rolls the eyes, wants to counterattack, can actually feel the golden roaring flame that front this person of wrist/skill place. Surges clearly, so long as use the spirit strength, that roaring flame is very likely to submerge the head in the same time. Hoon put. The Lanine brow tight wrinkle, look serious. They are leaving the Holy Land beforehand action to keep secret as far as possible, avoid excessively contacting with the stranger. Where does this person from brave? Unexpectedly such direct falling before them. Does here have other to need to put? The Jiangyi swift and fierce vision has swept the surrounding more than 10 disciples. These people should be the people who lose the ancient place. Flame imaginary bird? Lanine looks at the flame imaginary bird that the eye was controlled. Some unexpectedly people are the friend with the clever bird. By clever bird pit? Put it. The hand of Jiangyi more pinches is tighter, cannon break asunder. Lose the neck of clansman momentarily. It is our. Lanine hints the clansman to be ready. This person of boundary is very high, the aura is not weak. It is not the thing of without owner, it is me. Jiangyi is slightly vigilant. Is it you? He, you also are really anything dare to want. Did not fear that. This clever bird did sell you? Had nothing to do with you, put it. It alarmed our hunting, you said how to calculate? You forgive its action of having no intention, I forgive you to wound it, too. Clear. He, even if killed it, cannot repay. You said how to solve? You turn around now, go away, it turns over to us, is lives dies, there is nothing to do with you. Jiangyi smiles in a soft voice, here has an idea, do you want to listen? Said. You put it, I kept your status and secrets. The Jiangyi voice falls, loses the look of clansman to be suddenly swift and fierce, observes closely, Jiangyi stubbornly, excuse me, what status, what? Secret? Jiangyi is welcoming their vision, loses the ancient place the status, secret. That you must leave. Suffices? Lan Nua observes closely, the flame imaginary bird, you said should not say. Do. You know the consequence? In the flame imaginary bird tattered body makes the sound, I do not have the head not to have the mouth now, could not hear you to say anything, could not speak. Kills. Lan Nua ordered decisively. Loses the ancient place the secret unable to pass to outside, must preserve. 2 clansmen disappear instantly, the next quarter appeared left and right of Jiangyi directly, speed quickly to pinnacle, crescent moon dagger, same time. Thorn to the Jiangyi throat and chest cavity. Clang. The Jiangyi body ties tight, punctures fierce combat Zhou, the hard anti. Dagger, leaps the violent black tide simultaneously, sweeps across dozens meters. 2 people complexion changes, leaves decisively. However the 12 irons in black tide open wide firmly instantly, hit to make a debut of chains, the intense wind shoots, tied down them forcefully. Distant place people brow slightly wrinkle, what martial law is this? Lanine is very accidental/surprised, can the body of this fellow direct anti live in the dagger assassination unexpectedly? The Jiangyi facial features are cold, the look is swift and fierce. 3. Lives trade its life. If okay, put it, if not good, you killed it, I killed them, then. I accompanied you to play. Chapter 510, Clever Bird. Mahayana Saint Mark? You are the 9th lunar month people, is the Holy Land. Disciple? Lan Nua is controlling the flame imaginary bird, but starts to size up Jiangyi. Holy Land disciple. Your? I said that remained my one, did you believe? At least, they hear, your did not bluster with was very rough. Lan Nua deeply looked at Jiang Yi, slightly does silent, said, can you really keep the secret? If we do not have the relation since then again, I will keep the secret. Forever, if there is any not good matter to happen, I. At this time, the ground wriggled suddenly, a vigorous old vine drilled, above. Is going against the purple bottle gourd. Jiang Yi vision slightly cold, sticks out suddenly instantly, pulls the bronze. Tower 3 clansman, inspires the Saint Flame pair of wings, charges into the sky. Lan Yu, received him. Lan Nua commanded. The purple bottle gourd ray is bright, the bright desire drops, actually boils. In an instant the dreadful ray, submerged Jiang Yi, that runs away. Jiang Yi detects immediately, exceptionally, gets sucked probably in the sea. Deep place that turned wells up, the speed is limited seriously. You could not escape. A petite delightful female from underground to slash clashes, holds the old vine, is controlling the purple bottle gourd. She loses the clansman, before Jiang Yi controlled 2 clansmen has sunk. Quietly underground. Receives. Lan Yu scolds tenderly, in the hand the bottle gourd strikes upwards, the dreadful auspicious sign forms the vortex tied immediately, rumble makes. Noise, vast momentum, pulls Jiang Yi, to fall from the sky. The Jiang Yi crazy release roaring flame, is actually hard to control the body, as the auspicious sign vortex falls rapidly. Universe bottle gourd? Lost ancient, the family property to you. The flame. Imaginary bird calls out an alarm in the distant place. Boy, I comes to the elder sister. Lan Yu is sweet and pretty, stimulates to movement the old vine impact purple bottle gourd. The bottle gourd is exquisite, actually rocks the potential of mountain's rain. Forest, the purple raging tide writings, cling Jiang Yi, directly soars the bottle gourd. At a crucial moment within, Jiang Yi offers a sacrifice to 9 sovereigns to refine a day of cauldron, full power stimulation of movement. Bang! The cauldron furnace shakes, deafening, rises suddenly to more than 50 meters. Fiercely, is seething with excitement the torrential Saint Flame as Jiang Yi, hit ruthlessly to the bottle gourd, shouted crazily resounds through the jungle, gives me to break to pieces. What? Lan Yu calls out an alarm, felt that the cauldron furnace is uncommon. Receives the bottle gourd decisively, the dispersing auspicious sign. The Jiang Yi actually offensive continues, takes away the cauldron furnace. The whole body turns over, one throat that grasped to the female. At a crucial moment within, the soul acupuncture, hit together air-splitting. To Jiang Yi. Soul needle, slender like wool, silent, is actually approaching Jiang Yi in an instant splits up a lot, the cold air is piercing, gloomy evil, probably a lot of malicious ghosts, charge into the head of Jiang Yi speedily. The Jiang Yi pair of wings inspires to strike, violent turnover, danger. Dangerous avoided the soul needle puncture. Well? Front overwhelming power, losing clansman, slightly surprise, is so resourceful? Jiang Yi falls to the ground in an instant, soars to the heavens sticks out. Suddenly, directly soars above the kilometer, the whole body roaring flame is torrential, is ready in full battle array. Do these lose clansmen every treasure? Was the treasure of eternal holy mountain all given to poach by them? Response is very quick. Lan Yu is grasping the old vine, vigilant upper air. In never expected that holy land also has such special person, in the look is passing the ruthless air/chi, in the deal with changes shows the experience. It seems like we could not reach the agreement. Jiang Yi loses the clansman. To release 3, hangs with the chains in the midair, don't you for the Conservative secret, attend to them completely? Even if we die, must lose the secret conservatively. Lan grasps the treasured sword, looks out the sky. Said that I can die without doubt? Hee, the flame imaginary bird turned over. To you, said goodbye. Jiang Yi has nothing to hesitate, dragging 3 to lose the clansman to lead by far. Oh? What's the matter? Did this walk? No longer insists? Perhaps can also rescue. The flame imaginary bird cries out strangely, Jiang Yi, your bastard, who said that must lead me to mix together. Your sir. I must break ties with you. Do not quarrel. Lan Nua is controlling in the empty day mirror, inverted image, slowly tearing who he is. The body of flame imaginary bird really like void mirror and starts to tear. Blood crossflow, I said. I must listen to the truth. Although I want to lead you to leave, but cannot. Lead you to leave. I can make you make the war to favor, can refine you. The Lan Nua long skirt is elegant, it beautiful fairy maiden, but said is cold. Makes people scared. I said. He is the 50 Holy Land enlightened ruler passes on the disciple, he. Called Jiang Yi, you have not misunderstood, was 50 Holy Land. Revering of Western Holy Land Lord. He knows secret that loses, is not because I said that. Was that man says. The flame imaginary bird runs off at the mouth. What man? In the cave is defending that man of sage fruit. You have not noticed my bloodline's transformation, because prophets at someone's expense ate the sage fruit. Su Tianji? Lan Nua Lanin and the others knit the brows slightly. I do not know that he called anything, but he said that oneself was the person who 50 Holy Land left behind, gave Jiang Yi the sage fruit. Because I am on intimate terms with Jiang Yi, unlucky obtains. Loses the ancient place the matter, was really not I says. Flame imaginary nyctalopia bead chaotic revolutions, very astute matter. Stopper to that fearful man on. However what makes it strange is, Lan Nua they know that man probably. The Lanin complexion sinks, Su Tianji has made the agreement with us, cannot divulge to lose the ancient place the secret. Lan Yu jumps front, points at the flame imaginary bird to scold tenderly. Clever bird. What has the Sude lonesome added? Jiang Yi invited him to bring to seek for spirit treasure at that time. Everywhere, he said oneself cannot wander about aimlessly, gave Jiang Yi to complete the mission the sage fruit and reserved treasure even. Jiang Yi asked why cannot walk, his hesitant said that here is living one group of special people. I talked too much at that time, said the sentence loses ancient. But I ensure. Had not said. The flame imaginary bird train of thought is active, ships out the crying father to shout that mother's appearance is dealing with ingeniously. Lanin also asked, how Jiang Yi knows that we do want to leave. This said. Jiang Yi, this fellow, was too intelligent, was he himself asked the sentence. Can here person send for? Then. I cannot certainly speak irresponsibly. That man was silent, finally Jiang Yi possibly felt default. You said real? Lan Yu doubt looks at the flame imaginary bird. Younger sister Lan Yu, what bird I am, aren't you clear? Clever bird. Bad bird. Color bird. You said me to be bad, I can endure. Said my color, was the bird body. Attack. You're not color? Can you peep I to take a bath? Well. That is you, I have thought as Lan Nua treasure label, harms me too. Never forget. However, your stature is good, the growth is good. I killed you. Sufficed. Lan Eend berated, wicked observing closely flame imaginary bird. The flame imaginary bird reminded them, I advised politely you to reconcile with Jiang Yi on own initiative, otherwise the lunatic anything matter could do. Lan Eend look flood cold, he, if dares to speak irresponsibly outside, 50. Holy Land to vanishing is not far. The flame imaginary bird said, let alone boast. On this day under no one can ruin Holy Land, casually, otherwise investigates, not only the Holy Land Alliance will crusade against, but also possibly involves existence of higher level. Lan Eend is dumbfounded, Holy Land is responsible for protecting the common people, controls the world destiny, was not only respected by the world, was blessed by top layer that crowd of influences. If really must oppose with Holy Land, will make the innumerable trouble, is possibly noisy the matter, completely exposes their secrets. The flame imaginary bird continues saying, wanted me saying that you reconciled with Jiang Yi. The Holy Land person works or has the discretion, so long as he guaranteed did not say, will not really say. Also, you should develop so many years outside, is not the sovereign saying that was also the royalty. Also feared that was known the secret? Lan Nua received the empty day mirror, shouted him. The flame imaginary bird regains the freedom, rapid healing injury. Shouted. That, killed, is. I want to chat with him. Lan Nua is indifferent, killing intent of eye ground. Disperses. Chatted? Flame imaginary bird vigilant periphery. Looked at his attitude. Good. I found certainly him. However you must guarantee, do not kill him. 50 Holy Land regards as important this person very much, will otherwise definitely retaliate. You invited him by all means that if both sides satisfied finally, I will not only forgive him, but can also lead you to leave. Leaves? You, since took the sage fruit, the bloodlines should transform to the pure blood. You stay here to be a pity, I lead you to leave, giving you are free. My Turan soul boundary, third heavenly layer. I am also the soul boundary, but I can the seal boundary. My good news. The flame imaginary bird complies, to melt the catching fire. Eagle to charge into the sky happily. Lan Nua looks at the flame imaginary bird leaves, the sweet and pretty jade. Dimple is tranquil as usual, but the clear eye pupil actually flashes the corridor way cold light. Chapter 511, reverses the reality, empty day mirror. Inside and outside 20, Jiang Yi sits in the summit looks at the jungle that the distant fog is filling. Waiting flame imaginary bird. This fellow ghost essence, should be able to think that the means withdraw. If other quite a while does not come back, he thinks again other means rescued. In the past. Shortly, a flame dashes the front fog, appears in the Jiang Yi line of sight. Did you run? Disappointed me. The flame imaginary bird drops from the clouds. Throws the corner the wing to look angrily at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi joke, this small matter could not have dealt with, but also has a face with me mixes? Your sir. You hurt my heart. Do you have a mind? Rubbish, did they walk? They ate to decide you. How do they want? Asks you to negotiate, you release people, they put you. Reliable? Is unreliable. How do you comply? Complies, first withdraws importantly. Flame imaginary bird thief smiled, if before, he also really feared that loses. The ancient that group of people. After all oneself were stranded in this eternal holy mountain, has no place to go, so long as loses the ancient these great people to act, it must die without doubt. Now, must follow Jiang Yi to leave in any case, but also fears his bird. Who controls your girl is, what treasure is the jade mirror in hand? The girl called Lan Nua, was good-looking, was that type seemingly graceful. Arrogant, past the stock, to flatter the vigor, wholly pure, past the stock. Small show. You to understand that feeling? You paid attention to her skin, was white and tender, touched the affirmation. Thief skidding. You paid attention to her waist, that called one thin. You paid attention to that both legs, was long, simply is very perfect, I can hug him playing for 3 years. Did you pay attention to that buttocks? Big. Big. As the saying goes. The buttocks' serious offense shoulder, matches the earning a living deity. Waits for her to grow again, 35 years, absolutely is the seductress/evil spirit. Rank. She is the type that I most like. Attractive, arouses, making the bird master. Keep thinking about, great pain and grief, is rent with grief. Jiang Yi looks appearance, that the clever bird is infatuated with, brow tight. Wrinkle, where does your from study? Are you person or the bird? Bird master, I am the formula, authentic bird. However the bird master I likes. The woman. I look at you, am the formula authentic waist, the bird dregs. How to drop, does the bird master I like the woman also having the mistake? Bird master I if in the future can transform the adult, can my seed, perfuse. All corners of the country inevitably. Said the key point. Who she is? She is Lan Nua. I just wasted quite a while the sentiment, don't you have the least bit sympathize? Characteristics? Attractive. Has not selected other? Only paid attention to the semblance, intrinsic did not have the opportunity to understand. He instills to me, under exploration intrinsic. Jiang Yi regretted to know this clever bird suddenly. The flame imaginary bird gathers in front of Jiang Yi, medicine? Let alone did not have. You're this fellow doing one-man show, seemingly dies properly, the flower intestines are more than anyone. Helpless Jiang Yi sighed. Can speak well. Said the key point. Her spirit mark. Her jade mirror. Spirit mark does not know, has not seen, but she is very strong, even Lan Yin. That wild fellow respects her very much. Right, Lan Yin to the sage mark. Supreme? Here really has to the sage mark. Naturally. But here eternal holy mountain, everywhere was the antiquity most. Precious object, everywhere was the spirit fruit resources. If loses ancient. Cannot guarantee for 100 years born a supremeness, they distinguish with. Waste anything. Jade mirror. Did you say? This thing is kills greatly, is loses the ancient place the town/subdues clan. Most precious object, I have not thought that they gave Lan Nua unexpectedly. However she should just take, has not learned the utilization, the distance of. Control is also limited, otherwise you cannot escape. Strong? Empty day mirror, can duplicate the world, reverses the reality. Concrete is not clear, but heard, the empty day mirror is the lord of losing takes down. From the summit of holy mountain, was the antiquity, to kill. So long as we're illuminated the thing that arrives by it, can duplicate in. Inside, was equal to that integrated the empty day mirror the real world. Controls the person of empty day mirror, is equivalent to the control in. Mirror world, controls the mountains and rivers land that the photo has. Casually, the life myriad things. Then in situation through mirror, direct. Feedback to the real world. Strongest time may according to the broken mountains and rivers, the counter. Chaotic yin-yang even can bring back to life. In the mirror, does not. die, the reality lasts forever. Jiangyi changes countenance slightly, really has this type of going against. Heavens will weapon. Even if the previous generation has not heard such terrifying thing. The flame imaginary bird facial expression is rare, eternal holy mountain is. Very mystical, is very strange, the secret that here buries, compared with the fearfulness that you imagine. However, their time really has the strangeness. What strangeness? The universe bottle gourd in Lanyu loses the big treasure of ancient place. Can swallow the day to accept, may smelt the myriad things. The small girl should also just take, utilization is not quite good. The blade in Lanyin. There is a strangeness. Even Lanyu attains the universe bottle gourd, as being next to the Lan Nua. Second day talent, will be to the sage mark, Lanyin will not miss many. Can be the immortal blade? What is this? If so, but was serious. Losing ancient this is must do, moves? All let out the family property. Was what accident/surprise outside came across, urgently. Needed inside supported, detected that what danger, needs to prepare ahead of time? First said the immortal blade to me. This blade origin is very big, clarity that, but no one can specifically say. It is in any case hard, was known as that the day is difficult to bury is difficult to extinguish. Who can accompany it to grow, who can absorb its material quality continuously, making the body similarly hard. Moreover, the lifespan will also lengthen unceasingly, living in 1800 was the small matter. Jiangyi hears, to frown. Holy mountain of good terrifying, buried so many. Peerless spirit treasure unexpectedly. Lan Nua do they want to do? The flame imaginary bird more wants to be. Stranger, is this kind of weapon the secret of eternal holy mountain, how much? Mighty waves will start the belt/bring to outside? The Jiangyi feeling long time, sets out saying, walks. Asks them to negotiate? I do not want to be given the control by the empty day mirror. We look for the treasure, do not disappoint me. Haha, walks. The flame imaginary bird brings Jiangyi to crash in the jungle, circled a big circle intentionally, avoids Lan Nua and the others, entered the glens of 5 mountain deep places quietly. The present deep valley has turned into the canyon, dim ruined, is covered with the old tree weeds. Follows I. Here. The flame imaginary bird restraining flame, found a crack, careful worming one's way into. Under the crack is more cracks, is the mountain extrusion and stratum cracks. To form, spreads across, torn to pieces. The flame imaginary bird is very familiar with here, bringing Jiangyi to be irregular, has drilled more than 2,000 meters downward. Below is an ice-cold silent dark rock cave, putting out a hand is difficult to see the 5 fingers. The flame imaginary bird flies to flee everywhere, the sprinkled roaring flame. Burning down stone, gradually lightened here. Seeing is bleak. Before the 2 floors rocks all are, trace that the war leaves behind. Shocking. Here was past Trashur Palace, now only remains the ruins. I am young time was captured by other monster beasts, has no intention to run. Here, hid the entire 5 years, can only go out to make the point to eat. Occasionally. Although my slow of very year of growth, but the good and evil was to live. In eternal holy mountain, is the powerful bloodlines and special bloodlines. The childhood time is the danger. You do not hide, does not have the powerful. Dependence, possibly becomes food momentarily. I was at that time, feel very marvelous aura here. The flame imaginary bird brings Jiangyi to move toward the ruins, deep place. Found a crack. Chapter 512, Summon from Outside World. What difference this does have. Jiangyi looks all around, everywhere is the Gulf cracks. The really rare flame imaginary bird can recognize this. This crack was not the past war stays behind, likely was the earth shock. Afterward, fault crack, new. You fall face down, careful feeling. Jiangyi volt by crack, with rapt attention investigation. At first no induction, but, vermilion bird spirit essence in sea of qi starts to enliven gradually unexpectedly, the blooming glare, cried the howling sea of qi, involved the spirit strength in whole body meridians to start the accelerated flow. Jiangyi raised the head astonishedly. Does below have the flame? Right. Is the flame very special that? What does that also wait for? Jiangyi sets out, incurs the remnant blade. This was burying the innumerable monster beast skeletons at that time, seems like shocks very much, but maybe attracts the attention intentionally, under covers in depth secret. The flame imaginary bird changes to the roaring flame lion, shoots up to the sky, then hits ruthlessly to the crack. Beforehand time does not dare to bump randomly, is fierce to dig up the crack. Causes the stir, was snatched, by others. Now was about to leave, had nothing to worry. Jiangyi brandishes the remnant blade, coordinates the flame imaginary bird. Slams into the stratum. The ground blasts open, the crack propagation, cleans up dozens meters gulf. Quickly. A person of beast goes all out digs downward. However is downward, the stratum is hard. After digging to 200 meters, stratum already hardly like steel. Rests, gets down to die of exhaustion. The flame imaginary bird has not thought that following is so hard. I make to select elixir, under the supplement the physical strength. Jiangyi drew from bronze inside the tower several thousand monster beast skeletons. Completely, piles up. Where did you from make? The flame imaginary bird is startled. A while ago, the Qilin beast fought with the great peak dragon, monster beast. That was affected the tragic death. Jiangyi grasps several monster beasts to throw into 9 sovereigns, to refine a day of cauldron, starts to refine the blood pill miracle cure and soul pill. So many? Well, beast yuan. The flame imaginary bird digs up, pulls out one. Huge good, from inside digs out 1 beast yuan, 2 shine excitedly. You can use, but the snake python class and apes and monkeys class, stay behind to me. Jiangyi must give blade sovereign gold / metal hoer to prepare to select. Spirit essence. Felt relieved, here are many. Flame imaginary bird excited digs up to draw the monster beast corpse. Everywhere, probably eats the sugar bean, toward mouth stopper beast yuan. Well? Good lovable flame spirit fox. This thing is used to coax the girl to be good. The flame imaginary bird dug up to pull out a dead flame spirit fox, at present one bright, changed to the spirit bead blood bead rapidly, sneaked in. The spirit fox body. The spirit fox whole body leaps the flame, the hair body skeleton starts to melt violently, until completely vanishes. Shortly after, the flame surges, the gathering, a furry small fox appears in front of Jiang Yi suddenly. The roaring flame like the lion spirit butterfly is no longer torrential, this is just the same as the spirit fox simply, is all over the body fiery red, the hair is mild-mannered, the big eye is smart, looks very lovable. Huh. After Bloodline's transformation, is different. The flame imaginary bird is exclaiming in surprise own appearance. How many monster beasts can you change? Some quantity limits. This must look at the monster beast rank of transforming. If only flame lion. My present situation almost can transform 10-8. If flood dragon flamingo such, I can only transform the shape, a little aura. Frightens the person, slightly. However the bird master, I now was the flame imaginary bird of pure blood, so long as grew, the future was limitless. Why can you speak? Jiang Yi also asked. Bird master, my talent different reported. Said properly. This is related with the bloodlines, some people teach. However the bird master, I really am the talent different reported, passing the change, can the criticism/human language be our bloodline's characteristics? I have 2 monster beast friends, you have free time to instruct. Jiang Yi felt that the bloodlines of gold/metal Hoer, blade sovereign are also good, moreover can understand the criticism/human language, but did not seem able to say. Clever bird? Has not come. Lan Yu is shaking the fair foot, sits in the crown, bored is looking at the sky. Should it not seize the chance to dawdle? Some clansmen questioned. Lan Nua sits cross-legged to contemplate, said indifferently, it, although is sly, but is very astute, fears death. It understands, if really provoked anger. Lost ancient, waited for the eternal holy mountain seal, it may hide nowhere. Lan Yu snort/hum said, it dares to play us, do not want to live again. The people nod, that's true. Once eternal holy mountain seals up, here as they loses the ancient place the world. Any dares with losing ancient makes to the evil spirit, must die without doubt. Lan Yin is grasping the immortal blade, derives the energy in rushing. Silently, is strengthening the flesh skeleton, waits again. The flame imaginary bird will grasp that Jiang Yi. Does elder brother Lan Yin, how many days taking advantage of me your blade? Use? The air/chi of my absorption point immortal, again also you. Lan Yu is digging up the crotch, looks around downward. Immortal blade has recognized the Lord, will only transmit the energy to me. Others cannot obtain. On the Lan Yin chilling face reveals several points of smile. The immortal blade loses the peerless heavy treasure that ancient in consecrates, handed over in his hand unexpectedly. Mean-spirited. Lan Yu is shaking the small foot, holds own bottle gourd. Joyful stroking. Not as only they, other clansmen obtained the special treasure. This departure, loses ancient places the great expectations on them, can carry. Off took. Lan Nua opens the clear double pupil, said lightly, do not be too happy, the God definitely met troublesome outside, will otherwise not shatter forcefully. Void, feeds and passes message. Right, I heard that is passes message that the outside old ancestor sends. Personally? Has a clansman to lower the sound, asked quietly. Only can be the god old ancestor. Others not that strong strength. Some clansmen responded. What sent greetings? Some clansmen looked to Lan Nua. Even Lan Yu and Lan Yin looked at the past. There these talents are losing. Ancient, although the position is very high, but compared with Lan Nua is almost. Lan Nua hesitates, shakes the head to say long time, I outside, had not listened at that time clearly, only hear several words. Golden sheep. Antiquity, exceedingly high tower and hot feather. Probably has the relations with any person. Lan Yin, they are exchanging the vision. Related with a person? Who's such big? Ability alarms the old ancestor unexpectedly, but also urged them to lose. Ancient supports full power. He, we must thank him. Lan Yu does not care, holding the bottle gourd. Is smiling. That not well-known boy, her where has the opportunity to Recognize the Lord Chaos Bottle Gourd. Outside world is very splendid, we should expect. But we do not go out to play, has the mission in the past. Lon Nua said that sighed in a soft voice. If can obtain 10,000 spirit blood trees to be perfect, what a pity, 10,000 spirit blood trees missed with them. They waited to be very long, the flame imaginary bird has not come back. Lan Yu is boring, asked, elder sister, how did we discuss with Jiang Yi? Lan Nua said lightly, the Holy Land disciple must observe the Holy Land custom, cannot meddle the matter outside Holy Land casually, if who went bad. The custom, 50 Holy Land will clean up the gateway. Your meaning is, will he compromise? Visits him to display, if can compromise, keeps his life. The disciple, who if cannot, 50 Holy Land, come and deducts completely. Lan Yu said, in the boy look passes the stock murderous aura, does not seem like appearance that copes with well. Lan Yin gets hold of the immortal blade, snort/hum said, cannot that cheap he? The matters of 10,000 spirit blood trees, he also has the share. Speaking of 10,000 spirit blood trees, the people complexion was gloomy. Looks at 10,000 spirit blood trees helplessly, since they finger/refer to the seam sneaking off, this will perhaps become the matter that in their life most regrets. However, they waited to wait, has not seen the flame imaginary bird. A day. 2 days. 3 days. This clever bird should not really run. Lan Yin is not calm. Does it dare to play us? Loses the clansman to look the scowl. Lan Yu felt strange angrily, doesn't it want to live? If we deliver in the news the returns to the clan, waits for the eternal holy mountain seal, it is the dead end. The Lan Nua eye pupil condenses slightly, only if it had confidence that leaves eternal holy mountain. The Lan Yu expression changes, is your meaning Jiang Yi? Lan Nua more, thinks more likely. Flame imaginary bird is astute, how easily to be on intimate terms with human, does Jiang Yi possibly divide equally the sage fruit with it? Only if they made a deeper transaction, for example. Jiang Yi can bring it to leave eternal holy mountain. But, it was soul boundary third heavenly layer. On Jiang Yi decides, however, brings the special space vessel, to can specially. The complete separation soul boundary aura. Was our general idea/careless. That present what to do. Does not look. Doesn't look? He, since is the Holy Land disciple, cannot run away. If not want to court disaster to Holy Land, will not easily speak irresponsibly to the outside. I want to try one's luck again, seek for 10,000 spirit blood trees. Lan Nua wants to pursue, but has delayed for 5 days, if tosses about again. Perhaps from the present to all time of departure will waste, in fines. Person on, gain does not equal the loss. Listen to her. Lan Yin and the others are unwilling, but obtains the clear. Wait. Meanwhile, 50 Holy Land team, when approaches in the Holy Mountain direction, Med is waiting for their Su Tianji in the sky. Chapter 513, 100 Years of Evil. Are you Father's second brother? Su, clear rides in Jin Peng, conducts the back, unbelievable front looks has. Hair disheveled the sturdy man. Jin Peng dreads the terrifying aura that on the man is lending, makes its whole body blood flow unexpectedly impeded. Su Tianji? Shen will wait for the person to raise the cold air next fall, but actually, remembered that legendary character. 120 years ago, 50 Holy Land that forms a team to rush an eternal holy mountain for the successor, what leading was two-child Su Tianji of taking office enlightened ruler, the birth then has to the gods favored one of the sage mark. Eldest son Su Tianxiong in the team, is also responsible for protecting the team by the spirit essence peak boundary, particularly Su Tianji's safety. Before they embark, exerts its utmost to eternal spirit, because of an accident/surprise, the loss is serious. It is said rushed to what forbidden area, by mistake, was captured by the ominous beast. At the critical moment, Su Tianji assigns/life the blockade, strove for a slim chance of survival, to the people. Su De hero turns round to put out, finally died a tragic death at the scene. Others ran away distressedly, saved the life. Afterward, 50 Holy Land gives up exploring to treasure hunt, Su Tianji life and death unknown, the result suffers the accident/surprise everywhere. Frequently. Until the eternal holy mountain closure, only person by half-remnant body survival was discovered by other Holy Land, brought. The eldest son second son died a tragic death, completely, attacks to the present age enlightened ruler, heavily. High-quality spirit mark complete buckle, gave entire Holy Land to take away the heavy losses. 50 Holy Land experienced more than 30 years of dangerous periods after that. Reveres the position of Lord to be questioned continually. Until more than 50 years ago, Su Clear father, Su Tianxua, is born, 8 years old awaken the Mahayana Saint Mark, and 10 years later, promote entered too. The sage Mark, E's Holy Land lacked successors. The embarrassing situation has not thought. Is the Holy Land heavens chosen that in this legend had died, actually also living? A person lived for more than 120 years in the eternal place of this danger. They are shocked, is more excited. The Su De lonesome shakes the head, in the past was not accidental/surprised. Isn't accidental/surprised? Su Clear and the others, the complexion changes. The look is swift and fierce. Su De lonesome, is the 9th lunar month imperial family. 120 years. His spirit mark awakens to the sage mark, may be called the capital of having God-given wisdom, should have the radiant life, the result sleepily here, the life completely destroys. Although 120 years are very long, smooth by grinding all sufficiently, but often remember, hate at heart. Shin next fall everywhere ominous light, how dare West 9th lunar month does the imperial family persecute Lord? 2 was only abundant because of my past imposing manner, spirit mark was too dazzling, causes 9th lunar month the vigilance of imperial family. At that time we actually in the tracing eternal spirit, must go well shortly. Never expected that they in hidden place, but also planned us at crucial moments. Ingenuity that although they make, but I recalled afterward, discovered the clue. Including was accidental/surprised at that time, various accidents/surprises, that as well as that group of youngest brothers encounter. Afterward, was the 9th lunar month dynasty behaviors. They must be ruthless, avoid being detected. Under the Su De, lonesome returns to normal the mood, said, if I have not guessed that wrong, now 9th lunar month, the person sovereigns of imperial family are desolate Shwani? Su Clear said, is he? He has the talent to be capable of having the method is also full of wisdom, is not strongly in certain convenience, but synthesizes. He is the rightest successor. More than 30 years ago, he took over control of the dynasty officially, became the new person, sovereign. Really? The Su De lonesome sighed at heart secretly, helpless say/way, matter had passed, I did not expect that revenges again. He reveres the manner. Sovereign, no longer is Holy Land, can provoke. Endured? Shin will wait for the person, complexion to be cloudy next fall, if not no. Since new, how can endure? At that time was 12 Holy Land talents, a person was abandoned 11 people dead a tragic death. Ninth lunar month, the dynasty was too virulent. How to take revenge? Declared war to the dynasty? If cannot declare war, but publicized their past evil conduct, there is any significance. Su de Lonesome, although is very angry, is thinking revenging, but the premise is desolate Shwani has not taken over control of the throne. Since has become the person sovereign, desolate Shwani is representing the entire royalty. He will not only not acknowledge, will do everything possible to counter attack. If takes revenge with the war, first did not say that Holy Land was the dynasty opponent, only the Holy Land special position and influence did not allow to have an war between royalty. Shen, they also wants to say anything next fall, Lonesome was actually stopped by the Sud Day. You and I died, has not seen me. Comes with me, my these years. Accumulated some gifts to you. Su Clear they follow Su Qianji to rush to the front jungle. Endures? Shen their brow tight wrinkle, will look next fall to Su Clear. Relation not returned, prepares to encircle the dynasty team. Su Clear said in a low voice. Holy Land truly cannot make war with the royalty directly, the consequence is too serious, the influence is too bad. But royalty not easily declares war to Holy Land, therefore replies in kind. All gratitude and grudges, use their method solutions in this eternal holy mountain. The Su de Lonesome leads them to arrive in front of the cave, I can insist. Now, was this reads, thinks. The thing of preparation are not many, but is the good treasure, that for 100 years seek. Su Clear follows on the heels, 2 masters had a mind quite fragrant. A girl student at present one bright, here fragrance is quite rich, makes her whole body joyful unexpectedly. Wait. Turns very quiet. The Su de Lonesome thinks suddenly, waves to start. An evil wind, at the session the surrounding several hundred meters, blow off. Also the residual taste. What's wrong? Su Clear they felt strange. No return Holy Land has a little fellow, called Jiang Yi. Discovered that my cave, thinks the stupid idea, scattered some sentiment medicines toward Jiang Yi? Sentiment medicine? The people almost bite the tongue. Do you know him? The fellow will very play, after I direct, sent only the clever bird, coming in the hole, I most precious thing stealing away. What did he steal? Su Clear whole face heavy line, Jiang Yi, I also think that you were depressed, never expected that you very play. Sage fruit. Is I to the most precious thing that you prepare. Bastard. Snatches. Shin will shout loudly next fall angrily. I have complied to give him. Why? Do not ask that, Su Tianji just about to opens the mouth, outside the 1,000 li, 500 kilometers, spread the fierce stir suddenly, the sound too loud, as if epic-making general, shook the endless hills to sway. The whole world probably was peaceful in this moment. The people in great surprise, look, then excitedly look changes, that is. After Jiang Yi refining up the sufficient blood pill miracle cure, bringing the flame imaginary bird to start the imposing gulf. A day. 2 days. 3 days. They following the trace of crack propagation, toss about 3 days of time. From all sides, finally dug more than 1,000 meters downward. By this time, the aura that in the crack filled is intense, but also imaginary. Bird body with Jiang Yi and spirit strength and flame had the response. Probably 2 groups of raging fire were irrigated the kerosene, burns was more violent. Two people more dig more, go all out. Less than quite a while, the crack slit of this downward look increases. Suddenly, can accommodate one person to pass. Quickly, has a look under a big hurry is what treasure. Flame imaginary bird excited worming one's way into, to slash clashes following more. And more big crack downward. The crack continues the downward spread, is getting more and more spacious. From about ½ meter to more than 5 meters, starts to see the bright end. Radiant ray. Probably below is the light sea. Jiangyi follows close on behind, looks dignified. Because vermilion bird. Spirit essence in sea of qi had no longer enlivened, but is stimulated. Refining up a day of cauldron to appear, including 9 sovereigns. Exceptionally responded. Below is anything. Finally. They after the crack flushed several hundred meters downward, the front scene. Suddenly sees the light. Below, truly, is the gorgeous grand ray sea, seems limitless, was twisted, the barrier that fluctuates to cover. The Jiangyi flame imaginary bird holding breath cold air, shocks to be out of sorts. Below is the vast space of light shadow surges, is the roaring flame dreadful. Flame world. The wonderful light winds around, gorgeous, mysterious. The roaring flame turns wells up, if how vastness. A palatial cauldron furnace towers in the distant place, just like the day. Mountain, vertical holds up the day, the roaring flame is torrential, imposing. Manner startled day. 5 extraordinary weapon encirclements around giant cauldron furnace. A broadsword, the taking the form of coiling dragon, the vigorous dignified. Heavy/thick imposing manner as if can crash the space. A long sword, sharp incomparable, is star-studded, with overpowering momentum. As if the galaxy gallops. A fights the lance, is all over the body red, in the roaring flame resonance. With cauldron furnace, can puncture the world. A fights the halberd, murderous aura, to soar to the heavens, the air wave of. Boiling just like the corpse mountain blood sea, the fright absorbs the mortal form. A heavy shield, white jade, actually surges to fuse with the space all over. The body, with the unique, imposing manner of mountains and rivers paragenesis. Refining up the soldier field? Jiangyi and flame imaginary bird with one voice. The upper-level monster bone cemetery is really covering the lower-level space. Unexpectedly. Chapter 514, Refining up the soldier field peerless. Here, if forms from eternal holy mountain time existed, 5 weapon antiquity. Almighty troopses? So many years, they were unexpectedly perfect, power and influence such as. Beginning? The flame imaginary bird excited whole body shivers, if this controls one. Must show disdain for the world. What that cauldron furnace, Jiangyi is excited, is the peerless furnace. Of distant place, as well as can refine the flame of 5 almighty troopses. That is the chaos source fire. Burns the day of flame god fire of the same. Class with your future extinguishing world. The voice of Pil sovereign. Remembers in the Jiangyi mind. God fire? Jiangyi changes countenance. Yes, the chaos source fire, the pursuit of my lifetime, actually cannot discover any trail until the final death, it hidden unexpectedly here. Senior, introduced to me. Before Jiangyi, listens to Pil sovereign too. Introduce many flame, has not mentioned this. The name of chaos, the source of myriad things. It is one of the god fires the world's most early presenting, was deriving most flame afterward the god fire. Is used for the refine the pill of immortality, may give the elixir unique. Aura, it is said very big probability, causes the elixir quality sublimation. Used to refine the weapon, will give weapon certain chaos prestige. Can I control? The Jiangyi whole body one's blood bubbles up to the brim. Shocks, excitedly, anticipation. Pitifully, cannot. Why? It's soon extinguished. It is not the fever well? Now what you see is only it leaves behind the illusory image that is the magnificence of its brightest time. What I see is the ghost. Jiang Yi was startled, shut the eye, observed, felt. The light-shadow shocks involves the whole body-spirit strength to move restlessly. However, thinks carefully, if there is seen that so shocks, the caused spirit. Strength moves restlessly, should incessantly so. Chaos source fire, although was about to extinguish, but should also leave behind the weak fire seed, otherwise could not haunt such image, you tried. If can also use, 9 sovereigns refine a day of cauldron, to awaken the second fire eyes. 9 sovereigns refine a day of cauldron, to altogether have 9 vortex, is corresponding 9 kinds of ceremonial fires. 9 kinds of ceremonial fires get together, then can release 9 sovereigns. To refine the power and influence of Day of Cauldron comprehensively. But ceremonial fire most foundation, if can think the fire, the might is definitely stronger. This is Pill Sovereign had not reminded Jiang Yi to awaken the reason of second flame. He anticipated that Jiang Yi can meet a more special flame, matches Jiang Yi. To be used to awaken 9 sovereigns, to refine Day of Cauldron, the fire of vermilion bird extinguishes the world to burn a day of flame. Together come, breaks open the barrier. Jiang Yi offers a sacrifice to 9 sovereigns to refine a day of cauldron. Wields the full power, pounding ruthlessly to under seemingly indestructible barrier. Bang! The barrier thunders fiercely, the ray is torrential, probably the vastness of fluctuating is ordinary, the scene shocks, but terrifying. However, the scene terrifying, the energy does not have many changes me to come. Is the sage fruit, is the almighty troops, you simply are the bird master my mascot of flame imaginary bird excited soaring, to the end must grip. However, the barrier crashes and the fierce surges directly, large expanse of annihilation, silent disappearance. Broken? Haha, came, my almighty troops, my flame imaginary bird excited cries out strangely, is wielding the roaring flame on the strategic place to the following space. However, after the screen vanishes, a below actually darkness. Where has what light / only see mighty waves, where has any palatial cauldron? Furnace, where has what almighty troops? What's the matter? My vertigo? The flame imaginary bird made an effort to shut the eye, unbelievable looks. Below, absent-minded little while, close your eyes, wait a bit, my IA. Little issue, slowly. Don't slow, what we see is the illusory image. Jiang Yi looks at the pitch-dark space, many a little loses. However, when barrier radiance completely dissipation in an instant, radiance blooms suddenly, sweeps across Jiang Yi, and flame imaginary bird, has inundated the heavy / thick stratum, runs out of collapsing the mountain. Straight Guanyun Day, several tens of thousands of meters. The probably final release, seems like final recall. The ray is torrential, shines several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers. The power and influence is boundless, alarmed and afraid 10,000 li, 0.5 km, eternal holy mountain. In the boundless light into the sea, nautical mile and in fluctuating the roaring flame that holds up to lift the heaven cauldron furnace to be palatial, stirring. As if the antiquity spiritual God came, endless power and influence, imposing. Common people. Spirits of the 5 worlds soldier, about encirclement. The ray reaches exceedingly high, like big dragon plate Tianchu, like the galaxy shining Jojo, like the god phoenix howling common people, like the Say/way of counter, chaotic samsara life and death, blocks the space and time. Like the eternal big mountain. The power and influence that is unable to explain, fills the air and vast. Eternal holy mountain, is attacking each life. The ordinary monster beast, is the ominous bird beast of prey of deep sleep. Or various place-informed and experienced explorers, charge into the mountain. In this moment, looks into the ray of distant place. Shocks, crazily, gradually appears on each face, rocks in each eye. Is there the place that we leave? Is there the place that 10,000 spirit blood tree previous generation guards? La Nua and the others shocked as looking at the close at hand boundless light. Shadow. Along with me passes. The Sude lonesome, curls up, Su clear, and the others, the torrential monster. Chi angry volume expansive sky, as if the desolate ancient giant beast regains consciousness, is filling the imposing manner of shock, his steps dash about. Wildly, 13 kilometers, directly soar outside the 1,000 li, 500 kilometers. Roar. The mountain sways, land avalanche, crack propagation. First 8-arm wicked ape whole bodies are covering the thick rock and moss. Crawls from the stratum, 300 meters in height, the crazy strength is dreadful. The blood river eye looks angrily at the distant place, the forehead vertical. Eye opens together slowly, destroys the aura such as 9 days of thunder to burst out. The summit of eternal holy mountain, the golden light blooms, lifts off just. Like the scorching sun, shines several hundred meters whirled. A gold/metal wing great pung spreads the wings 3 kilometers, the ray is torrential, the ominous prestige is boundless, 2 spiritual gods seem ordinary, look disdainfully 8 sides, overlooks the common people. It flutters strikes, the strong winds howl, the vault of heaven cracks. Depending on the unparalleled air/chi, plunges the cauldron furnace almighty. Troops who the distant place boiled. The Chilan beast and great peak dragon, peacock weight/etc., the overlords in a lot of eternal holy mountain, come from the respective territory, as if various gods get together, are bursting with joy, the limitless terrifying imposing manner, rushes to the unidirection. When the ray dissipates, refining up the soldier field to re-enter the darkness. That palatial, such as the cauldron furnace of mountain is also blooming only weak radiance. Cauldron furnace, grand, tall, and straight, just like desolate ancient Juyue. The boundless air/chi fright absorbs the mortal form. The outline is not exquisite, is inelegant, instead is somewhat rough. As if was not smelted, is the world molds, the universe condenses. Primitive, wild nature and tyrant potential. The cauldron furnace extinguished, was too long, lost once peerless invincible. Might, dim all rays, ancient god who probably fell into the permanent deep. Sleep. Is first some eternal holy mountain, building up soldier furnace that then buries. Eternal holy mountain that the building up soldier furnace that first buries, then presents? My previous generation has not entered eternal holy mountain, truly is a regret. Jiangyi stands in front of the cauldron furnace of palatial vicissitudes. Deeply feels itself tiny. As if the people of this life are looking up to the ancient times great God. My heart fell from the space to the ground, fell to tiny bits. The flame imaginary bird stands in front of the coiling dragon, great blade. Sends out dismal wailing. The blade is 100 meters, takes the form of old dragon, majestic, seems indestructible, but lost to the years eventually. Radiance goes secretly, the point completely collects, does not have the invincible might again. Not only the dragon blade so, other 4 almighty troopses also lose the gloss, ajar in dust. Without the ray, without divine nature, quiet such as dying thing. Also can refine? The flame imaginary bird feeling anxiety, the antiquity. Almighty troops, was so waste. Okay? Jiangyi was asking in the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile pill. Sovereign actually does not have the hope at heart. I building up the soldier technique too, had not understood. However, the true almighty troops should easily not be decayed, will only exhaust the supernatural power, belongs to ordinary, or the self-seal, falls into the deep sleep. The Jiangyi heart inspires. I did not understand that this refining up the soldier furnace, as well as refining up the owner of soldier furnace, but I understand the chaos source. Fire. It has the extremely strong chaos air, /chi, and myriad things source strength, if forges the almighty troops with it, first material quality must be absolutely powerful, will otherwise will melt. As long as can become the soldier embryo, the inevitable material quality is special, the supplementary material is extraordinary, is just like that dragon blade. I even suspected that was really the ancient times big dragon, or was peerless dragon bone, keel in some years. Wants from the soldier embryo formation almighty troops, but also needs to give the special supernatural power, even as the real soul, but the chaos source fire will also give the weapon special strength. Simply speaking, like this almighty troops, cannot be the weapon, but is the life body that the weapon shape has. It has one self-consciousness, has own soul. These 5 almighty troopses, in some time, thorough seal oneself, the waiting someday will be delivered from oppression either in the future. Either is accompanying the master who refining up the soldier furnace died together. Exhausts the supernatural power, was willing dead. Chapter 5:15, Terrifying Guess, Terrifying Life. The first possibility, they were dangerous. Who dares to presumptuously think to wrest away during their deep sleep forcefully, once regains consciousness, destroys the offender absolutely, or turns into the puppet. The second possibility, if the soul has died, the consciousness has dispersed. Only remains the body, could control it, but wants to perform truly, must integrate in the weapon oneself. Moreover, without weapon that the supernatural power nourishes, perhaps after the dreariness of this endless years, does not have many strengths, is not worth integrating oneself. Pill Sovereign analyzes to Jiangyi carefully, the implication is not suggesting to bump. If the deep sleep, you control its fate dead. If there is died, you want to use, the price is too big, moreover is filling. With the variable, this after all is the dust-laden almighty troops. Jiangyi looked at the little wolf silently, takes away 5 quiet almighty troops as completely. After managing him, how to process, cannot in any case cheap others. Hasn't here selected other thing? The flame imaginary bird spunks up, looks around everywhere. Such big treasure palace, should, not only 5 almighty troopses, you have a look everywhere. Jiangyi launches the hot wing, charged into the palatial building up soldier furnace. The furnace height 1000 zhang, 3.33 m, have 10,000 zhang, 3.33 m. Potential. Jiangyi rushed to the crown of cauldron furnace, jump to jump. The cauldron furnace interior structure is quite complex, the fine iron interlocks, furnace heart float, from the crown downward, splits up 9. Probably, each level is complex and mysterious. In there, chaos source fire. Jiangyi discovered in the furnace of cauldron furnace most deep place at heart, also in the chaos source fire of combustion. The air/chi of chaos, the strength of yellow and black. In the world most primitive 2 spirit sources. In the chaos source fire fills the air is the air/chi of chaos, has the strength of marvelous source fire. Overlooks from the high place, since the chaos source fire leaps the flame too. Revolves slowly, presents various marvelous changes one after another, probably. New student/life star, in evolving myriad things. Jiang Yi can feel the chaos source fire, the extraordinariness, can feel its weak burying of endless years, strong God fire, there is a time that the trend extinguishes. Who was buries refine the soldier furnace? Who was abandoned the chaos source fire? The owner of furnace? Jiang Yi with and complex excitement, falls the furnace bottom. However, what is this? An egg? Inside has the person. Jiang Yi one startled, seasoned float egg by the flame unexpectedly. Palm of the hand size, perfectly round bright, the ray of blooming is changing to the flaming roaring flame, continuously, building up the soldier furnace is blooming radiance. Carefully observes again, in the glittering and translucent carving, jade egg is rolling up unexpectedly individual. Does God fire really spirit? Pale Sovereign calls out an alarm, without relates with Jiang Yi then. Integrates the Jiang Yi soul forcefully, is observing outside situation. Together. Did chaos source fire breathe the spirit body? Your meaning is, were the chaos really born hot the spirit wisdom? Jiang Yi changes countenance slightly, carefully observes, by the jade egg. Dylan is rolling up the body, floats in the jade egg, revolves. Fine like jade, tender and delicate fair. Also is fluttering the white long hair. Is a woman. However, the upper part is tall and pleasing to the eye, just like the goddess, the lower part is actually a slender snake tail. Pale Sovereign voice is serious, Jiang Yi puts in the chaos source fire, the hand grips that jade egg. Jiang Yi both hands leap the gold/metal flame ceremonial fire, stimulates the armor to condense the finger, put in the chaos source fire of flaming combustion. Bang! The chaos source fire boils suddenly, seemed offended, sweeps across toward Jiang Yi. This is the genuine God fire, although the quiet endless years have the shocking prestige as before. Jiang Yi decisive beast, the skeleton twists, the body ties tight, the both arms change to the pair of wings, the both feet change to the sharp claws, the head, vertebra and body, complete beast. The magnificent gold/metal feather covers the whole body. The Jiang Yi incarnation vermilion bird, resists hardly is submerging his chaos source fire. The chaos source fire is getting more and more violent, almost must change to the ashes. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi releases gold/metal flame crazily, is resisting the chaos source fire, wielded the pair of wings, to hold the jade egg. Pale Sovereign by the Jiang Yi consciousness, careful observation. Long time. Really spirit. The unusual new student/life of chaos source fire. If I have not guessed that wrong. This antiquity refine the soldier furnace, not to build up the soldier, is building up the fire. Pale Sovereign is shocked, intense mood fluctuation clear influence Jiang Yi. What do you mean? Jiang Yi felt not wonderful. It is not the chaos source fire refining up the soldier furnace and the stimulation of movement, but refining up the soldier furnace in the refinement. Chaos source fire, Pale Sovereign is shocked in the extreme, is idea that who has so shocks everybody, is who studies to refine the technique of fire. Senior, should not be first excited. Explain to me? Jiang Yi has not understood, refining up the fire? It is not the fire refining up the soldier. But is the soldier refining up the fire? Antiquity God fire had the characteristics respectively, but the inheritance was a major problem. Extinguishing the world burns a day of flame is the initial monster fire, bred ancestor of vermilion birds, 10,000 bird. Therefore the later generation can inherit through the vermilion bird. Certain god fires will seek special mystical place weight / etc. ways through the evolving shape to continue own fire seed. Certain god fires will also change to the special part between world exists in the alternative way permanently. And the inheritance of chaos source fire is most difficult. Because on behalf of the chaos symbolizes the myriad things, therefore the Antiquity period then evolved the innumerable Saint Flame Roaring Flame one. After another, it is said had more than 900 kinds. But every time evolves one time, will strip some strengths, continually. Evolution, continually peeling. Continuously for a long time hence, the chaos source fire will gradually exhaust the divine nature, or extinguishes permanently, falls into the deep sleep. I once pursued the chaos source fire, is hoping it excessively fell into the deep sleep in the fission of continuing, because of the consumption, buries oneself in somewhere, seals in some place. But I until the death, had not discovered. I have not understood, your so-called building up fire is. Some people found it of deep sleep. Then amasses wealth, by heavy taxation all ceremonial fire roaring flame that at once evolved crazily. Refines the inside chaos air / chi and source fire strength, then in this refining up in the soldier furnace, the attempt to remold the chaos source fire. In Jiangyi handful of begins the jade egg, pours to raise the cold air. In this is the genuine chaos source fire? Pale sovereign through the Jiangyi soul, is also observing in the jade egg. The float spirit body, this is my guess, but I believe, most likely is so. It why also in deep sleep? Why doesn't leave? Jiangyi shock, there is doubts. Since smelted successful, why that refining? Up the soldier madman not to bring it to leave. Pale sovereign long time, said silent, two possibilities. First, the chaos source fire does not have the success of real sense, should also lack more essential several. After all the chaos are really that hot the ceremonial fire roaring flame evolves since the ancient times is too many. Some forever disappearance in the river of history had wanted to gather the difficult ratio to ascend to heaven completely. Therefore, that ancient buried here, arranges truss or palace above as the camouflage, lays aside the almighty troops to make the protection below. Then goes out to search the final, that several types of flame, but was a pity very much, he accidental / surprised, died outside, cannot come back again. However refining up the soldier furnace still to revolve continually. Incomplete chaos source fire in self-breeding, and after experiencing endless years, was born the brand new spirit body. The Jiangyi secret nod, is admiring the inference of Pale Sovereign. Pale Sovereign continues saying, the second possibility. Jiangyi is strange, how not to say. I do not know that you are anything felt to eternal holy mountain, I even more. Felt in any case here passes the stock to be strange. Here is the trace that the years leave behind, sent into exile ancient prison / firm. Therefore, my second possibility is only an individual feeling. Did you say? To remold the chaos source fire, was equal to that must remold the source of myriad things. If that madman idea is normal, mood is normal, ethics is also normal, he should pure wants to mold the chaos source fire. If is really crazily the fellow, since it had can adverse, current recollection, the building up soldier technique, can reappear a day of period. The antiquity god fire, can he in the refinement process, join other flame unceasingly? As the matter stands, he will mold what fire seed, he himself is not clear. Therefore the second possibility that I speculate, after is he one tosses about, finally mold formation, but He was afraid. Again then. He is not carried over to refine the soldier furnace the fire seed, but wants to destroy it. However, he exhausts the thing of lifetime energy mold, is not easy to kill. Therefore, he has not taken shape while the mysterious fire seed, completely refining up the soldier furnace suppression, guards with 5 big almighty troopses, with a peerless law seal. Above that matter, thinks of trush or palace of 10,000 beast skeletons. Not only also does to conceal uses, but provides the energy to the lower level. Seal. He wants seal here, with the endless years, consumes it. Pale Sovereign said, even Jiang Yi feels a chill in the air, dignified looks. In the jade egg, the seductress of static float. Was she abandoned? By seal? She is the chaos source fire that remolds, is the monster hot monster of distortion? Chapter 5:16, appears 10,000 spirit blood trees. Jiang Yi looks all around the ice-cold dim cauldron furnace bottom section. Wants trace that found anything to leave behind. However, is very regrettable. Anything does not have. Leads her to leave. Such thing, do not keep good in others' hand, pill. Sovereign sighed lightly, pulled out from the Jiang Yi soul leaves, re-enters the consciousness sea. Jiang Yi looked at the jade egg, silently, took in the bronze tower, left. Refine the soldier furnace. Do not raise this jade egg with the bystander the matter. Pill Sovereign reminded Jiang Yi, in the tone has slightly anxiously. The clever bird guides hear them, is a chance, touched some disaster? Is this jade egg, regarding Jiang Yi, regarding this time, the luck or the calamity? Oh. Damn destiny. During the human affairs is variable, is dark also has the fate. He suddenly has a marvelous idea. Jiang Yi should not live. Celestial Empress takes the God dynasty destiny to go against heaven's will as Jiang Yi changes to a sign/life, by endless loyalty confused yin yang, even takes the spirit of land to remold the mortal body as Jiang Yi, likely touched some world ban. The Jiang Yi samsara will give this world to bring many variables in. Invisible forcefully awakens many burying endless years naturally the ancient variable. Jiang Yi places the south, was actually directed west, seeks for spirit treasure, actually meets the clever bird, rushes here, to discover the jade egg. This seems one involvement of destiny. Oh. Pill Sovereign no longer thinks, sinks to the consciousness sea silently. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Comes quickly. In the darkness of distant place, transmits crying out strangely of flame. Imaginary bird. Jiang Yi overruns, sees an ancient steel unexpectedly, alone standing there. Submits a written statement to several large characters, berries. Pioneer/Monarch Huazuan. Pioneer/Monarch Huazuan? Here master? Jiang Yi turned circle around the steel, had not discovered that has the tomb. Comes. The flame imaginary bird brings to proceed to clash, sees a steel. Submits a written statement berries, for shape revering. Also has. The flame imaginary bird has the Jiang Yi in all directions chaotic revolutions, discovers the same steel in the endless darkness one after another. Berries, pure heart revering. Berries, black Huazuan. Berries, carditis revering. Jiang Yi soars, condenses the magnificent hot wing, inspires to strike full power, undifferentiated flying shoots, branches out on several hundred the kilometer. The flame falls to the ground, the combustion rock, lightens the darkness. Jiang Yi shifts, one after another, sprinkles the everywhere hot feather, takes care of several tens of thousands of meters range. Seeing is desolate. Performs everywhere is the steel. However, only then tablet, without grave. Where is here? The flame imaginary bird is eager to try to these steals. Wants to ruin to have a look, actually somewhat dreaded. Master who this should hold a memorial service for these flame. Jiang Yi. Guessed correctly some possibility, the ancient collects to have the person or the monster of ceremonial fire roaring flame everywhere, catches here to pull out to the flame forcefully, then buries the master. Here really refining up the scene of fire, rather than refining up the soldier. Field. What flame? The flame imaginary bird is strange. Jiang Yi looks into the darkness of distant place, here has not selected. Other? I transferred everywhere several, anything had not discovered. You continue to clash toward the edge, there should have the thing. What thing? Upper level trush or palace has the protection barrier, this? Barrier broke. Has the protection barrier, has protection law. Has law, has a support law. Treasure, although not necessarily strong, but Jiang Yi has not said, the flame imaginary bird was fled. Jiang Yi shakes the head, returns to refine in front of the soldier furnace. Raised the head to look up to, can this thing carry off? Pale Sovereign asked back, do you want to study to refine the soldier? Technique? Without so many energy. I feel this thing should with some jade egg. Connections. Scale is too big, your bronze tower should unable to accommodate it. Only if. Recognizes the Lord forcefully, but. Estimate not too possible. I study. Jiang Yi to be just about to soar again, suddenly noticed that. Among the flames of distant place, passed over gently and swiftly together, the shadow. Well, what is that? Jiang Yi is vigilant immediately. The nearby by the stone of gold/metal flame combustion, was all melted the magma, braves the weak flame. The form is upon the jump among the flames, together. A young tree? The Jiang Yi surprise, unexpectedly is the small seedling of top of the head large Chinese hawthorn, at first sight also thinks that is individual. It lives here, just ran from outside? Jiang Yi raises legs to walk, young tree actually suddenly vigilant, whiz. Disappearance in darkness. Good quick speed. Jiang Yi has not worried to pursue, but incurs the metaplasia bowl from bronze. Inside the tower, lifts, tempts the young tree, to the midair. The iron dragon old tree starts also no response, when hides that young tree. In shadow it attracts, it shook leaf, noticed there. The young tree is 10,000 spirit blood trees, by ray and aura attraction. That before bloomed, drilled here following the crack. It's very intelligent, recognized the iron dragon old tree, probably. The iron dragon old tree also felt the similar aura, motionless standing in bowl, is confronting 10,000 spirit blood trees. Did Senior, you notice that young tree? The Jiang Yi spirit strength. Condenses the eyes, looks at beyond several hundred meters to hide the young tree in darkness vigorously. Slender rhizome lithe falling in the ground, the small hand who 4 twigs. Open probably, particularly head that blood color fruit, unexpectedly like the head. This surely is an extraordinary tree monster. Where, pale sovereign by the consciousness, is feeling outside. In front, same walks with the rhizome with the iron dragon old tree. Its top. Of the head a red fruit, likely head. The iron dragon old tree is interested. In it probably very much. Top of the head red fruit? Right, blood red, probably very intelligent. Pale sovereign silent little while, suddenly said, 10,000 spirit blood. Trees? Very specially? Jiang Yi sighs with emotion. Pale sovereign is really anything. Knows. You proceed to approach, I for your. But 10,000 spirit blood trees, the antiquity were greatly ominous, was the difficult adversary of monster clan. Belongs that kind of ominous thing that should not have. Once also triggered. Monster Clan unprecedented joint operations, all top monster clans. Participated Pale Sovereign tone is somewhat anxious. Is so fierce? Jiangyi changes countenance, immediately must proceed to approach. The young tree in darkness awakening, vanishes immediately. Jiangyi hurries to hold up the Iron Dragon old tree, attracts the attention. The Iron Dragon old tree is also wielding the branch, might extract the root. Hair from the Jade Bowl, must pursue. 10,000 Spirit Blood tree stops slightly, then looked at the eye, runs in. The darkness. Pale Sovereign urges immediately, pursues. Before Flame Imaginary Bird, said. That an upper-level Trasher Palace is burying a lot of monster beast. Skeletons, big dragon black tortoise anything. If some people condense the courage vigor in that arrangement law, but also really possibly molds 10,000 Spirit Blood trees. It is only a seedling. Flame Imaginary Bird did not say for several thousand years ago has produced. The war. At that time, possibly 10,000 Spirit Blood trees, actually died. At that time, this is new student/life. Jiangyi must pursue immediately, the crack place of upper air exudes the flaming glare suddenly, forms drop from the clouds, the glare is bright, is scattering the darkness. Loses that group of people? Jiangyi changes countenance, immediately restrains the hot wing, avoids in the darkness, bent skies quietly. However, Jiangyi? The Lan Nua eyes are exuding the strange ray, the scene in clear. Completely understanding darkness, observes closely the form that bends to run. Immediately. Can this see? Jiangyi stares, this special is away from more than 2,000 meters darkness, teases me. 10,000 Spirit Blood trees. Lan Nua is just about to seek for the flame. Imaginary Bird, in the surprised discovery distant place darkness is having a young tree to dash about wildly. Jiangyi? 10,000 Spirit Blood trees? Uneven. Lan Yin, their spirit big. A preparation tidies up, and anticipation meets again, all appear here place. Unexpectedly. The heaven enlarges one's vision. First catches 10,000 Spirit Blood trees. Lan Nua is excited, here is. The closed room, without the tree mask, must catch 10,000 Spirit Blood trees is too easy. Does not need to approach 100 meters, can the void mirror imprison. Forcefully. Fights a battle to force a quick decision, moves to me. Lan Yin treads the cracked ground, the soaring surges, directly soars the 10,000 Spirit Blood trees of distant place. Our luck was good. First catches 10,000 Spirit Blood trees. Lan Yu holds the old vine, raises the bottle gourd, stirs the rushing auspicious sign. Tide, toward the front dark volume in the past. Behind a clansman, the tide fluctuates, thunders ear-spittingly, his incarnation giant turtle, pitch-black huge, sends out the astonishing power and influence, curled up the tide to charge into 10,000 Spirit Blood trees. A clan human sacrifice has the jade sign, treads is soaring to soar to the heavens, both hands paddle, the release, dazzling sword forest, rule. Suddenly slash violently to strike, the neat arrangement, is nothing more or less. The just right 36 handles, howl against the wind, speedily enlargement. They have not worried, assumes an awe-inspiring, pose full power, toward 10,000 Spirit Blood tree suppression in the past. These really cannot make it runtime again. Chapter 517, Intense. Really is 10,000 Spirit Blood trees? Jiangyi is excited, the whole body, saint flame surges, the skeleton flesh changes, accompanies as crying to howl sharply, changes to the vermilion bird. Curls up the lava saint flame, pounces upon suddenly toward 10,000. Spirit blood trees, little fellow, runs toward here quickly, I protect you. These are group of bastards. Lan Yu screamed angrily, you're bastard, your entire family bastard. Little miss, you spoke the limelight. Birdman. You must dare to bump 10,000 spirit blood trees, deciding make. You unable to go out this eternal holy mountain. The little girl who has not grown, plays your bottle gourd. Irritated me, who has not grown, the elder sister I grew, is good. Light shouted that, will not take off the clothes to have a look. Hooligan, the bastard, I killed you. Young killing is so heavy, you will affect to grow. Although Jiangyi is shouting, speed actually quickly to pinnacle, probably. But across the sky a meteorite, the roaring flame is torrential, the glare is fierce, directly soars the distant place, 10,000 spirit blood trees, that runs away. The little fellows were obviously frightened, anything does not manage. Considers only to dash about wildly. Jiangyi. That thing you cannot bump. The Lan Nua delicate hands inspire to strike, the space turns wells up, the darkness condenses, changes to the huge hand imprint, depending on the prestige of the world, drops from the clouds, the bang approached Jiangyi. Soul boundary bully spirit origin realm, the small woman your demeanor of? Be careful turns into the vixen, does not marry. The Jiangyi fright, dodges. Toward side rapidly. Court's death. Lan Nua jade dimple slightly cold, waves the arms about to offer a sacrifice to the empty day mirror, the endless ray shines the darkness, screens the Jiangyi appearance. The Jiangyi complexion changes, wields getting angry feather, to soar to the heaven sticks out suddenly. In the appearance an empty day mirror, once myriad clearly in an instant, is shaken off the fetter forcefully. Damn, from is too far. The Lan Nua congealing eyebrow, the speed actually does not reduce slightly. Flies fast, if the startled great wild goose, the passing over gently, and swiftly darkness, charged into 10,000 spirit blood trees, that the distant place ran away. Rumbling. Lan Yin and the others disperse one after another, in circles and suppresses. From each position, is excited and anxious, release strongest martial law. Blocks 10,000 spirit blood trees. 10,000 spirit blood trees run away, startled, want to cast off the entanglement, but in the darkness except for the gulf is the stone, without. The trees can use, does not have the place to hide. After one tosses about, Lan Nua approaches 100 meters, scolds tenderly. The empty day mirror strikes to the expansive sky, shines the darkness. This time in the woods, the disturbances without various disorderly forests. The empty day mirror did not produce an inverted image, clearly 10,000. Spirit blood trees. 10,000 spirit blood trees were illuminated instantaneously thoroughly. Framing is motionless, there. You are my. Lan Nua controls the empty day mirror, controls the reality, making 10,000 spirit blood trees approach to her. Good. Lan Yin and the others yelled, inspired. 10,000 spirit blood trees were there. Believes that the head of the clan, they will be proud. However. Elder sister. Be careful above. Lan Yu calls out in alarm suddenly. The Jiangyi ebullition roaring flame, drops from the clouds, anger howls. Flings 9 sovereigns, to refine a day of cauldron, pounding ruthlessly. Approached the empty day mirror. Loses the clansman complexion changes, this is what cauldron furnace, very powerful imposing manner. Lan Nua looks slightly one cold, turns over the empty day mirror, decisively. Gives up 10,000 spirit blood trees, the photo to the upper air. However, in she turns over the empty day mirror, the release Rayanan. Instant, Jiang Yi takes away instantaneously refining up a day of cauldron. The pair of wings of being ready inspires to strike violently, avoids the ray of empty day mirror speedily, runs away toward the distant place rapidly. In an instant, 10,000 spirit blood trees shake off the fetter, runs into the darkness. Little fellow, comes toward here quickly. Jiang Yi shouted loudly toward 10,000 spirit blood trees. All of you, hold Jiang Yi to me. Lan Nua commanded, charges into 10,000 spirit blood trees that the distant place flees rapidly. Jiang Yi, you bring about own destruction. Lan Yin shoots up to the sky, under the body air wave blasting open, the speed rises suddenly instantaneously, soars over 100 meters. The boundless violent energy turns in the arm wells up, the immortal blade thunders fiercely, chops to cut across the sky. Checks, around the immortal blade the blade air/chi turned wells up, presented the empty shadow of mountains and rivers, had the big mountain to tower, has the rivers and streams to gallop. The power and influence terrifying, as if must crash the land. Cuts to me. Angrily roars, the blade air/chi is enormous and powerful, the potential of mountains and rivers shakes the expansive sky. Immortal blade? Jiang Yi does not draw back, does not evade, comes, the pair of wings, glare twinkle, vermilion bird mark seal, spreads rapidly. A tyrant fierce peerless imposing manner fills the world. Since complete beast, the pair of wings will fuse with the both arms. Completely, the might rises dramatically. Opens. Jiang Yi comes, the pair of wings like the blade, the tearing world, takes the mountains and rivers, blade air/chi. An explosive, blade air/chi blasting open, the terrifying aura is mixing the roaring flame and blade air/chi sweeps across the expansive sky. As if the blade chops the mountains and rivers, the cholera world. The picture that shocks, startled palpitates. Well? The Lan Yin surprise, some can unexpectedly people resist his blade? Although the immortal blade just fused, has not stimulated many might, but after all, was the antiquity treasure immortal blade. Jiang Yi to his surprised opportunity, has not actually seeded with excitement the golden saint flame, the front surface is hitting the chaotic blade air/chi tide, kills to rush to Lan Yin. Hooligan. Bird men. Gives me to come. Lan Yu releases the old vine below, the exciting bottle gourd leaps the dreadful auspicious sign, the front surface submerges Jiang Yi, and changes to the vortex that turns wells up rapidly. The auspicious sign like the electricity, tyrant lie, is strong. The vortex turns wells up, just like big dragon absorbing water, the strength is astonishing. Jiang Yi is controlled immediately, distrust collision to the universe. Bottle gourd. The universe bottle gourd is the day earth deity's fruit that an eternal holy mountain has to swallow day to accept the prestige of place. Jiang Yi struggles vigorously, how actually unable to withdraw. This time you cannot run away. The young hooligan, the elder sister refine. You. Lan Yu stimulates to movement the bottle gourd full power, and is ready. In full battle array, prepares to greet the cauldron furnace of Jiang Yi. Possibly release. Today, throws place Tian Shan, cannot prevent her to refine Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi cannot work loose, lowers the head the dive, directly soars the bottle gourd. You or my. Lan Yu scolds tenderly. Lan Yu received him. Other clansmen shouted loudly inspired. The Jiang Yi vision is swift and fierce, no longer struggles, the fright of actually being been tearing instantaneous, loses the clansman to throw three. That before stressed, that stopped up in front. Lan Yu calls out an alarm, being thrown into confusion to disperse the Auspicious sign, responded slowly. 3 clansmen crash in the bottle gourd in the pitiful yell. You did anything, Lan Yu, to hurry to spout the auspicious sign. Emitted the clansman, the Jiangyi actually speed does not reduce, magnificent. Pair of wings, just like day blade, dividing ruthlessly on bottle gourd. Bang! The bottle gourd thunders, the loud sound is deafening. As if the blade chops Tian Shan, shakes the space. Terrifying auspicious signs such as rivers and streams tide, angry volume in all directions. Others who Jiangyi and Lan Yu, as well as are just about to throw, were raised by the front surface fly. Some person of vitality surges, some people of bodies crack. Even Lan Nua of distant place was alarmed. This lunatic. After Jiangyi connects the surges, stands firm, the body forcefully, wields. Getting angry wing, speeds along forward. Hurting. Is good to hurt. Lan Yu, just about to sets out, a flame comes. Lan Yu, in great surprise, will escape, was actually seized the neck by the sturdy sharp claws. Jiangyi wields the pair of wings, controls Lan Yu with the claw, shoots up to the sky. Bastard! Let's loose Lan Yu. Lan Yin in the front angrily roars, mountains and rivers chart regains consciousness to the sage mark, comprehensively, body as if instantaneous. Serious a lot of times. The land cracks, the crack propagation, the terrifying earth dust turns. Torrentially wells up. He is bursting with joy, the prestige of mountains and rivers, shoots up to the sky, the immortal blade was stimulated, ancient god, the recovery that world. Fierce thundering, regains consciousness probably, boils the 50-meter blade. Air/chi, breaks out the strong darkness, divided to Jiangyi. Jiangyi is unprecedented, fights intent like the tide, the pair of wings. Strikes forward, depending on the prestige of vermilion bird, opens wrestles a day of potential. Bang! Terrifying loud sound shake darkness. The blade air/chi and roaring flame form the tide that boils, detonates in the upper air. Died. Lan Yin falls to the ground loudly, shows disdain for the expansive sky. However, in the surge's tide, the golden form oblique incident's expansive sky cuts the darkness together, charges into the distant place. Immortal blade. Asked for advice. Jiangyi shouted loudly. His whole body dripping with blood, the bone cracked, just that collision looked like one to hit in a mountains and river space, the serious aura strength, past the state of mind. Hasn't died? Not only Lan Yin absent-minded, others were also startled. To the sage mark, coordinates the immortal blade, can't chop this holy land. Boy unexpectedly? Cracks a joke? What martial law is his? Saves me. Saves me quickly. The Lan Yu panic-stricken scream, the blade air/chi has not divided dead Jiang. The thunder and lightning has actually curled her body probably. The clothes all broke to pieces, only remains specially made protecting body. Skin armor is outlining her tender and delicate body. Jiangyi noticed to fall in the front ruins is glittering the ray universe. Bottle gourd did not have the time to receive, at the maximum speed charged into Lan Nua there. Robbing 10,000 spirit blood trees is the key. Let's loose him. Loses the clansman to angrily rebuke, pursued rapidly. At this time, the rock layer of distant place thundered suddenly, crack. Propagation, sound such as crowded thunderous reverberation boundless dark space. That cracked channel crashes loudly, the crushed stone crashes, the wild form flushed from there together. Spooky, enormous and powerful, such as the rivers and streams tide, galloping, is unceasing. The Su de Lonesome brings Su clear their second batch of rushing furnace in that Almighty troops? They look into the distant place, palatial building up soldier furnace, however. Present scene completely with difference of estimate. Brow tight wrinkle, inspired expression stiff on face. Before the imposing manner and outside feeling? Almighty troops who before saw? There has the person. Shin will be pointing at the distant place next fall. One group of people who slaughter. Chapter 518, Solar Totem. The Jiangyi, passing over gently and swiftly upper air, charged into Lan Nua. Of distant place at the maximum speed. However, eventually late one step. Lan Nua approaches 100 meters range again, controls the empty day mirror. The release, dazzling glare, covered 10,000 spirit blood trees that dashes about wildly. 10,000 spirit blood tree instantaneous anchorage, cannot move. Lan Nua controls the empty day mirror immediately, twists the reality. The 10,000 spirit blood tree extension twigs and mirror, walk forward. The 10,000 spirit blood trees in reality also made the corresponding movement, walks to Lan Nua. Jiangyi takes 10,000 spirit blood trees. Quickly, pale sovereign. Urged Jiangyi, unprecedented anxiety. Because the values of his too clear 10,000 spirit blood trees can definitely being on par Iron Dragon Old Tree. If can use enough many monster beast bloodlines training, the values of 10,000 spirit blood trees even must dominate above the Iron Dragon Old Tree. In the cognition of Pale Sovereign, this going against heavens will monster tree should not appear. After so many years, Eternal Holy Mountain was born unexpectedly. Lan Nua, let's lose 10,000 spirit blood trees, otherwise I killed Lan. You. The Jiangyi speed to the pinnacle, must rush to there quickly shortly. However, Lan Nua has charged into 10,000 spirit blood trees, holds, and in an instant, flings the empty day mirror, the blooming dazzling glare, shines the sky. You cannot escape. Damn. Jiangyi shifts immediately, oblique incidents expansive sky. Lan Nua is controlling the empty day mirror, the blooming dreadful glare. Flings to Jiangyi. Hooligan. You fell into a trap. Lan Yu shows the cunning smile suddenly, the spirit strength of rushing. Turbulently, submerges Jiangyi, changes to the purple vine, twines him. Forcefully. Although the vine is pliable but hard to break, is harder than the profound iron. Little miss, do not blame my Jiangyi, to hate, the sharp claws of Jiang. Yi to fasten tightly Lan Yu immediately, must rip open her body, the deterrent prevents, actually suddenly discovered that Lan Yu disappears. Okay living person, unexpectedly under his sharp claws inconceivable turned into the human form vine. Meanwhile, twines the Jiangyi vine, to wriggle suddenly fiercely, derives a vine cocoon, the ejection goes out fiercely. The vine cocoon twists in the midair ballooning, changes to Lan Yu. This is the Saint Law, substitutes stealthily. When really the elder sister I am so good to grasp. The Lan Yu, flying high surges, raises everywhere purple light, changed to the crowded vine, the thunder and lightning entangles to Jiangyi. Jiangyi was twined all round. The vine rapid proliferation, the speed is astonishing, the ray is torrential. Changes to the giant bird of prey unexpectedly, is stranded Jiangyi in belly, to the end the dive, directly soars distant place Lan Nua. Elder sister, prepares, to receive the goods. Lan Yu falls to the ground. Excited shouting. However. Bang, the golden light emerges, the saint flame surges, Jiangyi rips open the bird of prey belly, shoots up to the sky, at the maximum speed spreads out. Several hundred meters. Time that the empty day mirror ray illuminates, the vine that happened to maps everywhere and turns wells up the ceremonial fire, without the Jiangyi form, is impossible. Lan Yu calls out an alarm. The Chinese wisteria is the energy, let alone the flame, the thunder and lightning, could not rip open. Lan Nua regretted, almost went well. However, this Jiangyi a little strength. The dealing with changes ability is also truly strong. Jiangyi stops in the upper air, knits the brows to look at following Lan Nua. Oh, Pil Sovereign sighed lightly, was regrettable. This female talent is very strong, the natural grain is also static, having. The empty day mirror is very fearful, if trains 10,000 spirit blood. Trees again, the future world definitely will have to belong to her position. Very pitifully, but could not take carry back. Jiangyi is also very regrettable, but the woman is the sole boundary, the strange weapon, he does not dare to rob again forcefully. Lan Yin rushes, throws the universe bottle gourd that the halfway picks to Lan Yu conveniently, shouted loudly toward the dark sky, Jiangyi. I challenged. You won, the gratitude and grudges rode off, lost, you were my Lan Yin war slave. Jiangyi has not paid attention, finally looked at Lan Nua, flutters to leave. Comes back. Without the coward of guts. Lan Yin roared loudly. Pursues. He cannot run here. Lan Nua led the clansmen who are catching up. With pursue. Lost person? The Sude lonesome is looking into the darkness of distant place, recognized Lan Nua and the others, the status. What person? So clear they separate look into the distance spatially, is only. Dark is too thick, from is too far, can only see the person's shadow. Indistinctly, does not see clearly the special details. Leave alone these. The Sude lonesome leads them to charge into the palatial building up soldier furnace. More than 50 inside and outside the dark edge, the flame imaginary bird found. Giant law that a rock built excitedly. Law is 2 to 3 kilometers fully, reaches as high as more than 30 meters, the modeling is complex. Under the corrosion of years, the rock does not have the light gloomily, but also is covering the thick dust. However, in law heart position, the weak ray is glittering. The flame imaginary bird leaps the roaring flame, blows off the thick dust. Appears a law real appearance. Overlooks from the upper air, probably complex ancient sun god mark. But a law center is treasure of solar outline, glittering, is passing the stock vicissitudes ancient aura, there is a fierce yang fenchen dangerous. Aura. In treasure is a spreading the wings blackbird, what is strange the bird. Really has 3 feet. 3 full suns. My God, is 3 full suns. The flame imaginary bird shouted loudly excitedly. Sun surrounds, Kuratori cried to howl. This is not the totem of sun. In the antiquity legend, 3 full suns were sun, can release the fire of sun, scattered the darkness, cleaned up the evil spirit, had to burn to extinguish the energy of myriad things, suppressed the prestige of various God. 3 full suns are powerful and sacred, was awed by all living things, is equivalent to the taboo. Who dares the appearances of casting 3 full suns in the weapon? Only the solar totem of antiquity ancients casting. Right, appears here, the years are glorious, the origin is extraordinary, it absolutely was the solar totem of era. Flame imaginary bird excited swaying back and forth everywhere, in falling. Down law, digs out the solar totem forcefully. The ray of solar totem is very weak, but this type of treasure, so long as is delivered from oppression, can absorb the light of sun continuously, shows the endless invincible might. The bird master was developed. Heaven, you really cared for me. The flame imaginary bird is lifting the solar totem, the eyes shine excitedly. Right. livelihood same splendor? Large-scale law and ground is not 9 dragons surrounds and protects. Livelihood same splendor? This is solar law, should have moon law. Flame imaginary bird spirit big, the incarnation great eagle, grabs the solar totem to charge into the upper air. Found the treasure? Jiangyi catches up from the distant place. You come just right, I found the solar totem. The flame imaginary bird hurries to show off. Solar totem? Jiangyi surprised looks at the huge fine gold weapon, truly. Probably solar outline, moreover inside unexpectedly also float a first 3. Full bird. I can guarantee, it absolutely was the solar totem of Era, otherwise could not haunt such powerful law, was unfair to this burying endless years the treasure trove. Haha, the bird master I was developed. Also is the sage fruit, is the solar totem, you are really my mascot. Right, this totem law likely corresponds outside livelihood, same splendor. What meaning do you understand? That is this underground space, definitely also. Has moon totem. Walks quickly, we must, before the bystander rushes, found it. Lost person arrived, their strength is truly strong. Jiangyi is very pleasantly surprised, can shoulder the protection underground to refine the heavy responsibility of soldier field, this totem was absolutely powerful. Said that endured compared with that divine tool is not overrated, but first escaped importantly. Comes is so quick? The flame imaginary bird hurries to throw the serious solar totem to Jiangyi, is saving to me. Do not misappropriate, it is my. They pursued quickly, we first left here. Jiangyi receives the solar totem. Charges into the dark upper air. The flame imaginary bird changes to the red fox, stands on the Jiangyi shoulder, or, we find the way to avoid them, first found the moon totem? Without enough time. Jiangyi finishes barely the words, the upper air stone layers, crash loudly. Everywhere giant stone crashes, dozens meters, there are several hundred meters, imposing crash space. The ray is torrential, thunder tide blasts open. A terrifying Qilin beast treads the ebullition thunder tide to arrive, tyrant. Lie the aura, the astonishing beast prestige, is almost filled with the dark underground to refine the soldier field instantaneously. Moreover the position, the stratum avalanche, dragon Chiru the tide, the great peak dragon is stepping the serious step, rushes here. Every one step falls. The cracking land, sways the space, as if easily can destroy here. One gold/metal wing, great pung, spreading the wings several kilometers, the golden scorching sun, arrives to refine the soldier field probably. Powerful radiance, punctures the dark ink darkness, illuminated thoroughly, to refine. The soldier field, was ordinary just like the daytime, all were clearly discernible. Chapter 519, is advocating. Did these overlords come? In a big hurry quickly, has not noticed us while. Them, hurries to run. Flame imaginary bird anxious shrinks the body, anxious. Urging. Jiangyi saw that these big monster overlords charged into the cauldron. Furnace, soars decisively, charges into large cave/hole of distant place. Avalanche. Jiangyi, you cannot escape. Lan Yin and the others appeared in behind, is controlling a generous animal skin, approaches Jiangyi rapidly. Animal skin howling surges, potential, if skyhawk, speed quick astonishment. Lan Nua treasure label, do not pursue, we are predestined friends say. Goodbye. The flame imaginary bird shouts on the Jiangyi shoulder loudly. Clever bird. You dare to deceive us unexpectedly. Your courage was fat. Lan. You hears the familiar sound, immediately understands who that fox was. Lan Yin also great shout, clever bird, gives you an opportunity, holds Jiang Yi to acknowledge guilt, otherwise your latter half of life remains to lose. Ancient works as the puppet. A flame imaginary bird eyeball revolution, sets out to call out an alarm. Toward them suddenly, Lan Nua treasure, be careful top of the head. Avoids. Quickly. Lan Nua the raising the head vigilance, subconscious must release martial law. To protect oneself immediately. However, in that moment that they raise the head collectively, the front flame imaginary bird raises the air, chi suddenly. Spouts the blazing roaring flame. The soul boundary third heavenly layer full power strikes. The roaring flame like the tide, galloping turns wells up, the violent tide. That probably starts, the front surface bang approached Lan Nua they. Damn. Is controlling the Lan Yin complexion of animal skin changes, controls. The animal skin to pounce upon suddenly decisively downward. Lan Nua waves the arms about to inspire, the space fear surges, the act drop. Fluctuated probably, forcing the roaring flame to change course forcefully. Charged into the stone layers of high place. Response is very quick. The flame imaginary bird thief smiles. Holds it to me. The Lan Nua eye ground cold light flashes, stares at the tight. Flame imaginary bird. They cannot run away. Lan Yin breaking, by biting both hands, condense the essence and blood, sprinkles to the animal skin. The animal skin leaps the monster chi that rushes immediately, the bird of prey. That probably regains consciousness, sends out chilly crying to howl, leading them to plunge Jiang Yi. Both sides are away from pull closer rapidly. They're ghosts. Looks toward here quickly, has the good thing. Jiang Yi shouted loudly toward the distant place suddenly loudly, the sound was sharp, is mixing the spirit strength, spread over the underground space. The Lan Nua, clear double pupil concentrates slightly, immediately calls out in alarm, shut up. Jiang Yi, you shut up to me. They are the people who lose the ancient place, in their hands has 10,000 spirit blood trees. Has 10,000 spirit blood trees. Jiang Yi cried to howl sharply. Shut up. Our gratitude and grudges right off. Writes off. Lan Nua calls out. In alarm, before not having again, calm. 10,000 spirit blood trees were the thing of antiquity taboo, particularly regarding the monster clan was the huge threat. Looks toward here quickly. Is 10,000 spirit blood trees. The Jiang Yi. Speed does not reduce, shouted loudly toward the ghost of distant place. Jiang Yi, I will not make you live to run eternal holy mountain. Lan Yin they yell angrily, various spirit treasure offer a sacrifice to completely, covers. Crazily toward Jiang Yi. What 10,000 spirit blood trees? The flame imaginary bird squats in. Jiang Yi conducts the back, saw that for the first time Lan Nua, they become. This appearance anxiously. Went out to say again. Jiang Yi wields the fire wing, charges into the big monsters of distant place. However, the imposing manners of these monster clan overlords were too strong. Boils thunder tide of destruction, to release torrentially rustic, side does not have the golden light. Although the Jiang Yi sound is flooding the energy, actually without really. Passes to that also without bringing to whose attention. You ended. Lan Nua they follow closely to pursue. At this time, Jinping several tens of thousands of meters away turned around. Suddenly, the swift and fierce and terrifying eye observed closely Jiang Yi of distant place. In a flash, Jiang Yi felt like must be completely understood completely, from the soul to the sea of qi, all secrets must present in front of Jinping. Distant places that Jinping did not hear yelling, but detected, made its vigilant aura, the pupil condensed slightly, stares to be tight firebird. That approaches rapidly, that is. At a crucial moment within, Jiangyi activates peacock mark seal on neck. Immediately. A loud sound, deafening, the sound passes on underground refining up the soldier field. Multicolored sunlight 10,000, auspicious color 1,000. A peerless ominous prestige releases violently, shakes the expansive sky, was more exciting other giant beasts. Peacock? Lan Nua, they change countenance and behind, is spirit mark of this fellow the peacock? It is not right. This power and influence was too strong. Jiangyi 1,000 are not willing, 10,000 to be unwilling, was releasing the plume feather at this moment. Once by Jin Peng were discovered own secret, has possibility one to swallow. Extremely. Walks. Jiangyi, with the aid of the monster chi of 5 colors peacock, disturbed Jin Peng to investigate, raised Lan Nua, that and the others flew. Soon to kill with the aid of that energy. He re-enters the normal human form. Charges into the upper air rapidly, flees underground refining up the soldier field. What you just released is what? How do you have the plume feather of peacock? The flame imaginary bird is more shocking, how this boy can the whole body be? The secret. Goes out to explain again. Jiangyi looks nervous, after crashing in cave. Entrance of avalanche, is raising head rapidly to slash clashes upward. We remove. Lan Nua ordered decisively, was urging Lan Yin left. No longer pursued? Lan Yin is really unwilling. These big monsters look toward here, leaves quickly. Lan Nua must protect 10,000 spirit blood trees, in order to avoid being detected the aura by that crowd of big monsters. I must hold him sooner or later personally. Lan Yin is enduring the anger. Leaves rapidly. Lan Nua said, first leaves, returns loses ancient. As for Jiangyi, later processes. Since he is the Holy Land disciple, cannot run away. Lan Yu is very unwilling gives up, Jiangyi entered Holy Land, how do we also tidy up him? Jiangyi is a person, is the person has the weakness to have the means of tidying up. So long as confined and hold, I can make he himself be separated from Holy Land, Neil suffers to death in the front. Lan Nua always does not like such meeting the tough head-on with toughness, and chase, in his opinion, this does not have the means under means that is also the most inferior means. Seeks then decides, resistance gambling, is interesting. But she most excels also seeks, for the opponent weakness. In the strength, is. In the human nature, or in emotion. When she found, the Jiangyi time of death arrived. Jiangyi across the big crack of avalanche, returns to the above that matter. Does not have any rest, to continue to clash upward. Covers here canyon also to crash, no longer has the crack, but is one big two. The astonishing endocrater. By thunder, Chao-Hong of Qilin Beast. Later changes you to lead me to fly. Jiangyi must hide the aura, casts off the sensation of 5 colors vermilion bird as far as possible. Why? I need to cover my vermilion bird aura. Why? Where you come so many why? Hey, young, the temperament is big, asks that is not good. Prepares to replace me. Jiangyi, just about to disperses the opening fire wing, the pupil shrinks. Suddenly, observes closely the distant place horizon. Cloud layer of one gorgeous and powerful 5 colors radiance crash distant. Places, appears above the hills, the ray is torrential, if resplendent, the scorching sun, dyes the boundless mountains and rivers colored. Peacock Queen? Even she was directed. The flame imaginary bird raises the Cold air, but actually, that is what the super overlord Hu Jinping contends with. Ended. The Jiangyi forced smile can be so quick, beforehead definitely. Traced neighbor. This little while, should observe closely him. Is gawking doing, walks quickly. The flame imaginary bird anxious urging. This big monster, cannot stir up. Could not get away. Why? It comes in line with me. What? Jiangyi clenches teeth, purses the lips, braces oneself to soar, welcomes. 5 colors peacock to rush over. Lying trough, do you do? The flame imaginary bird calls out in alarm. Do not revolt, I take in the bronze tower you. The Jiangyi exciting bronze tower, takes away the flame imaginary bird, wields the pair of wings, welcomed. 5 colors peacock fast. Bronze inside the tower, spreads flame imaginary bird shock angry crying to. Howl quickly. Lying trough. I big trough. How in you're to have a small peacock? Did you pull out the whole sparrow nest? Did you steal the peacock child? Is peacock queen chases down your? Puts me to go out, I must break ties with you, I do not know you. I did not have exactly enough. Heaven, my solar totem has not covered hot. Chapter 520, Quarrel. The gorgeous ray, such as the boundless tide of galloping, submerges Jiangyi. Anchorage Jiangyi. The Jiangyi whole body is stiff, the soul shivers. Do you come out to catch the spirit bird? Running is very far. 5 colors. Peacock is wielding the magnificent wing, light feather everywhere, as if. Forms a light shadow the world. I come out to rescue the small peacock. The small peacock was grasped. Jiang. He does, calmly, drinks loudly greatly. Was grasped by whom? 5 colors peacock occupies a commanding position is. Overlooking Jiangyi, in the vortex look is surging the fearful swift and fierce ray. I just started not to know, sudden one group of people rushed to the crown, with a jade mirror photo, I cannot move with the small peacock. Then, the small peacock is still sleeping obviously, actually through the corner the wing to fly away. Jiangyi very impolite pulling to lost the ancient, that group of people. 5 colors peacock look is getting more and more cold, bone-chilling cold. Murderous aura fills the air in the light shadow world, continues to arrange. I said real. After they leave, pursuing that I go all out. However that group of people were too strong, a mysterious weapon, has the needle of stimulation. Soul every, has bottle gourd that swallows, to accept the myriad things. Particularly that jade mirror, the photo arrives at anything to control. Anything. I have pursued now, pursues here, finally discovered them. I rescue the small peacock, activated the plume feather on the earliest possible time. The Jiangyi control bronze tower, emits the small peacock from inside. Bronze inside the tower is 9 revolutions of spirit essence pill, therefore. The little fellow has been eating to rest eating, does not understand what situation completely. Until Jiangyi grabbed to shake shaking, the little fellow opened the eye. Shown too, but also affectionate arched the arch, toward the Jiangyi bosom. You look. We are good. Jiangyi makes the smile. Empty day mirror? Universe bottle gourd? 5 colors peacock look one cold. I do not know him anything, that girl, but who leads called Lan Nua probably. Jiangyi is welcoming her vision, as far as possible keeps calm. 5 colors peacock deep looks at Jiangyi, sly boy. Before you come, hides. The flame imaginary bird, is feared that it does see through you? That is a red fox. Jiangyi grins secretly, then can see clearly? Puts it, I asked. Died. Just not well? Just died. The Jiangyi consciousness reaches the bronze tower, wants to remind the flame imaginary bird to feign death, result that fellow has lain. There is motionless, the whole body that but also makes intentionally was the blood, the breath held, feigned death to install, was very proper. 5 colors peacock spreads the wings suddenly, the glare is dreadful, ominous. Prestige writings, you think that you are very intelligent? The boys give you. To maintain a livelihood the opportunity, you must do. I help you today. Jiangyi heart one nervous, ended. However, Jiangyi expression, suddenly one ruthless, roared loudly, come, you special. Kill me. In order to give your bastard supplements a courage vigor, you dare. The bodies of ancestor of rebirths swallow alive 10,000 bird, your mind. Your vision. You're getting what one deserves life and death in dire straits in this eternal holy mountain. Let alone you do not want to go out, you special, cannot go out. You're so-called keeping aloof, the king of your so-called monster clan, but immersing in this narrow and small space. You do not have the least bit to be honored in my eyes, does not have any impressive and dignified manner, you are in 5 colors bird of feeling sorry. Tragedy that receives the curse. You are so, your child also so. You for generations so. The father does not fear death, come, killed me. You also remain decayed here. Bang. The terrifying 5 colors ray heads on, Jiangyi whole body blasting. Open, the blood splash, pounds from the upper air, to the ground. 5 colors peacock incarnation human form, dropping from the clouds, radiance. Is gorgeous, tall and pleasing to the eye, she looks at the whole body. Exaltedly is Jiangyi of blood, in the ice-cold eye is exuding the vortex. Glare. Jiangyi mouthful blood, weak respite, but the look is getting more and more swift and fierce. Do not think oneself are intelligent, you can completely understand me, I can also completely understand you. You want my entire straits in this, to raise the life and death boundary, erases remembers. Forever the incarnation vermilion bird, you special wants to result in. Beautiful, even if the father dies, will not hope for you. The small peacock and frightened fiercely by calling out of Jiangyi, rolled up on mother's shoulder, visits him cautiously. 5 colors peacock coldly looks at Jiangyi, the slender right hand fastens tightly slowly, sharp and fearful aura surrounds in the fingertip. Come, kills me. Jiangyi is just about the fierce rave, thick, crazy sound shake hills. 5 colors peacock. When raised the human pet, traded the appetite? 8-arm wicked apes, clash from the distant place, treads the crack mountain. Soaring several kilometers, falls in the ruins loudly, raises air wave that rushes. 300 meters in height, strong tall and straight, 8-arm each stirp over. 100 meters, the muscle such as old dragon coils around, as if can tear the sky. Both eyes are red, exude the ominous light, the forehead are setting upright. The pupil to seem like terrifying Ling Lake, is surging the destruction aura. Hear not your matter. 5 colors peacock voice is cold. Below has the treasure born, you stay here to tease the kind to play. Hee hee, 8-arm wicked apes sneer, 2, jumps, to leap deep hole. What does below have? 5 colors peacock indifferent looks at Jiangyi. Heaven gives grave that you prepare. A dull thumping sound, the 5 colors radiance violence strikes Jiangyi, his whole body that bang is the blood, pounds in the ruins. 5 colors peacock curls up half-dead Jiangyi, the incarnation monster body. Across several kilometers deep gulf, arrived at the underground drill ground. After the overlords repeatedly study refining up the soldier furnace, anything had not discovered, but before they feel here, indistinctly should something is here that who first discovers? Jinping seems like a powerful god, looking disdainfully audience. Who is? The Qilin beast is filling the terrifying ominous prestige, Su clear. To distant place, and the others took away the enormous oppression. Loses ancient. Jiangyi is wiping the corners of the mouth blood, weak. Stands. 5 colors peacock, your taste changed, started to raise the human war too. Favor? Jinping's cold vision by 5 colors glare, saw Jiangyi. Jiangyi? Su, clear they are very accidental, how did this boy ride 5 colors peacock to come? Jiangyi continues to shout loudly, the person who loses the ancient places. Tracing 10,000 spirit blood trees, surprise here. 10,000 spirit blood trees? Darius overlords look neatly to Jiangyi. The terrifying vision seems like the almighty troop's sharp blade, making the person's state of mind alarmed and afraid. Even 5 colors peacock is also accidental. Jiangyi stands in 5 colors glare shouts loudly, absolutely true. Is 10,000 spirit blood trees. They discovered here, seized 10,000 spirit blood trees, but also wants to ruin me, covers the news. The great peak dragon lifts the dragon's head, dragoning the day, does. Little fellow, you know 10,000 spirit blood trees? Jiangyi said, was they says. That seedling can walk with the tree root, but also is going against a blood-red fruit. 10,000 spirit blood tree rebirths? In 3000, it unexpectedly in this time rebirth. It had not died in the past. 10,000 spirit blood trees cannot grow. Various overlords get angry, in abundance howl, the gigantic eye sweeps in the darkness. 5 colors peacock warned Jiangyi, you must be responsible for each words that you spoke, if there is a half a word to be false, no one can preserve you. Is loses ancient, is 10,000 spirit blood trees. Person? Ran early. Should runs back their territories. Jiangyi just said, the Qilin beast raises inundates the heavenly thunder. Tide, first runs out underground refining up the soldier field. The great peak dragons, 8-armed wicked apes, left one after another. Even / including Sutian lonesome abandons, Su, clear they, followed close on to clash. However, when they return the ground, powerhouse who loses the ancient place also. Before radiance that blooms rushes to here, happen to caught Lan Nua one group of who flee. We obtain 10,000 spirit blood trees, walks quickly. Lan Nua can ignore the explanation, immediately urges that powerhouse. 10,000 spirit blood trees? Its rebirth? The silver-haired powerhouse soars immediately, at the maximum speed charges into Holy Mountain. Roar. 8-armed wicked apes send out rock the earth roaring, treads the crack. Ground, shot up to the sky, pursued. Leaves behind 10,000 spirit blood trees, you cannot preserve. The Qilin beast ebullition thunder, the passing over gently and swiftly vault of heaven. 5 colors peacock, they also pursued. At this time, lots of monster clan overlords are catching up toward here, the terrifying momentum as if must tread these 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers, is taking away the huge oppression in other informed and experienced people. When they saw that Jinping, they toward the unidirection. To / clashes, although unclear situation, imposing with the past. The Jiangyi vision twinkle, while the peacock attention all in front, soars. Suddenly, quickly flees. The peacock then shot a look at Jiangyi one, the look is very cold, has not actually pursued, to continue to clash in the Holy Mountain direction. Chapter 521, Murderous Aura. This ghost should lets off temporarily me. Jiangyi escapes from over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, avoids the overlord's march. Direction, Fella Summit. The flame imaginary bird was just put to shout loudly toward Jiang Yi. Do you dare to steal the peacock unexpectedly, the child? Do you know her in the position of this eternal holy mountain? Do you know her temperament? You gave the bird the master eye to open mind simply, pulled out the bird nest of peacock, to the old man, the common people's mood medicine, what flamboyant matter you have also done? This is the accident/surprise. Jiang Yi is helpless, prescribes medicine this matter to fear that to the old man could not pass. How they run toward there. The flame imaginary bird is looking at the distant place, enormous and powerful monster clan overlords. I said that Lu's ancient has 10,000 spirit blood trees. They moved restlessly. What is 10,000 spirit blood trees? The difficult adversary of the world monster clan. Jiang Yi is explaining the situations of 10,000 spirit blood trees simply. Your meaning is, does it bury in monster bone, that matter trush or palace born? No wonder said that in the past the monster clan lost seriously. However you're noisy, perhaps lost ancient to keep thinking about you. I am not noisy, they could not forgive me. After Jiang Yi and other final several beast of prey overrun, launches the pair of wings, leaves rapidly. The plume feather was released, so long as controls the good aura, should. Unable to bring in the peacock. Now was almost the time seeks for Yi Anren, they. A month, does not know that they found many chances, what growth had. Do you go? Hurries underground to look for the moon totem. Right. Forgot this. Jiang Yi shifted, charged into the underground old city. As Jinping these terrifying overlords leave, here gradually lives it up, not only many powerful beast of prey rush to here, many Holy Land disciples, as well as lucky fellows of Holy Land choice. Jiang Yi avoids their attention, directly soars the peripheral zone. However, late one step. One group of men and women took up moon totem from law, nearby also one group of people, confront with them. Su brother, was embarrassed. It turned over to us. The desolate master light joke, lifts Su clear, who conducts the back to upper air that great pung bird to demonstrate intentionally, then received. Congratulations. Su clear tone is faint, stands conducts the back in the gold/metal wing pung bird, visits them, who coldly do not be happy. Here range is very big, perhaps other spirit treasure. I first wished you also to harvest here, desolate master, laughed Frank, arches. Cupping one hand in the other, across the chest, the greeting people left. Wait. Su clear-eye ground flashes through the silk chill in the air. Let you wait, etc. Can't hear? Shen will wait for the person also in abundance. I have revealed cold light next fall, the breath becomes loud. What is this? Can snatch, hardly, desolate master, detected that the 50 holy land hostility, hints to dynasty powerhouse immediately. I7 vertical strange, looked at the 50 holy land person, he sneers. No matter you are thinking anything, best to consider again. Su clear is restraining the anger diligently. Although the person of father's generation hates, is not suitable involves the later generation, but this hatred was too serious. He confessed astutely calm, encountered a difficulty can steadily deal, this time really could not suppress the anger. Solemn person sovereign, affectedly virtuous, 100 years ago ruined that generation of all talent disciples unexpectedly. If were not Su Tianji lived by luck, this secret likely forever sealed, there. 50 Holy Land also wanted stupidly was on intimate terms with the 9th lunar month imperial family. Su does clear, what issue have, desolately also notices Su clear the complexion to be not quite normal. In her understanding, Sue Clear is handsome. Handles matters to treat people have the discretion very much, what today was. This? Had/left other matter, totem Buddhist musical instrument that because they just obtained? If the latter, perhaps that this person of real conduct understands with oneself was not quite same. Hits? Shin must unable to suppress next fall, the expression becomes fierce. A cold light spatters in all directions from Spirit Mark. Hits? Whom hits? He, can Holy Land challenge 9th lunar month, the dynasty? Brave, haha, you are very brave. Advised politely, you do not make good of foolish matter. Had/left any problem. Your group of fellows cannot take on the responsibility. The I-7 vertical and the others activate Spirit Mark immediately, is ready in full battle array. Desolate Master releases the Heaven Bird, Thunder Tide does in a big way. Deafening. The Heaven Bird spreads the wings more than 50 meters, charges into the upper air, boils as flaming bright hot tempered Thunder Tide, confronts front. Gold/metal wing, Great Pung. Gold/metal wing, Great Pung flutters to cry to hell, the glare is bright, is sending out the fearful ominous prestige, only waits for Sue, Clear the order. Desolately soars, falls to the Heaven Bird on, the beautiful tender face and beautiful physique, should under have a different kind character and style in. The thunder illumination, is only her look is gradually swift and fierce. 50 Holy Land was on good terms with the 9th lunar month dynasty. Generation, mutual respect. You as enlightened ruler's son, no matter works, best probably for the Holy Land consideration. Otherwise, if Holy Land to become enemies with the dynasty, was not you can undertake. Cannot do well will affect your 50 Holy Land reveres the Lord position. Shin will grin fiendishly next fall, this saying to be listening to really. Gratingly. Mutual respect? Is the generation on good terms? Haha. You smile. To court death, although come, do not find fault especially. Dynasty powerhouse Lu Jingwei showed disdain for Shin Mingqi. He is very rare. Nebula Spirit Mark, is 100 years of rare Holy Spirit Mark, the heavens. Saint Mark endures, compared with the Mahayana Saint Mark. Sue Clear, ordered, we can spell. 50 Holy Land Lu Liangren kills intent to be imposing, he is the Holy Land talent controlling beast master, the talent is next to Sue Clear, the monster beast of control is symbolizing the life and death White Mukro. Their spoken languages and attitudes, making 9th lunar month the imperial family very accidental/surprised, actually also arouses the anger. Hee, haughty fellows. Dear, how many controlling beast masters presumptuously think to challenge are these sovereign pilgrimage marks? Unexpectedly? Really, lives is impatient. The I-7 vertical whole bodies explode, remove mind's moist astral air/chi. Glitter the black-red two-color glares, interweaves in the whole body, rushes in the surroundings, release powerful oppression. Other dynasty talents were ready in full battle array, revealed sneering that disdained the team of their dynasty. All was 8 heavy day of 9th heavenly layer, was being one in a 10,000 Holy Spirit mark. But opposite boundary is irregular, Holy Spirit mark only has 5. Depending on this, with challenging them? Simply haughty, acts recklessly. Sue Clear, you, to try the dynasty, the strength, we are glad to accompany, but to provoke, we can also be your qualified opponent. Desolately you dimple. Sinks, holds up the slender white and tender white hands, prepares to order at any time. Tense atmosphere. Both sides are ready in full battle array, must kill momentarily to each other. Su Clear struggles at heart a while, Sane depresses the anger of spurting out. Eventually. We walk. Walks? Don't they hear, kill several to walk? Shen will angrily rebuke next. Fall angrily. To kill kills, you special think who oneself are. Rwandan latitude and longitude and other dynasty powerhouses glowered. This group of fellows really have not known the immensity of heaven and earth, if no scruples the opposite. Party Holy Land status depends on the present attitude they have overrun on. Own initiative. We walk. Su Clear no longer insisted. Although he thinks to act very much now, but including 30% grasps does not have. They need to enhance the strength, needs some people to assist. Vexed. Shen will send out a low roar next fall, the greeting people leaves. What insanity do they send, desolate, master complexion, gloomy looks at. Leaving Su Clear and the others. He was jealous of us to obtain the treasure. Also Holy Land, saw that. Especially the thing has not been jealous in the same old way. Affectedly virtuous, what gadget? One crowd installs the aloof from worldly affairs whore. Rwandan latitude and longitude and the others sneered, the sound is very high. Does not conceal. What did you special say? Shen will turn around to angrily rebuke next fall. His temperament is irritable, most cannot bear the provocation. Said you. You look there, Firebird. The Rwandan latitude and longitude is pointing at the golden flame of distant place that group flaming combustion. Suddenly, inside can see the Firebird outline indistinctly. Desolately and the others neat looked at the past, before had nothing special. To the golden flame felt, now is sensitive. Jiangyi brought the flame imaginary bird just to rush shortly, feeling strange looks at the two side teams of distant place. Probably is quarreling? 50 will Holy Land also confront with the dynasty unexpectedly? Rare. With Su Clear character, only if the dynasty did what bastard matter, perhaps. Will not threaten. What bastard matter can be? Looked. The flame imaginary bird erect the body, is looking into the distance. Toward the distant place, wants to determine the moon totem on whom. However. Jiangyi. Your domestic animal. In the dynasty team, 5 arrogant beautiful talent disciples went crazy, suddenly resultant screamed. Jiangyi. You also dare to come, desolately also changed the complexion. Instantaneously, the cleanness that the honored makings and arrogant manner vanish completely, a going crazy female leopard, is looking angrily at distant place that form, probably. Sudden calling out, making clear and the others, gawk. Was this? Sense what insanity? Chapter 522, Sudden Battle. Jiangyi. You died. Holds him to me, desolately Fenrin scolds tenderly. Before the nightmarish ashamed and resentful scene floated the mind again. That simply is in her life, the most shame most embarrassed matter. Jiangyi, we have not gone to look for you, yourself delivered, killed to me. Desolate master controls the heaven bird, is seething with excitement. Terrifying thunder tide, angry killing to Jiangyi. Cried to howl, resounds through the darkness. Gold/metal wing, great pung blocks in front, the golden light is bright. Ominous prestige writings, desolate is staring at the heaven bird. Shen next fall, Lu Liangren and others, although unclear situation, but blocks. Desolately, that and the others went crazy, suddenly with Su Clear. Makes way to me, desolate master shouts, hot-tempered, expression fierce. Fearsome, left hand thunder tide, the right hand roaring flame, the potential of thunder fire and the whole body surges, the momentum is scary. Was the present the dynasty is provoking Holy Land? Su Clear look is swift and fierce, the domineering confronts. It does not have any explicit reason on the provocative imperial family, is truly unwise. However, if the imperial family first began, that regarded as another matter. Silent Suling obtains Su Clear to hint finally, the whole body fills the blood. Red light gradually condenses the sturdy monster python, is coiling around. She is seeking for the target in the dynasty team. Here did not have Holy Land and dynasties matter, this was the personal grudge. We must kill that domestic animal. Desolate Master was also burning with anger, wishes one could to peel Jiangyi exactly. The imperial prince of solemn royalty, almost by sentiment medicine exciting. Losing reason? If this passes on, how could it not be becoming the laughingstock world? Luckily there these talent also some strength in meditation, some wills shouldered reluctantly, otherwise their 11 people will lead to the catastrophe, becomes the dynasty to found a country until now the biggest laughingstock. Jiangyi is the Holy Land disciple, is our 50 Holy Land friend. You must kill him with no reason at all, provokes Holy Land, provokes our 50. Su Clear retaliates loudly, the imposing manner is released externally, is ready. In full battle array. Desolate Master shouts, I said again, this is the personal grudge. I also reminded again, Jiangyi was the Holy Land disciple. You want to kill him, first passes our passes/tests. Su Clear lifts the hand to hint, prepares to attack. Shen will wait for the person to understand the meaning next fall immediately. This simply is the excellent excuse, so long as the dynasty acted, they had the sufficient reason counterattack. Homicide Shen Hongtu must pay the price desolately cannot take to say the scandal happened to does to cover up with Shen Hongtu death. Jiangyi natural disposition pure and good-hearted, how to kill people. Do not frame by planting stolen goods on randomly. The Su Clear face not loyalty. Does not jump, opens the mouth then. He pure and good-hearted? You special when blind. Pure and good-hearted, honest, warm, friendly, is my Su Clear friend. He will not kill people, you cannot kill him. He is so good, you special marry him your younger sister. You are an imperial prince, do not speak the bad language. Few idle talk, you let Desolate Master felt that must unable to suppress, whole body roaring flame thunder tide is getting more and more violent. Does not let. Su Clear attitude is strong, prepares to act at any time. In the both sides atmosphere is tight passes the stock to be exciting and crazy. Kills to me desolately Fenrin commanded, she is not so irritable like. Today, angry, almost must lose the reason, has not wanted to kill anyone like. Today. No, she must grasp lives, she must look with own eyes, Jiangyi begs for mercy before him. Kills. Blocks. Both team roared with one voice, release powerful martial law, toward each other rushing over ruthlessly. Did they hit unexpectedly? What enmity, what resentment? Never expected that Su does Clear have such ruthless side? The princess imperial prince of dynasty was not sane. Jiangyi looked into the little while in the distant place, curiously. Then turned head, runs. He does not want to involve 50 Holy Land with dynasty's battle. Let them toss about. Jiangyi ran, both sides just about to kill the same place, Lu latitude and longitude shout loudly. Land ping smoke, ties down Jiangyi to me. Must grasp lives, desolately. Gaoshan commanded, controls the heaven skylark to plunge Su Clear. I must kill him personally. In the team, selects the thin and small female. I ground cold light high presently, is separated from the opponent for the first time rapidly, shoots up to the sky. Walks. The bastard gave you. Do not have reservation, hits. The Rwandan. Latitude and longitude waves, the arms about to raise the big peace star light. The ray is bright, unfolds galloping the galaxy main road. No one want to leave this. Shin next fall, but instantly, intercepts on land. Ping smoke. Dodges spirit mark, can pursue the lightning powerful spirit mark. Instantly however, sharp blade suddenly slash violently to strike, takes land. Ping Yan the nape of the neck. Murderous intention, bone-chilling cold. Land Ping Yan indifferent relative, aloof. In an instant, the front, Lu latitude and longitude that the sharp blade approaches howls loudly, Saint Law, change of the seasons. The galaxy main road ray sparkle, the stars hit, the mysterious deduction. Land Ping Yan disappears instantaneously. Damn. Shin the brow big wrinkle, the woman is a ruthless person, Jiang Yi. Will unable to resist next fall. Shin next fall, leave alone she. Kills to me, can kill several to kill. Several. Su Clear commanded loudly, immediately stimulates to the dynasty. Juniors. Su Clear, you must be responsible for your own words, desolately whole body. Raging tide writings, the thunder hot ebullition, changed to the bang that the thunder furious rain blotted out the sky in the past. Kills to me, desolate master, commanded loudly, the swift and fierce vision. Locks Shin next fall. The thunder fire interweaves, release generous pair of wings. Takes thunder as, uses the roaring flame as the feather, as if real. Beast wing, can stimulate the quickest speed. At this time, the battlefield that will erupt suddenly has the accident/surprise. Suling is vigorous, goes round the people, charged into hid that man rare. 9th lunar month royalty. The man is spirit origin realm 9th heavenly layer, comprehensive beast. Spirit mark is the golden armor beast. The golden light is torrential, the malignant influences fill the air. The men from the flesh to the skeleton, start to wriggle fiercely, turn into the golden pangolin, the length of body are 10 meters. A pair of pupil with golden lantern, is exuding the fearful ominous light. On the pale golden scale is indistinct also has a blood light, the malignant. Influences are extremely heavy. This simply is a small ominous beast. It completes beast, is shaking the cruel vision, will prepare the pathfinding. Actually saw that, Suling, through toward oneself. Suling, your 8 heavy days, with challenges me? The pangolin sends out roars sharply, frigid bloody aura caresses the face, too. Go, has the corpse mountain blood sea seen to reappear unexpectedly, is strange and terrifying. The Suling front surface hits the courage vigor, the roaring flame turns wells up, easily burns to extinguish the phenomenon, the whole body wriggles. Fiercely, the incarnation in the monster chi and scarlet flame of boiling. Becomes the red phosphorus to swallow a day of python, is several meters, the body turns, sticks out suddenly fiercely. Is this your beast body? The pangolin sways violently, such as a golden vastness of bloodstained is. Enormous and powerful, shakes the numerous rough seas, charges into front. Surging forward, the ground crawls the to split open seam. However, the Suling build rises suddenly, from more than 10 meters, suddenly. Inflation to 100 meters. Sturdy huge body, almost but suddenly, the house great mouth opens fiercely. Vortex raging tide that annexes and destroys the myriad things turbulently. The pangolin pupil condensability, the sharp claws strike with force, the ground wants to work loose, called out pitifully to flutter, hit to big mouth. The surrounding ground sways, the dust flies upwards, wells up completely. Toward the vortex. You court death. The pangolin angrily roars, the whole body rolls up rapidly. Changes to the huge golden armor sphere, is surging dozens tons weight. Probably place gold mountain, pounded to the scarlet scale, swallowed a day of. Python. The scarlet scale swallowed day of Python 1 to swallow, was involved in the body. Attacks from her, to increasing to swallow, the entire journey is about 10 seconds. When everyone looks here, the red phosphorus swallows a day of Python. Swallowing down the pangolin. Desolate Master and the others, the complexion changes, such big? Spirit origin realm, monster beast incarnation more than 10 meters are the alternatives, Holy Spirit Mark, can achieve. How did this fellow turn into dozens meters? No, this special must be 100 meters. Roar. You died. The pangolin roared in belly, the serious, tenacious body. Wriggled fiercely, probably place gold mountain is turning over, the momentum. Was astonishing, energy terrifying. However, the red phosphorus swallows a day of Python is the monster clan different. Kind, within the body becomes the space, may swallow to accept the mountains. And rivers, can smelt the mountains and rivers. The body of golden pangolin is rapid, starts to degenerate to the human form. From the monster beast. Not. Is impossible. I am Holy Spirit Mark. I am ninth heavenly layer. The pangolin fright screamed, after struggling crazily, gives out sad and shrill angry roaring, a terrifying undulatory motion opens, the whole body. Explodes the large expanse of golden light, the aura is quite fearful. That is not the golden light, but is the golden scale. The pangolin's strongest place lies in the protection. The strongest protection came from the gold/metal scale, but the gold/metal scale can change to the strongest offensive similarly. The red phosphorus swallows the body, fierce surges of day of Python, is inflating several times in an instant, probably a spheroid that turns wells up, possibly blasts out momentarily. However, the red phosphorus swallows a day of Python, to shoot up to the sky. Coils around in the upper air, sends out sharp grating howling, the whole body. Scale exudes the monster different red light, the body of ballooning quickly. Restores, forcefully suppression. Is accompanying sad and shrill wailing, the rapid incarnation human form of pangolin in the belly, the air/chi of continuous release outward flesh even. The soul starts to dissolve. Chapter 523, Dynasty Heroic Woman. She is not human. The pangolin sends out sad and shrill shouting, at the point of death, he understood suddenly. This aura is not human all, but is the monster beast. Suling is the monster beast. Right, is the monster beast. As beast spirit Mark, he can determine. However, his calling out has not passed on many, no one hears clearly. The person who Suling, you dare to eat my dynasty, courts death, desolate. Master is angry, is treading the thunder-moist roaring flame, charges into the red phosphorus of upper air, to swallow a day of Python. But in this moment, Shin will suddenly appear in the face of one person next. Fall. Too quick. Also was too sudden. Rampant directly face to face. The dagger punctures suddenly, nothing hesitant, pierces that person of chest. Instantaneously. In you, that person open mouth slightly, are shaking hand the broadsword. To raise, but inserts the dagger of chest, to stir suddenly, his whole body is stiff, the strength leaks rapidly, then the body in a flash, sided with Shin. Next fall. Shin will draw a sword next fall, vanishes suddenly, probably the streams. Light/only, kill to other that person. Do you really dare to kill people? desolately understands, finally they came. Protection friend, Bounden. Holy Land is such great. Shin will appear in the face of other that person next fall, and transforms. 3 light shadow in the flash, strikes an attitude to attack forward. That person must distinguish true and false immediately, finally the chest. Hurts, presents a blood hole. What's the matter? When? Right. Blade. Shin next fall, the blade in. Next fall, Shin will come in an instant releases clone, but attracts the attention. In that moment, the blade in his hand has acted. The men understand instantaneously, has actually ended. Shin will come next fall suddenly, stands in the top of the head of man. Sneered toward the 9th lunar month dynasty people, who said that Holy Land will not kill people, we excel compared with you. Person few potentials are weak, kills your 3 in the same old way. The man consciousness dizzily, kneels on the ground layer on layer, / heavily. Brings to be unwilling to be incapable of falling face down. Kills to me, desolate master, is wild with rage, the thunder moist roaring. Flame turns fiercely wells up, toward the audience ebullition. I tidy up Shin next fall. A majestic man treads the cracked ground, roared. Forward, the strong dust raging tide swept across more than 300 meters, will submerge Shin next fall, dozens times of gravitational field territories will crash loudly. Jia Yushan. Hee, you really refined the gravitational field. Shen next fall. Startled, but is not chaotic, tears the dust and fog, works loose forcefully. Forward. I surround him, who killed him to me. Jia Yushan releases the gravity. Crazily, condenses 38 stone columns in the edge, forms the large scale shackles. I come. In a 9th heavenly layer powerhouse, hand fights the lance, kills the gravitational field territory outrageously. Kills. Both powerhouses shout one after another, designated that the opponent launches violent suddenly / violently to strike. Although 50 Holy Land is in an inferior position, but after Shin will kill 2 people, next fall, continually one's effort diverted to 9th heavenly layer. Suling was an incarnation 100 meters python sweeps away the battlefield. Lu Liangren was also extraordinarily powerful. They succeeded. Held the dynasty powerhouse forcefully, has not made more people charge into Jiang Yi there. Jiang Yi is leaving, feels behind to have the glare twinkle, then looks. Happen to saw that has the star light to sprinkle, the form appears together. Suddenly, the swift and fierce vision was away from several hundred meters to lock him. Pursued? Do I have a grudge with them? Jiang Yi stopped, is really bewildered. Jiang Yi, your domestic animal. Land Pingyan Phoenix, including the ghost, dashes about wildly, shoots up to the sky. The underfoot water tide blasts open unceasingly, the range is not big. Actually supports her body steadily, and gives the strong rebound strength. You are sick. Do I know you? The Jiang Yi brow big wrinkle, did the talents of this crowd of dynasties take the wrong medicine? Today, I cleaned up your degenerate for Holy Land. Land Pingyan has not waited to rush, releases in the anger, a palm forwards. The tide thunders, turns dreadfully, wells up. 310 meters high war soldiers take shape loudly, tread on the tide. Majestic domineering, the soul that probably really has is ordinary, roared. Loudly, killed to Jiang Yi. Have you damaged others? The boys, the vision is good. The flame imaginary. Bird to illumination, this girl appearance is excitedly attractive, the stature is good, particularly that both legs, very and straight. Probably the beautiful jade of unusual conditions. Little miss, do not blame my stingy Jiang is not the good nature, at this moment also by land Ping smoke one after another, domestic animal. Degenerate enraging. Spirit mark blooms, beast seal regains consciousness. The powerful gold/metal flame ebullition turns wells up, dislodges 3. Dignified giant ape and height 8 meters one after another, the wild nature. Is aggressive, is treading the fierce saint flame, kills fights the soldier 2. 3. The giant ape consciousness interlinked with Jiang Yi, was controlled by Spirit mark, the speed rises suddenly repeatedly, raises the torrential golden light. Rumble. Fights the soldier to wear heavy armor, shoulders to fight the halberd. Strikes outrageously. In an instant, the surges more than 500 meters tides gather suddenly, at an exceptional pace condensed on 3 war halberds, respectively. Fights the halberd to shiver fiercely, the glare is bright. Fights the soldier rave, the whole body scrap, gives to fight the halberd. Domineering violent, to strike the strength. Bang! The giant ape just hit, then fought halberd disintegration. Fights the halberd power and influence on continue, pierces the expansive sky. Brings rumble the loud sound, takes Jiang Yi. The Jiang Yi complexion changes, each say/way fights the sea tide that the halberd condenses should about hundreds of thousands of tons, can definitely anti-live by his beast fist, why punctures instantaneously. Only if the water has the issue. Fights the water-moist energy that the halberd contains to be very likely to be 1 million tons. 1 million tons? The Jiang Yi front surface on, heavy blows suddenly slash violently to strike, the crazy strength is torrential, shakes the war halberd that the forefront kills. Hardly. Bang. Fights the halberd to thunder, blasts out at the scene, changes inundates the heavenly water tide, turns fiercely wells up. Jiang Yi was shaken, draws back staggers the retreat, the vision condenses. Slightly, really so. The water tide is heavy. Inside is mixing the air/chi of hard metal. 2 fight the halberd to kill one after another, under the distant place land. Pinyin control, curls up violently the airwave vortex. About Jiang Yi attacks, raises the explosive forces of over 400,000 extremely. Boundaries, forcefully disintegration. Mahayana Saint Mark? Jiang Yi stares at the land ping smoke of distant place. Can separate the spatial several hundred meters control to exceed 1 million tons weight by spirit mark, the heaven Saint Mark cannot achieve, only if the Mahayana Saint Mark degenerate. Today I must kill you personally. In land Pinyin, the eyes is shaking biting cold killing intent, this bastard. Almost destroyed her clear reputation, leaves behind the lifetime nightmare. If the situation lost control at that time, she does not know by several man disasters. This blood debt must make Jiang Yi with assigning/life. You're degenerate, your entire family degenerate. Jiang Yi is really bewildered, do I special know you? Suffers to death, land Pinyin screamed angrily, the purple glare from the whole body ebullition, shoots up to the sky, curls up the heavy/thick purple fog, is quite radiant in the dark underground space. The fog turns wells up, purple light twinkle. Forms a complex law trace in a flash, just like the purple starry sky, rose. Beautiful is also mystical. Law rumble the rotation, involved the heavy/thick fog, to form about 800 meters huge vortex, brought the unequaled constriction. The Jiang Yi complexion changes, this pressure and this imposing matter. Almost must achieve 100 times of gravitational field territories. As if the body must be pushed to explode, by the blood sacrifice. This girl must eat you simply, your boy affirmed that has damaged others. I think that your 2 brothers only fledglings, originally the wing is early. plentiful, the learned preyed on. In a big hurry, hits. The flame imaginary bird does not have the meaning of least bit help, too. Shine excitedly, likes looking this type, beautiful woman hits hooligan. Fight. Kills to me, land ping yen both eyes hyperemia, control upper air law. Comprehensive release. Law ray abolition, the fog vortex turns wells up. The innumerable purple raindrops sprinkle, falls wild, the total hits to Jiang. E. The Jiang instantaneous vigilance, feels the intense threat, fine body hair. Raises up. After his both arms supine, with the hot wing fusion of combustion. Shows the genuine vermilion bird wing. Bang. The Jiang communication consciousness C, activates Firebee beast seal, in an instant, the golden light is torrential, the saint flame turns wells up. The dense and numerous firebees shoot up to the sky, the blazing vault of heaven under the consciousness control of Jiang Yi, meets the approaching enemy the purple raindrop, comprehensively. The raindrop wind shoots together, with a firebee hit. As if clear empty thunder, deafening. Raindrop blasting open, firebee collapse open/start, raises the water tide and saint that flame rush, turns toward periphery wells up. Unexpectedly evenly matched. Everywhere raindrop and crowded firebee hit comprehensively, the intense and ear-spitting sound tide resounds through the darkness, the sound moves dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. Kills to me. Killed that domestic animal, land Pingyan releases crazily. The fog turns wells up, rainstorm pouring, full submergence, Jiang Yi. Cheap person, you're admitting mistakes person. Jiang Yi stimulation of movement, saint flame, crazy release. The physique transforms, the saint flame. Temperature that the boundary promotion, he releases is higher, the firebee. Might is stronger, the continued blockade, to continue to soar. Intensely to shocking the collision, boiled the backdrop. Although land Pingyan is angry, is very accidental/surprised, powerful was. Such offensive shouldered unexpectedly by Jiang Yi. She is the Mahayana Saint Mark, is the beacon fire temple most outstanding. Successor, was entire dynasty reputation illustrious female heavens chosen. And Beacon Fire Temple had announced to the world, must guarantee land Pingyan. Made great strides forward in the soul boundary, to the sage mark. Can this holy land boy, resist her full power offensive unexpectedly? However, the degenerate is a degenerate, a more powerful degenerate more must remove. Chapter 524, Dynasty Heroic Woman. Saint Flame, opens the day. The Jiang Yi whole body, saint flame boils the pinnacle, presents massive beast of prey in the crowded firebee one after another, has the hot lizard, to have the lion, to have cow weight, etc. The quantity are getting more and more. They are being roared crazily, the beast prestige is enormous and powerful. The wild overwhelming power, carries everywhere curtain of rain, to hit to the upper air fog. Degenerate, land Pingyan is not so angry like the present, has not fought. Intent to be soaring like the present. The vortex turns fiercely wells up, rainstorm pouring, blots out the sky, must kill by explosion these hot beasts. However, these hot beasts are not the outlines that the saint flame condenses. But has the true beast prestige, their hit flaws, actually concentrate is not. Loose, soars several hundred meters, imposing hit fog vortex. Bang! The fierce collision, the saint flame is torrential. 800 meters fog vortex is defeated and dispersed vertically and horizontally/able to move unhindered finally, appears inside clear purple light law. However, some crowded curtain of rain most penetration flame, bang on Jiang Yi. Each raindrop seems like the heavy blows, is surging several tens of thousands of tons strength, is tiny. Terrifying strength, strongly at and sharp point. Gives extremely strong penetrating power. Jiangyi falls ruthlessly, the whole body explodes, the fishy smell red bloody. Water. If not, the physique is special, likely changed into others, to make into. The screen is up and down, a man and a woman are away from several hundred meters. Glowers. Solar Saint Fist. Confronts shortly, Jiangyi bellows loudly, ignores the injury, boils. Violently the Saint Flame soars to the heavens, the angry volume, as if the vermilion bird present world surges, the ominous prestige that startled is palpitating. The roaring flame is dreadful, turns intensely, wells up, the vermilion bird. Hot eagle coils around a round of scorching sun, depending on the unparalleled prestige, scatters the boundless darkness, hit to upper air law. Even if the Mahayana Saint Mark, you are not my opponent. Land Pinyin stands in law, the rapid evolution, complex such as the galaxy fan. Light interweaves intensely, becoming is simple and powerful, merely one. Character cuts. Bang. Upper air dark blasting open, in law runs out of together, then the purple sword glow together. Sturdy, powerful. Every time reported dozens meters, each say/way is surging 1,000,000 tons. Explosive force, cut one after another to the golden scorching sun across the sky. The intense explosion shakes in the sky, the blade potential is wild, shakes the expansive sky, however the Solar Saint Fist glare is incomparable, cracks up everywhere, blade glow one after another, straight access method. Cuts to me, Land Pinyin, the imposing manner is powerful, fighting intent is soaring, scolds tenderly, controls law to release full power. The aura that a mortal does not extinguish is filling the air. The power and influence grows doubled and redoubled. Reaches 5 auspicious sign, long swords simultaneously suddenly slash violently to strike, finally in the previous quarter that the Solar Saint Fist approaches. The domineering breaks out. Bang! The Saint Flame turns, wells up, such as River Ruchao, shoots up to the sky, is submerging huge law. However, law is powerful and tenacious, is resisting the flame and high temperature hardly attacks violently, and ray is more abundant, under the powerful control of Land Ping smoke, releases the sword glow again. Cuts to extinguish the power and influence in the world to explode loudly. The purple sword glow runs out of law together, chops to Jiangyi. As if surrounding the potential of Jianghai, is more like the carrying slash sustaining the heavenly thunder will, the ray is sharp, bang, the chaotic sound, shakes the sky to sway. Very powerful. Jiangyi alarms secretly, this woman spells with Li Huangsum. But this also arouses war intent that he rushes, shoots up to the sky, wields the pair of wings, cut to the vault of heaven. Biplane wing at this moment is his both arms. Above is surrounding enlargement vermilion bird mark seal. Wrestles a day of technique. The Jiangyi chest rave, raises day to cry loud and long, the short hair flies upwards, the whole body gold/metal flame boils the pinnacle, depending on the unparalleled prestige, the front surface chops to cut the purple long sword. Quartz death, Land Pinyin scolds tenderly, the Mahayana Saint Mark control. Longsword power and influence rises suddenly. However, bang! The long sword is hitting the Jiangyi, instant disintegration, the auspicious sign is enormous and powerful, the tide is torrential, shakes the space. Jiangyi returns safe and sound, carries the serious power and influence. Soars to the heavens on, straight access method. Land Pinyin changed the complexion, finally. Bang! Law collapse open/start, Land Pinyin was also raised to fly at the scene. Violently by the aura. The challenge that you want, caught. The Jiangyi offensive is unceasing, the pair of wings inspires to strike, a hot feather leaps, probably crowded sword. Rain, cutting of advancing uninterruptedly to land Ping smoke. Land Pingyan retrocedes releases the tide to resist vigorously, by the repetitive retreat of hot feather bang, a lot of hot rain bombardment body. War armor that the purple tide forms is actually flickered, can probably blast out momentarily. Rumble. Land Pingyan retreats, continually several hundred meters, stands firm the body. Reluctantly, actually opens the mouth blow out blood. Jiangyi comes, the right wing forwarded, delimits the death trace, divided two. The head of land Ping smoke. Draws back, is the death. Death. You die, land Pingyan the expression is fierce, the right hand. Forwards, grasps directly to the vermilion bird wing that divided to cut. The delicate hands are tender and delicate, the palm place is actually mounting a clear jade bead, inside is sealing the extraordinary energy. It looks like Han Ao, to be the same in treasure that the Dark Kingdom obtains. Between palm jade bead and her bodies have the marvelous fusion, looks like an independent sea of qi, can provide the energy to the body momentarily, can. Between the sea of qi forms the relation. In land Ping smoke holds the vermilion bird wing in an instant, the energy. That inside seals releases comprehensively. Is equivalent to a thorough release of sea of qi. The auspicious sign is enormous and powerful. Energy tide. Over 5 million tons purple tides are mixing the air/qi of metal, presses loudly on the vermilion bird wing of Jiangyi, hit on Jiangyi. Suddenly is also violent. The power and influence is peerless. Bang! Jiangyi strikes outrageously, this thinks that can drive back land Pingyan. Actually as if rumbled in an instant in a raising terrifying tsunami. The right wing breaks at the scene, blood splash. The terrifying strength comes, submerges Jiangyi. A over 5 million tons terrifying weight, pours into solid on the body. The Jiangyi whole body shivers all over, the vitality ebullition was flown. The kilometer by the front surface bang, probably a meteorite smashes the ground to distant place, has not waited to crawl, blood crack. Hiss. Quite miserable. You were been oppressive by the woman. Hee hee. The flame. Imaginary bird also squats on Jiangyi, appreciation recklessly. This woman strives to excel. Jiangyi catches one's breath slightly. Distressed stood. The flame imaginary bird ridiculed, you either happy, magnanimous, making the girl's vent, is oppressive you're half dead. You are either proper, puts forth. Punches full power ruthlessly. But others the Mahayana saint mark of royalty, being just like the arrogant peacock, you work as the person are the pheasant. Your inexpensive life is very hard. Land Pingyan the long hair hangs loose, she who hu breathing heavily, this bastard can compel unexpectedly releases an entire sea of qi the energy to resist directly. Spirit mark of what monster beast is this? Biplane wing, probably genuine weapon. Miss, hits such for a long time, can consult an issue. Do we have a grudge? Jiangyi stretches a little bit, stimulates the great dazzling heavenly scripture restore, to heal the wound. Do not speak to me, here's your sound to be disgusting, you're degenerate, land. Pingyan toward the mouth stopper several elixir, was supplementing one after another rapidly the spirit strength of consumption, the aura restores toward the peak. Hee hee, looks at your look, truly had a grudge. However, had we seen before? You're this degenerate, remains is damaging. I for me, for the world woman. Killed you. I, is he, strong you? Jiangyi flame imaginary bird with one voice. Domestic animal. Shuts up to me, Land Pingyan is sensitive, immediately is. Stimulated, angry scream, haunches huge purple law, unfolds several hundred meters fog vortex. Rainstorm pouring, toward rumbling that Jiangyi blots out the sky in the past. The purple raindrop as if felt the anger of master, more manic, as if wanted. The Jiangyi directly hung, to become fragment. Flame imaginary bird too, right. You have truly damaged the girls. If you put on airs to me again, I may look down upon you. I special just now grow for 2 years, I have not damaged. Jiangyi shoots up to the sky, the eye ground glare twinkle, the whole body. Skeleton changes, completes beast, welcome the rainstorm to rush over. Chapter 525, Dynasty Heroic Woman. Rumbling. Rainstorm pouring, comes, the front surface hits Jiangyi. Each raindrop is tiny, contains the manic anger and terrifying strength. The Jiangyi incarnation vermilion bird, the golden hot feather forms the perfect protection, carries the rainstorm, direct impact cloud heaven. Is impossible, Land Pingyan the complexion changes, these raindrop penetrate. Thousand zhang, 3.33 m, Rocky Mountain, to have more than enough to spare, how? To be resisted by the flesh and blood. However, she fights intent to be thicker, killing intent is heavier, sends out sharp howling, the stimulation of movement fog releases more rainstorms full power. The rainstorm is torrential, strikes the world horizontally, the thunder submerges Jiangyi. Jiangyi by the vitality surges of rumbling, the internal organs oozing of blood, actually soared to the heavens 300 meters, goes directly to the fog. Bang! The Saint Flame releases instantaneously, the probably torrential sea of fire. Gallops the terrifying imposing matter, the front surface hit everywhere fog. You are not my opponent. Since Land Pingyan makes a debut, does not have the defeat, her delicate hands turn over, control method condenses again, changes to ancient Chinese characters, town/subdues. As if see God instruction, like the law of heaven. Boundless to shocking the imposing matter condenses loudly, sweeps across the world. The surrounding area more than 500 meters grounds crashed instantaneously. Sank the entire 100 meters, fierce thundered to resound through dozens li. 0.5 kilometers, dark space. Law eruption glare, starts the endless auspicious sign tide. Condenses a palatial big mountain above the darkness, is seething with excitement the airwave. As if a mortal holy mountain is arriving, must suppress this side world, must crash here all living things. The body of Jiangyi lazing sinks fiercely, the whole body seems like must crack, but as eye ground glare twinkle, the vermilion bird wrestles a day of technique to erupt again, as this time body comprehensive beast, spirit. Essence with the soul resonance, the vermilion bird wrestles the might of day. Of technique to rise dramatically one time. A destroying the hardest defenses imposing manner enormous and powerful vault. Of heaven. Bang. Jiangyi strikes the day, the boundless aura bursts out, the saint light is boundless, killing the prestige is unparalleled. Is accompanying the rock the earth loud sound, the terrifying aura surges. 8 sides, even impacted the distant place, Su clear who and the others. Slaughtered, chaotic. Looks from afar, a peerless day bird defeats the highest heaven, the saint. Light roaring flame is filled with the vault of heaven, ran upon a palatial day mountain that intrepidly is seething with excitement, the boundless power and influence. The picture that shocks, the terrifying aura, infirmly catches everyone's vision instantaneously. The vault of heaven sways, the energy is enormous and powerful. The palatial big mountain threw off wildly, the airwave of rushing, the terrifying scene, lets the people holding breath cold air of distant place. Can Jiangyi unexpectedly hard anti-land Pingyan, desolate master they are. Unbelievable. Because too clear land Pingyan strength, got angry particularly. Simply was the terrifying, will otherwise not send land Pingyan to pass to. Pester Jiangyi. Degenerate, land Pingyan stands firm the body, is relying on the strong might of Mahayana Saint Mark, controls palatial Yu who crashes to evolve the tide of galloping greatly forcefully, overlapped, forward impact. The Jiangyi offensive is unceasing, front surface hit. Rumbling. The terrifying big collision, the numerous tides were hit one after another. Saint Flame purple rain chaotic surges, glare a lot of heavy, submerged Jiangyi and land Pingyan. The bystanders cannot see inside situation, blocked the line of sight by the dazzling glare and chaotic scene, but felt the intensity of their fight. Clearly. The Jiangyi war is stronger, the war is crazier, carries the chaotic tide. Moved forward, approached land Pingyan. Land Pingyan starts the raging tide, blocks Jiangyi, simultaneously leaves to retrocede several hundred meters. Her forehead blooming glare, forms complex. Law, then rapidly evolves, changes to boundless ancient Chinese characters. Randomly. Jiangyi, gives me dead. Land Pingyan both hands advance fiercely, jade bead in palm erupts again. This time is two hands, two jade bead. In an instant, the world alarms, sound tide blasting open, two pieces of vastness, attack powerful law that front was just taking shape, probably. Enormously and powerful. Randomly to pinnacle, crazily to shocking front the aura, the surging vault of heaven, the front surface submerges the penetrated sea tide. The purple tides. From two jade bead with a chaotic lettering resonance, forms more terrifying. Tide storm. Probably the sea tide evil dragon, the appearance, opens the big mouth. Suddenly, embezzled Jiangyi. Jiangyi seems like sinks to the sea big vortex suddenly, the astonishing strength is tearing the body crazily, must destroy him thoroughly. This offensive, truly can be the beforehand Li Huang degree. If in true sea, will also be stronger. Worthily is the super powerhouse, who the dynasty of royal rank trained, she. Absolutely was the powerful character who the future will take over control of. An influence. However, Jiangyi now in the martial arts contest period of 5 days arena is stronger, body or bloodlines, spirit mark or saint flame. He carries the strangling to death strength of destruction, hardly, speeds along to the terrifying raging tide in the confusion wildly. Bang! Beast seal in Jiangyi consciousness releases comprehensively, reaches 40 types. The saint flame ebullition, the beast roar, is boundless, the glare photo passes the chaotic sea tide. Many powerhouses raise the cold air, but actually looked at the past from the distant place, the sea tide was passed by the intense ray photo, inside picture was partly visible. As if myriad wicked beasts roared in vast tide, seemed like the antiquity big monster in extinguishing the world tide struggles. Did not seem like surrounded Jiangyi, but was the big peace beast tide. The partly visible picture is intensifying visual impact under that confusion, takes away intense shock. 10 beast tyrant world fists. Jiangyi raises day to cry loud and long, by the potential of prestige of stimulation of movement beast of prey vermilion bird. Is gathering one after another in the chaotic flame giant beasts together. Forms 4 heavy blows, toward 4 directions suddenly, slash violently to strike. The terrifying explosion, sways the sky. The strength of tyrant world, resists the purple vastness. At this moment, as if chaotic vastness must blast out. The golden ray illuminates thoroughly the tide immediately, and tears the innumerable slits, the saint flame is torrential, submerged the chaotic tide. Completely. The purple vastness turned into the Saint Flame sea of fire. Land Pingyan were startled. This was her so far strongest offensive. Can completely finish the destruction strength of this fight, how possibly to expire. Bang! The Saint Flame tide big rebellion sweeps across gallops several kilometers. The tide of galloping, the astonishing imposing manner, making the distant place fierce fight be overshadowed. Land Pingyan was raised by the front surface flies, falls into the tide. Completely to lose the control. Jiangyi shoots up to the sky, the eye glare is bright, the ominous prestige fills the air, as if true vermilion bird, startled absorbs the state of mind. He flutters strikes, tears all, plunged the land ping smoke of distant place. Okay good. Holds her. Devastates her. The flame imaginary bird shouted loudly excitedly randomly calls. However, the front star light presently, starry sky opening eyes, the air, chi of Milky Way, spurts for the first time, probably thinly, vast momentum. The form spans the starry sky together, but, intercepts front. Your Highness, on. The Rwandan latitude and longitude releases, change of the seasons again, shifts here desolate master. Jiangyi, hitting a woman is what skill. 9th lunar month, the imperial prince desolate master, comes suddenly. Fist suddenly slash violently to strike. Thunder fire surrounds, and then by the astonishing momentum ebullition, a wild lion raises the incomparable power and influence in an instant probably. Takes Jiangyi. Although Jiangyi is accidental slash surprised, actually no meaning of stop, the pair of wings inspires to strike, the roaring flame is boundless, welcomes. Desolate master, to overrun. Kills, desolate master, has not thought that Jiangyi has not dodged. Unexpectedly, but stimulated his violent disposition, hot-blooded turns wells. Up, the spirit strength surges, the thunder-hot raging tide rises suddenly. Instantaneously. Jiangyi comes, nothing ambiguous, the pair of wings, inspires to strike. Depending on unparalleled prestige, forward tearing. Bang! The wild thunder-moist roaring flame was cut open instantaneously. Jiangyi carries the chaotic energy to appear before desolate master, the speeding along monster body turns over instantly, the sharp claws come, the golden light is bright, sharp incomparable. Desolate master, fright changes color, the armor that the whole body. Illumination, the stimulation hidden, protects the whole body. Clang. Sharp claws just like almighty troops, numerous bang on the head of desolate. 400,000 extremely boundaries. Although the armor prevented the sharp claws forcefully, however the terrifying violence strikes the strength to penetrate the armor, fills the skull. Desolate studies under has not felt the so terrifying strength, the body was at the scene unbalanced, howls to turn over to fly. Jiangyi flutters, to strike the day, directly soars desolate master. The distant place people call out in alarm, unbelievable stares, the big eye. A claw special did the racket fly? That is an imperial prince. Chapter 526, the thunder fire intensity becomes, the myriad things live. Jiangyi. Your opponent is I, Land Pingyan stands firm, forcefully, screamed. Crazily, both hands fiercely to striking. Angry, frustrates, various emotional. Stimuli's unprecedented soaring war intent. Bang. The resounding in an instant, erupts the sound of vastness. The big piece purple light blooms flamingly, the blazing front changes to 3 purple moist big birds, flutters to soar to the heavens, kills to rush. To Jiangyi. However, the Jiangyi speed to the pinnacle, completely disregards big bird. Killing quickly, directly soars the desolate master in distant place. Desolate master falls to the ground distrustedly, the consciousness is murky. Head humming sound chaotic sound, but he fights, the experience is also rich. Without flurried, without running away, falls to the ground to release martial law in an instant directly. Even without catches the eye to look around with enough time, can ignore. Investigation, directly is most strong martial law evolution. Saint Law. Thunder fire roared. The crazy thunder wreaks havoc, roaring flame rebellion. Two energies, gallop toward eight sides turbulently. Continuing, and is violent. Bang. Three great gates open loudly, the thunder fire interweaves, if the potential. The big mountain illuminates the boundless darkness. Power and influence that the great gate blooms very manic, as if can shock the myriad things, can hard anti-all. Jiangyi detects the danger immediately. Not only this subtle feeling from front door, but as behind. At a crucial moment within, his decisive height of lift. Bang! The following three purple moist big bird comes, a hit great gate, explodes. The everywhere purple tide. After the great gate rocks fiercely, actually stands firm lofty and steadfast. Three great gates open loudly, the land thunders, the air wave surges, three. Thunder-hot dragon's head roared, hit the surges the purple tide, pursued. Fleeing Jiangyi. Meanwhile, three great gates crash loudly, change to the fierce thunder moist. Roaring flame all floods into the dragon's head of upper air. The power and influence of dragon's head also rises suddenly, the air wave is fierce, as if real dragon reveals itself, takes front Jiangyi. Absolute defense. The pinnacle violence strikes. This is the extraordinary deduction of Saint Law, is the perfect integration. Jiangyi changes countenance, the wind shoots speedily, spreads out in an instant, the domineering turnover, flutters to cry to howl, the ominous. Prestige is boundless, particularly two eyes, as if can completely understand. All, eliminates the myriad things. Even Jiangyi can feel clearly, this I definitely will awaken some. Inheritance to kill to incur, is only the present also not when the time comes. Thunder fire intensity becomes, the myriad things live. Desolate master, at the distant rave, the forehead glare, glitters the pinnacle. The domineering controls three dragons head to hit in the upper air, is in one friendly. The dragon's head power and influence rises suddenly again three times. Thunder Chowei the bone, the roaring flame is the meat. The strength of thunder fire has the remarkable evolution to blend. In the flaming glare, as if a real dragon's head birth, fills strong dragon. Prestige. Dragon cry the startled day, dragon prestige is enormous and powerful, as if. Can the law eastern 10,000 beasts? Good. Killed him. Rwandan latitude and longitude and the others shouted. Loudly excitedly, the whole body one's blood bubbles up to the brim. This is their imperial princes, this is the true imperial Saint Law. Good thunder fire intensity to become the myriad things to live. So clear is moved, the dragon's head of distant place truly shows the power and influence of real dragon that is not a weapon, but as martial law forms, is the perfect evolution of strength of thunder fire. Jiangyi feels the threat, stimulates to fight intent, his whole body saint. Flame ebullition is not the spirit strength is intensifying, but is the bloodline stimulation of movement. Cried to hell, the sound broke 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. The prestige of vermilion bird from the spirit essence impact soul, the exciting bloodlines, shows completely. Jiangyi welcomed the dragon's head to hit the past ruthlessly, the saint. Flame turned wells up, unfold several hundred meters, as if true vermilion. Bird arrived in world. This feeling appeared desolately vermilion bird law aim moves restlessly. In the jade space, as if we're controlled to slash clashes. What martial law is that? What spirit mark is also? Has the variation bird of prey of vermilion bird bloodlines? I7 looking as far as the eye can see light brilliant, can feel the great strength of Jiangyi clearly. Not only the boundary promotion is so simple, but the great strength of deeper level. Bang! The big dragon vermilion bird front surface hit, the frigid explosion shakes the expansive sky, the boundless aura gallops 8 sides. The darkness seems like the act drop, generally fierce surges, must brutally be crushed. The ray was too dazzling, no one can see clearly the special details, is waiting for anxiously. Died? The desolate master fierce respite, knits the brows, to stare at the upper air. This is his most strong martial law, is flooding the change and fusion, as well as derivation transformation. Usually fights, is the last. Today the suddenly hit distress, uses for the first time ahead of time. Should be able to cause heavy losses, to Jiangyi. Land Ping smoke, on, desolate master, is just about to call Land Ping Yin to take revenge to Jiangyi. The distant place chaotic energy deep place, Firebird hits suddenly, soars several hundred meters, is wielding the magnificent golden pair of wings, is glittering the dazzling pupil light, swift and fierce is staring at desolate master. Hasn't he died? Evenly matched? Beats Land Ping Yin, hard anti-desolate master? How possibly as strong as this degree? When does Holy Land train such talent? He is really the Mahayana Saint Mark, how I feel like the supreme level. The talents of dynasty changed countenance all, the shock was hard to accept. They are the talents of royalty, overawes aside the dazzling talent. Successor who all parties use all training, they clearest own strength. Clearer each other potential. What situation today is this? This fellow had what qualifications to challenge the dynasty talent one after another. Who is he? What secret does he have? Desolately awakens suddenly, they have no direct understanding of Jiangyi probably. The strength, bloodlines, spirit, mark, character weight, etc. they considered only angrily, has not actually found out the Jiangyi details and secret. I do not want to stir up trouble, but I am not afraid of getting into trouble. If hits again, I am impolite. The Jiangyi dispersing roaring flame, enters the original appearance, controls the armor to protect the body. You have stirred up trouble. You also soon became the deceased person. Desolate master very accidental, surprised Jiangyi strength, but does not affect him to execute the determination of this bastard. What person I annoyed, what matter annoyed? Yourself are very clear. Were you admitting mistakes, people? You're this waste, even if fires the ash, the flavor will not change. Jiangyi hears to frown, you dare to insult me again, I may, no matter you were the imperial prince of what dynasty? Desolate master spat a saliva, you're this waste, but also needs others to insult? What did you do? A flame imaginary bird eyeball revolution, said quietly. Don't you let off the men? Savors, but also understands meat and vegetarian dishes matching. Domestic animal, Land Ping Yin blocks behind Jiangyi, the flesh is fair, the appearance is beautiful, but the eye hyperemia, braves the flame to be the same probably, is looking angrily at Jiangyi. Cheap person. Jiangyi retaliates, who hasn't been able a bad language. Your Highness, killed him together, Land Ping Yin was stimulated, is burning with anger. She starts the rushing tide immediately, soars to the heavens to turn to well up, condenses 3 to fight the soldier, the encirclement surroundings, is fighting the halberd to point at Jiangyi. Horizontally. Jiang Yi, you must die today. Desolate Master launches the thunder-hot pair of wings, shoots up to the sky, entire kills to Jiang Yi. Actually the complexion changes suddenly, calls out an alarm loudly, land ping smoke. Behind. A glare punctures the darkness, directly soars land ping yin. Be careful. Distant place desolately, and the others in also call out in alarm in the same time. Be careful? Jiang Yi in front, be careful anything. Wait, Shen next fall? Land Pingyan the heart trembles, turns around suddenly, three fight the soldier to start the rushing tide simultaneously, toward front domineering. Suddenly, slash violently to strike. The glare approaches rapidly, actually soars instantaneously, easily avoids. The serious purple tide, soars to the heavens over 100 meters, arrives. Suddenly, probably the thunder and lightning divided to land Pinyin. Kumshin next fall. Spirit mark, flashes the spirit. In extreme speed class spirit mark very terrifying different kind, now can. Pursue the lightning, in the future will be powerful, even can tear the space. Shin next fall, but instantly, actually deflects suddenly, shifts in that moment that land ping smoke must block forward to her behind, long blade. Winding swift and fierce, none in hand, takes land ping yen the nape. Chapter 527, got it. The life and death flickers, land ping yen consciousness to control surrounding. Thunder tide, changes to the crowded raindrop, no difference release. Fights tooth and nail by the life. If Shin will divide her head next fall, the crowded and chaotic raindrop can kill by explosion Shin similarly next fall. The response of Shin Mingqiu, unexpected landing duckweed smoke and ruthless. Spicy, worthily is the Mahayana Saint Mark, worthily was the dynasty heroic. Woman. At a crucial moment within, Shin Ming common guayava, break soars, suppresses. The same time of killing in the raindrop, avoided that region. Land Pingyan the startled family background cold sweat, stimulates to movement. 3 to fight the soldier to protect immediately periphery, simultaneously. Stimulates purple radiance, condenses, fights the clothes, protects the whole. Body, is looking angrily at Shin next fall, will you only sneak attack? You're also 2 dozens one, and you too. Shin will fall back on beyond several 100 meters next fall, killing intent is imposing. Desolately, and Su of clear both sides distant place, works loose the entanglement mutually, gathered here. Getting angry of although both sides kill, but sees Jiang Yi that moment, all. Vision entire tribes to Jiang Yi on. Especially desolately and other girls, killing intent and vision seems like. Must burn simply. Su clear they are also very strange, what matter this fellow did, stimulated. This person of dynasty? Jiang Yi said, although does not care about you to my view, but I felt that. In this definitely has anything to misunderstand. I am only and between Shin. Hongtu, he not in this, died? Desolate master look is rogue, he has died. Was killed by you. Jiang Yi shakes the head, I injure him, he could not die. He died. Was kicked by you. I live take a life, but my clearer anything situation of the present most. Excelling can awfully, what situation be able to keep the life? No matter Shin. Hongtu had / left what accident / surprise, but is not I kills. Jiang Yi shakes the head, definitely Shin Hongtu cannot die. Only if later also who arrived there. Is the monster beast? What person? The Jiang Yi heart moved suddenly, shoots a look at to the ice 7 vertical. Desolate master forwards angrily, good skillful unfortunately happened to. Tunneled the Jiang Yi vision, are you very clear? We are also clear. Jiang Yi, do not quibble, you must for your actions, pay the price. One group of idiots. Jiang Yi is disinclined to quarrel with them, turns around to leave, actually stops, on this matter? Did you scold me, the domestic animal? Naturally has other, you were clear compared with anyone, Land Pingyan makes an effort to make a fist. One group of idiots irritates you. Jiang Yi shoots up to the sky, vanishes in the darkness. Bastard, do not run, desolate master, they must pursue, immediately, they were actually blocked by Su Clear again. I said that the Holy Land person, you cannot bump. Su Clear attitude domineering is confronting desolately. You must court death, I help you, desolate master is suppressing stock anger. Each place to vent, raises to remove minds the hot tide to kill. Sovereign brother, desolately blocks forcefully. Is counted Shen Hong to, the buckle four people, Shen's next fall speed and Su Clear the strength, the great strength of that Suling, has been above the imagination now. If hits again, they will definitely win, but will also pay the enormous price. If Jiang Yi kills again suddenly, the situation is more difficult to expect. What's wrong? Doesn't hit, desolate master is burning with anger, they have the advantage, but can also kill this group of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth bastards. Naturally must hit, but is not now, desolately must interrogate and torture. The I-7 vertical, but must go back to gather the assistant, she cannot let in her team again, the deceased person. Otherwise, after returning to the dynasty, she received the interrogations of dynasty major strong clans. Inevitably, the dynasty talents are confronting angrily Su Clear. They, actually also understood the worry of desolately. Desolately Yenshin swift and fierce, to Su Clear. You killed our 3 people. This is Holy Land to the war declaration that the dynasty declared war. You determined that your 50 Holy Land did prepare? Su Clear deals with indifferently, makes clear the condition, is you must kill Jiang Yi, is you must defend Holy Land. Aye, but as the normal counterattack. As for the person of dying, where to fight to have the non-deceased person? They do not die, we must die. Good counterattack. Good fight meeting, deceased person. My desolately all remembered, desolately has not thought will have with one day that the Holy Land blood puts together, but since Su Clear insisted, she must accompany. My Su Clear, Holy Land is to revere, forever is invariable, who dares to offend Holy Land, my blood spells. Su Clear righteousness expression. Good. Very good. Your war declarations, we met. The Jiang Yi life, we must decide, desolately Qixiao, what broken Holy Land, one group of affectedly virtuous scoundrels. 50 Holy Land, accepted 9th lunar month, the dynasty challenge. As for Jiang Yi, you dare to bump him, I kill you. Su Clear wants as this effect, so long as there is a reasonable reason, can in some explanations, being insufficient, make 9th lunar month, the dynasty get the handle afterward, again the 100 years ago matter reminder person. Sovereigns, the person the sovereign no matter how is when the time comes. Angry, holds unlivingly. Listened clearly? Is we are accepting you to challenge. Shen will be showing the cruel smile to them next fall, the swift and fierce vision has swept desolately, and the others in turn, hopes that each of you can resist my assassination, otherwise. In you must have many people unable to live is leaving here. Said goodbye. Another day we'll fight again. Su Clear waves, leading them to leave. Desolately, and the others look at the 50 team that goes far away, the complexion is gloomy and dignified. They have what relations with Jiang Yi, why must guarantee him at risk of life, but also reckless must make war with us. I felt, not only because of Jiang Yi. Before Jiang Yi comes, their looks are not right. How I want how to feel they are stirring up trouble intentionally. Let's him do what he pleases. Who dares to stop us to kill Jiang Yi, who is an enemy? Who dares to kill our people, who must pay the price? Jiang Yi must die. Su Clear must die. Rwandan latitude and longitude and the others, the anger difficult draw, a holy land treasure hunt action, to turn into this well finally, they really cannot swallow this foul odor. Is Jiang Yi, who talks clearly to me, desolately observes closely the ice. Suddenly 7 vertical, the look is swift and fierce. I have said that I see him to fight, I have not spoken to him. The ice 7 vertical, no one feared, indifferent dealing. You, if has anything to hide, I could not forgive you certainly. Part of great Bear King, cannot preserve you. He, the failure is defeated, does not find the excuse on oneself, advances on the responsibility me unexpectedly, laughable. In front darkness. So clear they lived in Jiang Yi. How did you annoy the 9th lunar month? Dynasty? Except for Shen Hong too, other is the today's first contact. Jiang Yi shrugs. Is innocent. Looks at their appearances, does not seem like has not contacted, does not seem like the misunderstanding. Shen cold snort/hum, this fellow like the good person, will not definitely make anything to imperial family that group of people next fall. Hear yourself? Su Clear looks all around, has not seen the no return holy land person, had not seen that clever bird that 2 masters said. Jiang Yi is hugging the bosom small fox, said, I dispersed with them. Su Clear asked, also can convene? Jiang Yi has a look at their complexion, has the matter? Shen next fall cold snort/hum, you ate our sage fruits, shouldn't work for us? Jiang Yi awkwardness/ridicules expression 1 stiff, you have seen that. Senior. Shen snort/hum will smile next fall, he appraises to you very high, young. Brings the sentiment medicine along. Jiang Yi shook the head, resulted, the known person were more. Well? Wait. Jiang Yi thinks of anything suddenly. Last time the time of seeing Dynasty that group of people, they scolded him. The domestic animal in the upper air. Their position, probably to discovering the place of sage fruit, is not far. The Jiang Yi expression immediately becomes strange. This group of people go crazy scolded him, should not in that time that in. Putting the medicine turned around to leave, happened to process. If so, were they also poisoned? 11 good-looking man, pretty girls gathered together, stimulates with the potent drug again, that scene. The Jiang Yi eye shines gradually, the corners of the mouth, bring back wipe. The curve, suddenly hey. The possibility is very big. Chapter 528, Sacred Lake. You hey what? Shen their expression will be strange next fall, you're suddenly. How felt a little evil. It's nothing, you continue. On the Jiang Yi face, has the strange smile. Desolate master, that group of people go crazy must to kill him, actually does. Not dare to talk about the reason, may be very poisoned. Does not know that. Their group of people tossed about to what degree, had the field big tangled. Warfare. However this really did not complain about him. Su Clear said, please help, call the no-return Holy Land person. Enlightened ruler has said that can coordinate your action unconditionally. Did not ask the reason. Jiang Yi has not rejected, this is the enlightened ruler has repeatedly reminded. Gives you 10 days of time, 10 days later we gather here. Goal? Dynasty that team. Did you determine? Jiangyi surprise, this really has the hatred? The Holy Land ambush dynasty team was not the small matter. Their no-return Holy Land person can in the racket, run back inside and outside several 100,000 the south. However 50 Holy Land as Western Lord, bordered on with the 9th lunar month dynasty directly, afterward could not avoid various troubles. You coordinate by all means that the consequences taken by us does not have the issue. 10 days later, all our must arrive. We and others your news. Su Clear brings the team to leave, rushes to the cave that Su Tianji leaves behind. There also has for the treasure that they prepare. In 10 days of time, their strengths should be able and integral lifting big. Truncation. You just hey what? The flame imaginary bird is asking Jiangyi curiously. What flower intestines did this fellow move? I know why, probably they hated me. Jiangyi also condenses the hot wing. Leaves here. Said that be not suppressing. After we prescribe medicine runs off, they probably happen to from their pass through. Without guessing wrong, they should be poisoned. The eye of flame imaginary bird exudes the bright immediately, haha. Group. War. Wa, is good to stimulate. Do not speak irresponsibly, this is the accident/surprise. Haha, you're simply talent. Except for giving the old man prescribes medicine. Pulls out the bird nest of peacock, carried out a big celebration. Unexpectedly, haha. That is accidental/surprised. If you dare to talk nonsense to me, I refine you. Haha, the talent, I must acknowledge you as the teacher, haha, I felt. The day that I leave is very definitely splendid. Flame imaginary bird, Lu Feng, flung about on the Jiangyi shoulder. Jiangyi leaves the underground drill ground time, the holy mountain direction. Is still living it up. The overlord level big monster almost all comes, with losing the person of ancient place negotiated intensely. The flame imaginary bird is standing erect, the body, looks into the distance. Toward the distant place, you give to lose ancient annoy greatly are so troublesome, they will not easily forgive you. I only cared how 10,000 spirit blood trees process. Jiangyi shakes the head, wields the fire wing to charge into the upper air. Is seeking for Yi Anren, they walks, should meet with them. Possibly is the boundary promotion, approached the reason of soul boundary. Possibly is the special effect that the sage fruit brings, Jiangyi can ventilate the into the sea, nautical mile quiet great wilderness seal now. Indistinct feeling other positions of great wilderness seal. The Jiangyi passing over gently and swiftly hills jungle, the careful feeling, sought carefully, is hunting and killing the spirit origin realm peak. Bird of prey while convenient, 100 revolutions of spirit essence pill. Prepares for the future refinement. According to pill sovereign's description, 39 revolutions of spirit essence pill coordinate the seed case of lotus flower of pent-up anger lotus. To refine 100 revolutions of spirit essence pill. That was promote enters the optimization of soul boundary. 2 days later, Jiangyi captures alive about 20 different spirit birds of prey, and follows the feeling of great wilderness seal, arrived at a vast, boundless lake. The tide fluctuates, is sparkling lake, broad boundless, making people completely relaxed. Takes a broad view, to look into the distance, the island's luxuriant green, the agates of embellishments, shine with the blue sky probably mutually, if beautiful picture scroll. The lake range was too big, cannot look at the boundary, completely, probably. Is connecting the sea of holy mountain. Here is eternal holy mountain sacred lake, seeming like greatly unmeasurable, is actually true limitless. Its end with void connected, its bottom also connects void deep hole, It is said the hydro energy in sacred lake can submerge 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, holy mountain. Here is occupying billions of river system, monster beast, huge quantity of spirit bird, birds of prey. Here in distinguishing right from wrong with forest, did not communicate. They do not cling to spirit treasure in forest, the overlord in forest cannot covet the thing that here presents. Sacred lake is equivalent to the completely close microcosm, therefore the monster beast is even glorious than the forest in the bloodline's inheritance. Is purer. Here also has many flood dragons, once had the flood dragon to turn into the real dragon before the endless years, and grows to the level of God, finally. Broke through the ban, left here. That is also in the eternal holy mountain history, only one runs out of here. Powerful life by the supernatural power. You determined that group of friends did enter the sacred lake? The flame imaginary bird, somewhat dreaded to hear, only then there these live. Here the long monster beast here truly, the position of clearest sacred lake. Almost with holy mountain relative. I can feel not far. Jiangyi is looking into the lake, launched the hot wing. To clash. Your group of friends are fun, don't let me down. We are the proper people. Right, I am also the proper bird. Helpless Jiangyi shakes the head, proceeds to clash following the great wilderness seal aura. The sacred lake is vast, boundless, boundless. The islands are numerous, the size, the environment varies. Having the islands whole is the place palatial volcano, the magma is billowing, the raging fire is dreadful, the high temperature is twisting the space. However, in the terrifying crater is actually growing a lofty tree, as high as 1,010 feet, all over the body blood red, is strengthening the magma. Strength, long is quite luxuriant. The crown is grand, probably the place in the vault of Heaven Islands, above. Is occupying massive firebird horizontally. Has islands also to build the city wall unexpectedly, was wrested away by the iron armor, crab. Their huge quantity, the contact lake and islands, in groups, are capturing and killing the powerful monster beast. Jiangyi process time, they are towing a first dozens meters strange fish. Unexpectedly, since the seabed comes out, the strange fish struggles crazily. The thunder tide is billowing, the strong body struggles violently, actually. By brutal tearing into shreds. Having islands is huge, the mountain fluctuates, ancient Lin Maosheng, but looks very peaceful. While Jiangyi must observe with rapt attention time, island's deep place. Everything may become vulnerable, a blood-color big mouth opens suddenly. Soars to the heavens, sticks out suddenly. Tet was big, the probably entire islands pressed to him. That is a terrifying python, the whole body proliferates the black scale, each piece endures compared with the house, the terrifying howling sound wave as if must raise the cloud layer of sky flies. Lying trough. Titan python. Run. He feels your bloodlines. The flame. Imaginary bird whole body hair set upright, almost oneself ran. Jiangyi wields the pair of wings crazily, shoots toward the highest place. Win speedily, gigantic head that the dangerous avoidance shoots up to the sky. The head of python hits the cloud layer, the fishy smell red eye seems like the blood moon / month, to be common, glitters ray that startled is palpitating. Observes, closely going far away Jiangyi. Jiangyi escapes is very far, then looks, scalp tingles. That python lifts the half body, broke the cloud layer on the top, is several kilometer. That is Titan python. Has the terrifying great monster of Titan bloodlines. It is one of the sacred lake super overlords, takes the flood dragon as the food. The flame imaginary bird is patting the chest, shivering all over that the tooth cannot bear. Its aura is probably stronger than the peacock. Jiangyi secret, fright. This is Duke. Holy mountain, there is bargaining a mother, greatly. These two Titan pythons usually did not communicate, but 30 annual meetings met in the sacred lake edge every other. The flame imaginary bird saw that the Titan python of distant place drops the body, relaxes layer on layer, / heavily. Do you said do? With. You think that two super big fellow entangle the same place, the fervor does on large scale, that's seen some multi-shocks. However, they have descendants, probability, to be young, they're both lived for over 1,000 years, causes 6 eggs. Entire hatching. Here also 6 Titan pythons? Having the probability is small, has the probability of pure blood to be smaller, 6 without exception are the scraps. No pure blood? Probably. However, several years of first mother and produced the egg, does not. Know that pointed out frankly the shell. Jiangyi selects for promotion the altitude, on the alert islands lake, in the bird of prey that the upper air is finding it everywhere. Naturally bumps into appropriate firebird, he will also seize forcefully, is 100 revolutions of spirit essence pill prepares. Chapter 529, Mysterious Summon. When Jiangyi seeks for Yi Anren, Yi Anren leads Ji Lingxian and the others to rush in the lake bottom deep place. Position in sacred lake central region. Is downward, the lake bottom is the darkness. Over after 500 meters, like sinking to terrifying dark abyss, ice cold and silent, putting out a hand is difficult to see the 5 fingers, the strong hydraulic pressure presses them. Not to gasp for breath. They start also to insist, is downward, the feeling is the pain. Safely, is not the elder brother suspects you really determined that. Under has the treasure? Xiaofengwu, the incarnation has become compared with the Mongolian giant beast, hugs them, to continue to clash downward. Very strange feeling, probably anything is summoning me. Yi Anren looks serious, hints him to continue to dive. Is far? Probably is very remote, insists again. I resist, Shi Yan and cold moon / month. Xiaofengwu's skin, coarse meat is thick, can clench teeth, to insist. Ji Lingxian, Han Ao, and gold / metal Hoer, the blade sovereign and Lin Nan, can be good, but Shi Yan and Song Hanyue there excels at the soul strength, excels at the river system energy, the physique is the weakness. Can you be good? Really is not good, you first come up, I get down. If before is trades to do, Yi Anren may hesitate as giving up, but this feeling was too marvelous. It is not the body, is not spirit mark, but as 5 lines of seeds. In her sea of qi. 5 lines of seeds have taken root in the sea of qi, emit the tender shoots. Is always growing silently, is evolving its microcosm, is transforming the body of Yi Anren. However, since approaching this lake, 5 lines of seeds start the blooming. Glare, immature seedling very active is swaying, probably is very excited. More sinks downward, the seedling is more cheerful. Yi Anren, guessed under likely has 5 lines of energies, and so on thing. We can resist. Shi Yan and Song Hanyue nod one after another. You hide in the tree cocoon. The Lin Nan release azure vine, twines the thick tree cocoon, wrap them. Ji Lingxian releases the air / qi of metal, condenses the hard metal shell. Covered the tree cocoon. After Song Hanyue goes, releases the cold air and inside, condenses the ice. Room, coordinates the tree cocoon resistance heavy pressure. Continue. Yi Anren urged Xiaofengwu, looked dignified, was somewhat anxious. If below is the treasure, Pord said fortunately. If what beast of prey, they clash to be equal to that, through food. But since to this, must try after all. The hidden aura, do not stimulate to the monster beast of lake bottom as far as possible. Ji Lingxian reminded them, bright eye on the alert dark lake bottom. Xiao Fengwu is stretching the body, falls rapidly. However, the depth of lake goes far beyond their imagination, sinks to 1 kilometer time anything has not bumped into. Not only Xiao Fengwu, they could not insist that quickly, even the monster beast quantity of lake bottom are many. Rumble. In the darkness, the water tide turns wells up, a great alligator rushed to front of them suddenly, the length of body more than 30 meters, the eyes are rank, open big mouth of large-mouthed vessel, dashes to Xiao Fengwu. Too suddenly. They had not discovered that before the darkness has the monster beast. Xiao Fengwu responded rapidly, whole body gold/metal min glittered, the pair of eyes circle stared, the sturdy arm overran fiercely, jaws, that the aggressive grasping firmly alligator bit. The great alligator build is not only huge, but also the whole body is a spur. Its violent surges, struggles fiercely. Roar. A Xiao Fengwu, both arms show/unfolds, opens the jaws of great alligator. Ruthlessly. Energy raging tide gushes out his chest cavity, was spurting to the belly of great alligator. The inheritance strength that this is fuses the gold, compared with after. Ignorant/veiled awakens. Can transfer earth origin force and body, changes to the destruction raging. Tide, puffs out from the mouth. It looks like the magma after rock melting, is terrifying, compared with the magma several times. The great alligator whole body ties tight, the internal organs melt, skeleton. Disruption, by living burning. Xiao Fengwu casts off the great alligator, just about to relaxes, the Lin Nan. Actually startled realizing crisis, shouted that is careful, first flings the sturdy vine, interweaves rapidly, no matter anything, first composes the defense. In the front darkness, the blooming glare, a head-length 100-meter thunder. Il boils suddenly instantaneously the endless glare. Thunder man. Such greatly? The Hanao whole body chill, this special must be. Over 100 meters, is sturdier than the house, the whole body crawls. Completely the bright trace. The thunder eel sends out howls sharply, the glare of boiling changes to thunder tide, sweeps across several kilometers with the aid of the appearance of the water in an instant. Be careful. Ji Lingxian rushes to front decisively, controls 3, not 2. Extinguish the golden body to receive and instruct thunder tide, wants to lead. Away forcefully, avoids the following partner withstanding thunder tide. Directly. However, thunder Choutai was too quickly strong. Ji Lingxian called out pitifully sad and shrill. 3 do not extinguish the golden body to melt rapidly, even she seems like. Must be destroyed. Xiao Fengwu, Yi Anren, Han Ao, and the others were embezzled by thunder tide. Similarly, flesh splash, painful scream. At a crucial moment within, great wilderness chaotic day seal in Ji Lingxian. See if Qi actually regained consciousness on own initiative. A terrifying power and influence sweeps across the whole body, attacks the dark seabed, raises the endless ripple. Thunderman retrocedes panic-stricken, stared at there a while stubbornly. Turned around to enter the lake bottom. What's the matter? Ji Lingxian is very painful. Did chaotic day seal actually regain consciousness suddenly? Before then, she does not even know how should awaken it. Hadn't Xiao Fengwu there responded? Is because thunder tide did produce the special resonance with her within the body the air/chi of metal? Walks quickly. Xiao Fengwu is withstanding the pain, holds her, to slash clashes. Rapidly downward. Also can downward? Han Ao is very painful, the thunder and lightning almost. Tears into shreds him while still alive, is not only bruised and lacerated. The skeleton internal organs caused heavy losses. In front of the monster beasts of these terrifying, they were too weak. Continues to clash. I felt below. Insisted again. Yi Anren can feel clearly. Some summon, her consciousness was even affected, probably, must have a look too. Below. Safely. You best have confidence. The elder brother, I have not altogether gone. To the sexual intercourse with Wanner, does not want dead here. Xiao Fengwu is hugging them, braces oneself, the submergence. Can't you say other? Han Ao, to this fellow, is really speechless. Although they startled drew back Thunderman, startled drew back in nearby. Tens of thousands meters other beast of prey that approaches, but the great wilderness seal unique aura stimulated certain terrifying great monsters. The lake surface in distant place, a deep sleep, does not know the old turtle. That many years opens the sharp eye, is moving the stiff body, probably place. Black islands, rapid submersion. In the dark ice-cold deep lake, a large-scale strange fish of mouthful canine sent out sharp howling, the sound wave is torrential, sweeps across several tens of thousands of meters. Instantly, several hundred over 1,000. Strange fish were summoned, advancing uninterruptedly gathers together. Downward several kilometers place, since a sharp corner/horn beast that is. Wielding 8 tentacles leaps from the endless dark abyss. Build big arrives. Suffocatingly, each tentacle sturdy powerful, curls up the numerous tides, the sharp corner/horn of top of the head is 50 meters, above is glittering complex. Mysterious rune, is surging the terrifying aura. In a big hurry quickly, downward too. Should draw near. Yi Anren anxious. Urging. The marvelous feeling was getting more and more intense, 5 lines of seedlings are getting more and more powerful in radiance that in the sea of chi blooms even spreads the whole body, following the meridians. Yi Anren, probably translucent treasure at this moment, the ray is bright, can see inside root hair meridians trace indistinctly. Is quickest. Xiao Fengwu felt that the body seemed like must be crushed, the bosom tree cocoon started the creaking resounding, might explode momentarily. What thing does below have? Han Ao is suddenly vigilant. A golden ray rapidly is rising, directly soars them. The ray is getting more and more bright, rushes more and more, from a weak point, rapid ebullition to several kilometers range, evil ice-cold aura. Still is enlarging? What thing? Xiao Fengwu calls out an alarm, immediately must avoid, the discovery distant. Places having massive strange fish tearing water tide, charges into here. Other positions, crashes all serious aura also to approach, probably is away. From is very far, the aura has actually headed on. Below, big fellow came up. Well, Toad? Ji Lingxian is just about to remind. Everyone, suddenly is startled. The ray enlarges rapidly, flamingly like electricity. A large-scale toad of golden light is lifting the head all over the body, exuded the eye of red light to observe closely them. That broad great mouth, golden light winds around, as if holds one golden perimeter/thunder pool. The whole body is proliferating, the dense and numerous lumps, is emerging. Marvelous rune. The aura is terrifying. What toad, that is gold/metal chan. Eats the swan. Xiao Fengwu calls out in alarm, big. What eats the swan is the toad. Ji Lingxian refutes immediately. Can toad eat the swan? The swan does not stab to death him. Gold/metal chan is Entitled, Cannot Do Well the Swan also to surrender. Shut up, shut up. When, can proper. Han-ao shouted loudly angrily, this fellow always with their such being incompatible. Chapter 530, Big Stir. Bang. Gold/metal chanting gets up, the tide turns wells up, its eye ground does. Ominously brilliantly, mouth Riggin bursts with joy, the power and influence. Terrifying, as if can erupt momentarily. But it is not threatening Xiaofengwu, but was away from him to that old turtle. In the darkness, the old turtle is dormant, head high-pitched and fine, the forelimbs are sturdy, on the heavy hard carapace proliferates the trace of vicissitudes, but these traces are actually pasting the strange blue light, is surging the fearful aura. The strange fish stop rapidly, the mouthful canine, the huge quantity, is away from is confronting very much two giant beasts. Before long, since the sharp corner/horn beast also leaps from the darkness, they forms to confront with the gold/metal toad. In the darkness of distant place, a stronger aura is approaching to hear. Do not move heedlessly, suppresses the great wilderness seal. Xiaofengwu turns very quiet, the tight whole body hair set upright. They hit, finds the opportunity to rush out. Han-ao gets hold of the sharp claws, is ready in full battle array. The Yi Anren whole body illumination, the consciousness is absent-minded, does not seem to notice the periphery dangerous situation, she is lowering the head, absent-minded is looking at the seabed deep place. A mysterious strength, attraction firmly she. Ji Ling Xian, they are anxious, no one notices her unusuality. Gold/metal, Chan the eyeball shook shaking, suddenly sticks out suddenly, big. Mouth opens, gold/metal moved restlessly, takes the lead they to swallow. Toward Xiaofengwu. Rumble. The sharp corner/horn beast also moved, flings three huge tentacles, starts the turbulent water tide. Each strip axe is 500 meters, sturdy powerful, disregards thunder tide. Wreaking havoc, entangled ruthlessly to gold/metal Chan. The old turtle roared, the vibration body, the surroundings tranquil water. Tide violent rebellion, formed the endless vortex fiercely, swept across in all directions. Grasps me. Escape. Xiaofengwu shouts, proceeds to clash rapidly. However, is in the lake bottom deep place, the action is really not convenient, without ran, by front sudden water moist vortex tearing. Distressed surges in the past. The old turtle eye ground cold light twinkle, raises bigger tide vortex, curls toward them. At a crucial moment within, but a tentacle loudly, aggressive collision opens the vortex, then volume to them. Xiaofengwu whole body chill, died. Stimulates the great wilderness seal. Ji Ling Xian shouted loudly. How to stimulate? This special said that the stimulation can stimulate? Xiao Fengwu more wants to proceed to struggle, the body is chaotic, loses control. In the turbulent water tide, completely. Yi Anren sends out the pain to scream suddenly, whole body radiance puts. Open several hundred meters in the strong darkness. Meanwhile, below endless lake bottom abyss the glare presently, the scorching. Sun blooms for the first time probably, looks like the deity to open eyes, the glare ebullition, the instantaneous photo passes the trim lake bottom. Xiaofengwu, they close the eye immediately, the giant beasts similarly by. Glare exciting stopping. The ray is flaming, illuminates the lake bottom, photo, to lake surface. The tranquil lake surface, the ray, is dreadful immediately, illuminates. Thoroughly cloud heaven. A powerful aura volume crossed the lake bottom, the passing over gently, and swiftly tide, shot up to the sky, surges the boundless sacred lake. All bird of prey spirit birds and all marine animals big monsters, at this moment peaceful, looks into the distance, glare, that the sacred lake central location is putting suddenly. The lake surface turns wells up, mighty waves, myriad heavy, gallops, toward 8 sides, somewhat reaches as high as several hundred meters, some even are on the kilometer, rumble, rock the earth, is submerging the innumerable islands, whirls away trillion beast of prey. The violent and terrifying aura has curled cloud heaven, annihilates all cloud layers, all bird of prey spirit birds are unexpected, was raised to fly. At this moment, the vast sacred lake caused a stir. Jiangyi is unexpected, was attacked by the air wave, the body is completely uncontrolled, continually the turnover, departs beyond tens of thousands meters. Also had the big treasure born? The flame imaginary bird firmly holds the shoulder of Jiangyi, pleasantly surprised is looking into the distance. Safely, they probably in that position. Jiangyi gives a thought to the heart. One tightly, immediately overruns, toward the sacred lake center. Shortly, the sky and lake, boiled completely. Billions of spirit bird marine animals, attack toward the ray source crazily. Bang! The distant place is leapt everywhere flame, by the islands that in the tide submerged, the dense and numerous lives soared, the momentum of blotting out. The sky definitely had several tens of thousands of. Their all illumination, the roaring flame turns wells up, when is mammoth. Is the hot crow. Avoids them. The flame imaginary bird points at the distant place to shout loudly. Jiangyi has soared, circles the distant place, because in that crowd of hot crow deep places, he felt one to let his nervous aura. The flame imaginary bird reminded Jiangyi, that flock of hot crows are different from the hot crow of your outside world, they inherit from the place of antiquity now, the bloodlines had not broken, the strongest hot crow can release the golden crow day fire, it is said. Jiangyi heart one cold, spreads out. If the hot crows feel his existence, perhaps turn the head to encircle him. The following tide gallops, scarlet big fish leap in groups, the quantity is also in thousands, enormous and powerful proceeding catch up. The build of big fish is plump, the double fin is sturdy, as if can walk. They are dense and numerous, some surfaces are exuding the golden light, the ray transpiration must appear dragon shing indistinctly. The flame imaginary bird is overlooking from the upper air, the school of fish that is lining up forward galloping, sighs with emotion, dragon fish. Just like the flood dragon, has the degenerated Jackie Chan's potential. Although has not succeeded from ancient to present, but incarnation more than half. Dragon fish, the strength was once agile and fierce. Roar. The front islands rock, submerge their tide to blast out loudly, everywhere. Sprays. Everything may become vulnerable, the forest lodging, Titan python. Appears again, the length of body exceeds 10,000 meters, huge too. Suffocating. It is swinging the body, has ground the islands, hits the sacred lake, the terrifying aura is startled to draw back the marine animals of various places. Flood dragon, Genki, dark blue billows beast and other sacred lake overlords. Who the lake bottom deep place, rests away aside regain consciousness in abundance, flushes away toward the sacred lake center. Looking into the distance, the sacred lake of turbulent surges boiled. Thoroughly, everywhere is the shadows of beast of prey. Do not have an accident. Jiangyi is anxious, full speed sped along, carries also the air wave and mysterious power and influence of boiling, passing over gently and swiftly cloud heaven. The lake bottom deep place, the glare ebullition, curling up tide galloping is unceasing. Even / including Jinchan and other big monsters were raised draw back, but Yi Anren, actually tied down by a mysterious strength, is welcoming the ray of galloping, charges into the lake bottom. Yi Anren is slightly sober, held Xiao Fengwu promptly. Xiao Fengwu also takes advantage of opportunity to constrain others, hid in the terrifying vortex. Together. Looks quickly, what is that? Lin Nan points at front, is calling out in alarm. In the ray deep place unexpectedly is a huge crack, probably ancient god of deep sleep opened the eye. The ray is strange, the distortion overlaps. Shocks. More proceeds, the ray is vast, is mysterious, faintly visible. Beautiful scenery, mountain. Where lake bottom is connecting. Han Ao shock, rapid enlargement of mountains. And rivers seen in their line of sight, the world that has probably is really ordinary. 5 lines of the world. Independent world that seals in the lake bottom deep place. Yi Anren feels 5 lines of air/chi of heading on, the mysterious summon, understands finally under was anything. What? They just about to look to Yi Anren, actually hidden that beautiful vast light shadow directly. Chapter 531, The God's Ban. Front scene suddenly sees the light, without ice cold of lake water, did not have the pressure of deep lake. Here is the fresh and rich vast world, the big mountain forest, the giant tree is towering, the river's wind, the waterfall gallops, various beautiful flowers are in full bloom, the innumerable old medicine smell is sweet. Here does not have the monster beast, does not have the confusion. Here is peaceful and auspicious, is fresh and beautiful. Here just like one isolates the wonderful fairyland outside world. Xiao Fengwu drops from the clouds, treads, to fall on a mountain, 18 meters. Body shakes the mountain massif, to sway. He is breathing heavily, surprised. Looking into the distance in all directions. From the dark ice-cold lake bottom, to the fresh wonderful jungle, the sudden transformation of environment makes him a little ignorant. Good pure natural strength. Lin Nan stands on the Xiao Fengwu shoulder. Breath of being infatuated. This feeling was too marvelous, but inspires. Looked like drank the mouth spirit spring. Shi Yen Song Hanyue was also put, surprised looks at the surroundings, but also thinks that fell into some illusion. There has the thing to summon me. Yi Anren is pointing at the distant place. Quick, is Gawking doing? Han Ao urged Xiao Fengwu. Since is not the dangerous lake bottom wicked beast is summoning Yi Anren, today was to hit the chance. The Xiao Fengwu sturdy arm holds Han Ao, throws ruthlessly, you will fly, you. Guide. Mean-spirited, follows me. The Han Ao whole body flesh ballooning, changes to the pterodactyl, spreads the wings to soar. Xiao Fengwu treads the crack mountain, hugs the people to overrun, falls on Han Ao steadily. Han Ao is unexpected, almost crashes, bastard. Shrinks. Was too big, did the lane love you? Xiao Fengwu he smiles badly, rapid. Retracting main body. Lin Nan and the others, the expression pulls out, is really speechless. Han Ao started the strong winds, the passing over gently and swiftly mountain forest, proceeded to clash following the direction of Yi Anren. Yi Anren is feeling the mysterious summon carefully, Xiao Fengwu, they cannot be being calm. In the following jungle is the treasure. The golden ginseng large expansive growth, the strange spirit fruit hangs all over the branch. In the river tide of galloping is even floating the spirit bead. They also noticed that on a mountain hangs all over the gem, that is spirit stones. Lengthens, by joining outside spirit stones. I could not bear, I was insane. Xiao Fengwu stamps the feet on Han Ao, excitedly, wishing one could to throw whirls away the having mystical powers fruit treasure. Hadn't here been discovered? Here simply is the primitive world of deep sleep. Here does not have the monster beast probably. Was too inconceivable, I have not seen such treasure trove. Lin Nan, they shock in the extreme, there are to plant not the true absent minded feeling. Does here determination exist really? Were they involved in some illusion space? Whistling. Xiao Fengwu deeply raises the tone, the say/way of being in trance. Who hits my fist? Look is having a dream. Bang. Ji Lingxian flings the fist, numerous bang on the Xiao Fengwu belly. Xiao Fengwu shivers all over the body seems like the mighty waves to exude the drastic fluctuation, the sound cried out strangely. Bend/bow the body to fly. Ji Lingxian shook the fist, feels like very real. Who said that makes you hit my, does your fist have multiple, not to know? Xiao Fengwu pounds on the distant place mountain, air/chi jump and jumps. No joking. Takes him, hurry up. Yi Anren urged them. Han Ao joined Xiao Fengwu, charges into the upper air, to continue to proceed. To catch up. You look there. Song Hanyue rare excited shouting loudly. In the deep valley of distant place has a bay spirit spring, braves the rich dense fog. In the spirit spring massive strange spirit fruits, are also seeming like some beautiful elf steadily, is dancing lightly regarding Ling Lake. Looks is the rare valuable medicine. Do not stop, to continue to proceed. Yi Anren anxious urging. Did you determine? Han Ao could not repress, under wishes one could first to arrive at eating until full. Front is better, quickly, must in a big hurry, before other big monsters clash. Rushes to there, quick. The Yi Anren whole body is blooming radiance, the clarity that the meridian's blood vessel looks, that mysterious feeling was getting more and more intense. Does not manage. Han Ao clenches teeth, bears impulsive proceeds to flush away rapidly. The front jungle is luxuriant, rocky mountain to become Cu, each big tree hangs all over the spirit fruit, each rocky mountain is covered with the crystal stone, everywhere is the old medicine, the world energy rich too. Becoming the dense fog. Is here? Han Ao circles in the upper air. What does here have? Ji Lingxian, they're surprised looking into the distance. Seeming like spirit fruit more crystal stones were more, but had no thing to be worth Yi Anren being so excited probably. Is here. Yi Anren finishes barely the words, below palatial Shan Kun. Rumbled a movement, is extruding the surrounding mountain jungle. The probably invisible big hand, is moving the mountains and rivers jungle. Before long, huge to shocking the energy vortex appears in the stratum deep place, the ray is torrential, the energy like the sea, rumble revolving, the agitation world energy is twisting. My heaven. Xiao Fengwu, they raise the cold air, but actually, unbelievable looks at the energy vortex. A palatial great tree floated inside, partly visible. The tree trunk is sturdy, is not straight, instead probably occupying old dragon, with overpowering momentum. The twig is luxuriant, the growth, interweaves upwards 5 pieces of crowns. Each piece of crown presents different radiance, is surging the different energies. Respectively is the gold/metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those who make them shock, each crown deep place has a heart tree cocoon in. The beat of rushing, the dazzling ray, seems like small sun, to be common. 5 lines of trees. Yi Anren shocks absent-minded. Probably can hear the blood to flow the sound. That heart beats clearly. That likely is 5 lines of trees. Completely mature 5 lines of trees. No wonder 5 lines of seedlings in Sea of Qi will move restlessly. Well? Xiao Fengwu felt in the Dantian Sea of Qi to start the numerous mighty waves. Suddenly, the quiet great wilderness seal actually regained consciousness. The power and influence that mysterious rushed surged the proliferation toward the whole body. Ji Lingxian and Song Hanyue also surprised, feeling the situation in great wilderness seal. The probably great mountain had/left how sea mixes the sea of Qi. Turbulent surges, the whole body meridians of impact twinkle radiance. Earth origin force, water origin force between and gold/metal origin force. World, where toad, continuous gathers to them. They close the eye, enjoys willfully. These energies were too pure, not only in substantial meridians Sea of Qi, probably also in wash meridians and soul. The energy is getting more and more violent, turns into the dense fog, turns into the ichor, is submerging them. Great wilderness seal in Sea of Qi recovers comprehensively, greedy is swallowing peerless rare to pure spirit strength. Chance. Lin Nan, sigh, with emotion visits them. Can stimulate the great wilderness seal to regain consciousness on own initiative, conceivable energy. Marvelous, can imagine they will bring the extraordinary change to Xiao Fengwu. Should we overrun now? Hanao looks to Yi Anren, must have a look in the tree. Cocoon of Crown impatiently is anything. Gold/metal Ho, the Blade Sovereign and Lin Nan also look to her. This mysterious world affirmation dust laden in lake bottom innumerable years. The ghosts in Holy Mountain do not know. They can be so lucky, naturally, that 5 lines of seedlings the direction of. Because of Yi Anren within the body. Therefore below concrete is what situation, Yi Anren is clearest. You keep this, only absorbs the spirit strength, do not move heedlessly. I first get down to have a look. Yi Anren can feel the great strength of following 5 lines of trees clearly, possibly was born the spirit wisdom. It can direct itself, accepts itself, is not necessarily able to allow others to approach. We are waiting for you. After Hanao puts down Yi Anren, falls to nearby mountain on. Ji Lingxian, Xiao Fengwu and Song Hanyue runs up to the summit to continue. To absorb the energy between world is nourishing the great wilderness seal. Some of their marvelous feelings, the great wilderness seal must start to fuse with them probably. Chance is such sudden, is such pleasantly surprised. The Yi Anren one person alone jumped under in the huge energy vortex. The vortex turns violently, wells up, opened wide a channel unexpectedly on own initiative, receives and instructs Yi Anren to go. Big chance. Hanao is really sigh with emotion. The true 5 lines of trees, do not know that had many years, grew what level? Perhaps as the world God sets up. What change to Yi Anren is hard to imagine it to take away. Lin Nan is also very sigh with emotion, she fuses that moment of 5 lines of seeds, will not be ordinary on being doomed life. Jiang Yi truly gave her a big ritual. If one accepts 5 lines of seeds, meaning Yi Anren must open an extraordinary life journey, then contacts the true 5 lines of trees now. Then means Yi Anren is extraordinary, may turn into legend. Is the Yi Anren legend alone? Let's the world for the legend that it vibrates. Chapter 532, The God's Ban. Do not envy, here is the chance, you hurry to transfer the revolutions. Everywhere. Xiao Fengwu is accepting the baptism of spirit spring willfully. The comfortable whole face is infatuated. Hanao shakes the head, first waits. If not Yi Anren, we cannot come, has not been under permission of inside master, do not touch the thing randomly, do not add to the chaos safely. Xiao Fengwu rolls the eyes, looks at you to instigate the type. Are you a dragon? Has not planted. You. Seeing your sister Lin Nan, do not marry him, he has not planted, has no way to sow. Seeds, being passed from generation to generation is the major problem. Rolls to me. Han Ao almost flings the wing to raise this bastard flies. Lin Nan is very helpless, this fellow is really the best quality goods. Jiang Yi throws into no return Holy Land, Xiao Fengwu, looked like threw into a wild ass toward the arrogant pack of wolves. Ji Lingxian immerses in rich spirit spring inside, said, we absorb the spirit. Strength to have nothing, you transfer the revolution should also to have nothing everywhere. Goes quickly, do not waste the opportunity. Song Hanyu said, I have not thought absorbs the spirit strength, has to quench the body to wash the effect of God, you find the place to try quickly. The spirit fruit also tastes. Gold/metal Hoer, the blade sovereign and Shi Yan look at the vortex of distant place, turns around to leave the summit, seeks for spirit treasure, to the jungle. Lin Nan also no longer worries, walks, has a look everywhere. Here countless spirit treasure, even if packs the space ring, still a drop in the bucket. Walks quickly, senior sister Lin Nan greeted you, grasped well. Xiao Fengwu signals with the eyes, to Han Ao. Han Ao pulls a long face to leave, no longer pesters with him. He was understood, this fellow was Jiang Yi, that bastard drags air/chi intentionally. His. In the turbulent energy vortex, 5 lines of trees, caught Yanran. Here does not seem like outside that turbulent, instead tranquil. Peaceful, radiance winds around, imitates, if fairyland, tall and pleasing to the eye. 5 lines of trees are huger, vigorous palatial, the energy of outside seeing. Like the sea, as if stands in the chaos is overlooking the ancient spiritual God of common people. The Yi Amren breathing rapidly, is withstanding the indescribable constriction. 5 lines of seedlings in body continuous blooms 5 lines of strength, floods the whole body meridians, is insufficient to kneel down. There. Is you are summoning me? Yi Amren returns to normal the breath, stabilizes the good mood, salutes. Toward front 5 lines of trees, devotionally. Beautiful appearance and exquisite physique, under the gorgeous ray covers. Perfect impeccable, probably elf of nature breeding. The seed in your body, is I 10,000 years ago that releases 5 lines of tree vigorous thick crazy boughs opened eyes slowly, inside 5 lines of energies coil around, the immortal ray is blooming, seems 2 microcosms. Passes sends out to absorb the person heart and soul, the power and influence. Do you want to receive? The Yi Amren heart is startled. 10,000 years? Did this seed hide unexpectedly, for 10,000 years in the stone? No wonder can easily be opened by them, original 5 lines of energy. Consumptions was similar. Seed 10,000 years, this tree? 5 lines of trees probably are of honor the spiritual god vicissitudes, is. Overlooking Yi Amren, everything has the causes and effects, the myriad things. Have the fate. It can meet with you, is your reasons. Yi Amren expressed gratitude hastily, thank your helping, I must kindly treat. 5 lines of seeds. You should see outside world, is I creates. The sound dignity of 5 lines of trees, the vicissitudes, the eye looks to. Front, the surroundings turn the energy vortex that wells up to be suddenly. Clear fiercely. Can clear seeing outside high mountains, see the river. Waterfall, sees land ancient wood. Probably each trees, each flowers and plants, each rivers, are close at hand. Yi Amren looks all around. This feeling is very marvelous, probably heaven. Observes the situation all living things. However, her thoughts are sensitive. Felt indistinctly 5 lines of trees should not show one's self-achievement. Intentionally, but has any special reason. A beautiful world, a tranquil world. 5 lines of trees are silent slightly, long light language, world that a meaningless world, I want to ruin. Does it have problems? Yi Anren, cautious asking, has not been responded for a very long time. She raised the head 5 lines of trees that looked at to be lost in thought. Probably observed the situation, the surrounding beautiful world. Doesn't here have the life? 5 lines of tree long light languages, here full of vitality, is spiritless. I created this world, is actually not able to evolve this world, I give the world life, is actually not able to mold the life truly. This is the fate of 5 lines of trees, from ancient to present fate. 200,000 years ago, I am the world's last 5 lines of trees. In order to seek the breakthrough, works loose 5 lines of tree from ancient to present fate. I open chop void, sought for the antiquity god courtyard in legend. Very lucky, I found here. Very unfortunately, I cannot break through the shackles. 100,000 years ago, I evolved this world, exhausts the supernatural power. Breeds 5 lines of seeds, gave a flood dragon and lake. Helps it complete the transformation, the incarnation is the dragon. I am paying attention to evolutions of 5 lines of seed in its body, is paying attention to its growth. As a flood dragon, it succeeded. The incarnation is the dragon, reappeared the strength of antiquity divine dragon, but also cut the god courtyard to ban. Left here, became the legend. As my hope, it failed. It to hear is the same in 5 lines of the world that in the body evolve, vital vapid. I put him to leave, is hopes that he can complete the evolution outside. Brings the pleasant surprise to me. Afterward, it came back, failed. It died in my front. Yi Anren Ernest is listening, appreciates the wish of 5 lines of trees. 5 lines of trees also said, dragon, is one of the strongest lives, there is. A very strong wisdom. It failed, once made me confused. Afterward, I ancient court, deep place that buried from holy mountain releases. The vermilion bird monster soul, to be colored, touched the god courtyard, too. Ban, ripped open the crack, formed only permits the channel that spirit origin. Realm entered. After that has the human race life, to enter one after another. I am paying attention to these human race, evolves 5 lines of the world too. Condense 5 lines of seeds for the second time. Has not waited till the right candidate. Until afterward, probably was 30,000 years ago, I discovered 5 lines of spirit mark finally. I release 5 lines of seeds, gave to him as the chance. Smooth that very he fuses, after leaving, quick of growth. However, while I anticipated that I bring the pleasantly surprised time, an accident/surprise, nearly changed this world. He was very brave, rushed to the forefront, actually died in battle in that time. I once attempted to assist at the final moment, actually directed the god courtyard the disaster. That terrifying fellow, killed here. The god courtyard caused heavy losses, nearly vanishes, the bloodlines that over half antiquities left behind were cleaned up. I have the regret and evil, falls into the deep sleep. Until 10,000 years ago, the new 5 lines of seeds actually during my deep sleep unexpected breeding. My injury is very serious, when the new successor, then through being lost in thought courtyard it, wanting it to be able in the outside growth evolution. 5 lines of trees look at Yi Anren, is telling once secret. 10,000 years long. The third seed after the experience is rough, sought for the host eventually. 5 lines of trees to front girl are not too satisfied, actually not harsh. Had not questioned. Since the fate meet, then gives the fate. It will not impose, to interfere. Can she bring the different results? Yi Anren listens carefully, roughly understood the meaning of 5 lines of trees. The long-cherished wish of its lifetime in 5-row space that oneself mold. Evolves the true life. However, this is how difficult. Molding 5-row space is easy, this is the normal natural strength, but breeds the humanoid demon monster spirit to be equal to creating the world? This is the counter-chaotic heavenly Tao. However, it has not given up, seeks for the God courtyard, attempts in life. Within the body, Yi Anren can feel indistinctly. In addition, 5 lines of trees have definitely also made other innumerable attempts, but failed. The true goal that this ancestor most starts must do to create the world. Spiritual God. The ambition was too big. Afterward accepted the destiny, confidently, only hopes that can before dying. See own dream can become the reality, even if showed on other lives. However, why did that dragon die? Was in the evolutionary process the accident/surprise, the attempt bred the life to offend some ban. Chapter 533, The God's Ban. You, since accepted 5 lines of seeds, must start to evolve 5 lines of the world. You are only Holy Spirit mark, is not 5 lines of spirit mark, the evolutionary process will have many variables. Starting today you stay here, I will try my utmost to guide your evolution. Protects your growth. After you grew to the Holy Spirit peak, but can also attempt to take over. Control of my world, fuses my 5 lines of strength. Although 5 lines of trees do not satisfy front girl's aptitude, however his injury is serious, how long perhaps could not insist, was impossible to breed. The new 5 lines of seeds again, this girl was his final hope. Yi Anren heart movement. Stays in this mysterious and peaceful world, with heart and soul full power. Tracks down 5 lines of mysteries, deducts the completely new world. No one will come to here to disturb her. Also, no one will threaten her here. Holy Spirit boundary? Fuses this world? If the protections and offers of 5 lines of trees, she might grow to the spiritual God level in the future. If oneself can fuse this ancient microcosm completely, deducts the completely new world, she will have the eternal life, becomes aloof existence. The Yi Anren whole body exudes the heat flow. Stands in front of 5 lines of trees, she as if can see oneself future. Looks all around the surrounding world, she as if can think oneself control. Here unsurpassed invincible might. This dream makes anybody excited sufficiently, making anybody long. However, Yi Anren shakes the head slowly, tactful rejection. I also worry outside, I cannot keep this. The final pursuit of human race, nothing but is the military, the summit of day. You have so-called worrying, because of the human race 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, because you are very young. Believes me, in several years, you look again, deep love between man and woman actually dispensably. 5 lines of trees are very accidental, rejected unexpectedly. Although 30,000 years ago that successor also chooses to leave, but the aptitude of that successor far exceeds the girl. Moreover, the fact also showed, will be dangerous outside growth, not only need face the accident/surprise and accident in 5-row space deduction process alone, but must deal with greedy hunts of these strong clan beast of prey. Let alone, oneself this time, directly proposed, that gives her the whole world. And 5 lines of spirits in the future. Does she remain unmoved unexpectedly? She does not have to understand what meaning that oneself said that what there is to worry specially? Yi Anren is truly excited, somewhat struggles. This absolutely is the unique chance, said that as reaches the sky in a single bound is not overrated. However, person who she has worrying, matter that also there is worrying. Did you consider again carefully? 5 lines of trees inquired again. Yi Anren said, I hope that can stay here, better feeling 5 lines of energies, I also know me, if stays here, will have a better growth. However, I cannot. 5 lines of trees sighed lightly, child, gives me a reason. Yi Anren silent long time in a low voice light language, my worrying, not only 35 years, possibly, can be the life. Emotion? 5 lines of trees understood. This should be in the human race so-called love. 5 lines of trees lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the matter and testimony of experience, are more, regarding human race and monster clan, and even the spirit clan and demon clan has very deep understanding. Although human race has the extraordinary potential, has the fatal flaw, this flaw is the so-called emotion. In emotion, love most complex, most dangerous. The man-woman also has the difference in emotion. The men pay great attention to the martial arts, relatively indifferent. Emotion. The women are the deviation extremes, either absolutely brutal, either is passionately devoted. In front of it the girl, likely was moves to some boy. Because is very young, but also is very ignorant, once moves, is easy to forget oneself, ignores other aspects. Helpless 5 lines of trees sighed lightly, this child was not very truly perfect. The aptitude is bad, heavy sentiment, but also is in the ignorant. Period. Yi Anren said, I worry, responsible. She adores Jiangyi, misses no return Holy Land. The time that although the enlightened ruler's contact with her is short, actually pinned all hopes on her body. She can definitely be reckless, remains to track down the martial arts, but no. Return Holy Land wanted to suppress the hope of Dark Abyss to be disillusioned. Not only concerns not returns to Holy Land, Great Wilderness, Luofu wait, etc. Trillion lives. She cannot be so selfish, cannot that the unfeeling 5 lines of trees said, child, you may regret in the future. My life, not only in martial arts. My life, does not submit to the martial arts. Yi Anren raised the head, welcomes the eye of 5 elements God tree. She longs for the martial arts, will not actually become the martial arts. Puppet. Life that she longs, not only there is martial arts, the emotion, perseveres. Gives up, misery, anticipation. Even in the future will regret, is not still resentful. 5 lines of trees gazed at Yi Anren, to be very long silently, as if must see anything from her look. Yi Anren, confident, is accepting carefully examining of 5 lines of trees. She seems like very peacefully, is very delicate. The experience since childhood, has made her exercise was firm and resolute. And brave, opinion. Long time. 5 lines of trees said, if you must insist, I can put you to leave. Yi Anren salutes forward. Thank you to help. Although I in various aspects was inferior that you expected, but please believe me, I will use the energy. Surely, deducts 5 lines of the world, takes to your different result. 5 lines of trees release the 5 lines of energies of rushing, is covering. Yi Anren, I first awaken the potential of 5 lines of seeds, then gives you to deduct the true 5 lines of mysteries. This is not martial law, you will not need martial law in the future. The attention feels. When outside beast tide imposing toward the seabed to clashes, the flaming ray suddenly vanishes, the energy of rushing also disperses. 5 lines of the world, cut off the relation with outside. Relation vanished. Jiangyi is feeling the aura of great wilderness seal in the lake bottom deep place carefully, finally suddenly broke. With the disappearance of ray and energy, completely lost the contact. Flame imaginary bird mouth, died? By what big monster eating? Shut up. Jiangyi feels repeatedly, but that marvelous relation really completely vanished. The flame imaginary bird is maintaining the appearance of fox, lies looks at the direction that the light source is vanishing on the Jiangyi shoulder. The ray extinguished, the relation broke, where Jiangyi, that group of friends rush. In the ray, the source? Jiangyi was also suspecting, they should rush in what mystical place? The flame imaginary bird urged, looks quickly, perhaps like underground. Refining up the soldier field that we discover. Hoping is the chance, rather than danger. Jiangyi continues to dive. Although the rushing seabed ray vanished, but the enormous and powerful beast tide is still gathering to here. They from catch up in all directions, in the lake bottom deep place surges, is seeking for the ray source of disappearance. Move restlessly. Chaotic. However, how regardless to seek, has not discovered any vestige or special entrance. A day. 2 days. 5 days. 6 days. The spirit bird first leave the lake bottom. 8 celestial empress, the marine animals also leave in groups. Finally, the dark ice-cold lake bottom only has Jiangyi also in the careful exploration. Below is definitely hiding anything. Jiangyi is overlooking the jet-black lake bottom, looks dignified. The present position, in a lake surface 2 kilometers place, the body is withstanding the huge oppression, probably downward, if must downward, perhaps. Probably have the danger. Below is very deep, it is said is connecting endless void. Let alone was you, Titan Python where most can clash 5 kilometers downward. You're that group of friends, were eaten by the monster beast either was stranded in that mystical place. The flame imaginary bird gave up, the board played on Jiangyi, pushes a bullet into the bore the red hat at first sight, probably. The great wilderness seal vanishes is very sudden, they should fall into the mystical place. Jiangyi believes oneself judged. Now what is anxious is that mystical place is the luck, is the calamity. Is can also pass in and out at will, was involved in the sacred lake link darkness, to be void. Wish their good luck. However, I must remind you, calculates the time, today is the time that the 50 Holy Land Agreement meets. Attack dynasty anxiously in a day 2 days, not making them wait. Jiangyi continues to seek for the suspicious trace in the lake bottom deep place. Continuously is stimulating the great wilderness seal, anticipated that can have the relation. Chapter 534, Person who you like, I have seen. In 5 lines of the world, 5 elements God tree strips own life sap. Pours into the body of Yi Amran continuously, is stimulating the potential of 5 lines of seeds. In short 6 celestial empress, the immature 5 lines of seedlings, then spread massive new roots, delicate such as must, reached 30, took root in the sea of chi space. Starting from 6th day, 5 lines of seedlings start to grow rapidly, form the tender and delicate tree trunk, but also grew 5 pieces of exquisite leaf blades. 5 leaves are glittering and translucent carving, are blooming 5 colors. Radiance, symbolizing gold/metal would water the fire clay 5 are being the energies. If compares with the future world here, 5 leaves at this moment, are equivalent to the most primitive world source strength. Even 5 elements God tree absent-minded was very long, as if saw once. 5 leaf blades are blooming pure radiance, is symbolizing to the pure energy. The hazy sea of chi space starts clearly, 5 ray twinkles interweave, must condense the outline of land, mountains and rivers, forest indistinctly. Yi Anren is feeling the change of sea of chi, is accepting the transformation of life sap to the body. No return, Holy Lord, thoroughly, is more comprehensive. 5 elements God tree to guarantee Yi Anren can unable to withstand the sea of chi, the evolution speed, but also promotes her boundary one after another. 10 days later, the Yi Anren boundary makes great strides forward, 9th heavenly layer unexpectedly directly. Although the speed is very exaggerating, Yi Anren was actually not worried. That can stay behind the hidden danger. After all, this is the transformation of 5 elements God tree, even the world can create, let alone this boundary. In 10 days of time, 5 elements God tree is stimulating the growth of 5 lines of seedlings, is transforming the body of Yi Anren, is promoting the Yi Anren boundary, is giving Yi Anren to show the real deep meaning that 5 lines of energies are evolving. Just like it is said, sea of chi inside had 5 row space, really did not need. What martial law? Seedling has started to grow, in the future evolution by yourself. In the sea of chi creation, real mountains and rivers, forest, first do not train your 5 lines of trees anxiously. Then is spirit origin realm, to the breakthrough of soul boundary, to you are important, I did not promote forcefully. You in the main energy of soul boundary, spread the whole body from the sea of chi, the root hair of 5 lines of trees, along meridians, trace winding blood vessel. Before the life and death boundary, must proliferate the whole body, the root hair, otherwise the life and death boundary will have the big danger. 5 elements God tree repeatedly urged. This was the final 5 lines of seeds. If cannot grow, this world will be very difficult. Born again, the pure 5 lines of seeds. Please feel relieved, decides to fulfill expectations safely. Yi Anren deeply salutes to 5 lines of trees. 10 days of listening respectfully, making her benefit, as if the front opened wide. A completely new world waited for her, is also the brand new martial arts direction. You and other person came. 5 lines of trees are looking up to the sky. Stares at the dark lake bottom by the barrier of 5 lines of the world. Did he find here? Yi Anren is very accidental / surprised. Gets rid of hunt of peacock? What you like he? The sound of 5 lines of trees has the subtle change. I like him. Yi Anren has not covered up again, very natural acknowledgement. Hee 5 lines of trees send out the light chuckle, suddenly. Did you smile? Yi Anren red lips slightly. 5 elements God tree really has the sentiment. What meaning is this bewildered laughter? You determined that you do like him? 5 lines of trees also asked. The vision is looking at the upper air. I like. Yi Anren very affirmative, is saying the innermost feelings. You, if really likes him, but must be ready. What prepares? He possibly does not like you. He will like me. By your future achievement, does not need to love, is so base and low. Person who the matter that I likes, I will strive. He, even if likes you, does not dare to like you. Why? Yi Anren was stranger. Does this old god set up is actually discussing the emotional problem with her? You can be joined to him, he can also be joined to you. However, between you and him, there is a ruthless person. Ruthless person? He came back, can she not come back? What do you mean? I have regained consciousness one time in the deep sleep 10,000 years, has seen some people, has witnessed something. Was not I must Awake at that time, two little fellows made too ominously, almost lift this day. On the tree trunk of 5 elements God tree vicissitudes, really shows the smile unexpectedly. Stares at the lake bottom, recalled once. The surprise that Yi Amren looks, here's also muddled, whom are you saying? 5 elements God tree takes back the vision, is overlooking following Yi Amren, child, you, if dares to like daring to hate, on own initiative. Also. Must be ready, you being strong enemy, she will not agree in the future, you cannot bump him. Yi Amren shakes the head, I am not clear. You will understand in the future. Which day really, you saw that he supports. And cries with a strange woman, remember, your opponent appeared. Does not want to bump 10 million / countless, hardly. 5 elements God tree, let's fall a twig, extends to Yi Amren in front. This was I for these days for 5 lines of commands that you built, was you. Returns to hear key. Yi Amren, bewildered, looked at little while 5 lines of trees, 5 colors. Token. Can I come to eternal holy mountain at any time? If holy mountain is completely close, you cannot come, but you can through. 5 lines of commands, integrate here. Has the prerequisite, you need to grow. To the Holy Spirit boundary, can come. But wants to take over control of here. You must grow to the Holy Spirit peak. Holy Spirit boundary? Yi Amren felt suddenly 5 lines made heavy, that boundary to her was also unattainable, before was never have such thoughts. My microcosm had the years is too long, because before me various attempts have merged into one organic whole with me completely. If I fall into the permanent deep sleep, here also comprehensive on the wane. The child, I do not bring the pressure on you, but hopes that you can grow as soon as possible. Yi Amren receives the token, asked, you also how long lifespan? Perhaps millenniums, perhaps 100 years, is perhaps shorter. I will insist. As far as possible, hopes that do not make me wait for are too long. You could rest assured that I will make you see the different results in the future someday. Has him, your future life will be very splendid. 5 elements God tree leaps. 5 colors radiance, twines Yi Amren. At this moment, he felt suddenly this girl is not such imperfection, because that fellow came back. Yi Amren sensitive feeling 5 elements God tree after discovering outside. Jiang Yi, the tone or the manner, had some changes, probably. She also wants to ask again, was actually submerged by the ray, sent out 5 lines of the world. Directly. In these 10 days of time, Xiaofengwu and Ji Ling Xian, Song Hanyue, greedy, is deriving the pure rich spirit strength. The spirit strength swamps into the body continuously, never stops. Does not inject the sea of qi directly, but was the passing over gently and swiftly. Meridians nourished the sea of qi, then integrated the great wilderness seal. The great wilderness impression is the dry vastness, is supplementing the water tide crazily, is releasing the mysterious strength continuously, is strengthening the sea of qi, is powerful spirit essence, is transforming the body. In 10 days of time, Xiaofengwu and Ji Ling Xian, Song Hanyue, successfully broke through the boundary. Song Hanyue makes great strides forward 7th heavenly layer officially. Xiaofengwu and Ji Ling Xian succeeds to break through to 8 heavy days. Han Ao, Lin Nan and Gold/Metal Hoer, Blade Sovereign and Shi Yan, in all directions is seeking for the spirit fruit and old medicine, even soak spirit. Spring inside directly. They as if place oneself the fairyland, enjoys willfully. They strengthen the physique, to develop the meridians, to nourish the state of mind. Also does not have the breakthrough boundary barrier of suspense. Except Lin Nan, because of the card in the spirit essence peak, cannot break through. Other all makes great strides forward. First heavenly layer. When Yi Anren was sent out 5 lines of the world, they were also whirled away. Finally. Well? How was it black? Lying trough. How did I come out? I consider only to feed the great wilderness seal, has not started to eat the spirit fruit. Did not greet, gave to throw? Sound that Xiaofengwu collapses in dark lake bottom reverberation. Lin Nan, they hurry to release the spirit strength, is resisting the strong lake water heavy pressure, looks all around the surroundings. Facing the sudden transformation, their also cheeks twitch, have the impulsion of wail. They think before departure will greet anything, when the time comes packs. Again slowly, is not late. Therefore, Ji Lingxian, Song Hanyue, consider are only feeding the great wilderness seal, Lin Nan, they are considering only overeating. Finally. Does not have the indication was thrown, they do not have the least bit to prepare. He, I installed. Haneo smiled rampantly, shook the space ring on finger, finally expression. One stiff, sent out the sad and shrill scream, how to have the spirit fruit. Treasure medicine in my space ring? I installed obviously. Received to me? When matter? Tet buckle. Xiaofengwu stares the big eye to visit him. Have you been packing for these days? Yes. I an unnecessary the thing the space ring all through, leaps place to the spirit fruit. I also installed 2 beast leather bags. Haneo grabs the waist. Completely empty leather bag, the heart in the drop blood. Xiaofengwu also asked, how many did you install? Were too many, several hundred. So many? Yes. Xiaofengwu looks at the appearance that Haneo collapses, long breathes a sigh of relief, Mai was happy to select. Goes to your sir. Haneo shouted abuse. Chapter 535, liberates the instinct. Ji Lingxian anticipates looks at Yi Anren, haven't you brought a thing? On 5 lines of trees that 5 tree cocoons? Yi Anren shakes the head, it has not proposed this, directly delivered me. Possibly is felt that our present physicals could not have fallen that energy. Xiaofengwu asked, other? Other also good. What does not have? Oh, people put on a long face, shakes the head in the lake bottom. Yi Anren joke, I received to raise, but also promoted the boundary. You also obtained spirit treasure, improved the physique, promoted the boundary. Is dissatisfied? This several days chance, we do not come to a holy mountain in vain. Haneo said, words, although said that, but as the feeling is regrettable. Xiaofengwu also sighed, yes, is very regrettable. This feeling looks like the beautiful woman in full flowered building to wave to me, I think the time to be sufficient, lay on to toss about. The crispness was crisp enough, but always felt that can also be crisper. Go away. Shameless. Song Hanyue and Ji Lingxian, Lin Nan, 3 females with one voice. The pain of life lies in not being able to profit, the biggest pain lies in not gaining is cheap enough. How to dispel melancholy, only has to profit. Xiaofengwu regrettable the mouth, is very regrettable. However, sees 2 spatial bags that on the Han Ao waist droop, is immediately happier. Own good and evil lay to a woman on crisp, this fellow looked like Pod One. Everywhere, enjoyed ruthlessly the hand addiction, finally must untie the waistband to prepare to start, finally was thrown, haha. You visit me to smile again, I pat you. Haneo felt that must maintain the distance with Xiaofengwu, this fellow, will otherwise be given to irritate by him sooner or later. Yi Anren stops their quarrels. Here situation also asked everyone to keep secret. Naturally. But you must tell me, what is below? Ji Lingxian gathers by Yi Anren asked quietly. Is 5 lines of trees, lived 200,000 years of 5 lines of trees. 200,000 years? Also possibly 90. I drop a day. How long did Eternal Holy Mountain have? Here also has a name, probably called the Antiquity God Courtyard. Yi Anren shakes the head, is unsuitable to relate in detail. Walks, leaves here. Xiaofengwu puts out a hand to build Hanao, came the sentence suddenly, Trouser's elder brother should not be angry. Disperses the spirit strength, drinks a cold water, is cool. Trouser's elder brother? It your pet name. Go away, you're vagrant. Trouser's elder brother. Ground beetle. Trouser's elder brother. Bandit. Lin Nan hurries to stop. Hanao, are you weak? He scolded me. He scolded you, did you scold him? You were big. Can I endure? Lin Nan is angry, cannot bear you hit him. Xiaofengwu is mindless, winks, here's not to have, your elder sister Lin Nan. Could not bear you, you hit, you were actually hard. Good line. Ji Lingxian is very speechless to these two goods. Helpless Song Hanyue wants to smile, knew that Hanao many years, had not seen him such open. Until now, Hanao is arrogant and domineering, the Holy Land. Disciple respects about him is afraid, since this Xiaofengwu to Holy Land. Observed closely him probably, not only does not have the least bit to worry, but also stimulates him using an alternative. Probably has to plant for day is not funny his whole body not to get the feeling of vigor. Well, front has anything to approach. Xiaofengwu, they are vigilant. Immediately. Yi Anren show/unfolds face chuckle, should be he comes. Jiang Yi? The Hanao careful feeling, is a familiar aura. Ha, is really Jiang Yi. Xiaofengwu, pleasantly surprised, shouting loudly. Jiang Yi rushes to hear, saw that everyone is safe and sound, relaxes layer on. Layer/heavily. Xiaofengwu looks at Jiang Yi hanging hot fox, the expression is splendid. Immediately. The eldest child, your red cap is very unique. The sable wool. Is the fox wool. Several days have not seen, the show got up. Hanao, they do not know whether to laugh or cry, how this appearance. This is a fox, I grasp. Jiang Yi tears off the flame imaginary bird. Little elder sister, hello. The flame imaginary bird makes the clear and delightful sound. The sudden gentleness, making Jiang Yi stare. Flame imaginary bird actually at present one bright, the leg and foot is daft. Across the water tide, throws to Yi Anren there. Yi Anren stares, cannot help but smiled. Good lovable small fox. Ji Lingxian, their affection is in flood. Very lovable. Yi Anren grasps the little fellow. The fox of flame imaginary bird incarnation is all over the body fiery red. The hair is mild-mannered, very skillful small nose is wet, is lovable. It lies in the Yi Anren bosom, arched the arch, cleverly, the small nose raises. Following the collar must in the facing set toward the clothes. Your bastard. The Jiang Yi complexion changes, acts like the electricity. Grasping ruthlessly approached the head of fox. A fox eyeball revolution, was the retracting body, digs up, to draw the Yi Anren close to circle side. Checks, the hand of Jiang Yi arrived, the fox ran. Finally. Holds that group to be soft. The Yi Anren tender body trembles, the elegant face becomes flushed. Instantaneously. The people eyeball stares, mouth slightly. The atmosphere was suddenly peaceful. Jiangyi grins, the face rubs was red, hurries to remove, reaches behind the back, points at the fox, to angrily rebuke, gives me to come. The fox blinks toward Jiangyi, disregards the water tide, the pressure, whiz. Below, throws to the Lin Nan bosom. Lin Nan grasps subconsciously, the little fellow speed is strange, following. The collar must toward and facing set. Jiangyi shouted, blocks it, Duke. Lin Nan calls out in alarm, quickly holds fox to toe. The small fox is drooping the body, the big eye of round pitiful looks at Lin Nan. The Lin Nan unclear situation, by this look to the captive, cannot be borne. Hug immediately in the bosom, gently comforting. The small fox, recited comfortably lightly, made an effort to arch in front of her soft, was this big. Jiangyi is really helpless, wants to stop, does not dare to start, Senior. Sister Lin Nan, it is not the fox, it is a bird. Bird? Lin Nan hugs the small fox. This what bird? Fox bird? Jiangyi explained, it is the flame imaginary bird, passes the change, can the criticism/human language be more important, it is only the color bird. The small fox rolls the eyes, oh. This saying I did not like listening. I am big, has not grown officially, I am a child, my this is also friendly in the expression, expressed in a friendly way with the warm way. Not like you. Common people's mood medicine. Common people's mood medicine? The people look neatly to Jiangyi, was so aggressive? You to me, considered that clear, spoke again. Jiangyi warns it with the look. Immediately. Okay, good, keep secret for you. The small fox shrinks in the Lin Nan bosom. Comfortable emanation, recited lightly. Good willowy. Really, is it a bird? Lin Nan hurries to hug, lifts, observes to the front. Do I have a look? Xiaofengwu one grasps, the back passes away, to ask. Quietly, did he prescribe medicine? He did not let say. Young fox thief saying. We know, said secretly. Appropriate? Our small secrets. This. You cannot pass on. Naturally, my prestige, but is world famous. He gave people the old man, to prescribe medicine, that old man of air/chi. Chased down him all over. He gave back to 9th lunar month in the imperial family team to scatter the medicine, one group of people. That scene is exciting simply. Finally, the 9th lunar month dynasty of air/chi chased down him everywhere, several girls went crazy. Wah. Wah. Xiaofengwu is staring the big eye, the expression is extremely exaggerating, is one by one resonant, is one by one stimulated. They spoke intimate conversation here, is actually the least bit has not lowered the sound. Although in the lake, the people actually hears clearly. Ji Lingxian, their whole face is stunned, unbelievable looks, Jiangyi, that the front cheeks twitch. Is this Jiangyi dry/does matter? Did 1 month has not met, liberate the instinct thoroughly? Xiaofengwu looks that Jiangyi too shine, the fervor shouted loudly, eldest child, cannot look, you are doing one-man show. I can explain. Jiangyi choked to death, the thoughts of flame imaginary bird. To have. Does not need to explain, haha, eldest child, you're in my mind vivid. Instantaneous is vivid. Safely, Shi Yan, you had the luck, on old bed. Definitely fervor. Shut up. Several females berated. Chapter 536, Electing of Almighty Troops. Jiangyi hurries to explain, I scatter the medicine toward the cave, wants to stimulate inside monster beast, I quite steal in that spirit fruit, never Expected that stimulates old seniors. I scatter the medicine time, 9th lunar month imperial family, that group of people happened to rush to there, was poisoned. This a series of things, all are the accidents/surprises. In my hand has that medicine, because picks a corpse of ghost surface. Centipede by chance, then refined the toxicant, wants to tidy up was chasing down my clever bird at that time. This, indeed. Xiaofengwu suddenly, asked the bosom flame imaginary bird. Real false. The flame imaginary bird opens mouth, is the coincidence is accidental/surprised, do you believe? Jiang Yi hurries to shift the topic, for these days which did you disappear? Went. Your boundaries. Yi Anren explained, below has 5 elements God tree, opened 5 lines of the world, it survived for 200,000 years there. That 5 lines of seeds that I fuse, is it releases 10,000 years ago. It directs me, gave me to direct, helping me stimulate the potential of seed. Expanded the sea of Qi world. Everyone also obtained some chances there. 5 elements God tree? Do you have 5 lines of seeds? The flame imaginary bird stares the big eye, unbelievable looks at Yanran. Does this pretty small girl actually have 5 lines of seeds? I drop a heaven, can create the new world in the future? Also is the vermilion bird, is 5 lines of seeds, what monster is this? Group? Own this really found the backer? Happy. Does below have 5 row space? Jiang Yi shocking looks at the dark lake bottom, value that to this holy mountain comes. Wait. 5 elements God tree? 5 row space? In the Jiang Yi previous generation memory flashes through DOS probably, how? Actually to record is not clear. Pil Sovereign regains consciousness and the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile, absent-minded long time, long light language. Is he? Is he also living? He originally here. Eternal Holy Mountain, unexpectedly was the antiquity god courtyard in legend. We'll have so many historical sites, no wonder, so many mystical places. Pil Sovereign belongs to slowly quietly, only keeps bitter and astringent. Light to sigh, flutters in the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile. Easily, matter over the past 30,000 years, I have only wanted to train the successor, inherits Pil technique. Why? Why made me recall once all? Repeatedly. I do not want to experience that type desperately. I not to see various God the end again. I also prepared a thing to you, walks, first leaves here. Jiang Yi is supporting the spirit strength barrier, charges into the lake. Surface rapidly. Yi Anren looked under the eye finally the jet black lake bottom, follows they. To leave. When shortly after they leave, in the darkness appears 2 weak bright lights. Probably 2 lake bottom deep pools, seem like 2 huge eyes. Burnt the deity sovereign. Hee. Your unexpectedly rebirth should be the celestial empress merit. The human race love also is really marvelous, can let a girl crazily to this degree unexpectedly. Before death, she kills the Arami 1 million li, 0.5 kilometers, for your blood. Slaughters 3 billion monster beasts. After dying, she for your blood sacrifice. Dynasty, the counter-chaotic yin yang, only met your rebirth. Your this violated the taboo. 5 elements God tree is away from 5 row space, is staring at that form of departure. Since you must come again one time, the war ascends Tianqiao again. I then help your one time. Safely, delivered you, the vermilion bird monster. Soul flower. Also delivered. Jiang Yi, they returned to the sea level, found a security the island. I discovered in a historical site 5 weapons, from the age, may be very almost the same as Eternal Holy Mountain. But safely just. Jiang Yi is saying here, sighed Xiaofengwu bumped Yi Anren, suddenly, attention. Does not have the name changed, before Yi Anren, now, the tone is also safely gentle, grasping was different. The people collective stiffens, whole face heavy line. Xiaofengwu does not seem to notice the people complexion, the smile hints. Continue, we are listening. The flame imaginary bird selected the eyebrow to look at Xiaofengwu, this silly big stature very show. Just said safely, 5 elements God tree existed here for 200,000 years, the years of these 5 weapons steadily are not only short, moreover possibly achieve the almighty troops level. In other words, these 5 weapon famous prestige, as well as strength, likely shocking a time. But present they lost radiance, did not have the divine nature. Jiang Yi puts the bronze inside the tower's 5 weapons, the terrifying weight is shivering the island, almost crashed it. Is this 5 almighty troopses? Xiaofengwu, they collect surprisedly. A coiling dragon broadsword, star's ancient sword, red spear, black fights the halberd and muddy crystal shield. Can achieve the almighty troops level, means that their might are very powerful, was born own spirit wisdom. Jiang Yi introduced simply underground refining up the situation in soldier field but has not raised the chaos source fire the matter, then said, these 5 almighty troops present situations have 2 types probably. The first situation, they exhausted the energy in the long years, lost the divine nature, inside consciousness also withered away. Simply speaking, the almighty troops has died. The second situation, they in some period, chose the self-seal, sealed the strength and consciousness in almighty troops' most deep place. In other words, the almighty troops has not died, is only the deep sleep. If the first type, so long as who confuse it, will become the actual master of almighty troops. However, the almighty troops' material quality is special. Wants to fuse it, must take the enormous risk, can play many might, is not good to determine. If the second situation, who controlled it, who will awaken inside deep sleep. Momentarily the spirit wisdom, but the almighty troops after awakening will make anything to respond, is more difficult to expect. After Jiang Yi said that looks to front Lin Nan, these 5 weapons are very special, discards or leaves and used directly, was somewhat a pity, but to have, possibly faces the danger, is equivalent bets the life. The people knit the brows slightly, the facial expression is somewhat dignified. According to the view of Jiang Yi, this truly is a super chance, completely changes the destiny, the chance. However wants to fuse, the price is too big. If the almighty troops has not died, possibly threatens their life. Momentarily. Flame imaginary bird surprised looks at Jiang Yi, where this is from makes such a big set of theory, did not say that can't use? Do I try? Xiaofengwu scruple grasping fights, the halberd to the black. Wait, you are not good. Jiang Yi blocks him. Why? You have the great wilderness seal, in the future must suppress, great wilderness, you cannot take risk. Song Hanyue and Ji, who Ling Xian is acting hesitant, shook the head to give up. They are also shouldering the mission, cannot easily try this type of existence variable extremely dangerous thing. Han Ao knit the brows slightly, catches dragon blade, but at this time, the blade sovereign also tied down dragon blade, a person of beast looked up subconsciously to each other. I want this dragon blade. Although Han Ao at heart has the worry, but the attitude is very firm. Did you determine? Jiang Yi worry at heart is not worse than Han Ao. After all, no one was clear that the almighty troops is what situation has possibility achievement. Han Ao becomes in the person the dragon, in the dragon, the sovereign. Also possibly harmed Han Ao, making him pay the life. Even becomes the puppet. I only know, if gives up, in the future will definitely regret. Han Ao nods resolutely. He is arrogant, does not allow itself to fall behind. Now Yi Anren and Jiang Yi, they gradually transfer the appearing corner/horn, and takes over control of the great wilderness seal. If oneself do not have the special chance, perhaps is very difficult to exceed them. Therefore, he wants to give it all. Defeated, he recognizes. He will reverse the destiny thoroughly. The Blade Sovereign has not competed with Han Ao, but entangled the front. Flintlock nods toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi knits the brow slightly. Did you also think? The Blade Sovereign nods very much firmly. It also detected that oneself was falling behind, is not weak, but as Jiang Yi, they are getting stronger and stronger. It needs to change, needs the special change. Jiang Yi hesitates slightly. The nod said, it was your looks like the original name to suit you, spear/gun soldier. Delivers a surname, the Ginger. From now, you called Jiang Bing. Yi Anren really cannot bear Jiang Yi to give a name, called Jiang Binba. Article Wu Bin. Is it pleasant to hear than your soldier? Jiang Yi said with a smile embarrassedly, then on Jiang Bin. Xiaofengwu looks on the ancient sword gloomy star's rune, whispered, does not know that the beast is willing to take this risk. Jiang Yi looks to gold/metal monkey. Gold/metal Hoer shakes the head. The totem pole is sufficient, does not need to run risks again. Lin Nan looked to fight the halberd, shaking the head. Killing was too heavy. But looked that several had a painful feeling. Also has a look at the mountain shield, no interest. Finally Lin Nan said to Jiang Yi, I am not risky. I first receive, waits to return to Holy Land, you to study again. Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower 5 weapons completely. On the bronze tower can the weight of anti-living weapon, changes into other space vessels. Likely to crash directly. How did your boundary arrive at 9th heavenly layer? The Han Ao mood is excellent, just came out from 5-row space, obtains a Dragon Blade, value that to this trip to Mount Athos comes, compared with 100 times of 1,000 times of expectation. The flame imaginary bird, he said with a smile, prescribes medicine to the old man, from old man that snatching the treasure. My half, it's half. Can this matter pass? Jiang Yi is very helpless. I want to pass actually, but really cannot pass. Haha, the old man is 100 years ago the 50 Holy Land trapped/sleepy person here, the 50 Holy Land person knows now, haha. Flame imaginary bird, Lu Feng. Jiang Yi does not know whether to laugh or cry. 50 Holy Land requested that we coordinate an action. What acts? Encircles 9th lunar month, the imperial family. Chapter 537, 5 colors plume feather. So clear they close up with concentration for 10 days in the cave, is enjoying the extraordinary spirit fruit treasure medicine, is accepting, Su Tianji, the instruction. 10 days later, benefit. Some people strengthened the physique, some people developed the Sea of Qi. Some people also promoted the spirit mark strength. The overall strength, promoted enough one time. 10 days later, they lonesome said goodbye to the Sude. Here has a letter/believes, gives your father. Do not miss me again. I can see you to come, knows that Holy Land also well. There is nothing regrettably. Sude lonesome, when knew that desolate Xingxiong has revered the manor. Sovereign, knows oneself should drop. Since must drop, thorough, that puts. He very competent hands over in the animal skin of bark winding one, Su Clear. The hand. Su Clear is just about to receive. The Su de Lonesome actually makes an effort to hold on, looks at Su Clear, the eyes, do not take revenge to me. You, is it your father? We. Su Clear just about to opens the mouth, Lonesome was actually broken by the Su de. I know that you are planning anything, but is unworthy. It is not your two masters. I am spiritless, was I had died, matter had passed, the revenge that you initiate now, except for divulging in anger, will not provide any benefit to 50 Holy Land, instead will pay with the casualties, brought the trouble. Su Clear clenches teeth, two masters, your life in desolate Xingqiang hand. Therefore you must destroy yourself, destroyed 50 Holy Land? I. The Su de Lonesome looks at Su Clear the eyes, promises me. Forgot this matter. Su Clear gets hold of the fist, struggles at heart. Shen will wait for the person to frown next fall, looks at Su Clear, looks at Su Tianji. Their 50 Holy Land as Western Holy Land Lord, Central 4 Big Holy Land. Respects continually, in the entire dark blue profound mainland, very 4. Famous prestige. When do they receive this humiliation? Su de Lonesome serious say, /way, I can definitely the ignores you make a move. Even coordinates you, killed 9th lunar month dynasty, that group of disciples. Directly. However afterward, I was happy, you? I cannot be so selfish, I cannot make you make the foolish matter. The child promises me. Su Clear exhales the tone gently, in Shen will wait for in the person. Disappointed vision to nod next fall, I comply. Su de Lonesome effort racket his shoulder, you can bear this tone, to you, is a growth. Okay, walks. Can see that you are so outstanding, my Su Tianji dies. Also dies, content. Two masters, the father have not forgotten you, 50 Holy Land has not forgotten you. Su Clear retrocedes 2 steps, is kneeling to Su Tianji the knees, makes an effort to kowtow. Shen will wait for the person also to kneel down next fall one after another. The eye with tears, deeply bows politely. The Su de Lonesome happily smiled, sits in the front stone, I received your due obeisance. Su Clear they leave the cave, rushes to the agreement the place. Do we really consider as finished? We cannot take revenge to the person sovereign directly, but debt of father. Recompenses, we can tidy up desolately they. Shin killing will be very heavy next fall, the anger is also very big, he really cannot swallow this tone. Not only this concerns Su Tianji, the 100 years ago gratitude and grudges, as well as 50 Holy Land dignity. Enduring, is a growth. Kills, will only annoy the disaster. We should be calm, we should drop. But my Su Che Lai, this world walks one time, is not a scapegoat. My Su Clear growth, with does not trade aggrievedly. Su Clear eye ground cold light flashes, two masters are not willing to revenge. That is he has Holy Land, is not willing to annoy troublesome to us. If we do not revenge, that does not know good from bad. Unites no return Holy Land. Encircles 9th lunar month the royalty. Gives me, gets down the extreme. Methods. Yes. Shen will wait for the person spirit to inspire next fall greatly. Bellows loudly. My Su Clear did not want the eternal spirit, I wanted their dynasty the life. Su Clear clenching teeth light language, killing intent is imposing. However, when they rush to the agreed location, has not actually waited for Jiang Yi, that group of people. A day. 2 days. 3 days. For 5 days, has not seen the person. He forgot, died? How not to have arrived? Shen will be angry next fall. They should experience anything. Su Clear looks at the distant place, the brow is wrinkling slightly. Delays for 1 to 2 days to understand, this 5 days. Jiangyi is not a good thing, no return Holy Land, not to have a good thing. Shen next fall agitated. Is walking back and forth. Do not quarrel. Lu Liangren sinking sound reminded. You can calm down, I cannot sink. I do not understand that the enlightened ruler will comply with the proposition of no return Holy Lord, making Jiangyi. That group of people coordinate us to act, he did not fear that we did die by his pit. Enlightened ruler by no return Holy Lord that show woman confusing. Shen will be saying next fall, swept by the eye intentionally silent Suling. Although Suling the talent is very high, but as enlightened ruler one night. Makes eventually loosely. Next fall looks like in Shen, the image of enlightened ruler is the Holy Land. Image, you marry 10-8 women not to have the issue, but you make do. Everywhere, but also vanished that woman lane, is the conduct has the issue. Shen next fall. Excessive. Lu Liangren berated loudly. I proposed, did not need to manage Jiangyi, that group of not good fellows. Found 9th lunar month, the team of royalty, directly. So long as you coordinate, creates the opportunity to me, I can the cleanness that they kill. Shen next fall arrogant, supine beginning. Su Clear has long been used to Shen next fall personality, had not minded. Waits again for 2 days, 2 days later, Jiangyi, we act. This time Jiangyi encountered the problem. It is not they deliberately delays the time, really cannot come. Opening as a result of 5 lines of the world, awakened the sacred lake. Complete monster beast spirit bird. Although anything had not found finally. But the monster beasts have not dispersed. Awoke awakes. Eats a thing to rest again. Therefore, the sacred lake is chaotic and hot-tempered. The big monster runs amok, preys on everywhere. The wicked beast meat, slaughters crazily. From the sea tide to the sky, various confusions finds it everywhere. Jiangyi, they during leaving Sacred Lake, encounters more than 10 attacks. Continuously, was nearly killed. Tosses about continuously for 3 days, finally escapes from the Sacred Lake. However has not waited to catch one's breath, met outside Peacock. Not only this time Jiangyi was seized, even Yi Anren, they were controlled. What last words also has? The peacock incarnation human form is blooming. Gorgeous radiance. Just like the goddess near the world, the look is ice cold. Overlooks human that under is trembling. Puts them to walk, I stay behind, as you like handling. Jiangyi rubbish with her. In the voice of 5 colors peacock shows several points of cruelty, they walked, you had no cares, anything does not fear. If wants to kill us, that begins directly. If not want to kill, that opens the condition directly. Jiangyi is resisting the oppression of terrifying, is supporting the body, is welcoming that vortex swift and fierce eye. Do not be first excited, can chat. Xiaofengwu is grinning to say with a smile, straight trembling that but the body cannot control. It is not timid. But was this big monster power and influence at the terrifying 5 colors peacock indifferent overlooking Jiangyi, did not speak for a very long time. Han Ao and flame imaginary bird, Xiaofengwu and gold/metal Hoer, Jiang Ben. Uncontrolled trembling. The power and influence of this exciting bloodlines was too fearful. Ji Ling Xian, they also vibrate gently, is pale. They have not felt such terrifying imposing matter. No wonder the 50 enlightened ruler said that. Inside big monster is more powerful than their enlightened rulers. Long time. The peacock opens the mouth finally. I can put you to leave, but you need to help me do a matter. Said. Accepts my 2 plume feathers. A plume feather town / subdues enters the consciousness. A plume feather town / subdues enters the sea of chi. Does the Jiangyi brow big wrinkle enter the consciousness sea too? Control the consciousness. The town / subdues enters the sea of chi to threaten. Spirit essence? After you left eternal holy mountain, they will guide you to go to a place. After completing, 2 plume feathers can turn into mark seal, the distinction. Print in the nape and dantian uses for you. Can protect the soul, can turn into the weapon. However, if you cannot complete the task, in the consciousness, the plume feather can erase your complete consciousness. The plume feather in sea of chi can control your spirit essence. You will turn into the puppet, is useful to me. The Jiangyi heart trembles, is quite ruthless. Chapter 538, Power and Power Union. Yi Anren, they shake the head to Jiangyi. This condition was too scary. Who knows that what heart this peacock is peaceful, if punctures to start the secret control? If after completing the task, erases the consciousness control. Sea of Qi? Once accepts, the Jiangyi life was equal to grasping in this peacock. 5 colors peacock coldly is watching intently Jiangyi, accepts? Stays here. Forever. My some choices? Then, where? Jiangyi has not resisted. It is not the clear danger, but rejects even, this ghost was still pricked the plume feather toward his body in forcefully. After you left, the plume feather can direct you. You place there to leave the thing. So is simple? Security delivers, giving you are free, gives you chance. Makes any mistake. You live to might as well die. I try my utmost. Jiangyi no longer asked. You walk, before leaving, I will find you. Also, okay, you look for me on own. Initiative. 5 colors peacock raises powerful 5 colors radiance, they flings the crown Jiangyi completely. The small peacock throws the corner the small wing, goes into the crown edge. Curious downward looking around. 5 colors peacock facial expression complex, looked at the eye small peacock. Looked to remote holy mountain. One group of idiots will draw fire to oneself. Sooner or later. All right. Jiangyi falls the ground, supports Yi Anren, that falls one after another they. Is all right. Xiao Fengwu is striking one's chest, exhales again and again. This ghost aura was too terrifying, almost frightened the urine. What does she want to make you deliver? Haneo looked up to the huge crown of fog deep place, has a lingering fear. I do not know that she must deliver anything, the matter that, but should have. With holy mountain, there is related. Jiangyi felt the worry and hesitation of peacock indistinctly. However, the peacock lives year to year here, should not have the understanding of outside world is. Can she direct itself to go? Whom does she want to give the message? Yi Anren saw that the Jiangyi look changes, knows him definitely in what thoughts. Gives honestly to her the thing, do not move heedlessly your curiosity. Refining up soldier outside. Jiangyi. You came unexpectedly. I also think that you died, certainly. Shen will see Jiangyi and the others who in next fall the jungle drill, the complexion immediately becomes ugly, this group of bastards made them wait. Unexpectedly here for 6 days. Lin Nan and the others knit the brows slightly, this is what attitude. Xiao Fengwu cracks into a smile, such big anger, hair did egg eat in. Childhood? Tittered. Lin Nan smiles to spurt, hurries to cover the red lip. Word where? This fellow comes. Xiao Fengwu, were you tired of living? Shen will angrily rebuke next fall. You kill me. Xiao Fengwu spat the mouth, is saying with a smile to Su Clear. Frank, brother Su Clear, sorry, we came late. Had an accident? Su Clear nods. It's nothing, does not want to come. Xiao Fengwu shrugs, shot a look at Shen. Next fall, irritate you're this gruff hoe, Shen will be hot-tempered next fall, immediately on. Strategic place in the past. Lu Liangren hurries to stop, sufficed. Is we helps in the brothers who please. Not return to. Shen will cast off Lu Liangren next fall, the look is vicious, this is not the help, is they owes us. Excels at rushing to the forbidden area, alarms holy land, has not wanted their heads to show mercy, do they dare not to help try? Xiao Fengwu is knitting the brows, facial expression strange looked at little. Walshan next fall, will turn the head to say to behind unemotional Hanao. Suddenly, heard before you, the appearance that also this roars flamboyant. Was scolded by the enlightened ruler right in the face, did the realization instigate the type in this? I now am reserved. Hanao is angry, is this fellow felt that in the team did not have other man, anything pulled toward him on. Right, the dog of biting did not call. I pat you. Hanao looks angrily. You, if also with former such, this little wall should be very lively. Xiao Fengwu, to Shen grinning, will be saying with a smile next fall, called. To again, the master enjoyed your bone. Shen the eye ground cold light presently, will shake more than 10 remnant. Shades next fall for the first time in an instant, changes to the flowing light, dashes, to Xiao Fengwu. Xiao Fengwu, complexion, with a laugh is suddenly fierce, shouts in the throat. Turns wells up, but crack in an instant, the whole body sticks out suddenly. The violent air wave, the fierce monster chi is mixing the air/chi of land, wild bombardment. The land sways, the crushed stone strikes crazily. Yi Anren, Shi Yan and the others are unexpected, was drawn back by brutal raising. However, Shenhu the domineering kills next fall, similarly by fierce air wave impact. Although he boundary 9th heavenly layer, but advantage all in speed. Although Xiao Fengwu boundary 8 heavy days, actually strong and offensive. The strong and weak bumps into, boundary counterbalance. Shen will be unexpected next fall, shivers all over the body, the impact body front surface retreats. And in an instant, the form appears by him together suddenly, the sharp claw sweeps the cruel curve, will take Shen next fall nape of the neck. Is Hanao. He scolds Shen next fall that moment of dog in Xiao Fengwu, guessed correctly. The goal of this fellow. When Xiao Fengwu sticks out, suddenly the monster. Thoron tide, his decisive flutters with the aid of the air wave, then controls. The figure forcefully, will kill to Shen next fall. Shen next fall, the complexion changes, full power turnover, thrilling. Avoidance. However, after falling back on beyond 100 meters, suddenly the feeling nape of the neck place transmits the faint trace pain, puts out a hand. To touch, full hand blood. The throat was cut. Fortunately has not delimited the aorta. You court death. Shen the complexion will be fierce next fall, the whole body. Leaps a dazzling glare, kills toward Xiao Fengwu Hanao. Stop. Both sides shouted anxiously, prevents hastily, this is not battle time. Xiao Fengwu smiles, patted clapping with Hanao, our two brothers coordinated. A tacit understanding finally. Jiangyi was used to Hanao, Su Clear was used to Shin next fall, two people have not been serious. When Su does senior leave Holy Mountain? Jiang Yi wants to inquire the point. To lose the ancient place from Su Clear, hear the news. Confrontation of Holy Mountain only continued for 3 days. What result? Lost ancient, paid very big price, preserved one thing. Preserved? Jiang Yi brow, big wrinkle. The opinions between that crowd of big monsters have very big difference, but most pressure too few numbers, allow to lose finally ancient preserves such thing, but needs to send out eternal Holy Mountain as soon as possible. Two masters make me remind you specially, do not investigate to lose the ancient place again the matter, do not meddle that thing again. Jiang Yi nods slowly, the facial expression is very dignified. 10,000 spirit blood trees must leave. How does this crowd of Holy Land monster clan consider? Delivered to be all right? By losing ancient, the influence that constructs outside, not only can vary. Good hidden 10,000 spirit blood trees, there is a possibility to train. Truly. The attitude of 5 colors peacock transforms, what thing wants to give, can have the relations with this matter? Specially, what do 10,000 spirit blood trees have? Before Suling has asked two masters, but two masters had not explained. That is the taboo tree monster, ominous thing that should not present. The iron dragon old tree in your hand? Su Clear also asked, in this fellow hand also has a tree probably, but also stirs up the muddy day enlightened rulers to go crazy, results in roars. Jiang Yi shakes the head, then asked, you considered, really can attack 9th lunar month, the dynasty? Do you have the worry? He, I have not worried, I did not have the favorable impression to the 9th lunar month dynasty, they looked forward to kill me. I felt they may have the protection. Jiang Yi far more than did not have the favorable impression to. The 9th lunar month dynasty had the intense and deep-seated hatred simply. I first situations of brief next 9th lunar month royalty these talents. Then Su Clear looked at the both disciples who confronted irritably, the forced smile was saying, discuss the matter of coordination again. This is not first anxious, you think that encircled there means? What Jiang Yi cares is this. Here is Holy Mountain, the jungle is luxuriant, towering old tree. Wanted to look for dynasty, that group of people in the boundless mountain range deep place, was no different looks for a needle in a haystack. But dynasty, that group of elites can also guess correctly, that Su Clear will ask them not to have round does, how could to sit waiting for death? Perhaps now has gathered, has come from the dynasty luck. Directs them, scatters these allies again, then seizes the chance to act. Had the means? In this holy mountain, what is most appealing is what? Eternal spirit. However, the holy mountain range is too big, wants to proliferate the news to be very difficult, must therefore first create an extraordinary event, the person various places directs, then fabricates the situation that the eternal spirit appears and disappears, making everyone insane, forgetting oneself, captures. Method is good, but how to operate? Wants artificially to create the big event. Is not easy. Su Clear said with a smile lightly, I know a place. Chapter 539, Madman Buddhist Temple. 2 days later, Su Clear brings Jiang Yi, they to arrive at a steep cliff, is pointing at the mountain of distant place. Was there, Madman Buddhist Temple? That mountain takes the form of the giant who sits cross-legged, is the symbol of Madman Buddhist Temple. Two masters had introduced to us several mystical places in Holy Mountain, the Madman Buddhist Temple is most special. Is centered on that mountain, in a surrounding area 70 to 80 li, 0.5 kilometers, range is occupying a mysterious strength. No matter your boundary height, strength. Strong and weak, so long as rush is there, will be affected, becomes the manic. And cruel, losing reason, slowly. But, if you can resist the time of burning a jaw stick, will have a mysterious strength to pour into your body, nourishes the soul. In the madman Buddha's temple will also present dozens once dead their ghost. If you can insist to burning a jaw stick time, will have a stronger strength. To pour into the body, the Buddhist temple will present several hundred ghosts. Exanalogia insisted that the time is longer, the obtained advantage are more, the produced momentum will also be bigger. At that time, Su Clear intended to two masters understood that the mystical place in Holy Mountain wants to find a place, can cause the fierce momentum. The talents of attraction dynasty comes. The Madman Buddhist temple, without doubt, is most appropriate. The top monster beast should know here, even if sees, the special momentum will not easily come. However, various Holy Land disciples and dynasty powerhouses, and lucky powder, cultivated/repaired, actually knew nothing, they will be attracted, by inside mysterious strength influence. Therefore, here absolutely is safe hunting for execution ground. Hang there, can bring in the ghost. Not being able to insist, falls insanely? Xiaofengwu strange looks at Su Clear, you are the murder, is the suicide? Shen berates next fall immediately, Xiaofengwu, the attitude that pays attention to you to speak. Xiaofengwu makes an effort to shake the head, I will not enter this anything. Buddhist temple with Shen in any case next fall together, if goes crazy, at the speed of this fellow, it is estimated that blade can all chop us. Han Ao also frowns, when the time comes the person directed, we were insane. I estimated that desolately that group of people will also be obscure. Jiangyi also asked Su Clear, you had understood the concrete might of Buddhist temple, for example, can go crazy what degree, to produce anything to injure, afterward can restore. The influence of Madman Buddhist temple with boundary and strength irrelevant. Mainly with willpower, as well as soul strength. The will is firmer, the soul is more powerful, the insisted time will be longer. Two masters had mentioned, the Madman Buddhist temple is equivalent to the Murder Buddhist temple regarding other spirit mark, but to spirit mark of soul class, is actually the true chance Buddhist temple. My suggestion is, we do not take risk, give safe gentle, Shi Yen, to try. If can achieve the ideal result, we waited for the dynasty to enter the stadium, if were not ideal, tried to find other solution again. Su Clear looks to safe gentle, Shi Yen, two people. The safe draw is the outstanding disciple in 50 Holy Land, with Shen next. Fall, will be senior elder will pass on the disciple, will be spirit origin. Realm 9th heavenly layer, is shouldering important mission that will protect this team. Shen's next fall, spirit mark is excellent works, flashes spirit. Safe even spirit mark is 6th rank, soul silk. I first try, the Shi Yen miss looked that the situation enters again safe. Even Gai shot a look at Shi Yen, moves toward the Madman Buddhist temple in distant place. His what look? Han Ao knits the brows, in 50 Holy Land this group of disciples really has well, like Su Clear and Lu Liangren these, but somewhat is also insufferably arrogant haughtily. Xiaofengwu, too, look of envy. Envies our Shi Yen spirit, mark, envies our Shi Yen beautiful appearance. Shi Yen looked at the Madman Buddhist temple, in little while distant place. Silently, walked, do not compete with the safe draw, but really felt there is worth going. Su Clear hints the people, with the past surveys to be away from, should not be affected. The Madman Buddhist temple seems like with other places is not different, is. The appearance of the mountain fluctuates, the jungle is luxuriant, the air is moist, but gradually toward and thorough, will discover everywhere the skeleton. The monster beast that some just died, explodes the blood to perish, horrible to look. Somewhat when died are many, has only remained the skeleton. Here except for skeleton, does not have any monster beast, even if the fly. Insect. The safe draw shoots a look at Shi Yan, that behind the eye walked, light. Chuckle, the Shi Yan miss may probably be careful, if died here, Jiang Yi may probably go crazy, came again. The flooding Madman Buddhist temple? The Shi Yan expression is indifferent, is observing the profound forest land. Careful, nosing mysterious aura. The safe draw also said, since came, is interested in making a bet. Shi Yan has not paid attention, staggers the direction with him, the front. Walks toward right. We bet the time that who insists longer. If I lost, delivers you to rap/sets. Of soul martial law. If you lost, how many day of girlfriends is my, how? Your. I am soul class spirit mark, will definitely compatible very much. The safe draw shouted intentionally very high the sound, intended saying that. They listened to Jiang Yi of distant place. Xiao Fengwu laughs frank, responded for Jiang Yi, we do not want martial law. If you lost, when my 2 days of girlfriend. What's wrong? Safe even coldly snort, then looked at his one eyes, your meaning is, met this. Gambling house for Shi Yan? Has not waited for Ji Ling Xian to stop, Xiao Fengwu shouted loudly. Meets. Has anything not to dare? We won. The safe even Tai hand points at Shi Yan, I won, she turns over to me, does not. Need to be many, 2 natural feats enough. 2 days 2 days. Xiao Fengwu said, they winks to nearby Ji Ling Xian, did not fear. Our Shi Yan. 1. Shen will gather by next fall, Jiang Yi, sizes up his 2 eyes intentionally. Did you also agree? I heard you in the past, for Shi Yan, flooding desolate Ming. Yuan, flamboyant, does this little while must gamble with her unexpectedly. But also see somebody off to work as the girlfriend? Jiang Yi carefully is observing Shi Yan their situation, return to the sentence at will, to my distant point. He, you truly are not a good thing. The Jiang Yi tight right hand flings in an instant to Shen next fall nape of the neck. Shen the pupil will condense next fall suddenly, leaves to retrocede like lightning, spread out with ease. However. Titter. In the hand that Jiang Yi flings was more towering a remnant blade, the sharp point cut open his nape of the neck. Not only body, but as the artery. The point almost scratched the cervical vertebra bone of nape to sweep. Shen will grip the throat next fall, stubbornly, flurried pulling out. Elixir, toward the mouth stopper, his pair of eyes circle stares, is looking angrily at Jiang Yi. The atmosphere is suddenly peaceful. Both side disciples unbelievable looks at the remnant blade in Jiang Yi. Because the speed is too fast, above has not left behind the least bit. Bloodstain. How is casual you to be noisily noisy how, but do not annoy me. You, cannot. Stir up. The Jiang Yi eye ground flashes through the cold light, receives the remnant blade, to continue to look at Shi Yan in distant place jungle. Jiang Yi. You were excessive. Lu Liangren they awaken one after another, are looking angrily at Jiang Yi. This bastard simply under extreme methods, if Shen will respond, next fall slightly slowly that least bit, this blade can chop absolutely his head. Sufficed. Su clear lifts the hand, points at Lu Liangren they to berate. Peacefully. Shin will make an effort, the neck that next fall grips, to bleed, in the angry glare burns, actually does not dare to open mouth, does not dare to make noise. No joking. Su, clear direction next fall, the look is swift and fierce. Safe gentle Shi Yan entering jungle, slowly, form in light dense fog gradually. Fuzzy. The safe draw is stepping on the broken bone of ground, looks nervous, does not dare to lose concentration, does not dare to be negligent. His whole body is filling the invisible soul strength, condenses, the slender soul silk, is catching the mysterious strength. These soul silk are seemingly light, actually has the violent poisonousness. Can easily pierce the defensive goal, goes into its soul ruthlessly. Shi Yan walks another direction, the footsteps are lithe, each falls, the tip of the toe blooms the purple flower petal, is dragging she slender tall and graceful body. Invisible soul strengths bloom in the whole body, presents the light purple. Like secretive flowers in full bloom, to continue to repeat is condensing. Blooming and vanishes. Probably all right? Jiling Xian, the spirit strength gathering eyes. Completely understands the distant place dense fog vigorously. Jiangyi light language, is impossible to feel quickly exceptionally, should be a quiet influence, making you imperceptibly agitated, angry, is crazy. Su, clear hints to Lu Liangren, selects the fragrance, the recorded time. Chapter 540, Madman Buddhist Temple. He is safe even stands by a corpse of human, although explodes the body to perish. The dripping with blood, however on the tattered clothes, has a clear mark. Xiang. Western Holy Land, Xiang Holy Land, disciple. The safe draw proceeds to walk quickly several steps, unexpectedly discovers 3 Xiang Holy Land, corpses one after another. Was Xiang Holy Land rushed to here evidently, by mistake? Pitiful. Solemn Holy Land disciple, unexpectedly such inexplicable death. The Madman Buddhist temple range 70 to 80 li, 0.5 kilometers, do not know that others escape. Hee, if entire were good. The safe draw sneers suddenly. Xiang Holy Land strength is very strong, particularly recently several generations, connected birth powerful spirit mark. This generation trained 7 Holy Spirit mark unexpectedly, West may be said. As the strength is enhanced, Xiang Holy Land, these years' ambitions were also big. 100 years ago, Su Tianji, Su Tianxiong and other 50 talent buckles in Eternal Holy Mountain, 'cause 50 Holy Land to lack successors, is Xiang. Holy Land first stands to clamor to cause trouble, but also questioned. Blatantly there reveres the Lord position. Gets what one deserves. The safe even expression is suddenly fierce, lifts a foot, stamps ruthlessly. In the skeleton head. The skull disruption, the blood scatters. The safe draw actually awakens suddenly, how hot-tempered? Comes under the influence? This time Shi Yan has arrived at the deep place, looks at the moist jungle, as well a skeleton everywhere, she somewhat is suddenly sigh with emotion. This several years' experience with the accident, had a dream to be the same. Probably. 10 years ago spirit mark awakens, she is willing to offer the potential. Facilitates the elder sister, awakening Saint Mark, oneself, keep 6th rank. She had not regretted, does not struggle, not to snatch after that. However, has not thought that receives ancient demon to summon in her, after excelling at breaking into the restricted area, the elder sister 1000 li. 500 kilometers, pursues unexpectedly, hauls back sect gate her. Later, the meridians are completely broken, spirit mark withers, was the elder sister threw into the gratitude and grudges field her. If the accident/surprise met Jiang Yi, she has the bleached bone. Also after meeting Jiang Yi, her destiny starts the tremendous changes. First is spirit mark sublimates, then fuses ancient demon, then joins holy land, contacts the great wilderness abyss, now becomes friends with the friend, goes on an expedition eternal holy mountain. Although nearly died in Li fire holy land in this period, but is crazy fire. Fighting of Jiang-yi, making her be saved from death. Thinks Jiang-yi, he is neither relative nor kin with himself, actually took to itself new student/life, infinite splendid experience. Thinks the elder sister, the children of the same mother, actually indifferent. Brutal, drives her to commit suicide. She does not match. Shi Yan makes a fist, the eye ground flashes through silk cold intent, but, her complexion changes, awakens suddenly. Is this influence of mysterious energy? Has started. They sat down. It seems like comes under the influence. Su Clear and Jiang-yi, they stand in the distant place, is watching the situation in jungle intensely. Xiao Fengwu is hugging one's shoulders, he said with a smile, peaceful draw. First sits down, after our Shi Yan, sits. Our Shi Yan, slightly good is so little. Has the 50 disciple to disdain saying, stupid. Sits down early, will say. Will awaken tomorrow morning, safe even good. Isn't convinced? But our Shi Yan Mahayana Saint Mark. But also the Mahayana Saint Mark, took a drug to rise Holy Spirit Mark. Took a drug to rise the Mahayana Saint Mark, having anything was quite proud. Su Clear warned, words that forgot me to speak? Do not quarrel. Shin will sit in not far away next fall, the throat has not fully restored. The sound is hoarse. Mahayana Saint Mark how? I heard that her life is rough. Was first discarded the meridians by the sect gate, the pursuit gives up, was seized by Li fire holy land, experiences suffering the humiliation. Such person, the soul strength is even strong, the will is still very difficult to be firm. I have not quarreled, I consider the matter and of itself. I estimated that she possibly could not insist, burned a jaw stick. Yi Anren shot a look at Shin next fall one eyes lightly, she could not insist. That burnt a jaw stick, what advantage had to you? You deaf? I said that considers the matter and of itself. This is short-sighted, petty. Did you say again? Shen next fall look quenching. Cause to break down the bilateral relations, what advantage has to the action? Su Clear really takes Shen not to have the means next fall. After all he is not bad, but is arrogant, is crazy. In jungle, safe even expression pain, whole face sweat. He almost forgot where oneself is making anything. The thought that is flooding the consciousness crazily. But does not make him go crazy directly, but brings back his angers to various unfair events ingeniously, as well as once these black experiences, then the enlargement made him immerse in invisible in some consciousness fragment. Continually. As if his living there is experiencing these matters. The safe draw sends out low and deep shouting, the expression from the pain to the fierceness, head strange swaying from side to side, the body unnatural distortion. However, relies on the unique spirit mark strength, the consciousness into the nautical mile is flashing the corridor say/way glare unceasingly. The glare flashes through each time, probably the startling thunderclap is common, tears the consciousness space that he immerses, making him awaken from the confusion. That side, Shi Yan does not feel better similarly, the beforehand various bitter experiences, present in the consciousness, probably the memory vortex, brutally tears her. Deducts. Crazy enlargement. She the anger in the memory, is remembering that screamed. She the pain in the memory, perishes in the memory. But powerful spirit Mark is also saving her in times. Must fall to the enemy. Each time thoroughly, the flower petal that would everywhere sprinkles, the pure purple light directs in the darkness. Time 1 minute / share 1 second passes by. Two people expression is getting more and more painful. Times were torn the memory vortex by the mysterious energy, times were saved by the soul strength. However, with extension of time, the torn strength is getting stronger and stronger, falls and inside is getting deeper and deeper, their soul strengths are also getting more and more difficult to awaken them. When they soon could not insist, the dim light flutters together from Shirshan. A distant place, sinks to the jungle, enters to their forehead quietly. The safe draw and Shi Yan are sober immediately. Probably suddenly re-enters the reality from the dreamland. The surrounding all become clear. That wisp of dim light flows in the body, changes to clear, is nourishing the soul, sprinkles the sea of qi, seep spirit essence. They were clear and strong, feeling oneself, soul strength strengthened, spirit essence was also nourished. However, has not waited for them to rouse, the look is also absent-minded, falls into the consciousness vortex again. Where forgot that is making anything. Sank in some fragment of memory. Burning a jaw stick time 2. You look there. Jiling Xian is pointing at the jungle of distant place. Soul air / qi flutters, gradually condenses the human form, after being slightly peaceful, suddenly sends out the hot-tempered scream. It dashes about wildly in the jungle, the crazy jump is releasing similar martial law. Soul air / qi might destroy all. Another soul air / qi flutters, condenses the beast of prey, roared and dashes about wildly, hot-tempered hit Rocky Mountain. One after another, a lot of soul air / qi flutter, reappear before death. The appearance. The quantity achieves more than 100, is found in various jungle places. Su clear rouses, 2 masters said right. Persisting in burning a jaw stick. Can obtain to present 1 time, can awaken dozens ghosts. Lu Liangren, they are also excited, the Madman Buddhist temple is really marvelous. Insisted is longer, the caused stir is bigger, the peaceful draw will also obtain more advantage. Xiaofuwu bumps Jiang Yi, has the effect, how also to pull a long face. I worried that Shi Yan has problems. Jiang Yi has been staring at Shi Yan, the spirit strength stimulation eyes, can see her expression clearly. The Shi Yan soul is truly powerful, but experienced is too rough. Elder sister Evening Yao, betrayal, the scar of knife wound is probably same. Deeply keeps the chest. Through into the despair of gratitude and grudges field, remembers with eternal gratitude. Is suffered by the humiliation that Li Fire Holy Land seized afterward, cast. The shadow that is unable to erase in her heart deep place. The Shi Yan character is very desolate, probably anything does not care, but is. This, more is the heavy sentiment, more bears a grudge, is the danger. If she cannot insist, we bring to come back her. Yi Anren is also worried about Shi Yan. If recalls these pains shortly, Shi Yan can also resist, if the repeated repetition, she really possibly collapses in that. Shin will sneer inside next fall, you should be worried about Shi Yan. This action, but must look at the safe even performance. Chapter 541, Madman Buddhist Temple. Shortly, the second column outburns fragrant. The safe draw and Shi Yan resist again. The mysterious dim light from Rocky Mountain enters their bodies, is strengthening the soul strength, is nourishing spirit essence. Then, more ghosts appear in the jungle, redundant before death hot-tempered. divulges in the forest mountains crazily. They cannot send out before death, that wild shouting, actually starts the sad and shrill squeal in the jungle. In groups, large expanse, absolutely terrified. The safe draw Shiyen situation is getting more and more dangerous. Although their souls and spirit essence have been strengthened, the impact but the mysterious strength has is also getting more and more terrifying. They fall into the memory each time, becomes very real. They in hatred crazy, roared in the anger. But their soul strength always innumerable saving, may tear them. The third column outburns fragrant. The fourth column stands fragrant. The soul air/chi in jungle turns wells up, emits over 1,000 ghosts. Unexpectedly. The total quantity achieves astonishingly 2,000 many. The jungle is dim, gloomy evil. The evil spirit screamed, hot-tempered chaotic. In the forest of distant place, many spirit monster birds of prey felt the danger. Peaceful draw must unable to shoulder. Lu Liangren eyes illumination, sees clearly the situation in distant place vigorously. Woo. The safe even whole body is stiff, rolls up in various, their strange shouting. Occasionally opens the eyes, eyeful capillaries, inside also appearing. Intermittently dim light. Hang there. Hang there. Shen, they will look dignified, next fall, anxious, getting hold of fist. Safe even Geely insisted, the forehead spirit mark blooming dim light, the whole body explosion, release the soul strength, the close soul silk is sweeping across several hundred meters forest. Insisted that the fourth column fragrance must outburn immediately. Lu Liangren, they encourages secretly. If can resist the fourth column to be fragrant, the ghost quantity will be more, has the possibility to emit directly 1,000 to 2,000. The safe even eyes oozing of blood, is very painful. After insisted a while with hardship, suddenly raises the head, sends out fierce roaring. Don't hard anti-dash. Rescues. Jiangyi reminder. Waits again. Waited for the time not to say to, Su Che Hua, peaceful even. Turan of distant place fled, went crazy results in charges into the rocky mountain of distant place, the whole body collapses the to split open. Seem unexpectedly, blood splattering. He dashes about wildly soars, spirit mark regains consciousness, the soul strength changes to the dense and numerous tentacles, undifferentiated. Bombardment. All around ghost was enraged, is screaming rushing over. Life-saving. Su Clear shouted. Jinping soars to the heavens, the glare blooms like the scorching sun, shines. The jungle is destroying the big peace ghost, charged into the distant place. The peaceful draw that dashes about wildly. When the safe draw almost wants suddenly, violently body to perish, Jinping promptly rushes, holds him to shoot up to the sky. The safe draw loses the reason, has hair disheveled, raises to howl greatly. The sharp soul silk seems like the sharp blade to soar to the heaven sticks. Out suddenly, the total jabbed into the soul of Jinping. Jinping called out pitifully sad and shrill, in upper air, painful surges. Its mortal body is powerful, the light feather like the shield, actually cannot shoulder this invisible soul, suddenly, violently to strike. Because consciousness with Jinping blends, Su Clear hold the headache feeling. Suddenly. The safe even appearance is fierce, has with the stance that Jinping perishes. Together greatly. The whole body blood crossflow, everywhere floats, the soul. Silk thread continues suddenly, violently, to strike, pierces the Jinping soul. Is twining the Jinping soul. Jinping cried to hell, almost ripped him exactly. The holding breath cold air that the distant place people look, some people cannot bear retrocede 2 steps. Jiang Yi said, senior sister Lin Nan, helping. Did not help. The madman Buddhist temple seems like some bands, my spirit force. Control that inside forest. Lin Nan when arrived here to attempt quietly. Life-saving, quick. Shen will worry next fall. Your speed is fast, you rescue. Lu Liangren, they berated. The safe even present was insane, who close to him, he greeted anyone. His soul strength fearful, don't you know? Shen will be very familiar with the safe draw next fall, too understanding. That soul offensive, only needed one to jab into the body, can make his your whole body tie tight, sore hit to startle, if several hundred punctured, that pain. Had a look at Jinpeng to know. You do not rescue, who, Lu Liangren will be just about to hold Shen to. Fling next fall, Jiang Yi there has condensed the hot wing, will shoot up to the sky, directly soars the madman Buddhist temple. Throws him. Jiang Yi is commanding Jinpeng loudly. He does not dare to bump with the soul strength hardly, but he has the bronze tower. Jinpeng bears tear into shreds the safe even impulsion, speeds along. Speedily, flings toward Jiang Yi there. The safe draw shouts, the fishy smell red eye observes closely Jiang Yi, the soul silk invisible release, changes to the sharp soul needle, the total. Charged into Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi disregards the danger, the front surface kills. Black air, /chi runs out of the bronze tower violently, unfolds over 100 meters, the black air, /chi deep place iron gate appears intermittently. Accompanies bang the deafening sound, the iron is opening the door firmly, the chains howls, ties down the going crazy peaceful draw ruthlessly. Safe struggles evenly fiercely, wallops one after another, actually tied down by the chains stubbornly. Jiang Yi turns around immediately, dragging the peaceful draw to break through. The upper air pounds ruthlessly to the front mountain. Does not want. Lu Liangren, they calls out in alarm, the safe even whole body. Must crack, if this pounds, how could it not be to want half-life? Bang! The safe draw hits the mountain, the blood splash, the bone shivers all over. Faints at the scene. Jiang Yi falls from the sky, said indifferently, life-saving. The Lu Liangren brow tight wrinkle, cannot attend to scolding, hurries to pull out the antidote to feed toward his mouth. Shi Yan shouldered. The Yi Anren light language, fourth burnt a jaw stick to outburn. We won. Hee, I had the girlfriend. Xiao Fengwu cancels the corners of the mouth to smile badly. The fourth column outburns fragrant, the ghost in forest rises dramatically. Suddenly. Has not put down extremely, only Shi Yan, release over 1,000. The fourth wisp of dim light entered the Shi Yan body, after the passing over. Gently and swiftly soul, nourished spirit essence. The energy of this dim light, compared with beforehand 3 must. The Shi Yan boundary reaches the 7th heavenly layer peak in this moment. Unexpectedly, presses up to 8 heavy days. This is a good place. Light language of antiquity demon soul in the Shi Yan body, in observing outside hot-tempered ghost, several good, can grasp to use. Does not worry, I insist a while again. The Shi Yan consciousness, pure brightness, is in the painful and slightly the memory. You are playing. I select. The antiquity demon soul changed to the demon air, /chi, braved from Shi Yan, is investigating these hot-tempered souls personally. Shi Yan is very truly painful, gets sucked several hundred times remembers. Several hundred experience pain, moreover is deeper and deeper, the feeling is getting more and more painful. However, she not desirably resists this tearing, instead is being perished by, then works loose. She is experiencing, is growing. She has been very clear her pain in the past in the shackles that someday becomes her to grow. This point, the antiquity demon's soul has also reminded her. Shi Yan is very difficult to go really to face, particularly elder sister that matter. This time seems a good time. The mysterious strength innumerable brings back to the memory vortex her, lets her their pain, experiences there, became aware their clear, ly. She indulges herself, is to cut off the shackles and the pain, is being suffered the broken cocoon rebirth. The time passes. Shi Yan insisted that under the people inconceivable attention, the seventh column was fragrant. Ghost quantity turning doubled and redoubled rises. Draws out dozens heads for the first time, after fourth time, emits over a thousand heads, after seventh time, emits over 10,000 heads unexpectedly. Directly. The jungle is hot-tempered, several tens of thousands of ghosts screamed sad and shrill. The terrifying momentum, the dreadful soul air/chi, caused a stir in the surrounding mountain forest, causes everywhere fog to gather rapidly. The billowing dark cloud covers 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, hills, dark jungle. Among the hills jungle braves the billowing black air/chi, that is the strange soul fog. The ghost appears and disappears and inside crowded, braves the fearful green light, appalling. Some ghosts existed for several hundred years, some actually exist for over a thousand years. A few are human, many all are the beast of prey ominous bird. A head-length, 300-meter python is seething with excitement, the terrifying soul air/chi, the coiling around mountain, howls the expansive sky. One flock of manic wild elephants dash about wildly in the dense fog, the whole body soul air/chi is fierce, initiates the chilly howling sound. A huge wicked ape is stepping the serious step, goes out from the darkness. Flickers, as if possibly vanishes momentarily. It had the years is too long. Was too long, almost must dissipate permanently. How she? Does she achieve? Shen will be shocked, next fall. 7 times, she insisted unexpectedly, the 7th column was fragrant. Madman Buddhist temple, has not disappointed me. Su clear eye ground fine glow. Twinkle, shocks and excited. If the momentum continues, noisily big, periphery will cause several hundred li. 0.5 kilometers, beast of prey to move restlessly, but the atmosphere that moves restlessly can cause a farther vigilance, then the range enlarges continually. Chapter 542, The Samsara Monster is colored. Is several column fragrant? The safe draw regains consciousness, the aura is weak. Now the 8th column, valuable label. Xiao Fengwu arrives by him badly. With a smile. Leaves the nausea, go away. The safe even mood and exciting, weak. Consciousness was just dizzy, almost falls down. You now are my girlfriend, walks, looks for with me to front no one's place. Xiao Fengwu holds the safe even shoulder, uncouthly raises. Go away. I do not have the thoughts to joke with you. Do you manage this to call to crack a joke? This special called to demand repayment. Father played to decide you. Xiao Fengwu ignores the peaceful draw to struggle, drags to move toward the front woods hardly, I change a skirt to you. Xiao Fengwu, you court death, the safe even appearance, to be fierce. Stimulate to movement the spirit strength, to release the soul silk, however. The beforehand soul damage was too serious, immediately pitiful yell sound. That sudden catching up, the stabbing pain injury, sends out the pain. Court's death? Hee, father died as a devil, come, the cry devil listens. The Xiao Fengwu sturdy big hand seizes his neck, the forcing drawing forest. Land. Jiangyi, were you blind? Are you deliberately creating trouble by him? Lu. Liangren worries. Jiang Yi, you do not prevent, I for you. Shen complexion gloomy will be. Staring at Jiang Yi next fall. Who dares to touch my brother's soft body hair, I chop his head. You can, when I am saying want the aggressive statement, but the head falls the place time, do not stare me unrequitedly. Jiang Yi knits the brows, this group of fellows are really the least bit do not understand to stop. Jiang Yi, Su, clear helpless. Su brother, I understood that an influence is impossible, is a normal person. Must have such several disgusting things. I because of these fellows, will not affect with your relations with 50 Holy Land. Jiang Yi hints them to continue to pay attention to the front jungle. Whom are you saying? Shen will be angry next fall, disgusting? Thing? My Jiang Yi works to have own one set of criterion, you annoy casually. Casually noisy, I can accept, if you make me recognize the threat, I will do everything possible to kill you. Does not leave the hidden danger. Jiang Yi turns around suddenly, looks swift and fierce as staring at Shen next fall. Therefore, do not annoy me. Law-abiding. Yi Amren also warned, we are willing to be the friend with you, is willing to coordinate your actions, but you, if must get into a deadlock the relations. Sorry, we do not serve. At this time, in the jungle spread the safe even angry pitiful yell sound. Xiao Fu really dug up him. Now inside what situation, who can look clear? Song Hanua looks into the distance vigorously, but the darkness and forest is getting stronger and stronger, the gloom is dense, soul shadow numerous, could not have seen the Shi Yen form. Lin Nan said, Shi Yen, since can insist now, should find the method of resistance. Thinks toward the advantage, Shi Yen anti is longer, the chance is bigger. Ji Ling Xian said, the chance of soul class is rare, believe Shi Yen. Dense fog deep place, purple fan light and continuous is blooming. Bright gorgeous passes the stalk to be gloomy, mysterious pure is passing the stock monster different. Purple radiance is being bloomed first is condenses the samsara monster to be colored, surrounds Shi Yen not to have revolving, then puts, the purple flower. Petal that floats everywhere fiercely. After the 8th column burnings out fragrant, Shi Yen opened the mysterious eyes in the soul flower. After experiencing over 1,000 times suffering, she cut off the shackles. Finally personally, without the dependent soul strength, oneself works loose from the memory vortex. The 8th wisp of dim light according to the broken soul air/chi, pours into the Shi Yen body. Shi Yen raises the head, sends out the sharp long and loud cry. The samsara spirit mark radiance rises suddenly, as if must leave the forehead, puts alone. The skin of whole body appears the mysterious purple trace, shines with spirit. Mark, mysterious monster different. The Shi Yen boundary in this moment, domineering breakthrough, makes great strides forward 8 heavy days. Good. Here is a good place. The demon soul cares is not the breakthrough of boundary, but is these dim light regarding the enhancement of Shi Yen's soul, particularly nourishing of spirit essence. Starts. Shi Yen foot treads the soul flower to shoot up to the sky, everywhere flower. Petal follows, revolving, the purple light is speedily bright. The lithe form, the beautiful physique, the flower petal of dancing in the breeze, she at this moment looks like the fairy maiden in flower. Under the purple light takes care, were many several points of gloomy air/chi. Demon soul direction, front. Ancient soul who will soon dissipate, the soul source is very strong, but consciousness the entire powder, holds it uses For you. Shi Yan is treading the soul flower, alternates to walk randomly in various hot tempered ghosts, leaves behind a say/way to confuse the light, directly soars. The front, that huge wicked ape. The wicked ape is stepping the serious step, swayed proceeds, the huge figure. The terrifying aura, startled, is drawing back ghost along the way. Shi Yan is treading the branch, shoots up to the sky, everywhere flower petal. Wind shoots speedily, total bang on wicked ape. The wicked ape has not realized, has not resisted, whatever the soul flower pricks the soul body. The flower petal interweaves in the wicked ape back, forms, complex and huge. Samsara, monster pattern seal. Shi Yan soars, the delicate hands inspire to strike, ruthlessly according to mark seal. The mark prints and distributes the light, the soul strength was torrential. Submerged the wicked ape. Looks from afar, an evil intent huge monster flower blooms loudly, the purple light is boundless, scatters the darkness, startled is palpitating eight-side ghosts. The wicked ape sends out the pain to roar, is indistinct and distant, as if from 10,000 years ago calling out, passes through the space and time. The reverberation hills. Taking advantage of my body. Remolds the samsara. 100 years later. Also you new student/life. Shi Yan twittering, forehead spirit mark and sea of chi spirit essence, suddenly. The penetration, the whole body probably is general transparent, appears in exquisiteness clearly. The monster anthemaniac shadow that puts contracts suddenly. The wicked ape huge body also crashes rapidly, changes to a soul source, by the monster flower package, integrated the Shi Yan body. Demon soul direction, next, left front, crack heavenly dragon butterfly. The radical change of madman Buddhist temple, is causing a stir in the surrounding mountain jungle rapidly. Massive beast of prey move restlessly, dashes about wildly toward here. The exploring Holy Land disciple and powder cultivate/repair the powerhouse. Thinks that as the treasure reveals itself, turns around in abundance, gathers. To here. Many big monsters, raise violently the momentum, appears in the upper air of distant place, or steps the mountain to look into the distance, but these evil spirits have very strong wisdom, after the determination, chaotic source. Retreats one after another, does not have the impulsion. Had an accident? Outside the 1,000 li, 500 kilometers, desolately they suddenly discovered the situation in distant place. First was many bird of prey spirit bird passing over gently and swiftly sky, charged into the same direction, then in the mountain forest of distant place broadcast rumbled a sound, the probably myriad beast of prey are dashing about wildly. Has a look to the high place. They charge into the front mountain, is looking into the distance. Cannot see the situation in madman Buddhist temple from here, but can see the distant place forest, the confusion. More is the preceding place, the forest. Moves restlessly is more intense, the beast of prey dashes about wildly. Night/lodge bird is startled to fly, massive bird of prey passing over gently and swiftly upper air, in groups. Some rare unusual animals, the huge giant beast, appears one after another. Moves in the unidirection. Desolately ride the heaven bird is soaring, the direct impact clouds, look into the distance. Here cannot see the madman Buddhist temple, can actually see that a surrounding area several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, beast of prey is moving restlessly. What saw, desolate master, they shouted loudly. Desolately ride the heaven bird is returning to the summit, should have the mystical place to be opened. I looked that many big monsters alarmed. That is also waiting for doing. Walks quickly. The Rwandan latitude and longitude was excited. Eternal Holy Land is the mystical place in legend, the mystical place appears worthily one after another. Jiang Yi? The I-7 vertical knit the brows slightly, he also counted on. That Jiang Yi, that lunatic damages dead this group of fellows. Also manages what Jiang Yi first made the treasure to say again. Yes, where Jiang Yi makes is not a lane, 9th lunar month, the big dynasty. Wants to kill individual, having anything is difficult. Closed from eternal holy mountain only remains for more than 20 days, had the heavy treasure borne rarely, having anything quite hesitated. What clamoring was desolately inconvened the powder that to cultivate/repair. The disciple for several days, all was 9th heavenly layer. Altogether 7. And a Saint Mark. Or, first had a look in the past, land Pingyan they anticipated very much, is somewhat urgent. Came for 2 months, although discovered some treasure, but still had not found specially satisfied. Underground refined the soldier field to find a moon. Totem with great difficulty, finally turned over to desolately. You discussed slowly, we should leave. The summit also has one group of people, the spirit from Western Holy Land. Alliance Tribulation's Holy Land. Everyone said goodbye. After Zhaoxing submissively leading Tailong and Strict Sen and the others to leave. Wait, desolately stops by calling them. Chapter 543, Crazy Soul Scripture. Zhaoxing Dao, what matter also has we to so many that no return Holy Land. Understanding you have not imagined, should say said. Desolately say/way, determined with everyone again, Jiang Yi has the same. Side with the Yi Anren master, Yi Anren once rescued White Tiger pass him? Right. Jiang Yi most started is the dynasty Fort Little King's son, was adopted. Son, at that time their families encountered the accident, almost extermination. If not Yi Anren acts, he died there early. Also Yi Anren leads him to Luofu, had his afterward various chances. Does Shi Yan have the sentiment with Jiang Yi? Yi Anren has the life-saving efforts to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi also has the life-saving efforts to Shi Yan. At that time Shi Yan was discarded by the sect. Gate, is Jiang Yi picks her, is gives her to restore the meridians, is helps her sublimate spirit mark. At that time Shi Yan carried off by Li Fire Holy Land, Jiang Yi that lunatic put to flood unexpectedly Holy Land. Zhaoxing, they initially in knowing flooding after fire, the prime culprit. Is Jiang Yi, knew under his situation, what therefore should know was knows. Desolate master say/way, didn't others, you really understand? Zhaoxing shakes the head, what you want to understand is their particular relationship with the Jiang Yi, this are real no comment. You understood that these actually do want to do? Tailong knits the brows slightly. As Southern Holy Land, they and between Western 9th lunar month. Dynasties does not have any happening together, but desolately after running into them blocks unexpectedly on own initiative, but also inquired the Jiang Yi situation. In this definitely has what issue? Because Jiang Yi injured Shen Hong to outside, 9th lunar month, can the dynasty initiate the retaliation? Being insufficient is so mean-spirited. Everyone, thank your honesty, please desolate master Tai Hand hints to leave. No matter you have anything to celebrate a holiday with Jiang Yi, but advised politely you to should better not to hit his attention, he compared with ruthless, that you imagined. In his head, does not have any rank concept. If annoys him, who he will not manage you are. Should make a move to act. Should kill. Kills. Tailong warned the sentence, follows Zhaoxing, quickly, senior brother, you should not say so many. Zhaoxing Dao, said some superficial matters, what issue do have? Tai Long is frowning, you said does not have the issue, but I felt that ninth lunar month, the dynasty had the issue. Strict Senlang, what issue dynasty can have, do they also dare to open with no return Holy Land directly do? They were the dynasties, was the royalty. Even if they really, or gives a thought to the face countenance, tidying up Jiang Yi. That was still, Jiang Yi did anyone of God altogether indignant matter. However. What? Haven't you noticed the complexion of ninth lunar month dynasty, that group of people? So long as mentioned that Jiang Yi these two characters. Their complexions are ugly. Because of this, we many may cause trouble in a moment. Causes trouble? We said how many words also cause trouble? Tai Long, I. Somewhat look does not understand you, did you have the favorable impression? To Jiang Yi, that lunatic, probably very much? Tai Long shakes the head, has not haggled over with him. The Rwandan latitude and longitude looks at desolately. We continue to look for Jiang Yi, they, has a look to front? Others look repeatedly to the distant place. After all, Holy Mountain must close quickly, comes across the special chance. Very much difficultly again. Desolately say/way, we first have a look to front. If there is a chance. Collaborates the action, after snatching, according to the situation assigns. Good. The people spirit inspires greatly, 15 people collaborate, should have. The big harvest. But, their situation causes a stir very much, might they attract Jiang Yi Su? Clear. If really meets, first solves them, then consider spirit treasure. Although we person are few, but the no-return Holy Land strength is weak. Besides Jiang Yi is 9th heavenly layer, other are 7th heavenly layer. Probably 6 heavy days. But 50 Holy Land needs scruples also such several. I first under the arrangement act. If really meets, defers to the arrangement. To act, do not make a mess. I tidy up Jiang Yi personally. The sovereign brother coordinates the heaven bird to tie down Su clear. Land Pingyan, you tidy up Suling. Cui Yushan, the release gravitational field territory, coordinates Lu latitude. And longitude, will spare nothing to tie down Shen to me next fall. Other, you choose the opponent. Desolately cultivates to tell to that 7 powder, you pay attention to. Camouflage, then coordinates from side. Gives me in the shortest time, at the maximum speed, executes no return Holy Land that group of people, particularly Shi Yan and Yi Anren. After solving them, immediately turns back in order to help friendly forces us. Under the powder cultivate/repair exchanges the vision, said with a smile. Princess felt relieved, we all are 9th heavenly layer, tidies up several. 7th heavenly layer, is the sneak attack, if not successful, we have not had a face to live. Desolate master warned, completed, I enjoy. However who could not complete, I govern your crimes. Desolately waves. First has a look at the situation, cannot bump into Jiang Yi Su clear, we treasure hunt. Bumped into, we first kill people. Outside Madman Buddhist temple. They must come. Su clear stands in the summit is looking into the distance. Massive beast of prey are gathering to hear, the momentum is getting bigger. And bigger, the area of influence is also getting bigger and bigger. Should quick be able to attract various Holy Land people. Waits for the news gradually to spread, dynasty that group of people will also possibly come. Lu Liangren, they commanded loudly, according to our beforehand arrangements. Spreads the vermilion bird monster soul flower news. The 50 powerhouses disperse rapidly, crash in the jungle, spreads the news. Started to look for 9th lunar month, the person of dynasty. Jiang Yi? Su Clear looked at Ifront Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is frowning, is worried about inside Shi Yan's situation. Although Shi Yan successfully caused the big stir, but the mysterious strength of Madman Buddhist temple will be definitely getting stronger and stronger. Can Shi Yan shoulder? Su Clear said, the Shi Yan miss can insist now, should adapt to inside situation. Whether we could act? You stay here, waits for Shi Yan to come out. Jiang Yi puts down the flame. Imaginary bird, bringing Yi Anren they to crash in the forest. The stir of Madman Buddhist temple gets stronger and stronger. After Shi Yan hunted and killed 5 powerful and precious killing souls. Insisted finally the 10th column is fragrant. The dim light that this time, that Soksanri flutters, has not nourished the soul and spirit essence unexpectedly, but rushed in the consciousness, changes to the mystique. Crazy soul scripture. Shi Yan consciousness space rewritings, from chaos to pure brightness, as if epic-making general, gradually unfolds the vast consciousness sea. Wisp of dim light coils around, changes to the person's shadow, sits cross-legged in the consciousness sea level, holds their palms together, lowers the head solemnly and respectfully. Without the least bit manic feeling, instead grave devout. The person's shadow blurs from time to time is clear, under. The body swings the aliquation level ripple, sweeps across the broad consciousness sea. Each ripple seem like in the consciousness with Shi Yan are interlinked. Brings crazy soul scripture, detailed inheritance. This unexpectedly is the set of soul saint law. World martial law, numerous and disorderly diverse, but the saint law is scarce, such as extremely rare. The saint law of soul class is rare. Even Shi Yan, even as her elder sister Evening Yao, when the saintess sect cultivates, is 4 levels and 5 levels of martial law. Holy Land, Senior Elder White Moon, /month, Soul Martial Law of Cultivation are 6 levels of martial law. Shi Yan has not thought will obtain true soul saint law in eternal holy mountain, moreover after the careful feeling, she is shocking the terrifying of scripture. First what shows in the consciousness is, crazy soul recites, through the secret of soul sound, invisible and stimulates the consciousness of goal. Making it fall into demented, loses the reason, even as the self-destruction. Then as hunts for soul light, through the soul light of I, flutters the soul of goal, then controls the consciousness. Shi Yan more is the feeling, more is the certain soul techniques of shocking. Crazy soul scripture goes beyond the category of understanding simply. However, this is true martial law. This is the true soul law that the soul class Saint Mark should cultivation. Meanwhile, with 10th column fragrant burning out, the ghost quantity of 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, Buddhist temple rises dramatically to 100,000 numerous. Gloomy, the cold wind howls. Hills jungle, soul shadow numerous, is chaotic and terrifying. As if the netherworld hell opened the gate here. 10,000 ghosts go on a journey, confuse the world yin yang. Chapter 544, The Wind and Cloud Agglomerates. Hiss. How was here? Were these ghosts from Brave? Did eternal holy mountain connect with the hell? This forest has the strangeness, can probably the counter, chaotic samsara. Making the dead spirit of dying pace, back and forth, forever here. Before well, why suddenly this? Should some people discover what mystical place, let loose some ban. Various Holy Land disciples rush to hear one after another, actually stops in. The high place looks into the distance, alarmed and afraid, does not dare to forward. Massive beast of prey inundate the hills, everything may become vulnerable. The forest have broken, the dust flies upwards, they from gather in all directions, advances uninterruptedly rushes. Is intensifying inside chaotic scene. Although gloomy, the thick fog ebullition cannot see inside special details. But who can feel in hot-tempered and crazy, probably monster beasts reckless. Battle. What treasure are they fighting for? Can we go in? Various Holy Land talents anticipated intense. They arrive at Holy Mountain, seek for the chance, is the place of stir, more. Is possibly hiding the big chance. Enters. The Father comes, is plays with one's life. In the East Jungle, South the Holy Land disciple is clenching teeth, to clash. Spunks up, goes to have a look at the situation, having is not right, hurries. To remove. Other companions follow up one after another. In South Jungle, while their Holy Mountain disciple hesitates, must go, a whole body is the person of blood from front to slash, clashes, distressed putting. Ground. Lu Liangren? How are you? The Holy Land disciples have a big shock, who made? Into this fellow? Eternal Spirit. What? Eternal Spirit appeared. We pursue, rushes to a rock cave, then. This. Lu Liangren has hair disheveled, the fierce respite, then looks at the soul air, slash chi dreadful terrifying mountain forest, reveals the panic-stricken expression intentionally. Eternal Spirit? The people call out in alarm. Can you go in? 10 million slash countless, be careful, this inside has very strong complaint, will easily lose very much, becomes crazy, hot-tempered, serious. Meeting, suddenly, slash, violently, blood perishes. Su Clear was insane and inside. Do you want to go? Looks for Shen next fall. Let him save others. Lu Liangren distressed, running away. Eternal Spirit. They are exchanging the pleasantly surprised vision, came for 2 months, finally bumped into the Eternal Spirit the news. Su were Clear insane? Has the disciple to look at the direction that Lu Liangren is leaving, is somewhat unbelievable, that is 50 Holy Land ordered by the Emperor personally below, lets the enlightened ruler. Can inside complain to go crazy? Lu Liangren told us these, but also was the loyalty. Has the disciple to look at front the chaotic jungle, excitedly. Do we go in? Nearby disciple is eager to try. Goes, naturally must go, I have not known that what the Eternal Spirit is. A disciple deeply raises the tone, sneaks in the chaotic soul fog. Follows, in a big hurry, quickly, spunking up, felt not right to remove. Immediately. Other disciples no longer hesitate, have the treasure, has the Eternal Spirit. Is that also staring doing? Meanwhile, 50 Holy Land other disciples appear from the different positions, ship out the distressed appearance, that escapes, divulges the Eternal Spirit the news, reminded them to pay attention to the complaint. Their goals were the 9th lunar month dynasties, cannot make these Holy Land disciples sacrifice in vain. The Holy Land disciple, or the powder cultivate slash repair, was excited. The part remained same place, most advancing uninterruptedly flushed. Goes in? Jiaoxing, they rushes to hear, by the front terrifying scene being startled. The skyfog turns, wells up, such as the river tide is vast. The darkness covers the hill's virgin forest, the gloom is dense. The terrifying dead spirit screamed in forest shouts, crazy battle. The innumerable bird of prey, wicked beasts, walked to roar and inside violent. Chaotic and hot-tempered, gloomy, and terrifying, the range is dozens over a 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. Goes in, strict, Sun somewhat hesitated. Arrived here, naturally must enter. Tailong this slash should fierce time is. Unambiguous, first flushed. Follows. Do not disperse. No matter meets anything, deals jointly. Jiao Sheng. shouted loudly, leading other disciples to rush in the madman Buddhist temple. Shortly, the heaven bird curls up to inundate the heavenly thunder tide. Rushed to hear from the distant place, stops on a mountain. Where come so many dead souls, desolate master raises the cheek secretly. Looks dignified. You pay attention to that mountain, desolately Mingliang vision, completely. Understood that the dim world is pointing at that rocky mountain dozens li. 0.5 kilometers away. The rocky mountain taking the form of giant, lowers the head to sit cross-legged, grave solemn and respectful. However, at this moment is blooming from inside to outside the strange dim light, making the grave appearance gloom. Threatening. Land Pingyan dreaded, what treasure under that mountain is burying, is suppressing some type of seal? Powder of 9th lunar month dynasty cultivated/repaired to notice them. Quickly rushed to the summit, princess. Front has the eternal spirit. Eternal spirit, desolately, and the others, the complexion changes, neat. Looking in the past. That person takes undeserved credit shouting, the 50 Holy Land person. Traces the eternal spirit, finally touched anything to ban, awakened the dead. Spirit of deep sleep. 50 Holy Land person? Died, even/including such were insane. Did you determine? Absolutely true. That person just shouted, 7 powder that desolately gathers. Cultivated/repaired for a while, the clashes. Other spirit treasure is indifferent, but eternal spirit. In eternal holy mountain most precious spirit treasure, can directly change. Existence of destiny. Halts. Halts to me. Desolate master has not waited to shout, they have rushed in the jungle. Very simply. Has not returned including. Eternal spirit. The I-7 vertical eye ground fine glow explode dodge. Jumped down the summit, charged into the front jungle. Desolate master shouted loudly, I-7 vertical, who makes you act? Presumptuously, comes back to me. 50 Holy Land abandoned, but also stays here to do. You discussed slowly, I did not waste the time. The I-7 vertical vanish in the dense fog in an instant. However, shortly after rushing in dense fog, he then stopped, the corners of the mouth dodge the corridor cruel curve, about has a look, runs off along the chaotic edge. His thoughts are meticulous, when heard sous chefing, the feeling had the issue. If as expected, this surely was the joint operations of 50 Holy Land with no return Holy Land, the goal is the 9th lunar month dynasty. He is not willing to stay behind as buried along with the dead. As for 9th lunar month, that crowd companion, he wished one could the entire death ray. Before stamped dead, Shen Hongtu, 9th lunar month, the dynasty looked for the Jiangyi revenge for the stimulation, caused the counterattack of Jiangyi. With the Jiangyi strength and character, can definitely toss about dies one batch. The talent of dynasty new generation died were more, he was higher in the position of dynasty, in the future, the competition will be less. Has not thought, Jiangyi was too powerful, had the toxicant event. Unexpectedly, enraged desolately thoroughly, they, noisily becomes does not die continuous aspect. This time, Jiangyi was best dead dynasty crowd of talent entire pits. 50 Does Holy Land trace the eternal spirit? Does eternal spirit touch the mysterious ban? Desolately suddenly has to plant not the good premonition. Although sounds very normal, no issue, but why does not know, has a vigilance. Desolate master say/way, you suspected that is so clear Jiangyi they are playing tricks? But how they can make such big momentum? Leaves this, desolately eye ground fine glow, twinkle. What, Land Pingyan they are knitting the brows, to look at the forest of front. Riot has an intense impulsion at heart, must go to seek for the chance, seeks for the eternal spirit. Desolately Rongyen is sweet and pretty, the makings are honored, at this moment exceptionally is severe, listen to me, along with me to sky alert. If the trap, we avoid immediately. If the chance, who has the eternal spirit to come out, we wait at ease, for an exhausted enemy, take. But, land ping smoke, they are also in sight the front jungle. My by dynasty princess status, ordered you, gave on me the heaven bird. Desolately did not refute to them with the hesitant time, commanded that the heaven bird soared. Land ping yen, they bears impulsive, soared one after another, falls the heaven bird to conduct the back. The heaven bird flutters to cry to hell, boils thunder tide to shoot up to the sky. However, in this in an instant, upper air fog sudden ray hold, a bird of prey suddenly appears greatly. Is gold/metal wing great pung. Chapter 545, encircles wildly. Gold/metal wing great pung hits the Qian fog, the dive, the ping claw is speedily sharp, the cold light compels the person, sends out the sharp wind. Sentry post. The heaven bird is vigilant immediately, the huge body boils thunder tide who rushes, probably punctures the bright waterfall, counter to /clashes the vault of heaven. Vast momentum is wild. The gold/metal wing great ping imposing manner is more abundant, removes mines. The moist previous quarter to release the golden raging tide in the following. Heaven bird ebullition changes to the arrow feather storm, exploding of blotting out the sky shoots. Bang! The sky boils suddenly, the thunder low-grade gold light rebellion sweeps across the kilometer. The energy of air wave and rebellion, high and low turns violently wells up. Attack Jinping is hitting the heaven bird. So clear. Really is you are playing a trick. Desolately commanded loudly, don't be upset. Periphery the attention, calls. Me. Land ping yen, there all get back one's composure, activate spirit mark, release. Martial law. However, has not waited for them to be ready, gold/metal wing, great pung of dive turns over speedily suddenly, evacuates toward the distant place. The form was flung together forcefully by it. Form whole body twinkle strange light, passed through also in thunder tide, and golden light of rebellion, at an exceptional pace, hits to the heaven bird. It is not so clear, but will be shin next fall. Everyone does not see for a long time. Shin the whole face will grin fiendishly next fall, appeared in an instant. Directly soars the front desolately they. Who wants dead? Shouted one. The people become flushed, call out an alarm dodge, or condenses the defense. Vigorously. In this flurried time, no matter, so long as we're observed closely, may want half-life. However, Shin will alternate around them next fall speedily, after attracting the attention, with anybody has not contacted, to /clashes from the end of heaven. Bird. From all sides, is about several seconds. Desolately and land ping yen they and extremely anxious, the vision will also fling with Shen next fall to the distant place. The whole body braves the cold sweat, rejoices the lingering fear. Then. It is not right. Desolately raised the head with amazement. In this in an instant, Jiangyi has fallen to the heaven bird on. What you look is I. The Jiangyi, depressing Saint Flame releases vigorously. Instantaneously. The golden light is torrential, the high temperature twists, probably the volcano erupts suddenly, conducts the back to explode wildly in the heaven. Bird. Too suddenly. Also was too rapid. They also stimulation that will not have brought from Shin next fall under. Recover, the front surface accepted the Saint Flame violent to strike. Bang! The full power releases of 9 heavy summits, the power and influence presses up to the soul boundary. Desolately and desolate master and land Ping Yin, they are unexpected, called out pitifully to flutter completely. Their whole body is bruised and lacerated, the whole body hangs all over the Saint Flame. 9th heavenly layer. Several can also resist, 8 heavy days caused heavy losses completely. Rumble. The heaven bird cried to hell angrily, the whole body boiled wild thunder. Tide submerges Jiangyi that conducted the back. If thunder snake dance resembles thunder Daopi to cut, vast momentum, the power and influence is wild. Jiangyi carries thunder tide the bombardment hardly, the whole body skeleton. Distortion and flesh fluctuates, is accompanying the turbulent monster Qi. Domineering incarnation, 5 meters vermilion bird monster body. The heaven bird is just about to continue suddenly / violently to strike. Actually felt indescribable startled, suddenly. Does not seem like at the back of a human, but is the terrifying wild ancient giant beast. Heaviness that is unable to explain. Fear that is unable to explain. Suddenly, the blood of its whole body stopped flowing probably. Heaven bird, your ancestor came. Jiangyi gets up to the forward flight, sharp claw grasping ruthlessly was just about to turn around the nape of the neck that to the heaven bird. Titter. The sharp claws, pierce thunder light, feather, takes the body. The heaven bird pupil condensability, in the vertical pupil of rocking. Reflects clearly the Jiangyi shadow. Vermilion bird? Vermilion bird first ancestor? The heaven bird felt oneself were absent-minded. The suppression from bloodlines is to make its whole body stiff. At this moment, completely forgot the resistance and dodging. The sharp claws of Jiangyi jab into the body ruthlessly, drives more than 50 meters huge heaven birds at 5 meters body, soars to the heavens sticks out. Suddenly, hits to the fog. Heaven bird, killed him. Desolate master, they connect the crash summit, roared toward the upper air. This heaven bird is the child of sovereign pilgrimage beast, has the powerful bloodline strength, several times of thunder and lightning strength, far ultra. Normal thunder and lightning. Unexpectedly Jiangyi acts recklessly can drag away it. Waits to be destroyed by thunder tide. However, Jiangyi speeds along speedily, dragging the heaven bird to clash 3 fog. Continually, goes directly to 10,000 meters horizon. The heaven bird was powerful, actually forgot the resistance, the indescribable bloodline suppression, making its whole body spirit strength flow impeded. Millenniums ago, I once announced in 100 clan battlefields, if can the rebirth, decide to extinguish your heaven bird entire clan. Domestic animal of being perfidious, deaf. Jiangyi sends out sharp crying, to hell, ominous prestige everywhere, the vicious tendencies surge, the billowing Saint Flame in the whole body. Ebullition, the vermilion bird bloodlines regains consciousness strongly. Wrestles the day of technique impact sharp claws, the destruction strength. Detonates loudly. The heaven bird screamed startled, actually stops suddenly, head direct. Disintegration. The blood sprays, the headless corpse crashes. Jiangyi dives, dragging out the corpse, to kill, to rush to the battlefield. Favored, this is first. No, desolate master, is unbelievable. Is waiting for heaven bird bloody. Battle Jiangyi, how to see such a scene? Haven't you special had free time? You are dying. Shen will suddenly appear. Behind him next fall, the sharp dagger, takes desolate master nape. However, in an instant, Shen who the blade edge will soon approach the vision will congeal next fall, decisive evacuation. Because desolate master Nate place is glittering marvelous radiance, maybe some type of defensive weapon. You court death, desolate master, startled realize in an instant, has not paid attention to the threat that Shin will appear next fall, but releases the thunder-moist roaring flame at the maximum speed. The thunder and lightning is hot-tempered, the roaring flame wells up crazily, probably the beast of prey. Emerges, sweeps across in all directions, gallops several hundred meters. His nape, chest and other spots, truly pasted to defend Rune secretly, is guards against Shin next fall. Shin next fall rapid evacuation, if there is least bit to hesitate again, may be able very much by the severe wound. Kills. Lu Liangren, Su Ling, Xiao Fengwu and the others appear one after another, kills crazily to the summit, encircles the imperial family. Powerhouse. First grasped Ji Anren and Shi Yan, desolately just about to remind them. First catches threatens Jiang Yi with emphasis, finally of distant place, let's. Her complexion big change. Yi Anren rides a wing snake to charge into the upper air, the delicate hands. Flutters about, condenses 5 rune. Rune across the sky, the rapid enlargement, starts the ray tide, probably 5. Storm vortex, plunder gold/metal would water the fire clay in the world 5. Are being the energies. 5 lines are not loose, the fist Dao does not extinguish. Kills. The Yi Anren delicate hands advance fiercely, 5 vortex rays are flaming. Spout 5 are the energies, vast momentum, just like heavenly dragon, they interweaves in the upper air, intensely, changes to the heavy blows that rushes, the direct bang approached front Jia Yushan. 5 are blending of energy, is not only the energy overlay, but is flooding the mystery of evolution. As if the breeding microcosm is ordinary, surrounds the mountains and rivers. Image, the power and influence is peerless. Jia Yushan, complexion changes, immediately starts the earth tide, condenses the city wall to defend. However, heavy blows suddenly slash violently to strike, is forceful, easily blasts out the city wall. The terrifying fluctuation and intense air wave sweep across several hundred meters. The evolution of 5 lines of strength almost must outrace the boundary. Shackles presses up to the soul boundary. After Jia Yushan tumbles distressedly dozens meters, stands firm forcefully. His long body roared loudly, forehead spirit mark transferred surrounding. Earth origin force crazily, formed layer upon layer the dirt wall, full power. Blockade. However, the world energy continuous gathering upper air rune, condenses the heavy blows one after another. A fist. 2 fists. 8 fists. 9 fists. 15 fists. Wait. Is slow. Did not have. Cheap person. When I stand. Sufficed. Bastard. You special. Under the domineering control of Yi Anren, to continue suddenly, slash violently to strike with heavy blows, the probably innumerable stars arrive, the unceasing disintegration Jia Yushan defense, hit he tumbles, falls back on the jungle. From the summit, from jungle hit distant place mountain. This is not the fight, this humiliates simply. Goes too far. Jia Yushan lifts the mountain of avalanche, is deriving earth origin force. Crazily, condenses stone crystal armor in the whole body. Finally, the 16th fist arrives. Was more ruthless than before. An explosive, Jia Yushan called out pitifully to flutter, probably the stone ball, hit the ruins, knocked down the woods, hit the front all, hit the madman. Buddhist temple, kilometer away. Can she control 5 lines of strengths? Who special said that she is 6 heavy days? Rwandan latitude and longitude, and the others excitedly look changes. Zhaoxing said, what holy book of heaven's mark obviously she is this? Heavenly book? This is 5 lines. True 5 lines of strength. Moreover, the boundary at all is not 6 heavy day of 7th heavenly layer. Is 9th heavenly layer. The South does not have a good thing, special swindler. Chapter 546, Vermilion Bird Law Aim. Hateful cheap person. I have not died. You do not need to manage me. Zhai Yushan, shouted loudly in chaotic jungle, is reminding outside companion. Agreed. Disgraced. He is Zhai Yushan, is Holy Spirit mark, is the talent, is sect gate the pride. Always is he devastates others, when had been tossed about by others. Cheap person, we come again. Zhai Yushan, toward the mouth stopper some elixir, incurred the heavy iron rod. Is avoiding periphery the chaotic dead spirit beast of prey, shouting loudly. Rushes out. However, a powerful soul fluctuation caused his vigilance suddenly. Zhai Yushan, whole body chill, turns around suddenly. In the dark jungle, purple flower petal flutters a piece by piece, charges into here rapidly. Who? Zhai Yushan was vigilant, controls the crystal armor to protect the whole body, makes an effort to get hold of the iron rod. Simultaneously releases the gravitational field territory, sweeps across the surrounding 200 to 300 meters. The crushed stone avalanche, the fall of ground, the surroundings ground. Sinks rapidly. Zhai Yushan is ready in full battle array. Do not play tricks, comes out. The flower petal is lithe, comes, stops outside the gravitational field. Territory. Seemingly mysterious and beautiful, like the butterfly, is actually blooming. Light and lively, suddenly powerful radiance, changes the gigantic monster that is in full bloom to be colored. The monster flower deep place, the flower petal flutters, partly is kneeling. Unexpectedly a fierce terrifying wicked ape. The soul air/chi flutters, is twisting the figure. Cruel aura, silent fluttering, lets the person whole body chill. What martial law is this? Zhai Yushan alerts intensely. Roar. The wicked ape roared suddenly, the long body, went directly to 10 meters. Its vertical step dashed about wildly, kills to Zhai Yushan. The ghost thing where comes, gives me dead. Zhai Yushan awakens, the gravitational field territory rises suddenly to 80 times rapidly. The iron rod strikes horizontally, the earth tide that the release rushes, hit to the wicked ape. However, the wicked ape completely disregards the bombardment of earth tide. Comes, hits to Zhai Yushan. Zhai Yushan, subconscious must stimulate the crystal stone armor to resist. Hardly, result wicked ape unexpectedly silent from his body upload in the past. Then, Zhai Yushan is maintaining the attitude of defense, is ugly looking, the imposing manner madman, is only the ray of eye is suddenly gloomy. He dozens meters, the wicked ape of dashing about wildly stops behind. Suddenly, both hands surrounded, grasped a person's shadow. That is Zhai Yushan's soul. Zhai Yushan's soul screamed sad and shrill, painful struggling. After shooting a look at the distant place that stay still body, screamed that becomes terrified, desperate. Is that I? That is I. No, no, no. I have not wanted dead. I am Holy Spirit mark. I am sect gate the hope. However, on the wicked ape hikes up the purple flower petal, dense and numerous coverage is it, integrated in the body of wicked ape. The pitiful yell sound, stops suddenly. A powerful Saint Mark talent, died. In the jungle, selects the beautiful form to walk high, the tip of the toe falls to the ground, the purple light blooms, is casting light upon the slender, fair jade leg, is casting light upon the tall and graceful physique. In forests and probably her beautiful the elf, the makings actually seem like the envoy of Netherworld. Shi Yan lifts the hand, the wicked ape of distant place dissipates rapidly. Changes to the flower petal to come, falls to her skin on, integrates the body. Outside battle has fully erupted. Without the support that these powder cultivate/repair, the dynasty falls into completely passively. After 8 heavy day of talents connect the tragic death, land Pingyan they flustered. Not only this time is the population disparity, what is more important is the 50 Holy Land overall strength, turns time within short January/1 month. But no return Holy Land similarly so. This obtained the big chance, can unexpectedly collectively the growth? Insists. Jiang Yi, I gave you to prepare a participating in funeral ceremony gift, it did right by you. Desolately howls loudly, foot treads thunder fire, soars to the heavens. 100 meters, proud sacrifice moon totem. Instance that the moon totem presents, world thermal shock, 10 degrees. The dim world sprinkles silver radiance, as if overspreads the entire partial clouds day, taking to the forest mountains, faint traces cool. The strength of moon is enormous and powerful, the terrifying power and influence blots out the sky, making the hills be startled to palpitate, 10,000 spirit terrified. The Madman Buddhist temple, in distant place, peaceful, several points. Some Holy Land disciples, worry flushed. Desolately long hair dances in the breeze, both hands face upwards, hugs. Moon/month, just like the fairy maiden, strange attitude, actually a grave, solemn and respectful feeling. Bang! The moon totem soars to the heavens, the ray is fierce, probably a round of genuine moon appears, is releasing the suffocating oppression. Its appearance seems like one complex law, the middle unexpectedly is a jade rabbit. Moon jade rabbit. The antiquity god beast, after the powerhouse dies, may change into the silver moon, with 3 pure gold Wuchi names. Su Clear and the others alarm one after another, forgets to slaughter, is looking at the sky with amazement, full moon. Everywhere silvery brilliance, shines the hills. Originally is the cool wonderful picture, because actually the everywhere soul. Air/chi, as well as fierce ghost of distant place, but appears the gloomy. Terrifying. Everyone has an illusion, as if placed oneself in the netherworld hell, the whole body felt cold, the consciousness was absent-minded. This is, moon totem. Jiang Yi, destruction. Desolately yells loudly, consciousness, with the totem resonance. However. Moon totem? Princess, do not trouble, here happen to have the solar totem. Jiang Yi offers a sacrifice to the solar totem from bronze, inside the tower. The domineering confronts. This thing by the flame imaginary bird fusion, had not been deposited his. Here, is happened to use to resist. Naturally, he has not fused, is unable to display the solar totem the true power and influence. However brings to frighten the person. Solar totem in you're there? Desolately is pleasantly surprised, this thing really necessary. At that time, guest underground refined the soldier field also to have the solar totem, but found the vestige time, had been poached. She also pledged at that time, must find. Collects the moon-sun totem. Reappears the prestige of livelihood, has the strength of yin-yang. Unexpectedly Jiang Yi here. You give me the moon totem, I forgive your life. The Jiang Yi release saint. Flame attacks the solar totem. The totem thunders, the golden crow cried to hell, probably awakened, peerless. Law, the solar totem rocked fiercely, the ray erupted, scattering everywhere. Was dark, illuminates thoroughly, the upper air fog. In the world presents astonishing one, moon and sun serves as contrast, dark, and opposes brightly. The yin-yang does not divide. The day and night coexists. Young Holy Land disciple, with forgiving my life? Desolately hurried to receive the moon totem, although the moon totem was very strong, but should be equally matched with the solar totem, like this. Spelled without the significance hardly, will only fall into the rubber. But sovereign brotherland Pinyin, they were being encircled, how long could not insist? Therefore, she must fight a battle to force a quick decision. Couldn't have seen clearly the condition? You have lost. Jiang Yi quits when you're ahead, hurries to withdraw the bronze tower the solar totem. However, in my world has not lost. Depends on you, trapped/sleepy does not die we. Jiang Yi. Today makes you understand a truth, some people, you cannot stir up. The royalty is the royalty, Holy Land is Holy Land, the royalty is the mountain that Holy Land can only look, forever cross. Desolately graceful bearing like the jade, the long skirt flies upwards, she condenses the thunder-hot pair of wings, the lazing vault of heaven several 100 meters. The thunder-moist rebellion, the roaring flame surrounds. Desolately imposing matter hold, awakened the vermilion bird law aim from the jade of neckband greatly. At this moment, 9th lunar month, the imperial palace deep place of dynasty. An ancient temple caused a stir suddenly fiercely, shakes dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. Is swaying the broad palace group. This palace is the ancestor place of 9th lunar month imperial family. This region is the forbidden area of imperial palace. Here is consecrating a genuine divine object. Ascends the vermilion bird real bone of Tian Xiao from 100 clan. Battlefields together. When the eternal Holy Land law aim was awakened, the vermilion bird real bone of dynasty ancestor place boiled the terrifying roaring flame as if eternal. Volcanic eruption, the roaring flame was torrential, angry volume vault of heaven. Everywhere cloud layer annihilation, the endless vault of heaven dyes the red. Sharp crying hells, resounds through the world, as if puts on gold/metal. Leisure, resembles epic makingly, the trembling with fear imperial palace. Sweeps across the national capital area, 3,000 li, 500 kilometers. The vermilion bird empty shadow flutters to soar together, explodes shoots, the vault of heaven, the hot wing inspires to strike, everywhere flame ebullition. As if torrential sea of fire across the sky and presently, starts the tide. Heavily myriad. Inside and outside the imperial palace, the innumerable powerhouses in a terrified way kneel. The place of 3,000 li, 500 kilometers, national capital, the bird of prey. Pitiful yell crashes 10 million/countless, 1 million beast of prey terrified. Difficult secure. The protection saint beast heaven bird of imperial palace, deep place deeply. Lowers the head in this moment, is facing that vermilion bird real prestige. Trembles. Chapter 547, Vermilion Bird Law Aim. Eternal Holy Land, Madman Buddhist Temple. The vermilion bird law aim releases suddenly, startled palpitation world. The seal, the jade sign of vermilion bird real blood was breaking the space. Jade together directly, the endless roaring flame anger volume expansive sky. The momentum as if hurricane of boiling, attacks the cloud number of days. Kilometer. The jade sign disruption, the sound is earth shaking, shakes this side world. To sway, tidal lot of heavy, shakes the space, shakes the innumerable beast. Of prey pain to wail, 7 orifices oozing of blood. In jade sign the real blood and monster fire of seal, comprehensive release. Cried to hell, trembles with fear for 9 days, the blood fire interweaves. The prestige can be vast, evolves the empty shadow of vermilion bird. That aura was too terrifying. As if the divine ancestors near the world, the looking disdainfully common people, in a terrified way kneel down. Also the day mountain crashes likely, suppresses all living things. Suffocating desperate. At this moment, battlefield that slaughters chaotic, is in the Buddhist temple. Dead spirit beast of prey, stops suddenly. Does not kneel down, sits down exhausted. The vision of innumerable rocking look to the sky. Vermilion bird law aim? Sue Clear has a big shock, incomparable shock. She unexpectedly welcome to Vermilion bird law aim? Vermilion bird law aim. With essence and blood casting that in the vermilion. Bird treasure bone extracts kills powerful. However, the essence and blood. Quantity of valuable bone is limited, the casting is quite difficult. 9th lunar month, the imperial family once set the custom, the non-special period. Cannot use. How does she attain? 9th lunar month dynasty, for this time eternal spirit. Independent refinement? Look, that is the vermilion bird. The ancestors of 10,000 bird. Vermilion bird. Millenniums ago, the dark green profound mainland once had the startled day. Drastic change, directing 8 continent, 13 sea innumerable strong clans to gather dark green profound. In the past, the history had been totally blocked. The world does not know that had anything specifically, but was it is said. Related with a vermilion bird. 9th lunar month, the vermilion bird real bone of imperial family came from that period. Not only the 50 Holy Land people were shocked, Holy Land and powder of other places cultivate/repair, by far the magnificent beast shadow that notices that to flutter to soar suddenly. Although the distance is remote, seems close at hand. That terrifying killing prestige and vicious tendencies are infiltrating. Their soul clearly, brings in a terrified way, desperate, suffocates. Finally must use, didn't wait for the eternal spirit, desolate master, they are encouraged is also proud, this is the royal background, this is they. Exceeds the Holy Land strength. Princess, killed them. Massacres completely, land Pinyin, the whole body is. The blood, is screaming angrily. Jiang Yi. Sorry, I should not invite you to come. Sue Clear vision rocks. Felt unprecedented being incapable. Jiang Yi. Runs toward here. Ji Lingxian, Xiaofengwu and Song Hanyue follow. Follows me quickly. Where is Shi Yan at? Yi Anren commanded loudly, this time has not dreaded again, treads the ray to shoot up to the sky. 5 lines of seedling delicate swaying in sea of chi. Raised the endless glare, the passing over gently and swiftly sea of chi. Attacked the whole body, and extended the root hair, in the winding great wilderness was imprisoning a day of seal. Shi Yan? On together. Opening, great wilderness imprisons day. Xiaofengwu and Ji Lingxian, Song Hanyue, dash about wildly one after another, consciousness communicate with the sea of chi. Walks. The Han Ao rave, holds Xiaofengwu, the wild rotation, flings, to the upper air. Hiss. Jiangben howls, twines Ji Lingxian, dragging her to explode shoots. The expansive sky. Shi Yan runs out of the dense fog, foot treads the purple light, holds Song Hanyue, follows closely as firing into the upper air. Comes back. Sue Clear look changes, carries that full terrifying power and influence excitedly, shouted loudly. You were insane, that is the vermilion bird law aim, comes back, do not overreach oneself. Lu Liangren has a big shock. But vermilion bird law aim. Supernatural power, that even if desolately releases dynasty true law aim 1%. Is not spirit origin realm, can shoulder. all comes, suffers to death. Desolately soars howls greatly, the vermilion bird law aim releases. Comprehensively. The vermilion bird empty shadow cried to howl, raises the frightening aura. The flying high surges, plunged Jiang-yi. The upper air roaring flame surges, the boundless ray seems like sun to blast. Out general. The hills are startled to palpitate, 10,000 beasts are terrified. That is. The distant place is paying attention to the big monsters of Madman Buddhist Temple, felt that the terrifying of clearly coming from the bloodlines. Shivered. Jiang-yi stops in the upper air, without avoidance, has not counterattacked. But frowns slowly, stares roaring flame that the upper air is blotting out the sky. Vermilion bird law aim? 9th lunar month, the dynasty after he dies, snatched his flesh? This crowd of forgetting one's origin waste, simply treason and heresy. Bang. The vermilion bird empty shadow dives speedily, the fierce glare shines the mountains and rivers, the terrifying roaring flame as if can burn to extinguish the myriad things. Yi Anren, they have not waited to rush to hear, was flown by air wave brutal. Raising violently, distressed crash hills. Jiang-yi, comes quickly. Are you doing? Comes. Yi Anren, they struggle one after another, the vitality surges, is pale. Was Jiang-yi silly? He accepted fate. Domestic animal. Degenerates. Hooligans. Deserve to be damned. Only hated. Unable to divide him personally. Desolate master and Land Pingyan shouted inspired, finally dispelled anger. Jiang-yi lifts the hand, a fingertip forward finger, refers. Vermilion bird. Turns over to the Yuan technique. The wild roaring flame that the vermilion bird law aim forms heads on. This is the true vermilion bird, burns a day of flame, can burn to extinguish. The myriad things, scatters 10,000 fires. However, the Jiang-yi whole body, gold/metal flame rebellion, forms the dense and numerous vortex instantly, spurts to be thin, the strength of intense. Swallowing, toes the flame of heading on, to integrate the body. Although this is the genuine God fire, but with Jiang-yi with root common origin. Or that is his. Therefore, the vermilion bird burns the day of flame, continuous flooding into body, has not actually brought injure slightly. The vermilion bird empty shadow kills speedily, the ominous prestige is unparalleled, the courage vigor is torrential, shakes the sky, however is. Touching the Jiang-yi fingertip, the empty shadow, that in an instant, the law aim condenses crashes loudly, the momentum of blasting open, is rock the earth. The ominous prestige of boiling surges instantaneously 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. Vault of heaven. Then, changes to a drop of essence and blood, fell the fingertip. Jiang-yi has died, is one's turn you. Desolately Gao Kong shouted, wants to tow the vermilion bird empty shadow, to continue the downward suppression, actually suddenly discovery relation. What's the matter? Was desolately surprised, the power and influence of vermilion bird law aim is too strong, burns the relation of power and influence of extinguishing among them to burn out? Suppression. Desolately stimulates mark seal and body forcefully, this is the father. Emperor's family is self-sufficient, she to carve, with control the vermilion bird law aim. However, the roaring flame of distant place turns fiercely wells up, are getting fewer and fewer, probably Jianghai ebb tide is common, toward central gathering. In everyone shocks under the unbelievable vision, unfolds several kilometers. Burns a day of flame to be getting fewer and fewer, the form is together. Getting more and more clear. Jiang-yi? Everyone with one voice, pupil enlarges, unbelievable. Crack a joke. That is the Vermilion Bird Law aim. The essence and blood that, although possibly uses is few, actually extracts. Eventually from the Vermilion Bird real bone. Let alone Jiang Yi, they all push Ji Anren, cleanness that can burn in the same old way. Is impossible, this is the illusion, this absolutely is the illusion land. Ping consciousness absent-minded, almost sits on the ground. How can he not die? How he cannot die, desolate masters felt were one head. Has problems. Small scene, calm. Xiao Fengwu stands in the ruins, comforts the people. But the heart is still jumping crazily, just really thinks that Jiang Yi is dying. Vermilion Bird Law aim? Hee, thank you. Jiang Yi re-enters the person, wears soft armor, the fingertip is selecting that drop of vermilion bird essence, and blood. You, desolately Cece, are staring at the fingertip of Jiang Yi. Is that builds the Vermilion Bird Law aim the essence and blood? How can? Like this? Who he is. How he achieves. You can condense the Vermilion Bird essence and blood, should have some part of Vermilion Bird remains. Can tell me, is which bone? The Jiang Yi look is cold, it seems like needed to go to the 9th lunar month. Dynasty personally. Or his did not extinguish a day of tablet to have the opportunity. Who you are? Some desolately frightened feelings, the whole body cannot stop to exude a cold air suddenly. The beforehand time Vermilion Bird Law aim some exceptionally responded. That can understand that as the Jiang Yi flame has the strangeness, can cause the induction of Vermilion Bird courage vigor. Now? Was the Vermilion Bird Law aim controlled by Jiang Yi unexpectedly? Is on Jiang Yi has any special weapon, Jiang Yi has the major problem. Kills your person. The Jiang Yi move the remnant blade, to the end the dive, killed to desolate. Li. Underground refining up the soldier field time is not willing to act, does not have a completely safe assurance. Now since acted, must be ruthless. Does not remain. Chapter 548, The Fright, the Chaos Fight. Leaves here. In a big hurry quickly, to slash clashes toward the front confusion. Desolate Master was afraid finally, even the Vermilion Bird Law aim cannot kill Jiang Yi, they remain only to wait for death. Kills land Pingyan, Lu latitude and longitude also awakens, crazy working. Loose opponent. Only remain them. They must live. Do not remain, kills to me. The Yi Anren eye ground flashes the corridor. Ruthless glow, this slash should peaceful time peaceful, this slash should ruthless spicy. Time she is unambiguous. Han Ao and Jiang Ben pester them. Ji Lingxian yelled inspired, since has become the mortal enemy, that kills. Is dry. Haha. Xiao Fengwu shouted loudly randomly calls, the whole body. Skeleton flesh fear surges, the body supported soft armor rapidly to grow. The incarnation compared with the Mongolian giant beast, roared wildly. Charging into battlefield that the hands and feet used. Ties down to me. So clear their expression is strange. Who has a grudge with? The dynasty? How no return Holy Land this group of fellows also move. Restlessly compared with them, was kills to get angry? Jiang Yi, if today dies, 9th lunar month the dynasty must criticize with. No return Holy Land. The desolately stimulation of movement thunder hot pair of wings, overruns. Toward the chaotic jungle, her vision rocks, despairs at heart, but clenches. The teeth, wanted to escape the birthday. The front chaotic forest casts off the hope of Jiang Yi. Since acts, did not fear your 9th lunar month dynasties. The Jiang Yi. Surface sinks like the water, decisive pursuit. However, Jiang Yi stops suddenly, looking of knitting the brows to distant place. At this moment, spirit essence and sea of qi unexpectedly, cheerful fluttering. Cried to hell, even the bloodlines probably were hot. In the jungle several kilometers away, a monster different safflower looking. Jiang Yi. That plant very slender, all over the body blood red, from straight stem, to leaf blade scarlet like blood, the firebird volt at first sight probably. Spreading the wings, in thick patch of grass. A bright safflower puts in the peak, is filling the beautiful ray, gigantic. Extremely fat, probably inside is wrapping anything. Is vermilion bird monster soul flower? Jiang Yi shut the eye subconsciously. After opening eyes again, the spirit strength gathering, the glare is bright. Sees the scene several kilometers away clearly. Right, is the vermilion bird monster soul, is colored, pale sovereigns. Consciousness entangles the Jiang Yi soul, sees the flowers of distant place. Gives the affirmation to respond. Desolately departs the kilometer, which then wants to have a look at Jiang Yi. To pursue, actually discovered that accidentally/surprisingly Jiang Yi stops. Unexpectedly there. Her first felt that Jiang Yi is arranging anything to kill. To incur, but careful looked, is in a daze unexpectedly, she looked at the past following the Jiang Yi vision, discovered that monster was colored. But also is staring doing, run. Desolate master is working Lu Shi Anren, Shi Yan, and the others crazily. Encircling, actually discovered that desolately stops unexpectedly in the upper air. Eternal spirit, desolately calls out in alarm, the sound is very high. Spreads over the audience. Eternal spirit, both sides stop one after another, Holy Land disciples who even the distant places surrounding, meet, looking in the past. Is the eternal spirit, that is the eternal spirit, desolately Jidong yelled. Others are indefinite, she is definite, because the Father Sovereign had obtained, gives her to describe especially. Really has the eternal spirit? Lu Liangren, they got, before spread the news to stimulate the atmosphere intentionally, really did not have. Beyond several kilometers, the eternal spirit notices the atmosphere is not right, immediately must run off. Safely. Shi Yan. Xiao Fengwu. Jiling Xian. Song Hanyue. Jiang Yi shouted loudly suddenly, stimulated to movement the hot wing to pursue decisively. Yi Anren, they awaken one after another, understood the meaning of Jiang Yi. This is must form great wilderness to imprison day, surrounding the vermilion bird monster soul, is colored. Senior sister Lin Nan. Han Ao wields the pair of wings to start the strong winds, grasped to front Lin Nan. Lin Nan flings the vine immediately, charges into Tsang Hanyue of various places they. Who? Han Ao holds Lin Nan to soar, the Lin Nan control vine, ties down Tsang Hanyue. Firmly they. Holds the eternal spirit. Su, clear yells, controls Jin Peng to overrun, does not have any hesitates. The enmity, some are the opportunity newspapers. The eternal spirit, missed misses forever. Stresses the eternal spirit, do not let it run. 50 Holy Land and 9th Lunar Month Dynasty, forgot the beforehand life and death fierce battle, forgot each other's situation, disregarded proceeding to clashes. They are staring at the eternal spirit of distant place stubbornly, the eye was red. At this moment, whose they no longer are anyone, but as oneself, all for them. Everyone wants to obtain the eternal spirit. Everyone wants to feel that unequaled chance. Jiang Yi to the forefront, the speed reaches the peak, probably a meteorite. Rumbled in the past. However, a glare catches up. Whiz. Shen will exceed Jiang Yi next fall, probably Bang enters the jungle, alike. Lightning, dashes about wildly straightly, tree stone along the way by his aggressive cracking up. The vermilion bird monster soul flower dodges everywhere, but will be pursued quickly next fall by Shen. You said my. Haha. Shen next fall holds the vermilion bird monster soul flower, laughs excitedly loudly. Shen next fall lets loose the eternal spirit. You do not match. The Rwandan. Latitude and longitude yelled in the distant place, the whole body stellar. Scintillation vanishes suddenly, the next quarter, the starlight sprinkles. He will appear in Shen next fall neighbor. Several kilometers. He has not spanned such far distance, the agitated under. Sudden eruption went far beyond the limit, just appeared almost sits on the ground. Do you want to fight the speed me? You're also almost crucial moment. Shen will grin fiendishly next fall, probably a thunder shoots up to the sky. Falls to the front rocky mountain on, looked at the vermilion bird monster. Soul in hand to be colored pleasantly surprised, laughs wildly too, dashed about wildly again forward. However, he is not welcome to suit clear they, but runs toward the distant place. His. This is his own. He will not share with anybody. Shen next fall runs toward here, we carry off the eternal spirit together. Su clear knits the brows slightly, urged that Jinping pursues. Carries off? Brings back to Holy Land to you? Shen will stimulate to movement. The spirit strength next fall, the speed quickly to the pinnacle. Do not play dumb, yourself cannot preserve. Lu Liangren also shouted loudly. In the distant place. Father is more intelligent than you. Shen will finish barely the words next fall, turns around to run, because Jiang Yi, that lunatic, pursued. Bang! Jiang Yi has not waited to kill, then the domineering release everywhere hot. Feather, speedily suddenly slash violently to strike. Everywhere golden light shining forest land, the hot feather is sharp, arrival of blotting out the sky. Bang! The rocky mountain forest, by the large expanse of puncture, the explosion, the sound wave overlay, the roaring flame was then turned loudly wells up, unfolds. More than 500 meters range. Shen thrilling dodging, will seeth next fall everywhere, almost died by explosion while still alive. Jiang Yi releases more hot feathers, the large expanse of attack, then flutters the dive, must kill. At this time, West distant place the Holy Land powerhouse shouted loudly. Condensed the bow and arrow, in an instant released the powerful ray saint. Arrow, to shooting the expansive sky, split up myriad, took Jiang Yi. The full power of spirit essence peak strikes, the combustion courage vigor. The might is astonishing. Jiang Yi soars, starts the numerous roaring flame tides, the impact of hard anti-saint arrow. However, more glares release, advancing uninterruptedly charging into Jiang Yi. And many power and influence astonishing big moves. Jiang Yi clenches teeth, various exciting armor hard anti-types of storms. Strike, simultaneously releases more hot feathers, will continue downward. Suddenly, slash violently Jishan next fall, will conduct the entanglement, has created the opportunity to Jiang Ben who will kill. Shen just about to runs out of the roaring flame tide next fall, was submerged by the everywhere hot feather, several hot feathers even pierced the body, the dripping with blood, the wound to the internal organs. At this time, Jiang Yi of upper air was also submerged by various military laws, the whole body of Bang is the blood, frigid fluttering. No one can surround me. In the face of the speed, you are the trash. Before long, Shen next fall, the whole body is the escaping roaring flame tide of blood, will then provoke the people, a shadow drops from the clouds. Appears above the top of the head. In instance that he detects, that shadow opens the mouth blow out strong flame. Shen the fright, will turn around to flee next fall. Bang! The roaring flame blasting open ground, collapses everywhere magma. Shen will throw next fall distressedly, in setting out in an instant, that shadow comes. Snake? Shen the pupil condensability, will withdraw next fall at the maximum speed. Jiangbin turns over violently, the sharp tail blade flings the trace like lightning, will take Shen next fall. Titter. The tail knife point end has swept the throat, cuts open the artery, almost unloads the entire head. Shen just about to calls out pitifully next fall, the sound is strange, leaks out general, he makes an effort to cover to spurt the throat of blood, runs away distressfully forward. Jiangbin offensive does not reduce, the pair of wings inspires to strike. Speedily to shooting, the tail flings the crowded curve, compelling Shen to seeth next fall one after another. Do not kill him. We are the joint operations. You need to coordinate us. Lu Liangren calls out in the distant place anxiously. Shen next fall, gives me the eternal spirit, gives me. Su, clear controls. Jinping to dive speedily, approaches rapidly. Jinping double pupil illumination, observes closely, that winged snake. Stubbornly. However, the red light soars to the heavens together sticks out suddenly. Jiangyi seethes speedily, is seething with excitement, the fierce saint flame. Hit directly to Jinping. Jinping gets angry howls, the sharp claws cold light twinkle, is surging the powerful golden light, ruthlessly bang to Jiangyi. Bang. Jinping shivers all over, the huge body flutters loudly. That felt like by a hard heavy hammer is pounded on the body, the bone must break to pieces. Su clear, was sorry. Jiangyi takes advantage of opportunity the turnover, crashes the front. Mountainous region. Chapter 549, The Life and Death Competes. Jiangyi. We arrived. Hanao howls black astral air, /chi, / clashes from the distant place at the entire life quickest speed. His pair of wings fierce show / unfolds, full speed. Flung Lin Nan, senior sister Lin Nan, is now. Preparation. Gets up. Lin Nan soars, the whole body azure glow ebullition. Flung the sturdy vine at the strongest strength, Yi Anren, Shi Yan, and Ji Ling. Xian, Song Hanyue, as well as Xiao Fengwu, threw in the different directions. Bang. 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 Yi Anren, they release various energies, the flying high large-scale surges. After the dispersion, falls to the ground one after another. The pupil. Glittering, spirit mark blooms, energy mighty current of rushing turbulently. Jiangbin, ties down him. Hanao, senior sister, you coordinate. Jiangyi also responded, removes to 100 meters beyond, immediately sits cross-legged. His whole body, saint flame turns wells up, sea of chi spirit. Essence cried to hell, the consciousness attacked great wilderness to burn a day of seal, forcefully. Quickly, they must surround Shen in a big hurry next fall. Shen next fall, should not be surrounded by them. Lu Liangren, they calls out an alarm, stimulates to movement the spirit. Strength crazily. At this moment, the complete appearance is frantic, all moves restlessly. Excitedly, does not dash about wildly releases martial law. Even Suling incarnation 100 meters python, wild distortion in jungle. Cracks up the forest, will plunge Shen next fall there. Desolately Jiaoji shouting loudly, reminded land Pingyan desolate master. Coordination. Coordination. First takes the eternal spirit. Snatches, eternal spirit in front, this is the eternal holy mountain biggest. Chance. Darius Holy Land disciples, various powder cultivate/repair, from kills in all directions, the release spirit strength that disregards, stimulates to movement itself to proceed to clash at the maximum speed. Woo woo. Is struggling Shin, who runs away the sudden appearance to be fierce next fall. Covers the throat hoarse, to cry out strangely, the whole body erupts the astonishing glare, is quicker than the thunder and lightning, the front surface submerges Jiangben, who pesters vigorously. Jiangben howls to fly, the whole body seemed like throws into the meat grinder to stir one ruthlessly, the scale disruption, covered with blood. Horrible to look. Shin the whole body glare will dodge next fall again, probably a thunder. Vanishes same place, charges into the distant place. His eye blushes, quick. Was insane, at this moment burnt the air/chi of life, raised the pinnacle, the speed, must kill at risk of life. At this time, the thunder tide thundered, with everywhere vine wild. Bombardment forest land, exploded everywhere crushed stone, covered more than 300 meters, submerged Shin next fall. Han Ao kills promptly at the back of Lin Nan, shouted loudly anxiously, Senior Sister, your release energy, other anything does not need to manage by all means. You court death, Shin in the throat to roll ambiguous shouting. Next fall, Han Ao, of cruel observing closely upper air. Safely, you as soon as possible. Han Ao carries Lin Nan to soar to the heavens 100 meters, black astral air/chi howls, dragon eye is swift and fierce, will observe closely, Shin stubbornly next fall, the entire god will alert, guards against the sneak attack. Shin next fall, you cannot escape. Lin Nan sits cross-legged on Han Ao, ignores the release of consumption, the vine, is stimulating the strength of thunder. The vine is crowded sturdier, crash of blotting out the sky, surround the hot tempered thunder, the range are covering several hundred meters, shells the ground crazily, is diverting Shin next fall. Shin will fend next fall distressedly, was confused the direction quickly. Places oneself in the thunder vine tide of riot completely, several times must soar the assassination, by crazy suppression. Suling swallowed Xiaofengwu to me. The Su, clear brow tight wrinkle. Controls Jinping, to dive speedily. Chance current, he also issued the dead order. Hiss, Suling wild swinging body, rushes to the front rocky mountain. Flies to shoot, opens the big mouth, swallows to Xiaofengwu of distant place. Thunder fire roared. Desolately and desolate master, the brother and sister release strongest. Martial law jointly. The thunder fire intensity becomes, the myriad things live. The thunder moist ebullition, the roaring flame impact, two energies. Interweave in the upper air, intensely, bang the evolution, forms too dignified. Dragon's head. Dragon recited resonantly, dragon prestige was enormous and powerful. Two dragons' head are towing the thunder-hot raging tide, charged into Jiling. Xian. Kills to me. Lu Liangren commanded loudly white pupil crow, the vision locks. Jiling Xian. The white pupil crow stops fiercely, the dark strength wells up forward. Crazily, said that the spoken part's light interweaves in inside. Sen's black is white. White Gigi Sen's is black. Black and white blends, life and death to pull. In an instant, as if the whole world becomes twists, then falls into the endless darkness. The myriad things turn over to the Yuan, endless darkness. Bright, endless. Ice cold, has not died slightly the general silence. This is illusion martial law, can drag the Jiling Xian's soul, kills by mistreatment, cruelly. Land Pingyan treads the tide to dash about wildly, connects the promotion. Speed, in surrounding rapid evolved purple light law. In a law formation in an instant, the jade bead ray in both hands' palm rises suddenly, is equivalent to 2 Cs of chi energy, completely shock method. Law thunders, the tide is boundless, probably the flood dragon reveals itself. Strikes the expansive sky horizontally, killed to Jiangyi. Other powerhouses, releases most strong martial law one after another. When many powerhouses approach, when the world energy is chaotic. Yi Anren raises the head suddenly, the eye pupil shines, colorful. Piece of numerous and disorderly rune blooms from her body, magnificent. Mysterious, wild domineering, in an instant sweeps across 500 meters. Entangled to Jiangyi they. The ray is flaming, the energy is enormous and powerful. The power and influence rises suddenly, powerful blooming invincible might. Under Jiangyi, their bodies blooms to symbolize gold/metal one after another. Water, fire, complex rune of Turkey. Great wilderness, chaotic day seal. Great wilderness, obstructs a day of seal. Great wilderness, burns a day of seal. Great wilderness, buries a day of seal. Jilin Xian, Song Hanyue, Jiangyi, and Xiaofengwu, shouted loudly. The sound is resounding, brings the stock vigorous air/chi, seems not they were crying out, but as the world is responding. Chaotic day seal, obstructs a day of seal, to burn a day of seal, to bury a day of seal, erupts the endless prestige energy in their sea of chi completely. As if for ancient god regains consciousness, the surging whole body. Meridians explode to the heavenly prestige energy, boils the gorgeous energy. Bang! The land thunders, the space shakes. The energy that they release blends rapidly, haunches more than 500 meters. Range the powerful barriers. Almost the same time, arrives from Su clear their powerful offensive one after another, hit ruthlessly. As if the high sea strikes the shore, immediately explodes everywhere energy. The land thunders, the hills sway, the momentum shocks. Great wilderness imprisons a day fierce stir, almost must annihilate at the scene. Shi Yan, coordinates me. The Yi Anren long hair chaotic dance, the vision is bright, probably the spirit of nature, law 5 lines. Shi Yan sits facing each other with Yi Anren, opens great wilderness spirit. Seal. Her consciousness see glare, puts, the invisible thought strength attacks. Yi Anren, and affects Jiangyi and the others. At this moment, not only each other energy interconnection, even consciousness. The soul, to produce the resonance. They consciousness the fierce tremor, in an instant, as if the whole world does not exist, but they placed oneself in a mysterious space. Here radiance is radiant, here quiet easy and comfortable. Yi Anren sits facing each other with Shi Yan, Jiangyi, they surround in the surroundings. Outside they obviously gathering several hundred meters, in mysterious space. They in each other's side. This is great wilderness imprisons a day true embryonic form. Outside, 5 lines of series. Internal, the soul blends. Rumble. At this moment, Jiangyi, Xiaofengwu, and others of surrounding energy, sudden. Rise several times, radiance is suddenly fierce, the momentum is powerful. Swiftly condenses the vortex that rushes, derives the energy in the world. In the world, the hills jungle, the surrounding area in dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. 5 lines of strength were towed, completely. Although imprisoned in day to lack great wilderness, to spread out a day of seal, but Yi Anren has controlled 5 lines, therefore in law wooden was. Rune is also assuming an awe-inspiring pose. In a surrounding area several kilometers range, the mountain ablation and land. Dry up, the energy soars continuously, advancing uninterruptedly injects in their vortex. The barrier power and influence rises suddenly, layer upon layer. Reinforcement. The ray is flaming, shining hills. Outside jungle is crashing, in-law clearly is opposite. Various is the energy connection, strong such as the fog is common, is not. Fuzzy, instead presents the strange picture one after another. As if when the chaos have not opened, world evolves in me. Sue, clear they rush one after another, is actually shocking front picture, more. Startled is palpitating inside energy. What law is this? Are they swallowing the world energy? Yi Anren can control 5 lines of strengths, this is using Jiangyi They 4. The source of energy arranges 5-row space. Not only probably 5-row space is so simple, inside energy was too. Terrifying. Desolately their accident/surprise to the shock, the feeling somewhat. Underestimated the Holy Land strength suddenly. Chapter 550, Mountains and Rivers Forever Lonesome. Is gawking doing, hits. Desolate master shouts suddenly, raises removes minds the hot raging tide. Hits the barrier. Various powerhouses awaken one after another, some people soar, some people withdraw, one after another unifies each one strongest martial law, launches. The bombardment toward huge law. Reaches 30 people of releases jointly, immediately shakes great wilderness too. Imprisoned day. Jiangyi, their vitality surges, complexion instantaneous pale. However the energy of great wilderness seal is recovering, their surrounding vortex are getting more and more violent, continuous energy blotting out the sky. Submerges them. At this time, the marvelous matter appeared. Their body surfaces actually appear the dazzling trace, condenses toward the spirit mark place, as if must coexist with spirit mark. They are vigilant immediately, spirit mark is symbolizing all regarding any military, if there is any accident/surprise, the influence martial arts. Cultivation will affect the destiny. Centralized attention. Shi Yan berated, towed their consciousness, to re-enter great wilderness to imprison day, by the strength of soul, forcefully. In a law space, various as the energy interweaves crazily, evolves the shape of mountains and rivers, is diverting crazy Shin full power next fall. Lin Nan and Han Ao, gold/metal Hoer, launches blocks jointly. Shin will fluster, next fall finally, dashes about wildly everywhere, how? Actually unable to run out of this energy chaotic space. Probably fell in some type of mysterious picture scroll, various scenes. Smudged it will wield a brush at will. The air/chi of his sustained combustion life, the receiving in exchange. Pinnacle speed must assassinate Lin Nan, they, was actually prevented by the powerful energy at crucial moments. Bang! The front energy gathers suddenly, gold/metal would water the wooden fire clay. Interweaves intensely, changes to the human form, to fight the soldier, raises a rushing energy, the bang approached Shin next fall. That power and influence terrifying is also strange, as if the world is roaring, as if the deity is wielding a brush, as if this vast space must destroy him. Shin next fall, proud, nothing left, runs away vigorously, the result. Surrounding scene changes strangely, changed his travel direction. Unexpectedly, runs away obviously forward, actually inconceivable, welcomed the heavy blows to hit. Skeleton disruption, blood splattering. Shin will call out pitifully to flutter next fall. Han Ao drops from the clouds, Dragoneru the blade, cut off Shin's next fall. Right hand. Shin will make an effort to hold the right hand wrist/skill next fall. Eiffel panic-stricken, full cold sweat. Gold/metal Hoer kills outrageously, the totem pole glare is fierce, the power and influence continues to rise suddenly in the short several breaths, cruel. Bang in his abdominal cavity. The terrifying explosive force blasts open instantaneously. Shen the internal organs disruption, the lower backbone will break off next. Fall is departing beyond several hundred meters horizontally. The eternal spirit works loose to grab its extreme methods, immediately runs away to the distant place, the speed is fast. Holds it. Lin Nan follows close on to pursue. 5-row space glare twinkle, the energy gallops, from launches the blockade. Under the control of Yi Amren in all directions. The eternal spirit runs away flurriedly, finally rushes over toward Jiang Yi. Unexpectedly. Jiang Yi adore/admire correct/however opens eyes, searches the hand to grasp. The eternal spirit has not dodged, jumped in his hand directly. Jiang Yi is startled slightly, but consciousness unites with Shi Yan and the others immediately, preparation removes. Yi Amren commanded loudly, finally strikes, mountains and rivers forever. Lonesome. Xiao Fengwu and Ji Lingxian and the others, as the guidance of Shi Yan, drinks. With one voice high, the reverberation imprisons day, shakes 5-row space. Is vast and grand, finally strikes, mountains and rivers forever lonesome. Bang! The great wilderness seal fully erupts, attacks their flesh body, shakes the respective surrounding energy vortex, turns toward 5-row space release. Instantaneously. Is suffering 5-row space of outside violent bombardment to cause a stir. Fiercely, ray sudden rise several times, shine the world, probably a round of scorching sun crash remote mountain. Leaves here. Su, clear complexion changes, first controls Jinping to shoot up to the sky. Energy is too strong, has the danger. Suling they shouted loudly, retreated. One after another. It is not right, removes desolately hesitates slightly, greeted desolate. Master they to leave. Bang. Covers 500 meters range law, to explode in an instant, the ray sweeps across. Several kilometers with the air wave, the quarry stone puts on spatially, the forest rises straight from the ground. Law comprehensive collapse to extinguish. Does not have the rebellion, not to have the ray, not to have the loud sound. Strangely, the scene. Probably a world destroys there, the instant dreariness, the myriad things. Dissipate, dark ice cold, but, an energy of dying out myriad things sweeps. Across in all directions. The energy, the mountain disintegration, the land desertification and forest. Has dried up, several flee not the prompt person, unexpectedly inconceivable. Turns into the dust directly, state of mind entirely to extinguish. However, had not finished. The strength of after dying out sweeps across. Several kilometers, energy rapid rebellion between world. Fire origin force changes to the roaring flame, water origin force forms the rainstorm, the earth origin force cracking land, the air/chi of metal condenses. The sharp fan light, stays behind the clear trace in the forest stone. Su, clear they remove to more than 10 inside and outside stop, look at the front sudden violent storm, the facial expression is one by one dignified. A law might far exceeds their imagination. Is this possibly crowd of spirit origin realm, can achieve? They do not arrange law is so simple. No return holy land this group of people were too strong, no, was too terrifying. They are really inconceivable, southern holy land of decline, can also train so. The powerhouse unexpectedly. Eternal spirit, was obtained by Jiang Yi, desolately makes an effort to get hold of the fist, this is her initial goal, is she please have the vermilion. Bird law aim from the ancestral hall, the time, old kneels down to make the guarantee that to the Shao clan. At this moment, she was suddenly calm. Because of that toxicant, making her angry, making her anxious, making her be hated controls, making her lose the reason, not only wasted the precious time, But also uses the vermilion bird law aim in the place that should not use. Did Jiang Yi obtain the eternal spirit? Many powder cultivate/repair unbelievable. Was the Western treasure robbed by no return Holy Land? This guest does enough certainly. Is Gawking doing? Hunts down no return Holy Land. Cannot make them carry over eternal Holy Mountain the eternal spirit. The Western powerhouses shouted loudly, angry, flushed. 50 Holy Land disciple complexion gloomy say/way, no return Holy Land should. Give us the eternal spirit, they are coordinating our actions now. They will coordinate us to attack 9th lunar month, the dynasty. Su Clear shakes the head, whose this matter will fall to their will not. Acknowledge. First sage Shen next fall. Then? Is encircles desolately they, seeks for Jiang Yi? The 50 disciples. Look at Su Clear, unusual is unwilling. Su Clear looks to desolately of distant place, since has become enemies, does. Not need to keep the disaster again, now is also the good time of making a move. However, can tie down? Shen next fall, tossed about half dead, without him coordinates, by him, Su Ling. And Lu Liangren several, cannot only surround desolately probably therefore. People. And Su Clear needed the eternal spirit. First hunts down Jiang Yi. Su Clear made the choice finally, controls Jinping. To soar. In this time Madman Buddhist temple, confusion, not only has not weakened. Instead gets stronger and stronger. Several tens of thousands of monster beast birds of prey were affected by the mysterious strength, becomes even more manic. They batter, painful roaring, slaughters crazily. Everything may become vulnerable, the forest collapses, everywhere is the blood and skeleton. The flame imaginary bird is staring at Firebird, that front is acting crazy too. Go crazy excitedly. Before although waited for Shi Yan by the Jiang Yi instruction, but it's accidental/surprised, noticed Firebird to hit the Madman Buddhist temple. The flame imaginary bird was really excited. Excitedly to forgetting oneself. That is the dark green flame, hot crow. On the bloodlines in the hot crow with sacred lake, with the root common origin, has compared with their stronger bloodline strength. Also, is the descendant of golden crow. Before changing into, although the flame imaginary bird is willing to swallow this fierce firebird, but was insufficient to forget to anything excitedly. Now was different, it obtained the solar totem, after which day of fusion, can swallow the strength of sun, means that can awaken the golden crow energy. If it turned into the dark green flame hot crow, may stimulate the ancestor lineage/vein very much, evolves the golden crow. Quickly, dies in a big hurry quickly. The flame imaginary bird is staring at front already the dark green flame hot crow that goes crazy, if not the opposite party boundary is very high, it really wished one could himself to begin. It is half monster half spirit body, has certain resistivity to the mysterious strength, soars to leave the meeting occasionally, therefore has not lost to the present. Finally, the dark green flame hot crow in the crazy violent walks, went crazy the giant ape racket that to fly by front, pound suffocates in the ruins. The flame imaginary bird cheers one, immediately throws, without and other. Dark green flame, hot crows dies certainly, then changes to the blood bead. Spirit bead, sneaked in its body.